My current strength is at the first grade of martial marquis level. This level of power is already considered extremely formidable on this planet. Furthermore, the inheritance memories of the Golden Horn Giant Beast contain many powerful secret arts. Besides the 3 innate secret arts, I can focus on cultivating the special secret art, Heaven and Earth of the True Self, and among ordinary secret arts, Absolute Space, and later practice additional techniques. Absolute Space is an extraordinarily powerful secret art one that only the Golden Horn Giant Beast can directly learn. It is divided into 3 layers: arc light, myriad transformations, and instant teleportation. This secret art primarily speaks of instantaneous explosive speed. The first layer, with enough dedicated effort, can basically be mastered. As for the second layer, even though the Golden Horn Giant Beast has an extremely long lifespan, most who practice Absolute Space linger at the second layer, and those who reach the great accomplishment of the second layer, myriad transformations, are exceedingly rare. As for the third layer, instant teleportation, it is essentially as scarce as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But once possessing the ability of teleportation, it becomes nearly impossible for others to kill you. As for Chu Feng's choice of Heaven and Earth of the True Self, it is ranked among the 18 special secret arts in the inheritance memories. It is even stronger than Absolute Space. But likewise, it is far more difficult to cultivate. Heaven and Earth of the True Self is similarly divided into 3 layers. This is a special secret art that allows the Golden Horn Giant Beast to enlarge or shrink. The first layer of Heaven and Earth of the True Self allows for a 3-fold change in body length, with maximum strength reaching 3 times the previous level. The second layer can reach 9-fold. Strength can leap 9 times. The third layer has reached the stage of arbitrary size change, with strength increasing 36-fold. The difficulty of the third layer of Heaven and Earth of the True Self exceeds even that of the third layer of Absolute Space. According to the inheritance memory records, only the Golden Horn Giant Beast, who created this secret art, has reached the third layer. Relying on this Golden Horn Giant Beast body, as long as I don't perish midway the baseline, is martial venerable level. Furthermore, with the assistance of this golden finger system, becoming in existence above martial venerable is not impossible. Chu Feng secretly exclaimed in his heart, his emotions surging with excitement, like being injected with adrenaline. With my current cultivation, I can already nurture a clone. Nurturing a clone should require some time. The earlier I start, the sooner it will be complete. After the clone nurtured from the ancient sacred ground is born, he plans to use a human body to enter the human world. Firstly, the various secret arts in the Golden Horn Giant Beast's inheritance memories are not suitable for human cultivation. Going to the human world would allow for faster growth of the human body. Secondly, Chu Feng has long grown accustomed to life in human society. This kind of jungle life is tolerable for a short time. But as time goes on, he won't like it anymore. Being able to be human, he still wants to be human. Inside the Golden Horn Giant Beast's body, a transparent crystal sphere over 20 centimeters in diameter, covered with countless mysterious golden arcane patterns, emits rays of golden light. This transparent crystal sphere is named the Origin Core, also known as the Starry Sky Origin Core, World Origin Core, or Soul Origin Core. This Origin Core is the source of the Golden Horn Giant Beast's existence. Even if the head is blasted off and the body explodes, as long as the Origin Core and soul are intact, it cannot die. Inside the Origin Core, a vastness like a starry sky with 9 exquisitely beautiful light orbs slowly rotating at its central position. These 9 planet-like spheres are precisely the soul cores. They represent Chu Feng's spiritual power has reached the 9th stage of martial marquis level. As for the Golden Horn Giant Beast's internal energy, or what should be called true chi in this world, it gathers at the golden horn on its forehead. The golden horn is the hardest part of the Golden Horn Giant Beast, and is also where true chi is stored. Therefore, generally, when unleashing innate secret arts, its golden horn will light up first. Inner world. When Chu Feng's soul was 100% compatible with his body, he also sensed the vast space within the Origin Core seemed to have an invisible connection linking to another world. Inner world. This is an independent continent approximately 900 meters in length and width. Beyond 900 meters above the continent, everything is filled with golden fog. The surroundings of the continent are also filled with endless golden fog. The continent itself is also golden, with some hills and mountains on the land, but all made of metal. This is a world of metal. Chu Feng's controlled world. Innate clone nurture. Chu Feng takes out a drop of blood of the ancient sacred body from the newbie gift pack reward in the system space, and with a thought, rumble, the entire metal continent trembles, and that drop of ancient sacred body blood, as if supported by an invisible force, floats suspended in the high sky above the metal continent. This is one of only 3 opportunities in a Golden Horn Giant Beast's entire life. The inner world can only perform it a second time when growing to martial emperor level. Now Chu Feng has activated his innate ability that he can only use once at this moment, beginning to nurture the clone. Hiss, like vaporization. The ancient sacred body blood suspended high in the sky instantly vaporizes. Whoosh. The countless golden mist that had been floating above the metal continent and beyond the land crazily rushes toward the center. rapidly wrapping around the genetic material left behind after the ancient sacred body blood vaporized. In just a moment it transformed into an oval golden egg. It has begun. Upon learning about this innate secret art of cloning, Chu Feng naturally also knows some information. The time consumed by nurturing the body is related to one's own strength and the genes of the body being nurtured. The stronger the inner world, the faster the nurturing. And the lower the genetic material, the easier to nurture. And Chu Feng's current 9th grade martial marquee inner world nurturing speed is not fast. Some races with noble bloodlines and great strength may take hundreds or thousands of years to nurture. Why so long? Because nurturing a clone is not giving birth to an infant. For example, a martial venerable level golden horn giant beast takes a hair from a martial venerable level human, and the body nurtured would be a martial venerable level strong being's body. Genes completely replicated. Body completely replicated. To cultivate to martial venerable level normally takes at least 10,000 years, so spending hundreds of years to nurture is already remarkable. One day later. Goodness, looking at this progress, it will probably take about 3 years to successfully nurture it. During this time, I'll still use the golden horn giant beast body first. Chu Feng secretly thought in his heart. Gurgle. Hiss. So hungry. Just now attention was on other matters and didn't feel hunger. Now that his mood has relaxed, that hunger sensation immediately surges into his mind, making him very uncomfortable. Driven by instinct, he immediately begins to devour the eggshell. As it devours, its body also continuously grows. After finishing the consumption, the originally 12-meter-long body has actually grown to nearly 100 meters in size. Cultivation has also advanced from 1st grade martial marquee to 9th grade martial marquee. However, after devouring the eggshell, the hunger did not disappear. Instead, it intensified considerably, making Chu Feng now want to madly devour everything. Devour. I want to devour. Only by constantly devouring can I grow stronger as quickly as possible. Moreover, the system I bound through killing and completing tasks can also gain lottery values to draw good things. Kill. Kill all the fierce beasts here, increase strength. The next moment, Chu Feng withdraws his thoughts, a flash of cold light passing through his dark golden pupils as he looks toward the depths of the jungle. His spiritual power can spread within a radius of 10,000 meters. At this moment, 3,000 meters ahead of him in the jungle, there is a fierce beast approximately 20 to 30 meters in size. The fierce beast overall looks like a rhinoceros, but its entire body is covered in sharp spikes and sharp tusks grow from its mouth. Its entire body exudes a violent and bloodthirsty aura. Its eyes are blood red as if dyed by fresh blood. Martial Commander 9th grade. This strength is truly weak. Any life form within Chu Feng's spiritual power range can have its cultivation detected by the system. A mere Martial Commander level fierce beast is simply no match for a 9th grade Martial Marquee golden horn giant beast. With a flicker of its figure, its speed is astonishingly fast. A pair of wings covered in black scales like forged steel cuts clean through all the towering ancient trees blocking its path at the waist. Its speed is completely unaffected. In the blink of an eye it arrives before that fierce beast. Chu Feng stared coldly at the 20-meter-tall rhinoceros, his mind already made up. A low ferocious roar rang out. The golden horned beast opened its mouth. Boom. The space around its jaws instantly warped, and the first-rank Martial Commander beast was lifted into the air beyond its control. It flew toward the golden horned beast's mouth. As it flew, its body kept shrinking. In the end, it shrank to less than 5 meters in length, width, and height. Roar, roar, roar. The first-rank Martial Commander beast howled again and again, struggling with all its might to break free. But it was futile. All it could do was be swallowed whole by the golden horned beast in despair. What Chu Feng had just used was devour, one of the golden horned beast's 3 innate talents. The devour cultivation talent could ingest enormous amounts of metal into the inner world. It also had a slight area of effect power. Any life weaker than itself could be swallowed and killed directly. However, generally speaking, if something posed a threat, the inner world would automatically stop devouring. A first-rank Martial Commander beast was no threat at all to the golden horned beast. It could be killed directly through the devour talent. Ding. Congratulations, host, on killing a beast. You have received 9 lottery points. Soon the system notification echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Killing a Martial Commander beast gave only 9 lottery points. The lowest tier lottery draw requires 100 points. 9 is nowhere near enough. Kill. Keep killing. This forest is so huge. There must be many beasts inside. At the speed I'm killing, gathering the 100 lottery points needed for a tier 1 draw shouldn't take long. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed through the golden horned beast's eyes. The next moment, its enormous body turned into a streak of light and vanished from where it stood. The entire outer region of the dark forest immediately became lively. Ding. Congratulations, host, on killing a beast. You have received 10 lottery points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on killing 2 beasts. You have received 18 lottery points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on killing 12 beasts. You have received 12 lottery points. Chu Feng had no idea how long he had been killing since the dark forest received no sunlight all year round. He had to admit that there really were a great many beasts in this place. One could be found roughly every few thousand meters, and almost all of them were at the Martial Commander rank. Even those that were not were very close to it. After killing another Martial Commander beast, Chu Feng took a look at his personal attribute panel. Host Chu Feng. Identity, Golden Horned Beast. Innate Secret Arts, Split Body Enhancement Devour. Cultivation, 9th rank, Martial Marquis. Lottery points, 321. I was too caught up in killing to count exactly how many points I gained. I never expected there to be this many. 321 lottery points enough for 3 Tier 1 draws. Let me see what good things this system can draw. With a thought, Chu Feng entered the lottery interface. A massive lottery wheel appeared in his mind. The massive wheel was divided into sections, each representing a different item, with a scarlet needle resting motionless on top. However, the lottery wheel was wrapped in layers of power, preventing Chu Feng from seeing what items were actually on it. Ding. Host, do you wish to draw? A Tier 1 draw costs 100 lottery points per draw. A Tier 2 draw costs 100, a Tier 3. The higher the tier, the richer the rewards. As he entered the lottery page, the system prompt sounded once more. Without much thought, Chu Feng directly chose 3 Tier 1 draws. 300 lottery points were instantly deducted. The scarlet needle on the lottery wheel in his mind began to spin. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew 1 million tons of B-grade metal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew 1 million tons of B-grade metal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew a fire source energy crystal. When the needle came to rest, the system prompt sounded again. View. B-grade metal, 1 million tons. The host may select any type of B-grade metal as long as the total weight does not exceed 1 million tons. Fire source energy crystal. It can be used as an energy source or detonated directly as a weapon. A direct detonation is powerful enough to kill an ordinary 9th rank Martial King existence. Any type of metal I choose. That's awesome. With this Golden Horned Beast body of mine will soon break through to the Martial Emperor rank. The Fire Source Energy Crystal is also nice. It can even blow up a 9th rank Martial King. For now, it can serve as a trump card. With these treasures, my strength will grow even faster. Chu Feng could not help but rejoice inwardly. After a Golden Horned Beast hatched, if it did not eat its eggshell, but instead fed on ordinary metal, it would take about 10 years to reach 1st rank Martial King. If it ate the eggshell and then consumed large amounts of ordinary metal, 1 year would be enough. For later growth, according to the slowest evolution speed from 1st rank Martial King to 1st rank Martial Emperor would take about 100 years. From 1st rank Martial Emperor to 1st rank Martial Sovereign would take about 1,000 years. From 1st rank Martial Sovereign to Martial Venerable would take about 10,000 years. If special methods were used, evolution could be accelerated. Using certain metal formulas would aid the rapid growth of the inner world, allowing one's strength to improve even faster. The metals needed for Golden Horned Beast growth could also be clearly divided into 5 grades. A-grade metals suited Golden Horned Beasts at the Martial Marquis rank. B-grade metals suited Golden Horned Beasts at the Martial King rank. E-grade metals suited Golden Horned Beasts at the Martial Venerable rank. The growth of a Golden Horned Beast mainly depended on the growth of its inner world, and for the inner world to grow it had to devour metal. Devouring metal split into 3 main types. The first was devouring alloys or low-grade pure metals, which was the least efficient. It was also the slowest evolution method for a Golden Horned Beast. From 1st rank Martial King to 1st rank Martial Emperor took about 100 years. The second was devouring pure metal of the matching grade. For instance, Chu Feng's Golden Horned Beast body was currently 9th rank Martial Marquis, so it could devour A-grade metal at nearly 100 purity. Once it reached the Martial King rank, it would need to devour pure B-grade metal. This method could increase evolution speed by a full factor of 2. From 1st rank Martial King to 1st rank Martial Emperor, about 50 years would be enough. The price was a massive supply of pure metal at that grade. The third was metal combination. It was like people eating different dishes. Only with a balanced variety of nutrients could one stay healthiest. The same principle applied. If the inner world devoured several metals in combination, the effect was miraculous. Evolution speed could increase anywhere from 2 or 3-fold to dozens of times. For example, the optimal metal combination for a Martial King Golden Horned Beast was 325 kinds of B-grade metal at nearly 100 purity. Moreover, those 325 pure metals had to be in precise proportions. If devoured all at once in that manner, evolution efficiency could be boosted to 89 times. Now Chu Feng had drawn a total of 2 million tons of B-grade metal. Moreover, within those 2 million tons, he could freely choose the types of metal. Chu Feng could choose according to the optimal metal combination for devouring, then devour it. 2 million tons of the combination would sustain him for about a month. According to the Golden Horned Beast's normal cultivation, the first 3 ranks of the Martial King realm could be completed in a year and a half. For the 4th, 5th, and 6th Martial King ranks, each breakthrough would take about 2 years. For the 7th, 8th, and 9th Martial King ranks, each breakthrough would take about 12 years. As for the final step from 9th rank Martial King to 1st rank Martial Emperor, it would take about 50 years. But with these 2 million tons of metal combination, 1 month would be equivalent to 7 years and 5 months of normal cultivation. After devouring all of that metal combination, Chu Feng's golden horn beast body could rise to the 6th rank of the Martial King realm within a single month. Of course, the prerequisite was to break through to the Martial King realm first. Devouring B-grade metal while in the Martial Marquis realm would be too wasteful. First break through to Martial King. Chu Feng set a small goal for himself. In truth, breaking through to the Martial King realm was still very simple for him now. Although those beast corpses were not as effective as metal combinations, they were not entirely useless. With his current cultivation progress, devouring about 100 Martial Marquis beast corpses, each 50 to 60 meters in size, would be enough to break through his inner world to the Martial King realm. Once the inner world broke through, the golden horn beast would essentially break through to the Martial King realm at the same time. When that happened, once it devoured the metal combination, its cultivation speed would be faster than a rocket. No faster than even a rocket could match. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. Rule the outer domain of the Dark Forest. Mission objective: within 1 year, kill 100 Marquis level fierce beasts in the outer domain of the Dark Forest and subdue 5 King level fierce beasts. Mission rewards for killing Marquis level fierce beasts: the draw points obtained will be increased by 50%, but this applies only to the first 100 kills. For each King level fierce beast subdued, you will be rewarded with 100 to 1000 draw points, depending on the beast's strength. Mission penalty: none. Chu Feng was about to continue hunting fierce beasts when a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Rule the outer domain of the Dark Forest. These mission rewards are quite good. The draw points from killing fierce beasts are 50% more than usual. Killing 100 now is worth as much as killing 150 before. Subdue 5 King level fierce beasts. When I killed those beasts earlier, I did encounter a few King level ones. With my current strength, I'm still no match for them for now. Chu Feng began to scheme inwardly about how to complete the first mission the system had issued. A meal must be eaten bite by bite. A road must be walked step by step. Generally speaking, a first-grade King-level fierce beast is 10 times stronger than a 9th-grade Marquis-level fierce beast of the same life gene hierarchy. From killing so many fierce beasts, Chu Feng discovered that the life gene hierarchy of the beasts here was roughly 1/6 to 1/4 of his own. In other words, at the same cultivation level, setting aside all other factors, and considering only life gene hierarchy, Chu Feng's strength was 4 to 6 times that of the fierce beasts here. Moreover, he also noticed that the fierce beasts here seemed to fight purely on instinct. Secret arts like strength amplification or attack augmentation, those beasts knew none of them. But Chu Feng did. More precisely, he possessed the inherited memories of these secret arts. He had not yet formally cultivated them. Still, there was no rush. Secret arts cannot be mastered in a single day. He would complete this mission first. Even without those arts, he could rely on his innate secret art to finish the task. The innate secret art empowerment could boost the Golden Horn Colossus's combat power by nearly 2-fold. All things combined, a 9th-grade Marquis Golden Horn Colossus was roughly equal to a 1st-grade King-level fierce beast here. However, among the King-level fierce beasts Chu Feng had scouted earlier, the lowest cultivation he had detected was 3rd-grade King. So for now, he would not provoke the King-level beasts. He would first complete the mission of killing 100 Marquis-level beasts. By then, he would most likely be ready to break through to the King level. At the King level, the base strength gap between each minor realm is roughly 3-fold. Once Chu Feng broke through, his base strength would be comparable to that of a 3rd-grade King-level fierce beast. By activating the innate secret art empowerment, he could amplify all aspects of his physical capabilities to twice their original level for a short time. In that way, his combat power would reach 4th-grade King. Moreover, after breaking through to the King level, he could devour metal combinations to enhance his strength. In short, once he broke through, completing the second phase of the mission would be utterly simple. The Dark Forest's outer domain was vast, spanning hundreds of millions of li in radius. The area where Chu Feng had slaughtered fierce beasts last time was still a very long distance away from the inner domain. The closer one got to the inner domain, the stronger the fierce beasts became. And the stronger the beasts, the more draw points one obtained for killing them. Killing a Marquis-level fierce beast yielded 10 to 90 draw points. Among them, killing a 9th-grade Marquis-level beast gave the maximum 90 draw points. To maximize his gains, Chu Feng decided to kill only 9th-grade Marquis-level fierce beasts. There are still too few 9th-grade Marquis-level beasts nearby. I need to go deeper. Having made up his mind, Chu Feng's figure flickered and he vanished from the spot in an instant. He flew continuously for more than 1,000 kilometers before stopping. Jackpot, jackpot. This is a huge score. Using his mental power, he detected a herd of fierce beasts gathered together. Among that herd, the lowest cultivation was 9th-grade Marquis, and there were quite a few of them. The highest cultivation was 6th-grade King. Besides that 6th-grade King beast, there were 4 more King-level fierce beasts. 2 were 2nd-grade King, and 2 were 3rd-grade King. They looked mostly alike, differing only in body size and the color of the single horn on their heads. The higher the cultivation, the deeper the color of the horn. With my current strength, I'm still no match for those King-level beasts. Let me mark this place and come back after I break through to the King level. Chu Feng did not want to waste a fire source energy crystal on that 6th-grade King beast. If that beast had been ninth-grade king, he would have charged straight at it. After leaving a landmark, Chu Feng continued searching for lone ninth-grade marquee-level fierce beasts. There were plenty of ninth-grade marquee-level beasts in the vicinity. Soon Chu Feng found one that was acting alone. That ninth-grade marquee-level beast somewhat resembled a wild boar, only far larger. Its pitch-black fur was as hard as steel needles and emanated a dense, murderous aura. Its eyes were crimson, gleaming with an eerie light. Of course, none of this was seen directly by Chu Feng's eyes. It was all perceived through his mental power. When Chu Feng discovered this giant boar-like beast, it was devouring the corpse of another fierce beast. Only when Chu Feng approached did it slowly pull its head out of the corpse's belly and turn its gaze toward him. Its blood-red eyes seemed to burn with flames, and thick, foul-smelling breath poured from its nostrils, as if some viscous substance flowed within. Roar! The boar-like beast stared at Chu Feng and let out a deep, guttural growl. The beasts here truly have low intelligence. They can't even perform basic spiritual communication. Chu Feng could not help but complain inwardly. Although he did not understand the growl, he could guess its meaning. It was a warning. Fierce beasts had a strong sense of territory. Especially in a place as precious as the dark forest, that instinct was even more intense. Chu Feng had sensed long ago that the closer one got to the core of the dark forest, the denser the spiritual energy became. Unlike the golden horned colossus, which grew stronger by devouring metal, the fierce beasts here cultivated by breathing in spiritual energy or devouring the corpses of other fierce beasts. In fact, for these beasts, breathing spiritual energy yielded even better cultivation results than devouring other beasts' corpses. Otherwise, the fierce beasts of the dark forest would have long since annihilated each other. Ignoring the boar's warning, Chu Feng raised his front claw and pounced straight at it. Although Chu Feng's golden horn colossus form was larger than the boar's, his speed was absolutely terrifying. Especially his instantaneous burst speed. It was like a bolt of lightning. The giant boar-like beast had not even reacted before Chu Feng flipped it over with a single claw, sending it tumbling across the ground. In the process, it smashed countless trees in its path. Roar! Thrown to the ground, the giant wild boar lifted its head and let out an enraged howl. Its voice shook the void, causing the very air to hum and tremble. However, its cry did not drive Chu Feng back. Instead, it made him even more excited. Boom! Chu Feng abruptly accelerated his enormous body, crashing straight into the giant wild boar beast that had just risen to its feet. Before the giant wild boar beast could even steady itself, it was sent flying. It snapped an ancient towering tree in the process and slammed into the ground, carving out a huge crater. Chu Feng's strike carried astonishing might. Roar! The giant wild boar beast roared in fury and struggled to crawl out of the crater. This time its roar was clearly not as loud as the first. By now, countless bones in the giant wild boar beast's body were broken, and its internal organs had suffered severe damage. In a battle between those of the same rank, Chu Feng's golden horn giant beast body could completely overwhelm and sweep through the opposition. Just 2 attacks had gravely wounded the giant wild boar. At this moment, the boar was a spent force. Its strength had faded before it could even be properly unleashed. Chu Feng charged forward again, his massive forepaw smashing directly down at the giant wild boar beast's head. Thud! Before the giant wild boar beast could put up even the slightest resistance, it was slammed deep into the earth by Chu Feng. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a fierce beast and obtained 135 draw points. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his mind. 45 extra draw points. Not bad, not bad. Continue. After Chu Feng used his innate secret art devour to swallow the giant wild boar beast into his inner world took another small step toward the martial king level. The golden horn giant beast was one of the universe's peak bloodlines. At the same level and same rank, the golden horn giant beast could claim to be invincible. Only with an extremely small probability would a peerless genius appear who could defeat a golden horn giant beast at the same level and rank. At the very least, in the outer reaches of the dark forest, there was not a single creature of the same rank that could fight against the golden horned giant beast. For the next 3 months, Chu Feng continued to hunt 9th rank martial marquee fierce beasts. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a fierce beast and obtained 135 draw points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a fierce beast and obtained 135 draw points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain 2 fierce beasts and obtained 270 draw points. After he had slain and devoured 88 9th rank martial marquee fierce beasts, Chu Feng finally welcomed his breakthrough. The golden horn giant beast's inner world. A continent shrouded in golden mist lay there, perfectly square, with both its length and width stretching 900 meters. But at this moment, the entire world suddenly trembled violently. The dense metallic mist that had originally surrounded the continent surged madly toward it. The metal continent crazily devoured the mist and began to expand its territory at a terrifying pace. Both its length and width kept expanding, and its height kept expanding as well. The continent also became thicker and sturdier. The golden mist shrank sharply in exchange for the ceaseless expansion of this golden continent. In no time at all, the continent directly expanded from 900 meters in length and width to 10,000 meters. The core of the golden horn giant beast is the origin core. The origin core center is the inner world. Devouring large numbers of fierce beast corpses was precisely to allow the inner world to expand and become more perfect. Only when the inner world expands can the golden horn giant beast break through. And at this moment, in an extremely short span of time, it had jumped from 900 meters in length and width to 10,000 meters. The inner world had completed a fundamental leap. Rumble. With the inner world suppression gone, the golden horn giant beast, which had long been held at the peak of the 9th rank martial marquis level, finally underwent a radical transformation. Roar. Following an immensely excited howl, the golden horn giant beast's enormous body began to slowly enlarge. Its bones became thicker, its scales harder, and a second sharp horn even started to emerge from its forehead. The golden mystic patterns which covered most of its body like armor also emitted a mysterious light that continuously seeped into the golden horn giant beast's body. Inside the origin core, 9 orbs of light were orbiting one another along strange trajectories, forming a peculiar celestial structure. This was the physical substance of Chu Feng's soul. With the suppression of the inner world removed, the pure spiritual energy around him was instantly and frantically absorbed. The 9 orbs of light, which had already reached their limits, immediately began to tremble as they absorbed the energy, and their volume began to swell rapidly. Rumble. The 9 orbs expanded rapidly, their volume increasing tenfold in just a few short moments. All 9 orbs trembled, and in that instant the largest orb among them reached its limit. Bang! The largest orb suddenly exploded. Bang! Bang! The other 8 orbs exploded one after another. Having surpassed their limits, they all burst apart simultaneously, turning into countless star fragments. Those star fragments drew closer to one another and gradually fused together. After who knows how long, all the star fragments had merged completely, and a fireball, like a blazing sun, appeared. Chu Feng had officially stepped into the Martial King level. In 5 days, just 5 days, he could raise his cultivation to the 3rd rank of the Martial King level by devouring metal combinations. With a 3rd rank Martial King cultivation, his combat power would be roughly equivalent to most 5th rank Martial King fierce beasts in the Dark Forest. If he used his innate secret art enhancement, his combat power could rise a bit more, barely enough to deal with 6th rank Martial King fierce beasts. The strongest existence in the fierce beast pack he had encountered last time was a 6th rank Martial King beast. If he were to fight it, it was hard to say whether he would win or lose. 5 days, and my cultivation can rise to the 3rd rank of the Martial King level. 13 days, and my cultivation can rise to the 4th rank of the Martial King level. First, I'll go lie in wait outside that fierce beast pack. If that 6th rank Martial King beast leaves, I can use my innate secret art Devour to kill all the rest of the beasts. If that 6th rank Martial King beast stays in its territory, then I'll wait 8 more days. By then, I'll be able to break through to the 4th rank of the Martial King level. With my 4th rank Martial King cultivation, dealing with that 6th rank Martial King beast will be much easier. Chu Feng analyzed inwardly. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. All right. I've been so busy slaying fierce beasts recently that I haven't done a lottery draw yet. Then Chu Feng hurriedly opened his personal status page. Host Chu Feng. Identity Golden Horn Giant Beast. Innate Secret Arts Clone Enhancement Devour. Cultivation 1st rank Martial King. Draw points 11,901. Unconsciously, my draw points have actually accumulated this much. How about doing a draw? If I manage to draw some suitable treasure, maybe I won't need to wait for a breakthrough. I can just kill those beasts directly. Chu Feng felt a little eager to try. A man must be decisive. Draw. The next moment, Chu Feng entered the system's lottery page. 1st tier lottery, draw 9 consecutive peerless draws. Go. As the command was issued, 900 draw points were instantly deducted. On the lottery wheel, the scarlet needle began to spin at lightning speed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew a thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew a thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew 1 million tons of B-grade metal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew 1 million tons of B-grade metal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew the 1st layer of the Hunyuan secret manual. 9 draws, 6 of them, thanks for your patronage. It took Chu Feng a long time to snap out of his daze. A 5-word sentence lingered stubbornly in his mind. I want my money back. 600 draw points went straight down the drain. System, why didn't you warn me that there was a chance of drawing a blank? Why? Chu Feng demanded several times, but the system gave no answer. What's done is done, and there's no point in dwelling on it anymore. Let's take a look at what this Hunyuan secret manual really is. View. Hunyuan secret manual 1st layer, a life gene level enhancement art that allows the cultivator's genes to continually leap upward and improve until they reach the very limit of genes. The 1st layer can increase the cultivator's original life gene level by 5-fold. Holy hell, is it really that powerful? What a steal, what a steal. This secret art is even stronger than the one in a novel I read before. In that novel, the secret art could only double the base at the 1st layer, and each subsequent layer added 3 more times. But mine gives a direct 5-fold increase from the 1st layer. As long as I can successfully cultivate the first layer, my life gene level will explode upward fivefold, and my physical body will also surge fivefold. After reading the explanation of the Hunyuan secret manual, Chu Feng couldn't help but be swept into ecstasy. Such a secret art was even more precious than all the secret arts in his inherited memories combined. 600 draw points offered to the heavens in exchange for a secret manual like this. Worth it. So worth it. In the world Chu Feng now inhabited, leaps in bodily genetic evolution were few and far between. From the martial realm to the martial marquis realm, from the martial marquis realm to the martial king realm, from the martial king realm to the martial emperor realm, from the martial emperor realm to the martial sovereign realm, and from the martial sovereign realm to the martial venerable realm. Only breakthroughs through these thresholds could cause a leap in bodily genes. From the first rank to the 9th rank, it was merely an accumulation of quantity. After cultivating the Hunyuan secret manual, however, even at the peak of the 9th rank, martial venerable one could still drive bodily genes to evolve again. Body evolution, soul evolution. These all happen naturally when breaking through each major realm or rule of the vast cosmos. Just like how the cosmic rules set the lifespan limits for the martial marquis, martial king, martial emperor, and martial sovereign realms. The lifespan limit was one of the rules of the universe. This bodily genetic evolution was also one of the rules of the universe. And now the Hunyuan secret manual had transcended the rules of this universe. For words described it, terrifying beyond all measure. Hunyuan secret manual activate. Instantly a torrent of memories welled up in Chu Feng's mind. That memory was precisely the method for cultivating the first layer of the Hunyuan secret manual. Now that he knew the method, Chu Feng could hardly wait to start cultivating it. Swoosh. His formidable spiritual power condensed into a tiny human figure according to the cultivation method of the Hunyuan secret manual. Swoosh. The true qi inside his body circulated and likewise transformed into a tiny human figure. Swoosh. The blood surging through his body then followed the circulation path of the Hunyuan secret manual and turned into another tiny human figure. 3 in 1. The 3 tiny figures simultaneously shot out 1024 energy threads. These energy threads interwove in a special connecting pattern. Far from seeming chaotic, they instead gave off a distinctive beauty. Boom. The 3 tiny figures trembled violently, each shooting out 8100 more threads, which instantly merged into every part of the golden-horned giant beast's body. This bound the 3 tiny figures and the body together with extraordinary tightness. The 3 formed a perfect balance, like the turning of the cosmos, as trickles of energy ceaselessly traveled along those 24320 fine threads and 3072 main threads to every part of the body. Utterly perfect. These threads fused the 3 tiny figures and the body into a flawless whole, simulating the entire body as an inner cosmos. Bits of energy continuously spread along the threads, seeped into the body's cells, and began driving the genes within the cells to evolve. Even the slightest genetic evolution would trigger an earth-shaking transformation across the entire body. Rumble. From within the golden-horned giant beast's muscles, bones, and tendons sound emanated. Time passed. Gene evolution was slowly and automatically driven forward amid the endless cycles of the inner cosmos. 1 day, 2 days. Before he knew it, 9 days had passed. The golden-horned giant beast opened its eyes and revealed a faint smile. As expected of a peerless secret manual produced by the system, the cultivation difficulty was very low, yet the effects were extremely powerful. It worked. I've successfully cultivated the first layer. And during this time, my cultivation has also risen to the 3rd rank martial king. Chu Feng said excitedly in his heart. While cultivating the Hunyuan secret manual, he had not forgotten to devour metal composites to raise his cultivation. In 9 days, his cultivation had risen from the 1st rank martial king all the way to the 3rd rank martial king. Moreover, he was only 4 days away from another breakthrough which would bring him to the 4th rank martial king. At the 3rd rank martial king, my current life gene level is 20 to 30 times that of those savage beasts. Among that pack of savage beasts, the one with the highest cultivation, my life gene level should be 25 times its level. Fighting it at the same cultivation realm, my strength would be 25 times its strength. If I unleashed my innate secret art enhancement, my strength could even reach 50 times its strength. Even if it were at the peak of the 6th rank martial king, its strength would be far inferior to mine. If I fought it, I could even kill it in a single move. Chu Feng would not fight a battle he was not sure of winning. And now the time was ripe. That pack of savage beasts was not far from death. Boom. The golden-horned giant beast, whose body had grown quite a bit larger, shot into the air and quickly arrived at the beast's territory. Roar. The golden-horned giant beast landed with an explosive roar. Among the pack, except for that 6th rank martial king existence, all the other savage beasts were overawed by the aura radiating from the golden-horned giant beast. They lowered their heads, their bodies almost pressing against the ground. Whimper. One low whine after another slipped from their mouths, as if they were prostrating in worship before the golden-horned giant beast. Roar. After sensing the golden-horned giant beast's aura, that 6th rank martial king beast arched its entire body. Furious roars poured out from between its jaws. It had lost its nerve. Without even fighting, this beast had already shown its fear. Time to die. Chu Feng thought to himself, then controlled the golden horned giant beast's body and lunged fiercely at the 6th rank martial king beast. Bang! The golden horned giant beast's strength was so great that it burst the head of that 6th rank martial king beast with a single blow. Gazing at its handiwork, the golden horned giant beast once again raised its head and roared to the sky. So satisfying. That sense of power, that feeling of impact. It was utterly exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations, host, you killed a savage beast and obtained 600 draw points. Because killing a martial king level beast was not part of the mission, no bonus was applied. After killing that 6th rank martial king beast, the golden horned giant beast turned its head slightly and cast its gaze over the pack, which was huddled trembling on the ground. Innate secret art Devour. Devour naturally had an area of effect capability. Those savage beasts were far too weak, and Chu Feng could not be bothered to kill them one by one. He directly unleashed the innate secret art Devour and swallowed all those beasts into his inner world. Then in an instant he killed every last one of them. Ding. Congratulations, host, you killed 20 savage beasts and obtained 2980 draw points. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Among the 20 beasts, there were 16 9th rank martial marquis beasts. There were 2 2nd rank martial king beasts and 2 3rd rank martial king beasts. Of these, the 12 9th rank martial marquis beasts qualified for the mission bonus, producing 1620 draw points. The rest could not enjoy the mission bonus. When added together, the total came to 2980 draw points. View the personal status page. Host Chu Feng Identity Golden Horn Giant Beast Innate Secret Arts Clone Enhancement Devour Cultivation 3rd Rank Martial King Draw Points 14581. Together these lottery draws yielded a total of 4 million tons of B-grade metal. That was roughly 2 months worth of food for the Golden Horn Beast. With an 89-fold evolution effect, 2 months were equivalent to nearly 15 years of cultivation. Cultivating the Hunyuan Secret Codex took 9 days. In another 51 days the Golden Horn Beast could rise to the 6th rank of Martial King. It was even approaching the 7th rank of Martial King. With this strength, he would be more than enough to deal with every ferocious beast below the Martial Emperor level in the outer reaches of the entire Dark Forest. I'll raise my cultivation a little more first, then go complete the quest. Chu Feng thought to himself. There was still plenty of time before the quest deadline. Once I raise my cultivation to the 6th rank of Martial King, there will still be ample time to complete the quest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest Inherited Secret Art. Quest description: within 10 years cultivate the Inherited Secret Art Absolute Space to the 1st level. Quest reward upon completion: 1/0 lottery points, and 1 Martial Venerate Grade Divine Weapon. Martial Venerate Grade Divine Weapon, a divine weapon forged by fusing the Law of Gold and the Law of Space. It has 7 levels in total. Once cultivated to the 7th level, a Martial Venerate can contend with existences above the Martial Venerate realm. Quest penalty: if the quest fails, 1/0 lottery points will be deducted. Just as Chu Feng was preparing to relax for a while, the system notification sounded in his mind. Cultivate Absolute Space. Reach the 1st level within 10 years. 10,000 lottery points and a Martial Venerate Grade Divine Weapon. These quest rewards are really something. Besides, even if I fail the quest, only 1/0 lottery points will be deducted. Wagering 1,000 lottery points for 10,000 plus a Martial Venerate Grade Divine Weapon. This quest was absolutely worth doing. My Primordial Sacred Body avatar only needs a little over 2 years to mature. When that happens, both bodies can comprehend absolute space together. My chances have improved quite a bit. Chu Feng thought to himself. After accepting this quest, he no longer thought about relaxing. He immediately threw himself into cultivating absolute space. He immediately began practicing according to the methods laid out in absolute space. While cultivating absolute space, the Golden Horn Beast's pair of scaled wings, hoof claws, and tail all had to be used. The long tail in particular could easily make extremely subtle changes in direction. 2 Golden Horn Beasts. 3, 4. Golden Horn Beasts appeared one after another around him. In just a short while, 6 Golden Horn Beasts had appeared around him. Chu Feng was completely immersed in the cultivation of absolute space. This secret art was created specifically for Golden Horn Beasts by a powerful expert among a certain generation of their ancestors. That was why cultivating it with a Golden Horn Beast's body felt so effortless. This feeling is truly marvelous. It doesn't make you feel bored at all, on the contrary, it's so interesting that it unknowingly draws you in. Immersed in cultivating absolute space, Chu Feng felt that the primordial law of space was within reach. Day after day passed. While cultivating absolute space, Chu Feng also devoured metal combinations to raise his cultivation. Martial King 4th rank. Martial King 5th rank. Martial King 6th rank. In just 21 days, Chu Feng broke through to the 6th rank of Martial King. Bang, bang, bang. The Golden Horn Beast's eyes snapped open, and wave after wave of aura burst from its body, spreading in all directions. Under these waves of aura, the towering ancient trees around it snapped and fell one after another. Roar. The Golden Horn Beast raised its head skyward and let out a tremendous roar. It looked somewhat excited and delighted. Martial King 6th rank. The remaining metal combinations can still last about a month. If I want to use metal combinations to reach the Martial Emperor level, I'll need at least another 21 million tons of B-grade metal combinations. First, let me complete the quest of subduing 5 Martial King level beasts, then do the lottery draws. After making his decision, Chu Feng immediately set off to search for those Martial King 9th rank beasts. The system reward stated that depending on the strength of the subdued beast, the reward ranged from 100 to 1,000 lottery points. By common logic, the stronger the subdued beast, the more lottery points it would naturally grant. That was why Chu Feng chose to subdue Martial King 9th rank beasts. Actually, subduing beasts boiled down to only 2 methods. One was to control them with a soul secret art. The second was to beat the beast until it was convinced. The first method worked fine on Martial Marquis level beasts, but it was far less effective on Martial King level beasts. Chu Feng had also learned some soul control secret arts from the Golden Horned Beast's inherited memories. However, such secret arts basically required a considerable difference in soul strength to succeed. Chu Feng's soul strength barely counted as first-rank Martial Emperor. With first-rank Martial Emperor soul strength, one could at most control a first-rank Martial Marquis existence. Of course, one could not rule out the existence of especially powerful soul control secret arts, which once cultivated would allow someone at first-rank Martial Emperor to control existences at the same cultivation level. However, for now at least, Chu Feng did not have such a secret art. Therefore, he could only take the second path, using absolute strength to beat other ferocious beasts into submission. In the outer reaches of the dark forest, inside a colossal cavern, a ferocious beast as massive as a small mountain lay crouched on a bluestone slab 1,000 meters in length and width. Most of its body was black, with only part of its head and its entire back silver, like a silver cape draped over it. The beast's head was very wide, but its eyes were small. At least compared with its massive body, its eyes looked exceedingly tiny. However, its claws looked razor-sharp. In the cavern where luminous pearls covered the ground, its pair of sharp claws occasionally flashed with a cold gleam. Its overall appearance somewhat resembled that of an enlarged honey badger. Huff, puff, huff, puff, huff, puff. A pair of eyes stared fixedly in one direction, completely motionless. But from the sounds coming from its mouth and nose, one could tell that it was asleep. Roar. A roar came from outside the cavern. Perhaps it was because the roar was too loud that the honey badger-like beast in the cavern suddenly opened its eyes a little wider. Roar. A low, angry roar burst from its mouth. After roaring, the beast suddenly sprang up and charged out of the cavern. It was so fast that it vanished from the spot in almost the blink of an eye, leaving a trail of dust behind. In no time, it rushed outside. The instant its body left the cave, an afterimage appeared in front of it, as if by teleportation. That afterimage was none other than Chu Feng. The roar from outside the cave had just been made by him through the golden horned beast's body. This was the 5th Martial King 9th rank beast Chu Feng had found. As long as he subdued it, he would complete the quest to dominate the outer reaches of the dark forest. This beast looks just like the honey badger from my world. I hope its temperament isn't like a honey badger's, Chu Feng thought to himself. Then he immediately raised his forepaw and slashed viciously at the beast's back. The back is generally the hardest part of a ferocious beast. Chu Feng's strength was so immense that striking the beast's head could reduce it to pulp in a single blow. Otherwise, he would have to search for another level 9 Martial King ferocious beast. His objective this time was not to slay one, but to subdue it. He sought to avoid killing his opponent whenever possible. After all, in the outer region of the dark forest, finding even a level 9 Martial King ferocious beast was quite difficult. Otherwise, it would not have been the case that after 20 days, Chu Feng had only found 4 level 9 Martial King ferocious beasts. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening crashes rang out in succession. The first sound was the impact of Chu Feng's palm striking the beast's back. The second was the sound of the beast crashing heavily onto the ground. Submit to me, and I will spare your life. Immediately after the strike, Chu Feng transmitted his words through a pulse of mental energy. Roar. Struck down by Chu Feng, the ferocious beast showed no sign of fear. Instead, it rose immediately and charged straight at Chu Feng. Whoosh. As its 2 forepaws swept through the air, its sharp claws actually produced a piercing sound of tearing wind. From this, it was clear that the beast's speed was extremely fast. Truly, one must see the coffin before shedding tears. Chu Feng shook his head in resignation, then raised his arm again to meet the charge. Bang! With a muffled thud, the ferocious beast that resembled a honey badger was directly knocked flying by Chu Feng's palm. It tumbled over a dozen times across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Submit to me. Chu Feng projected the message through mental energy once more. But the beast remained completely unmoved. Rising from the ground, it charged at Chu Feng again without hesitation. This fellow truly has no fear of death. Chu Feng cursed under his breath, his figure flashing forward as he charged as well. Bang, bang, bang. Wings, front claws, tail, head. Every part was a lethal weapon. Under Chu Feng's relentless strikes, the ferocious beast hardly ever had the chance to stand on its own. Though brutally beaten by Chu Feng, its stubborn resistance never wavered. It had truly taken treat life and death with indifference, if challenged, fight back, as its personal creed. By the end of it, even Chu Feng felt a measure of respect for it. Since he refused to submit, I will not force the issue. Then allow me to send you on your final journey. After projecting his words, Chu Feng leaped into the air and surged toward the ferocious beast with tremendous force. His massive head was aimed directly at the beast's skull. Just as Chu Feng was less than 100 meters away from the beast, a voice like that of a child echoed in his mind. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to submit." Immediately after, the system notification sound rang out as well. Ding. Congratulations to the host for subduing a Martial King level ferocious beast. You have earned 1,000 lottery points. Phew. I had already made peace with finding another level 9 Martial King ferocious beast. I never expected it to back down at the very last moment. What an ordeal. Honestly, the sense of accomplishment from subduing this 5th beast far exceeded the combined satisfaction of the previous 4. With the first 4 beasts, Chu Feng basically needed to strike only once before they submitted. It had been too easy and therefore lacked any real sense of achievement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a new quest. Beast King of the Dark Forest Outer Region. Quest description: within 1 month, slay the only Martial Emperor level ferocious beast in the outer region of the Dark Forest. The beast's exact cultivation level is Martial Emperor 1st rank. Quest reward: upon completion you will receive 3,000 lottery points and a Clone Cultivation Acceleration card. Clone Cultivation Acceleration card reduces the gestation time of a clone by half. Quest penalty: none. Not long after, the system notification chimed once more. Slay a Martial Emperor 1st rank beast within 1 month. I am currently at Martial King 6th rank. The remaining B-grade metal should last me about 10 days. I might draw some more B-grade metal from the lottery later. However, within a month the most I can advance is to Martial King 7th rank. That leaves me with less than a day to actually fight that Martial Emperor beast. Chu Feng pondered quietly, realizing that completing this quest would be quite difficult. Lottery. If I could draw a few fire source energy crystals and use them together, even if they can't kill the Martial Emperor beast outright, they should at least wound it. Then in the ensuing battle my chances of victory would increase considerably. Even if I don't draw fire source energy crystals, obtaining other combat boosting treasures would suffice. Chu Feng refused to believe his luck was so terrible that he couldn't draw a single combat enhancing treasure. He opened his personal attribute page. Host Chu Feng: Identity Goldenhorn Beast, Innate Techniques, Clone Enhancement, Devour, Cultivation, King level 6th rank, lottery points 19581. Let me do 5 first-tier lottery draws first. Upon entering the lottery page, Chu Feng issued the command to the system. Instantly, 500 lottery points were deducted. On the lottery wheel the crimson pointer began spinning wildly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thanks for your participation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thanks for your participation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 million tons of B-grade metal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thanks for your participation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 million tons of B-grade metal. The pointer stopped spinning and the system notifications rang out in succession. Damn it. I only drew 2 million tons of B-grade metal. Keep going. This time 10 draws. Chu Feng performed another 10 first-tier lottery draws. The treasures obtained this time were also B-grade metal. Adding the previous draw, the total came to 7 million tons. Originally, he still needed 21 million tons of B-grade metal to break through to the Martial Emperor level. Now, having drawn 7 million tons, the shortfall stood at 14 million tons. Chu Feng decided to simply draw all 14 million tons in one go, and then move on to higher-tier lottery draws. In the system's lottery, the higher the tier, the better the rewards. He estimated that second-tier lottery draws would no longer yield B-grade metal. Moreover, once he broke through to the Martial Emperor level, even first-tier draws would hardly produce treasures useful to him. So he might as well draw all the B-grade metal he needed first, and then proceed to higher-tier lottery draws. The second set of 10 draws. 4. Thanks for your participation. 5 draws of 1 million tons of B-grade metal each, and 1 fire source energy crystal capable of killing a standard level 9 Martial King beast. He still needed 9 million tons of B-grade metal, roughly 2 more sets of 10 first-tier draws. The third set of 10 draws. 5. Thanks for your participation. 5 draws of 1 million tons of B-grade metal each. The fourth set of 10 draws. 4. Thanks for your participation. 4 draws of 1 million tons of B-grade metal each, and 2 fire source energy crystals. By now, all the B-grade metal needed for his breakthrough had been drawn. He had also drawn 3 fire source energy crystals, and combining them with the one from earlier, Chu Feng now possessed 4 in total. Detonating all 4 fire source energy crystals simultaneously should be enough to wound a first-rank Martial Emperor beast. 4 sets of 10 first-tier draws plus the initial 5 drew a total cost of 4,500 lottery points. My remaining lottery points stand at 15,081. Let me try 5 second-tier lottery draws and see what treasures come out. Chu Feng issued another command to the system. Instantly, 5,000 lottery points were deducted. The crimson pointer on the lottery wheel began spinning wildly once more. Chu Feng was particularly looking forward to this lottery draw. He wanted to witness firsthand just how exceptional the rewards could become with a higher lottery tier. Soon, the crimson pointer came to a standstill. At that very moment, a series of 5 system notification tones resounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing Thank you for your participation. Ding. Congratulations host on drawing 10 million tons of Class C metal. Ding. Congratulations host on drawing the Heaven and Earth Prison. Ding. Congratulations host on drawing. Thank you for your participation. Ding. Congratulations host on drawing 1 Furious Blood Pill. 3 out of 5 draws resulted in rewards. Not bad, not bad. Inspect. Chu Feng immediately inspected the items he had drawn. 10 million tons of Class C metal. The host may freely choose any type of Class C metal provided the total weight does not exceed 10 million tons. Heaven and Earth Prison, a Martial Emperor tier formation. Once activated, it can erect a barrier within a 10,000-meter radius. As long as the attack intensity fails to reach the Martial Divine King tier, the barrier cannot be breached. Should the barrier ever be shattered, the formation will automatically dissolve. Furious Blood Pill. Upon consumption, this pill doubles one's combat prowess. However, if one's cultivation surpasses the Martial Divine King tier, the pill becomes ineffective. Powerful. 10 million tons of Class C metal can be allocated partly toward cultivating the true body Heaven and Earth, and partly toward advancing one's cultivation. However, the higher one's cultivation, the more metal is required. According to the optimal metal combination, 10 million tons of Class C metal can probably only sustain the Golden Horned Beast cultivation for 10 days. For the Golden Horned Beast, breaking through from the first rank of Martial Emperor to the first rank of Martial Divine King would take nearly a millennium. More precisely, advancing from the first rank to the third rank of Martial Emperor requires 20 years. Subsequently, for the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks of Martial Emperor, each rank demands 50 years. Whereas for the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks of Martial Emperor, each rank requires 100 years. The breakthrough from the 9th rank of Martial Emperor to the 1st rank of Martial Divine King demands 500 years. These add up to a total of 970 years. At the Martial Emperor realm, the metal combination can accelerate cultivation by a maximum factor of 51 times. In other words, it would originally require 970 years to break through to the 1st rank of Martial Divine King. Yet by consuming the metal combination daily, merely 19 years would suffice to achieve the breakthrough to the 1st rank of Martial Divine King. 10 million tons of Class C metal can only sustain 10 days. To rapidly advance to the Martial Divine King tier through the metal combination, a staggering total of 684 billion tons of Class C metal would be required. To acquire such a vast quantity of Class C metal, it would likely require amassing 500,000 lottery points just to have a chance of drawing it. The Heaven and Earth Prison. This can deal with enemies whose strength approximates my own. Chu Feng assessed in his heart. Only when facing opponents whose strength equals or slightly falls below Chu Feng's can the Heaven and Earth Prison exert its maximum effect, because it can seal off the enemy's escape route. For opponents that are far too weak or far too strong, this formation loses its significance. Nevertheless, for the present Chu Feng, this formation proves to be ideally suited. In the Dark Forest, if one fails to swiftly dispatch the enemy, it is highly probable that the enemy cannot be dealt with at all. Once the enemy takes flight, pursuing them within the Dark Forest proves exceedingly difficult. For should one inadvertently stray into the inner domain, there is a substantial likelihood of attracting an existence of terrifying power. At that juncture, both oneself and the enemy would be slain by that dread existence. And the fierce beast that Chu Feng must slay within a month possesses strength roughly commensurate with his own. Of course, this presupposes that Chu Feng achieves the breakthrough to the 7th rank of Martial King. Chu Feng at the 6th rank of Martial King, even after employing the Furious Blood Pill and innate secret art enhancement, would still stand no chance against that 1st rank Martial Emperor Fierce Beast, because the disparity between the two is simply too vast. However, once Chu Feng breaks through to the 7th rank of Martial King, the chasm between the two would no longer be so formidable. At such a juncture, to eliminate the opponent, one can only rely on grinding them down over time. First, break through to the 7th rank of Martial King. Upon reaching the 7th rank of Martial King, my life gene tier augmented by the innate secret art and Furious Blood Pill would be more than adequate to elevate my strikes to the apical realm of the 1st rank Martial Emperor. With the Heaven and Earth Prison in place, that 1st rank Martial Emperor Fierce Beast stands no possibility of escape. It can only engage me in combat. In a battle to the bitter end, my probability of victory remains overwhelmingly in my favor. The moment he broke through to the 7th rank Martial King level, Chu Feng set out, immediately charging straight toward that 1st rank Martial Emperor Ferocious Beast. He had little time left to complete his mission. At the very most, only 18 hours remained. Fortunately, the cave of that 1st rank Martial Emperor Beast was close by, so Chu Feng quickly arrived at its entrance. Roar! A fierce roar shook the entire cave. Get out here! Chu Feng transmitted his voice directly to the beast resting inside the cave through his spiritual power. Inside the cave, a colossal beast abruptly opened its eyes. They were something human-like, yet not human at all. Its eyes gleamed with icy light as they fixed on the cave entrance, and a terrifying aura radiated outward, making the entire cavern tremble. With a deep guttural roar, the beast seemed to answer Chu Feng. Whoosh! It shot directly toward the cave entrance, moving so fast that it reached the opening in the blink of an eye. Boom! Its enormous foot shattered the ground with a deafening crash, and the entire mountain shook violently. Outside the cave, the golden horn giant beast stood quietly watching the beast rushing out with a calm expression. This was an ape-like beast, its body pure white. Its towering frame looked quite imposing. Roar! The beast glared at Chu Feng and pounded its chest a few times. A cruel smile curled at the corner of its mouth. Clearly it thought Chu Feng was courting death. Without wasting any words, Chu Feng summoned the heaven and earth cage. In an instant, an area 10,000 meters in radius was sealed off. Afterward, he hurled out 4 fire source energy crystals. He bound those 4 fire source energy crystals together, and they transformed into a streak of light that flew toward the beast. Though the beast had no idea what the crystals were, it could faintly sense danger. So it lunged at the crystals suspended in midair, intending to swat them away. But the fire source energy crystals were under Chu Feng's control. Chu Feng could make them explode whenever he pleased. Seizing the perfect moment, boom, 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 boom. 4 explosions burst forth, forming 4 blindingly dazzling masses of light. In an instant, they illuminated an area 1,000 li in every direction. Illo! The beast let out a pained howl. It had been burned, and severely burned at that. Almost all of the white fur across its body was scorched away. Blood seeped from its pores, turning the white ape into a blood-red ape. Its eyes in particular were nearly blinded. Still, living in the dark forest, eyesight was not of much use. Even without eyes, they could see in other ways, such as through spiritual power. Strike while the enemy is weak and take its life. Chu Feng immediately activated his innate secret art enhancement and charged at the white ape beast. Roar! Sensing danger, the white ape beast erupted into a fierce roar. Its roar seemed to hold a mystical rhythm, causing the very space around them to oscillate. That single roar split mountains and shattered the earth. The whole valley was shaking. What a formidable roar! Chu Feng was somewhat astonished. That roar felt almost like a soul's secret art. Yet powerful as it was, the roar could not stop Chu Feng. His figure appeared directly above the white ape beast's head. His sharp claws swept down toward the white ape's head. The white ape reacted quickly, stepping back and throwing a punch. As fist and claws met, both sides were forced backward. In fact, Chu Feng was pushed back even farther. Although that was partly due to the 2 combatants' positioning, Chu Feng was still astonished that the white ape could be so powerful after enduring such a violent explosion. Roar! The white ape howled in fury and lunged at Chu Feng again. Chu Feng executed his movement technique, once more evading the assault, then lashed out with a sweeping tail strike that slammed into the white ape. Bang! The white ape was sent flying hundreds of meters and crashed into a boulder. It let out an enraged roar, climbed back to its feet, and charged at Chu Feng once more. Chu Feng's figure flickered as he continuously evaded. For a time, he and the white ape were locked in a deadlock. In the end, the gap between our cultivation realms is simply too vast. There is a whole major realm between us. It seems I have no choice but to use that rage blood pill, Chu Feng thought to himself. Afterward, he retreated several hundred meters and immediately swallowed the rage blood pill. Rumble! The instant the pill entered his stomach, Chu Feng seemed to hear the blood inside the golden horn giant beast's body roaring like a surging river. The golden horn giant beast's frame rapidly expanded, becoming sturdier and more colossal. Roar! The golden horn giant beast roared at the heavens, unleashing waves of thunderous, ear-splitting sound. Sensing the aura radiating from the golden horn giant beast, the white ape beast showed a wary expression. It wanted to flee. Earlier, the white ape had only barely held the upper hand over Chu Feng. Now that Chu Feng had swallowed the pill, his power had grown even greater. The white ape judged that it would very likely be no match for Chu Feng. Under these circumstances, continuing to fight was impossible. Chu Feng stood there calmly, waiting for the medicine's full effect to unfold. With the heaven and earth cage in place, escape was utterly impossible for the white ape. Bang! 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 The white ape reached the barrier and was immediately sent flying by its rebound. It got up and attacked the barrier with all its might, but its attacks were completely useless against it. Damnation! The white ape cursed inwardly. Then it let out a furious roar. Its white fur actually grew back, its hide became even harder, and its form became more towering and imposing. Clearly, the white ape also possessed a secret art similar to the golden horn giant beast's innate secret art enhancement. However, its version was far inferior to enhancement in augmenting strength. At best, it could raise its physical constitution by 10 to 20%. Even with that boost, its attacks still failed to cross the first-rank martial emperor threshold. Since it could not even break through the first-rank martial emperor threshold, trying to shatter the barrier was nothing but a fool's dream. After dozens of attacks, the white ape gave up. It turned to look at Chu Feng behind it, then charged toward him once more. Seeing this, the golden horn giant beast curled its mouth into a grin. The medicinal power had fully taken effect. Now Chu Feng's battle strength far surpassed the white ape's. In at most half an hour, he would be able to slay the white ape. Roar! The white ape let out a furious roar and lunged at Chu Feng's abdomen, trying to tear it open with its fangs. Chu Feng moved swiftly and avoided the bite. Roar! Even after Chu Feng dodged its attack, the white ape refused to stop. It immediately attacked Chu Feng once more. The white ape moved with incredible speed, its body like a bolt of lightning. Clearly, it had unleashed 100% of its strength, or even more than 100%. Just as Chu Feng's use of the innate secret art enhancement came at a price, the white ape's power-boosting secret art also carried an immense cost. The white ape was burning its own lifespan to gain strength. It simply could not hold out long. If it failed to kill Chu Feng or strip him of his combat effectiveness within the duration of the secret technique, then in the end, it would be the one who perished. In this situation, it was an all-out gamble with its life. Facing such a frenzied white ape, Chu Feng naturally dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Regarding the white ape's attacks, he dodged whenever possible. He only braced himself when evasion was impossible. The more unhinged the white ape became, the less concerned Chu Feng grew, because he knew the white ape was now at its last gasp of fleeting defiance with no future. Indeed, the white ape's strength was steadily diminishing. Of course, this weakness was relative, compared to its earlier ferocity. Against a rank 9 martial king ferocious beast, it could still crush them with a single punch. You're done for. It's my turn. Under his control, nearly every part of the golden horned beast's body transformed into a weapon of slaughter, launching a relentless assault toward the white ape. Bang, bang, bang. The golden horned beast's enormous fists rained down upon the white ape with devastating density, each impact echoing through the forest. With the golden horned beast's blistering assault speed, the white ape could barely mount any counterattacks. White fur flew in all directions as blood splattered everywhere. The white ape's chest bore wounds several inches deep, exposing bone. As time elapsed, the white ape's aura continued to wane until it finally dissipated entirely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a ferocious beast. You have earned 1,000 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have earned 3,000 lottery points and a clone gestation time acceleration card. 2 prompts rang out in succession. Chu Feng was now certain the white ape was dead. Naturally, with the white ape dead, its corpse could not be wasted. Although its effects were not as potent as directly consuming metal composites, even a mosquito's flesh is meat. After devouring the white ape's corpse, Chu Feng checked his personal attribute screen. Host Chu Feng identity golden horned beast, innate secret technique, clone enhancement, devour, cultivation, martial king, rank 7 lottery points 14081. That's 4,000 more lottery points. I can do another round of second tier draws. Oh right, there's also the clone gestation time acceleration card from the mission reward. Let me use this card first, so that my desolate ancient sacred body clone can be gestated faster. Although the golden horn beast body was excellent, Chu Feng still preferred a human form. Deep down, he still considered himself a human being. Moreover, life in the dark forest consisted of nothing but slaughter and cultivation, which grew rather dull. He felt a certain nostalgia for the vibrant human world. Clone gestation time acceleration card activate. After issuing a command to the system, Chu Feng could clearly feel the pace of his internal world gestating the clone quicken considerably. Within at most a year and 4 or 5 months, his desolate ancient sacred body human clone could be fully formed. After finishing that matter, Chu Feng entered the lottery interface. Second tier draw for consecutive draws, let's go. With the command issued, 4,000 lottery points were instantly deducted. On the lottery wheel, the crimson pointer began spinning at breathtaking speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Thank you for your participation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million tons of Class C metal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million tons of Class C metal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the first layer of the Azura secret manual. 4 system prompts rang out in succession within Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng was long accustomed to the thank you for your participation results. Having only one such outcome in this round of 4 draws, Chu Feng was already quite satisfied. Chu Feng was already familiar with the information about 10 million tons of Class C metal. However, he had no prior knowledge of the first layer of the Azura secret manual. Check. Azura secret manual. First layer, a power-boosting secret technique exclusive to the golden horned beast. Upon reaching the first layer, one's physical strength will double. Wow. It's actually a strength-boosting secret technique. After successfully cultivating it, my combat power will reach a whole new level. Unfortunately, the first layer only doubles my strength. But this is only the first layer. Perhaps I'll draw the second and third layers in the future. Chu Feng's heart swelled with joy. After calming his emotions, he immediately issued a command to the system. Azura secret manual, first layer, activate. In an instant, a surge of memories flooded his mind. Immediately afterward, Chu Feng sat cross-legged and began cultivating the secret technique. System-crafted secret techniques were always extraordinarily powerful, yet remarkably easy to master. It took only a few days for Chu Feng to master the secret technique. If he were to face that rank 1 martial emperor white ape again, he could kill it without even needing the fierce blood pill, relying solely on the first layer of the Azura secret manual. For the foreseeable future, I should focus on cultivating absolute space and wait for my desolate ancient sacred body clone to fully gestate. By then I can leave the dark forest in my human body and enter human society. With the talent of the desolate ancient sacred body, I will no longer be common folk among the humans. I will be a genius. Merely thinking about becoming a genius of the human race brought Chu Feng an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. In his past life, he had been looked down upon. This time around, he would make everyone respect him, revere him, and all of this required immense power as its foundation. Cultivate. For the following period, Chu Feng simultaneously consumed metal composites and cultivated absolute space. Time slipped by day after day. 50 days later, Chu Feng's cultivation broke through to Martial King rank 8. Another 50 days passed, and Chu Feng broke through to Martial King rank 9. Over 200 days after breaking through to Martial King rank 9, Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes. My internal world is about to break through. Having arrived in this world for over a year, Chu Feng was on the verge of breaking through from Martial Marquis to Martial Emperor, a feat faster than anyone on the entire planet, whether ferocious beast or human. Within the Golden Horned Beast's internal world, the continent shrouded in golden mist was perfectly square, measuring 90 kilometers in both length and width. But at this moment, the entire world shuddered violently. The massive amounts of metallic mist previously surrounding the continent surged frantically toward it, causing the metallic continent to voraciously devour the mist and begin expanding at an alarming rate. Both its length and width, as well as its height, continued to expand relentlessly. The continent also grew increasingly dense and substantial. The sharp reduction in golden mist was exchanged for the continuous expansion of this golden continent. An expansion so staggering it left one dumbfounded. In merely a few short hours, this continent expanded from 90 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers in both length and width. Its area had increased by a factor of 100. The core of the Golden Horned Beast was the primal nucleus, and at the core of the primal nucleus lay the internal world. Devouring massive quantities of metal was precisely to allow this internal world to expand and become more perfect. Only when the internal world had sufficiently expanded could the Golden Horned Beast break through. And at this very moment, from 90 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers in an extremely short span of time, the internal world had once again achieved a fundamental leap. Freed from the restraints of the inner world, the Golden Horned Giant Beast, at the 9th grade peak of the Martial King level, finally underwent a fundamental transformation. With a wildly excited roar, the Golden Horned Giant Beast's massive body began to slowly swell. Its bones grew thicker, its scales grew harder, and a third sharp horn gradually started to protrude from its forehead. The golden mystic patterns which covered most of its body like plated armor also radiated a mysterious light that continuously seeped into the Golden Horned Giant Beast's flesh. Within the primal core, 9 scorching hot fireballs were orbiting one another along strange trajectories, forming an extraordinary celestial structure. This was the configuration of Chu Feng's soul within the Golden Horned Giant Beast's body. Once the suppression of the inner world was gone, the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly absorbed with maddening frenzy. At once the 9 fireballs, already at their limits, began to tremble as they absorbed their volumes, rapidly expanding. Rumble. In almost an instant, the spiritual energy within 100 li of the surrounding area was wildly devoured, giving rise to a terrifying energy vortex. With such astonishing energy, the 9 miniature suns expanded rapidly, growing 10 times in size within a few short moments. All 9 fireballs were trembling. In that single instant, the largest miniature sun swelled to its absolute limit. Boom. The largest miniature sun violently exploded. Boom. Boom. The other 8 miniature suns exploded in rapid succession, and having been driven beyond their limits, they all burst apart at once. They dissolved into countless stellar fragments, even forming vast clouds of dust and nebulae. After a long time, everything returned to silence. Within the primal core, the massive number of nebulae, star clusters, dust motes, and countless tiny planets produced by the great explosion coalesced into a huge spiral galaxy. At the very core of this enormous spiral galaxy, tiny stars were densely packed, numbering in the tens of millions. At the same time, the entire spiral galaxy had 8 spiral arms. Yet in the densest heart of the spiral galaxy, there was an extremely tiny dark region. There lay the first black hole of the entire spiral galaxy. This tiny black hole slowly devoured the surrounding stars and dust, while in places beyond its reach it produced strands of incomparably pure power. Hiss. Like thin mist, mental power emerged seemingly from nowhere around the vast vortex, enveloping the entire galaxy in a halo of light. The strange mist-like force that made up this halo was mental power. Incomparably pure mental power. The Golden Horned Giant Beast had officially advanced into the Martial Emperor level. After the Golden Horned Giant Beast broke through to Martial Emperor, the golden mystic patterns on its 3 horns, head, neck, long back wings for clawed legs, and tail were now faintly shimmering with tiny lights. A hazy golden domain shrouded the Golden Horned Giant Beast. Domain. So this is the domain mentioned in my inherited memories. Chu Feng's soul could clearly sense this strange energy. This was due to the aid of those innate mystic patterns following his breakthrough to the Martial Emperor realm just now. Mental power, true chi, will, and body naturally reached an incomparably wonderful state of harmony. The forces even began to merge. The fused golden energy had a controlling effect on the surrounding space. In his inherited memories, it was said that a golden-horned giant beast, even one that did nothing but eat and sleep, would naturally acquire a domain over its long process of growth. Moreover, the domain would keep rising, first level, second level, all the way to the 9th level, until a breakthrough allowed it to possess world power and step into the martial venerable tier. One might even gain the recognition of the gold origin law from the source of the universe, reaching the peak of martial venerable. As expected of the strongest race's bloodline in the universe, simply heaven-defying, Chu Feng's heart surged with excitement. Acquiring a domain was extremely difficult, and the golden-horned giant beast, as the most supreme bloodline in the vast universe, it was destined that by the end of its growth it would gain the acknowledgement of the universe's origin laws and reach the peak of martial venerable. From the day I became the golden-horned giant beast, becoming a martial venerable has been destined to pose no difficulty for me at all. Even without the system, without any help at all, I could still rise to martial venerable through the endless years. But now that I have the system, martial venerable is by no means the end of my martial path. Even to me, martial venerable is merely a beginning. I will become an existence that surpasses martial venerable. I will become a martial immortal, a martial god, even a martial saint. I want to reach a realm that even the ancestors of the golden-horned giant beast never reached. Within the countless races of the universe, geniuses were extremely numerous. Good talent did not necessarily mean great achievements. Generation after generation of golden-horned giant beasts had existed throughout history. Their total numbers were considerable. Yet even among golden-horned giant beasts, their achievements differed greatly. Some of them idled away their lives, merely reaching the martial venerable peak by the end of their long lives and dying of old age. Others also relied purely on their talent, at first squandering their long lifespans. It was only after encountering setbacks that they were jolted awake and began to cultivate with desperate diligence. But because they had already wasted far too much time, many could never become existences beyond martial venerable. Only a very few golden-horned giant beasts understood very early that natural talent was one thing, but one's own hard work was just as important. It was these golden-horned giant beasts who trained secret arts like absolute space and true body, heaven and earth, to extremely high levels, even stepping into the martial god realm. Some golden-horned giant beasts even created their own secret arts, becoming heroic powerhouses of the entire race. Every living creature begins making choices from the moment of birth. Every choice can lead to a different life path. Chu Feng had always been fiercely competitive. In the past, he had no chance. Now what lay before him could be called a dream start. A supreme bloodline of the universe combined with the assistance of the system. With such a configuration, if he still failed to become an existence unprecedented in all history, he would truly be too worthless. Striving with heaven, what joy! Striving with earth, what joy! Striving with mankind, what joy! This time he was no longer fighting to help his boss upgrade to a new car and a new house. He was fighting for himself. After breaking through to Martial Emperor, Chu Feng was very happy, but he did not rest on his laurels. He wanted to become stronger. So he immediately returned to cultivation and began to practice absolute space. After nearly a year of cultivation, his progress was conspicuous. Apart from practicing absolute space, Chu Feng also occasionally studied his domain. A domain felt very similar to a planet's gravitation. The two had the same subtle ingeniousness. In essence, both were a shackle on other existences. When a person stood on a planet, they were bound by its gravity, and different planets had different gravity. On some planets, the gravity alone was enough to kill. A domain was just the same. Chu Feng's current domain could completely and directly kill existences of the martial marquee level. Moreover, Chu Feng had discovered that the essence of a domain was actually to kill with a borrowed knife. It was not entirely his own power, rather it cooperated with some miraculous power in the universe. That miraculous power, in the words of his inherited memories, should be called the origin of laws. After breaking through to Martial Emperor, Chu Feng had initially planned to cultivate without pause until the human clone of his ancient sacred body was successfully nurtured. However, after a month he realized that his stock of metal combinations was running low. With 100H1 lottery points remaining, Chu Feng spent a full 100 points in one go, a 10-pull second-tier lottery draw. This second-tier draw was fairly decent, yielding a total of 70 million tons of C-grade metal. Yet 70 million tons of C-grade metal could only sustain him for 70 days. Counting from his breakthrough to Martial Emperor, it would still take 7 months to nurture the human clone. The 70 million tons of C-grade metal from the 10-pull second tier to draw together with the 30 million tons drawn previously came to a total of 100 million tons of metal. That was only enough to last 100 days. As a result, Chu Feng had to divert half of his cultivation time to slaying fierce beasts and earning lottery points. Originally, Chu Feng had planned to enter the inner domain of the dark forest to hunt fierce beasts. However, he discovered that the inner domain was sealed by a barrier, and with his current cultivation, he could not get in at all. Fortunately, the outer domain of the dark forest also boasted an abundance of fierce beasts. With 5 9th-grade Martial King fierce beasts supplying him with intelligence, Chu Feng's hunting efficiency had soared to heights incomparably greater than before. On average, he could earn 1,000 lottery points each day. Once he had gathered 10,000 lottery points, Chu Feng would enter the lottery interface and launch a 10-pull second-tier draw. A month later, Chu Feng had performed a total of 30 second-tier draws. Of those 30 draws, he had hit 10 million tons of C-grade metal 20 times. All the rest were thanks for your patronage. With 200 million tons of C-grade metal added to the C-grade metal obtained earlier, Chu Feng no longer had to worry about running out of metal combinations to devour, at least until his human ancient sacred body clone was successfully nurtured. In the outer domain of the dark forest outside the cave of the former first-grade martial emperor White Ape Beast, suddenly one figure. 2 figures. 7 figures appeared, all at once. All 7 figures were golden horn giant beasts. Clearly Chu Feng was cultivating absolute space. The golden horn giant beast was by nature rather well suited to cultivating absolute space. Through this period of cultivation, the technique had progressed from an initial 6 phantoms to 7 phantoms. Once 9 phantoms could be manifested, it would mean the first layer had been successfully cultivated. It's almost ready to be born. Chu Feng's brows and eyes brimmed with joy. He sat cross-legged in stillness, his consciousness entirely sinking into the inner world. In the inner world, upon the vast golden continent, shrouded by golden mist, the golden horn giant beast, its body coiling sinuously across the land a full 3 kilometers in length, raised its head, its dark golden eyes fixed on the elliptical golden egg floating in the sky. Almost there. Golden mist surrounded this continent, a continent forged entirely of metal. Above the continent, an elliptical egg floated suspended in midair. Crack, crack. Cracks gradually spread across the eggshell, and as an arm reached out from within the shell, finally shattered apart. A black-haired man, utterly naked with a lean yet powerful build, hung, suspended in midair. His eyes were like bottomless abysses. Whoever met his gaze would inexplicably feel a chill of dread. His face was sharply chiseled, and a tiny mole was hidden at the end of his brow, the kind one would never notice unless looking closely. All of his features were outstanding on their own, and arranged upon a single face, they achieved an incomparable harmony. Full of charm. Standing 175 centimeters tall, he was slightly lean, yet like steel tempered 100 times over, he emanated an overwhelming sense of strength. The black-haired man surveyed the golden continent. This is my inner world. A flicker of peculiar light passed through his eyes. Whoosh. He vanished into thin air. At the same instant, boom. The golden horn giant beast, 3 kilometers in length, and covered wholly in black scales, appeared in the middle of the continent. In the outer domain of the dark forest, the golden horn giant beast vanished in an instant. In the same moment, the naked black-haired man appeared. Finally, I have a human body. Excitement he could not conceal shone in Chu Feng's eyes. Origin core. With a thought, his consciousness entered his body. There, clearly visible at the center of his chest between his heart and lungs, was an origin core, slowly rotating, covered in strange golden runes, and radiating a faint golden light. The origin core was extremely small. When the golden horn giant beast had been 100 meters long, the core's diameter had been barely a dozen centimeters. Now that Chu Feng had taken human form, the core was only a few millimeters across. Viewing the human clone's personal attribute page. Host Chu Feng. Identity, human race, ancient sacred body. Innate secret arts, impervious to all evil, anomaly, restraint. Cultivation, none. Lottery points, 81. View innate secret arts. Impervious to all evil, the sacred body truly lives up to its name. Its physical constitution and vital blood possess an innate formidable resistance to all kinds of malevolent forces. It grants a measure of immunity to possession, resistance to the life force drain of accelerated time, immunity to all poisons, and immunity to the oppressive pressure of powerhouses. Anomaly, restraint. The sacred body possesses its own anomaly. Through this anomaly, one can fight across levels. The sacred body's anomaly suppresses all other anomalies. Any anomaly confronted by the sacred body's anomaly will be rendered powerless. Anomalies include domains, world projections, and more. Damn. The ancient sacred body the system rewarded is way too overpowered. Even though there are only 2 innate secret arts, every single one is extraordinarily powerful. Chu Feng's heart stirred with excitement. In truth, the power of the ancient sacred body did not stop there. Like the golden horn giant beast, the sacred body could be called invincible at the same level. For every leap in cultivation realm, the sacred body required a colossal amount of resources. By the same principle, at the same level, the sacred body's strength and combat power far surpassed those of ordinary martial artists. Essentially, only special physiques or the supreme bloodlines of the universe could rival the sacred body. Besides being invincible at the same level, the sacred body also possessed an invincible physical form. Under normal circumstances, the sacred body could shatter magic weapons of the same level barehanded. It could be said that at the same level, the sacred body's combat power not only matched the golden horn giant beast, it even exceeded it. True chi, spiritual power. Chu Feng stirred his mind. Rumble. An immense volume of golden mist was transmitted from the inner world into the human clone's body, swiftly gathering in the dantian at the lower abdomen. Sustained by the massive supply of metallic energy from the inner world, a miniature black hole rapidly formed in the dantian. Then 2, 3, Third grade Martial Emperor. The ancient sacred body clone had directly reached the third grade Martial Emperor stage, identical to the golden horn giant beast's cultivation. During the time spent waiting for the clone's birth, the golden horn giant beast's cultivation had likewise risen from first grade Martial Emperor to third grade. It had to be the ancient sacred body. Had an ordinary human clone been nurtured instead, constrained by physical endurance and Dantean capacity, it would likely have only improved to the martial marquis realm. Rumble. In the same instant within the origin core, Chu Feng's soul, already at the third grade Martial Emperor level, was frantically absorbing energy from the outside. The moment energy was drawn into the origin core, it was immediately refined and tempered. Once it reached the third grade Martial Emperor level, it swiftly departed from the origin core and surged into the sea of consciousness within the ancient sacred body clone's head. As the surging spiritual power gathered without cease, a qualitative transformation soon occurred, giving birth to a soul black hole. After roughly half an hour, the process finally came to a halt. The spiritual power of the ancient sacred body clone had likewise reached the third grade Martial Emperor level. The avatar of the desolate ancient sacred body is nurtured within the inner world. Therefore, just as with the golden horned beast physique, Chu Feng's current human desolate ancient sacred body has its vital point, the primordial core soul and the inner world. Even if Chu Feng's human head were destroyed, he would not truly perish. With sufficient energy supply, it could regrow just like the golden horned beast. The human avatar of the desolate ancient sacred body, in seeking to advance its cultivation, is equally constrained by the inner world. Only when the inner world expands and advances a level can both the human avatar and the golden horned beast avatar absorb vast quantities of energy, rapidly advancing together. The human avatar and the golden horned beast avatar can switch between one another. At present, however, the golden horned beast avatar is clearly the more powerful of the two. This is because the human avatar has yet to cultivate the chaotic origin secret art and the heaven-shaking battle technique. Once the human avatar successfully masters these two secret arts, it may well surpass the golden horned beast avatar in strength. Because the initial genetic level of the desolate ancient sacred body actually exceeds that of the golden horned beast roughly by a factor of 2. Let the golden horned beast avatar continue absorbing metals and cultivating absolute space. The human avatar shall cultivate the first layer of the chaotic origin secret art and the first layer of the heaven-shaking battle technique. Upon successful cultivation, my golden horned beast avatar will remain in the dark forest, while my human avatar will leave the dark forest and enter human society. Chu Feng planned within his heart. The primordial core could reside either in the golden horned beast avatar or in the human avatar. Even if the two avatars were separated by billions of light years, the primordial core could shift from the golden horned beast one moment to the human avatar the next. As long as the golden horned beast avatar and the human avatar do not perish simultaneously, either one could resurrect the other if killed. In a certain sense, Chu Feng had achieved immortality. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had gone by. Within the inner world, human Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a smile touching his lips. The human avatar and the golden horned beast avatar could one remain in the inner world while the other stayed outside, or both could enter simultaneously. However, doing so would expose the primordial core to the outside world, which was extremely dangerous. The first layer of the chaotic origin secret art has finally been successfully cultivated, and the heaven-shaking battle technique has also been successfully cultivated. With my current cultivation, even if I encounter a 7th rank Martial Emperor ferocious beast, I am confident I could slay them. Each rank within the Martial Emperor tier differed by a factor of 4 in power. If that white ape ferocious beast he had slain previously possessed a physical strength of 100 at the peak of the 1st rank Martial Emperor, then upon reaching the peak of the 2nd rank Martial Emperor, its physical strength would be 400. Yet at the same peak of 1st rank Martial Emperor, Chu Feng's golden horned beast avatar could reach a physical strength of 2,500. If he deployed the enhancement from his innate secret art, his strength could reach 5,000. Building on that, by further unleashing the Azura secret art, first layer, his strength could rise even further to 10,000. For that white ape ferocious beast to reach a strength value of 10,000, it would need to at least attain the 5th rank of Martial Emperor. In other words, a golden horned beast at the peak of the 1st rank Martial Emperor could match a 5th rank white ape in power. Added to the domain suppression, even when battling a white ape at the peak of the 5th rank Martial Emperor, there was a very high probability of victory. As for the human avatar at the peak of the 1st rank Martial Emperor, its strength could reach 5,000. By deploying the heaven-shaking battle combat secret art, its strength could similarly reach 10,000. The human desolate ancient sacred body avatar at the peak of the 1st rank Martial Emperor was comparable in strength to the golden horned beast. But one must not forget that the desolate ancient sacred body possesses an innate secret art capable of suppressing phenomena. In actual combat, the golden horned beast's domain would have absolutely no effect on the desolate ancient sacred body avatar, whereas the desolate ancient sacred body's phenomenon could suppress the golden horned beast. One enhances while the other diminishes, ultimately making the desolate ancient sacred body avatar far more likely to prevail. With combat power at the 7th rank martial emperor level even after 300 years of stable human development, I fear few could defeat me. Chu Feng's heart swelled with ambition. Ever since September of the year 2200 in the Blue Star calendar, when humans and ferocious beasts ended their large-scale war, humanity had enjoyed relatively stable development. The 3 great temples established martial academies within cities across human territory. The rise of these academies greatly increased the proportion of ordinary people who became warriors. Eventually, all humans could become warriors. And now it was already the year 2501 of the Blue Star calendar. 300 years of development had produced wave after wave of prodigies among humanity. However, the higher one's cultivation, the longer it took to break through a minor realm. 300 years might allow an ordinary warrior to break through to the marquis level. But it was absolutely impossible for a martial emperor to break through to martial venerable. Of course, this assumed steady conventional cultivation. External aids were excluded from the calculation. Once I leave the dark forest, I should be able to see people. After entering human society, I'll simply choose any temple to join. I'll experience the treatment reserved for geniuses, find a beautiful girlfriend. What a delightful prospect. Chu Feng was already beginning to yearn for life as a human. Just as he prepared to depart from the dark forest, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Chu Feng immediately extended his spiritual sense to investigate. Hiss! What intense energy! As his spiritual sense headed toward the source of the sound before it could gather any information, it was struck by a powerful energy surge and instantly dissipated. Could it be that ferocious beasts from the inner region are fighting? That doesn't make sense. The beasts here rarely fight each other. Even when they do, it's always a battle of overwhelming dominance. Not a beast. Could it be humans? Chu Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Then his figure flashed, transforming into a streak of light as he soared toward the sky. The higher he flew, the brighter everything became. Across the azure sky, violent energy fluctuations continuously produced sounds like rolling thunder. When Chu Feng burst out of the dark forest, he finally understood what was happening. Far in the distance there stood a colossal ferocious beast. That beast's size was comparable to a golden-horned beast at the 3rd rank of martial emperor. But its cultivation far exceeded that of a golden-horned beast. 9th rank martial sovereign. Beside that beast, a human figure stood suspended in midair. Compared to the 9th rank martial sovereign ferocious beast, that human was insignificantly small. From such a distance, Chu Feng could only discern that it was a woman. As for what she looked like, he truly could not make her out, unless he used his spiritual sense to examine. But a fierce battle was raging there. His spiritual sense had not yet approached before it was scattered by the combat aftermath. That beast's cultivation has likely reached the martial sovereign realm. That woman daring to fight such a beast must also have reached the martial sovereign realm. It's a pity my spiritual sense cannot approach them, otherwise I could determine their true cultivation levels. Chu Feng stood in midair, gazing from afar at the battle between the woman and the ferocious beast. The battle zone between the beast and the woman lay within the inner region of the dark forest. The inner region had protective barriers that Chu Feng's cultivation could not penetrate. Otherwise, given his nature, he would surely have watched from nearby. After all, if the avatar died, it could be resurrected. Trading a bit of energy to watch experts battle was simply too good an opportunity to pass up. As the battle dragged on, the beast of Martial Emperor Grade 9 and the human powerhouse actually moved closer to Chu Feng. They halted only when the distance to Chu Feng narrowed to approximately 10,000 meters. Observing from close range gave Chu Feng a far more intuitive grasp of both the beast's and the human powerhouse's true strength. He could also clearly discern the human's appearance and physique. The human powerhouse, hovering in the sky, wore a white combat suit, her hair cascading freely past her shoulders. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, she was undeniably a woman of striking beauty. Yet her eyes betrayed an unmistakable chill in her demeanor. She held a long sword in her hand. Its entire blade shimmered in a silvery gray hue, flawlessly smooth with not a single impurity visible, while golden radiance flowed across its surface. With each sweep of her arm, trails of golden sword chi shot forth, crashing toward the beast like a storm. The beast opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of intense flames, obliterating the golden sword chi midair. Then, opening its mouth once more, it spewed a ball of black fire directly at the human powerhouse. The human powerhouse's eyes narrowed slightly. She shook her longsword, and countless streams of golden sword chi splashed from its blade, rushing headlong to intercept the black fire. Bam! 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 A series of explosions rang out. The black fire was actually repelled upon contact with the golden sword chi, gradually dissipating bit by bit. The golden sword chi surged onward relentlessly. The black fire was pushed back further and further until it was entirely annihilated. The beast seemed thoroughly enraged. It threw back its head and roared as terrifying energy erupted from its body, forming a black shockwave that swept toward the woman at an astonishing speed. The woman's expression remained calm as she raised her long sword vertically to block. Bang! The black shockwave slammed into the sword with immense force, causing her arm to tremble violently. Her weapon was literally knocked from her grip. The black shockwave dissipated accordingly. But with a casual gesture the woman summoned the sword back into her hand, creating distance from the beast, and bringing the battle to a temporary standstill. Human woman, you have trespassed into my territory without cause. What exactly do you want? Do not forget the agreement between your 3 great human temples and the 9 forbidden zones. You violated the dark forest first. Even if I kill you, your master will have no grounds to trouble us. The enormous beast stared at the woman with ferocious eyes, and to everyone's astonishment it spoke in human language. Hearing the beast speak human speech, Chu Feng was initially startled, but quickly understood. Once a beast reaches the martial marquee realm, its spiritual awareness is no weaker than that of ordinary humans. Its ability to speak was likely from prior encounters with humans. After all, the so-called 9 forbidden zones only came into existence after the year 2200. I want to borrow some of your blood. Gazing at the martial emperor grade 9 beast with her luminous eyes, the woman parted her crimson lips and said calmly, "Not much. 100 gene will suffice." Humph. The martial emperor grade 9 beast retorted coldly. My bloodline ranks among the finest in the cosmos, and my blood is a rare spiritual medicine in this world. Do you expect me to simply give it to you on a whim? I can offer you something in exchange. The woman, truly fearful of the martial emperor grade 9 beast, kept her tone courteous. Exchange. Very well. I happen to be on the verge of breaking through to martial venerable myself. If you can provide me with a single breakthrough pill, I'll give you not 100, but 200 gene of my blood. How does that sound? The martial emperor grade 9 beast burst into thunderous laughter. A single breakthrough pill? That is a treasure found only within prehistoric civilization ruins. Our human race has acquired fewer than 100 over all these years. Even selling you would not be enough to buy a single pill. You truly dare to make such an outrageous request. The woman's brows furrowed slightly, and she shook her head. I possess a martial art that enhances one's power. Upon completion it doubles my strength. I can offer it in exchange. What do you think? Hearing this, the martial emperor grade 9 beast chuckled. A power-boosting martial art. I long since possessed such a thing. Since you cannot produce a single breakthrough pill, I suggest you leave the dark forest now. Otherwise don't blame me for disregarding the face of your master Yun Wuji. Chu Feng's insight was razor-sharp. When the beast spoke the name Yun Wuji, Chu Feng caught a flicker of fear in its eyes. Yun Wuji. Chu Feng repeated the name silently in his mind. A single name that instills fear in a martial emperor grade 9 beast. This Yun Wuji must at least be a peak-level martial venerable. After the beast and the human woman ceased their fight, Chu Feng used his spiritual sense to gauge their true cultivation. The beast was at martial emperor grade 9, and the woman was at martial emperor grade 8. Chu Feng's spiritual sense merely brushed against them without physical contact. Had he directly merged his consciousness with theirs, he feared they would detect him. Since you refuse, then I shall have to take it by force, the human woman said with evident helplessness. She preferred to avoid conflict, but circumstances left her no choice. Jajage. Take it by force. What audacity. Let me see what of Yun Wuji's techniques you've actually mastered. The martial emperor grade 9 beast let out a roar of laughter that shook the very earth. In the next instant, whoosh. Its massive body, thick as a mountain, closed the distance in a flash. A colossal tail swept across the battlefield like an army-rending weapon, aiming directly at the woman's neck. This strike possessed unparalleled destructive power. The woman's gaze grew grave. She did not dodge, instead gripping her longsword with both hands and meeting it head-on. Bang! The martial emperor grade 9 beast's tail struck the woman's sword with full force. The longsword shuddered violently, actually forcing the beast to retreat 3 steps. The beast felt the tremendous power behind the woman's counterattack. Blood explosion secret art. Inflict 1,000 losses upon the enemy at the cost of 800 upon ourselves. Let's see how long you can endure. The beast sneered and launched another attack, each strike more ferocious and ruthless than the last. Chu Feng's spiritual sense could perceive that every attack from the martial emperor grade 9 beast carried terrifying gusts and soared intent, as if tearing the very fabric of space itself. Boom, boom, boom. The beast's assault was simply too devastating for the woman to handle. She could only continuously evade, struggling to avoid being struck. It seems the beast didn't reveal its full strength earlier. Now that it's serious, the woman stands no chance, Chu Feng thought grimly. Roar. The martial emperor grade 9 beast let out an enraged bellow, its front paw smashing down toward the woman's head with tremendous force. The woman's eyes flashed with alarm, and she hastily raised her sword to block. Crash! The resulting collision sent a terrifying shockwave of energy rippling outward, pulverizing a stretch of ancient towering trees beneath their feet. Chu Feng was forced backward hundreds of meters, his heart shaken to its core. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been obliterated by that shockwave. Boom! The martial emperor grade 9 beast struck again with another mighty palm. The woman gritted her teeth and poured all her strength into blocking. Ultimately, she could not withstand the assault. Her face turned deathly pale, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth. The beast laughed coldly. This is what you call taking it by force, eh? Before her response could form, it attacked again. Its relentless barrage poured down like a tidal wave, overwhelming and impossible to defend against. Bang! 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 The woman could barely parry each blow, daring not relax for even a moment. Despite her efforts, she kept retreating steadily, her stance growing increasingly unsteady. Human woman, this is my final warning. Withdraw now, and I may spare your life. The Martial Emperor Grade 9 Beast said coldly. Otherwise death is your only fate. Do not blame me for disregarding your master's face. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission, Heroic Rescue. Mission objective: safely escort the Martial Emperor Grade 8 Human Woman Yi Lingyun back to the Human Martial God Temple headquarters. Mission rewards: upon success you will receive 1000 lottery points and 1 single breakthrough pill. Single breakthrough pill, when consumed by a Martial Emperor Grade 9 cultivator, it significantly increases the probability of breaking through to Martial Venerable with absolutely no side effects. Mission penalty: none. Just then a system prompt voice resonated within Chu Feng's mind. If you don't hand over 100 gene of blood today, I will not back off. Even while being suppressed and beaten by that ferocious beast, the woman named Yi Lingyun refused to retreat. Human woman. My patience has its limits. I have already given you so many chances and you still refuse to retreat. Then don't blame me for showing your master no respect. Roar. With the giant beast's low roar, an intensely terrifying light burst from its body. It's over. That beast is about to get serious. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can't help her at all. The quest reward was generous and Chu Feng wanted it too. But some things are not accomplished merely because one wishes for them. With his cultivation at the 3rd rank of Martial Sovereign, he still had a hope of fighting beasts at the 6th or 7th rank of Martial Sovereign. Fight a 9th rank Martial Emperor beast. A single casual strike from it could take Chu Feng's life. Even if Chu Feng could resurrect infinitely, resurrection still required energy and time. The time needed to resurrect plus the time to rush to the battlefield. Yi Lingyun might well be dead by then. Power. My strength is still far from enough. Chu Feng clenched his fists, saying helplessly in his heart. Watching the abnormal changes on the body of that 9th rank Martial Emperor beast, Yi Lingyun's expression also turned grave. Yet there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. Lights surged on the beast's body, and its figure vanished from where it stood. When it reappeared, it was already behind Yi Lingyun. Bang! With a palm strike from the beast, Yi Lingyun was too slow to dodge, and her entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist. Foolish human woman. You didn't even know how to treasure the chances I gave you. The enormous beast shook its head. Just as it was about to head back, a colossal sword shadow suddenly descended from the void. That sword shadow was so fast it was astonishing, even space itself rumbled and seemed about to tear apart. After killing Yi Lingyun, the 9th rank Martial Emperor beast had unconsciously let down its guard. When the enormous sword shadow came slashing toward it, it could no longer dodge. Roar! The beast let out a pained howl, and a small part of its head was sheared off. One of the fleshy wings on its back was almost completely cut off. Just then a streak of light flashed past beneath the beast and caught the falling wing. What the hell? That woman is actually not dead. Then what about just now? Chu Feng couldn't help exclaiming. It turned out that the streak of light was Yi Lingyun. Blood escape secret art. Seeing Yi Lingyun return from the dead, the beast instantly thought of a secret escape art. The blood escape art has a tremendous price. I don't believe you can use it again in such a short time. Die. The light radiating from the beast's body suddenly condensed into a black pillar of light. The power contained in that black pillar made Chu Feng's heart quake. What horrifying power. Unless Yi Lingyun can do what she did just now, she has no choice but to die. Chu Feng thought to himself, unable to help worrying for her. No sooner had the thought ended than the pitch-black pillar of light in the sky shot toward Yi Lingyun at lightning speed. It was moving too fast to dodge, unless Yi Lingyun could teleport. Of course that was impossible. If Yi Lingyun could teleport, she wouldn't have been suppressed by the 9th rank Martial Emperor beast just now. Dark meteor annihilation. As the dark pillar shot out, the beast's roar kept echoing through the forest. Boom. Battered by the dark pillar, Yi Lingyun's body also flickered with dazzling light. Bang! A dull thud rang out, and Yi Lingyun's body swayed slightly in midair before continuing to fly into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared. The beast was just about to give chase when it suddenly remembered the treaty signed between the 3 great divine halls of humanity and the 9 great forbidden zones. Any human who entered a forbidden zone would be killed with impunity. Likewise, if a being from a forbidden zone left the zone, it could also be killed with impunity. Of course, once one's strength reached a certain level, the binding force of this treaty became considerably weaker. For example, Yun Wuji, the Hall Master of the Martial God Hall, dared to charge directly into a forbidden zone without worrying about his own safety, because he had enough strength to face the joint siege of an entire forbidden zone. The fact that Yi Lingyun only had to face a single 9th rank Martial Emperor beast owed a great deal to Yun Wuji's prestige. Otherwise, she would never have had the chance to fight that beast for so long. Yun Wuji had the boldness and strength to stand against an entire forbidden zone, but that did not mean this beast could face an encirclement by human powerhouses. Struck by my innate secret art, dark meteor annihilation, even if she doesn't die, all her cultivation will probably be crippled. After thinking it over, the beast ultimately gave up on pursuing Yi Lingyun. Suddenly the beast turned its gaze toward Chu Feng and a cruel smile appeared on its face. A mere martial sovereign dares to spy on a battle between martial emperors? Are you courting death? The beast's gaze turned cold, and Chu Feng felt an invisible force bind him. Not good. The beast has discovered me. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to resist, but realized he had no ability to resist at all. With a surge of true chi, Chu Feng's body directly exploded. After dealing with Chu Feng, the beast's figure flickered and soon disappeared into the dark forest. Damn it. In his inner world, as energy surged, the human Chu Feng appeared again. I thought I had hidden myself very well, but I still got discovered by that beast. Strange. That quest still hasn't disappeared. Could it be that Yi Lingyun hasn't left the dark forest yet? Chu Feng noticed that the hero rescues the beauty quest on his quest panel had not disappeared, so he tried to accept it. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. It seems Yi Lingyun indeed hasn't left the dark forest yet. That makes sense. That beast's final strike filled with rage was truly formidable. She could suppress her injuries at the time, but once time passed, she could no longer hold them back. At this moment, she has probably fallen somewhere in the outer reaches of the dark forest. No, I have to find her quickly. If another beast eats her, the quest I finally have a chance to complete will fail. With that thought, Chu Feng hastily summoned his 5 underlings and sent them to search for traces of Yi Lingyun. At the same time, his human body and his golden horn giant beast form split into 2 routes to search for her as well. Spreading out his spiritual sense, the human Chu Feng flew toward the direction the woman had fled. After a full hour of searching, Chu Feng finally found Yi Lingyun. For this, he had one of his 5 underlings to thank, a wolf-like ferocious beast. It had to be said that its racial talent was impressive. Its nose was especially keen. It had tracked the scent of human blood and found her. When Chu Feng arrived, Yi Lingyun was lying on the ground and waves of seawater kept washing against her body. It turned out that outside the dark forest lay the sea and endless ocean. Though badly wounded, Yi Lingyun was after all a being at the 8th rank of martial emperor. The aura irradiating from her body kept those weaker beasts from daring to approach. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Chu Feng carefully examined Yi Lingyun. Her tightly closed eyes and pale cheeks made it clear that she was seriously injured. Because the beast's black pillar of light had blasted her, the combat suit on her body had been completely shattered. Only a perfectly fitted inner armor remained, tracing her exquisite figure with striking clarity. The inner armor wrapped around her entire body, leaving only her head exposed. Her injuries are severe. With my current abilities, I can't heal her. All I can do is send her to the Martial God Hall headquarters as soon as possible. There should be someone at the Martial God Hall headquarters who can save her. Chu Feng thought to himself. Chu Feng had no idea where the Martial God Temple headquarters was located, so he planned to first bring Yi Lingyun back to human society. Once there, he could simply search the internet to find out where the headquarters was. However, just as his palm was about to touch the latter's body, Yi Lingyun, who had been keeping her eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. Don't misunderstand. I merely saw that you were badly injured and wanted to help. Chu Feng forced a smile and said quickly. As he spoke, Chu Feng slowly stepped backward. He did not yet know what kind of person Yi Lingyun truly was. But from her battle against that fierce beast, Chu Feng understood that this woman was absolutely not to be trifled with. If he accidentally angered her, he might not only be killed, but the mission might also be ruined. Hearing Chu Feng's words and taking in his expression and movements, Yi Lingyun breathed a slight sigh of relief. The coldness in her eyes as she looked at Chu Feng lessened. When she tried to rise, however, she discovered that all the meridians in her body were in utter disarray. Even worse, she might lose the cultivation she had painstakingly built up over many years. I didn't expect the fierce beast's innate secret art to be so powerful. Even with the inner armor master bestowed upon me, I was still severely injured. If not for this armor, I would probably have fallen directly. Yi Lingyun said to herself quietly. Right now, she could not use her true chi, nor could she extend her spiritual sense. Under such circumstances, she could only turn her gaze to Chu Feng. She carefully scrutinized Chu Feng for a moment, then said softly, "Can you help me with something?" Her voice was extremely pleasant to the ear. Perhaps due to her long time in a high position, her tone carried a nobility that was hard to conceal. "Help you? How?" Chu Feng asked in confusion. "You just need to take the ring off my hand and press it against my forehead. Don't use spiritual sense." Yi Lingyun's voice grew softer as she spoke. But Chu Feng was after all a Wu Huang, so he could still hear her clearly. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded, walked forward a few steps, crouched down, and with his gaze resting on Yi Lingyun's slender jade-like hand, he removed the ring. He then pressed it against her forehead. Soon a jade bottle floated beside Yi Lingyun. Inside the bottle is the spring of life. "Please pour it into my mouth," Yi Lingyun said. Chu Feng nodded and did as asked. After Yi Lingyun drank the spring of life, her body suddenly erupted with brilliant light. It seemed the medicine had taken effect, so Chu Feng stood quietly at the side, silently guarding Yi Lingyun. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Lingyun's eyes suddenly snapped open. Seeing Chu Feng with his back turned to her, a trace of softness entered Yi Lingyun's eyes. "Could you help me with one more thing?" Her pleasant voice sounded by his ear. Chu Feng turned around, looked at Yi Lingyun, and nodded, saying, "What favor?" "Go ahead." Yi Lingyun said, "Can you escort me back to the Martial God Temple headquarters? As long as you can get me back to the Martial God Temple headquarters, I will reward you handsomely." Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, "I can, but however, I don't know the exact location of the Martial God Temple headquarters." Hearing this, Yi Lingyun was startled at first. The Martial God Temple headquarters. Not to mention humans. Even many fierce beasts knew where it was. If the Dark Forest was a forbidden zone to humans, then the Martial God Temple headquarters was a forbidden zone to those fierce beasts. Yet Chu Feng's expression truly did not look like he was lying. Yi Lingyun had no choice but to point in one direction and say, "Keep flying in the direction I'm pointing. At your Wu Huang level speed, you'll reach Jing'an District, Jiangbei Province of Xia Country in about 10 days to half a month. Our Martial God Temple headquarters is in a very conspicuous spot in Jing'an District. You can see it from anywhere in Jing'an District." "Good. Then let's set off now." Chu Feng nodded. "Wait. There are a great many fierce beasts in the sea, and they are all very powerful. I have an E-class fighter. Let's get into the fighter right away. The E-class fighter has strong defensive capabilities. With its protection, we'll be safer over the sea." With that, Yi Lingyun directly took out an elliptical fighter from her storage ring. It looked very much like a UFO. The fighter was pitch black all over. Its fuselage was forged from E9, grade mystic flame copper mother, and intricate patterns were carved on its surface. At the bottom of the fighter was also a huge character, Wu. This E-class fighter had been excavated from a prehistoric civilization relic. In the relic, there was only the fighter and no fuel. Later, human scientists discovered that a warrior's true chi could be used as an energy source to make the fighter fly. Since Yi Lingyun was not fit to use her true chi at the moment, she had found Chu Feng to be her helper. Whoosh. Under Chu Feng's control, the E-class fighter shot into the sky and flew toward Jing'an District. Along the way, Chu Feng and Yi Lingyun encountered attacks from some fierce sea beasts. Some of those beasts had even reached the Wu D level. However, protected by the E-class fighter, Chu Feng and Yi Lingyun arrived at Jing'an District, Jiangbei Province, safely despite some danger. Jing'an District was bustling with rows of towering high-rises and a very modern style. Over 300 years ago, this place had been occupied by fierce beasts. Later, it was Yun Wuji who recovered it, and he established the Martial God Temple headquarters here. Right at his doorstep was the Endless Sea, the most powerful of the 9 forbidden zones. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates. The sovereign dies for the state. As long as Yun Wuji was alive, he would never allow fierce beasts to enter the heart of human territory. "Look, that's our Martial God Temple headquarters." Inside the fighter, Yi Lingyun pointed at a building through the control room window. Chu Feng looked over. It was a pagoda-like structure nearly 1,000 meters tall. In fact, what was exposed above ground was only the tip of the iceberg of the entire structure. The entire building was actually a relic of a prehistoric civilization. It was only after Yun Wuji's renovation that it became what it was today. "Let's go. We'll fly straight over." Yi Lingyun's expression was calm, but one could faintly detect a trace of joy in her tone. Because that was the place where she had grown up. She was not only Yun Wuji's disciple, but also his adopted daughter. Hearing this, Chu Feng withdrew his wandering thoughts. Swish. Under Chu Feng's control, the E-class fighter flew toward the Martial God Temple headquarters. The top of the building was a huge landing pad. Many fighters of all shapes were parked there. Some were triangular, and some were UFO-shaped like Yi Lingyun's. The fighter landed. Chu Feng and Yi Lingyun walked out of the fighter. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have obtained 100 lottery points and 1 breakthrough pill." At the same time, the system notification sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng was delighted inwardly, but his expression remained calm. Yi Lingyun faced Chu Feng and said with a slight smile, "Chu Feng, thank you for helping me return to the Martial God Temple headquarters. This storage ring is for you. The things inside should be useful for your cultivation. By the way, I heard you say on the way that you're a lone warrior. Are you interested in joining our Martial God Temple?" Along the way, the two had not talked much, but Yi Lingyun had observed Chu Feng a great deal. She knew Chu Feng's cultivation level 3rd grade Wu Huang. Once one breaks through to Wu Huang, one's appearance remains as it was at the moment of that breakthrough. From this, she could tell that Chu Feng had been very young when he broke through to Wu Huang. Although Chu Feng's cultivation was only 3rd grade Wu Huang, Yi Lingyun found that his true chi was even more abundant than that of most warriors at 6th grade or even 7th grade Wu Huang. From this, she knew that Chu Feng's foundation was exceedingly deep. A warrior who had broken through to Wu Huang at such a young age with a foundation even deeper than her own had a limitless future. Although the 3 great temples were all factions of the human race, they still competed with one another. There was competition among the founders of the temples and also among their members. If she could let a genius join her own faction, then the Martial God Temple would gain a greater advantage in its competition against the other temples. That was why Yi Lingyun extended the invitation. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on triggering a mission. Join the Martial God Temple." Mission description: accept Yi Lingyun's invitation and join the Martial God Temple. Mission reward: 1000 lottery points. Mission penalty: none. Join the Martial God Temple headquarters. 1000 lottery points. There's no reason not to take them. Chu Feng had originally been thinking of choosing one of the temples to join. Now that Yi Lingyun had invited him, he could take this opportunity to join the martial god temple. Sure, Chu Feng replied with a smile. Ding. Congratulations host on completing the mission. Reward 100,000 lottery points. The system notification sounded. Yi Lingyun had not expected Chu Feng to agree so readily. Very well, I'll have someone take you to process your identity certification as a member of the martial god temple. Yi Lingyun's injuries had not fully healed. The longer she delayed treating her injuries, the more dangerous they would become. So she needed to go heal her wounds now. As for processing the identity certification, she could leave it to the headquarters staff. Only with the martial god temple identity certification would Chu Feng be able to access the martial god temple's exclusive network. Only then could he enter places like the cultivation chambers, gravity chambers, and similar facilities within the martial god temple. After Yi Lingyun finished speaking, she left first. Meanwhile, Chu Feng waited briefly in the waiting room. During the waiting time, Chu Feng did not idle around. He planned to do a round of lottery draws to soak up some luck from the martial god temple headquarters. Open the personal attribute panel. Host Chu Feng. Identity, primeval sacred body of the human race. Innate mystic art impervious to all evils, restrains anomalous phenomena. Cultivation imperial grade, 3rd rank. Lottery points 110,081. 110,000 lottery points. There are still quite a few C-grade medals left. Should I try the 3-tier lottery? Currently the 2-tier lottery basically only yields C-grade medals, and thanks for your patronage. The good stuff has probably already been drawn. So Chu Feng decided to try the 3-tier lottery. If he could draw the second layer of the primordial origin scripture, he would be set. With that thought in mind, Chu Feng immediately entered the lottery page. 3-tier lottery all in. After giving the system that command, in an instant, all 110,000 lottery points were deducted before they even had time to warm his hands. The next moment, the crimson pointer on the lottery wheel began spinning at breakneck speed. Ding. Congratulations host, you've won. Thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations host, you've won. Thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations host, you've obtained the Imperial Fall double pupils. Ding. Congratulations host, you've won. Thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations host, you've won. Thanks for your patronage. Out of 11 draws, only one hit. But upon hearing the name of that one, Chu Feng froze for a few seconds before being swept into sheer ecstasy. Of course, he had heard of the legendary Imperial Fall double pupils. He also knew exactly how fearsome they were. Why else would he be so utterly shaken? Inspect. Imperial Fall double pupils, one of the invincible physiques. As cultivation rises, the power the double pupils can unleash grows ever more formidable. The Imperial Fall double pupils carry an innate mystic art, a gift bestowed upon their possessor by the universe itself. The mystic art is called temporal reverse flow. Even without understanding the slightest law of time and space, one can cast temporal reverse flow relying solely on the Imperial Fall double pupils. The operation of the universe follows many rules. For example, beings who have fully comprehended the laws of time and space can reverse time to resurrect the dead. Yet, even such beings, though able to reverse time and revive the fallen, must never reverse time to slay an opponent before that opponent has grown strong. If one truly attempted it, one would fail due to countless reasons, or even suffer tremendous backlash. But the possessor of the Imperial Fall double pupils can. Of course, temporal reverse flow also has its limitations. For instance, the gap between one's cultivation and the opponent's cannot be too vast. Moreover, success comes with backlash. The backlash may cost one the ability to fight for a long period, or it may strip away one's cultivation entirely. If the gap in strength between oneself and the opponent is exactly at the extreme limit where temporal reverse flow can take effect, it might even become a trade of life for life. In another person's hands, the Imperial Fall double pupils are mighty, yet still bound by limitations. But on Chu Feng, the true might of the Imperial Fall double pupils can be unleashed to the absolute limit. Because backlash is the very thing he fears least. With the power of clones, even if he dies from backlash, he can revive. The clone ability of the golden-horned colossal beast combined with the Imperial Fall double pupils made Chu Feng essentially a human-shaped nuclear warhead. It was precisely upon realizing this that Chu Feng became so wildly excited. With sharp light flashing in his eyes, Chu Feng immediately gave the system a command. Imperial Fall double pupils activate. The next second, a mysterious force abruptly appeared swirling within his eyes. Chu Feng could not help but close his eyes. He could sense that under that mysterious force his eyes were undergoing earth-shaking transformations. Around him, countless incredibly intricate mystic patterns emerged. In the boundless void above his head, a colossal aperture suddenly appeared. Streams of chaotic aura drifted out from the aperture, gathering toward Chu Feng's body. About an hour passed. Rumble. Chu Feng's eyes snapped open violently. Two beams of light shot forth, and the space before him instantly collapsed. Left eye vitality. Right eye destruction. One white. One black. The two beams of light spiraled forward, crossing each other. They plunged straight into the spatial rift. At that moment, the entire world seemed reduced to black and white. In the void stretching millions of miles, auspicious light drifted and majestic palaces appeared. Even phantom silhouettes of ancient divine beasts soared aloft, as if celebrating the birth of the imperial fall double pupils. Yet these anomalous phenomena were witnessed by no third living being besides Chu Feng and the golden-horned colossal beast in the outer reaches of the dark forest. Because from the moment Chu Feng issued the command, the entire world had been frozen in time. Chu Feng slowly closed his eyes. All the anomalous phenomena gradually receded. When he opened them, once more the world had returned to normal. To others, nothing had happened at all. Only Chu Feng knew exactly what had just occurred. His eyes were clearly black and white, merely appearing brighter and more spirited than before. Without close attention, one would see no difference from an ordinary person. But upon careful examination, one would discover that each eye contained two pupils. Stacked vertically, they looked profoundly mysterious. As Chu Feng circulated his power, the mysterious force flowed within his eye sockets. His eyes shimmered as brilliantly as a galaxy. Within them one could seemingly witness the cycle of seasons and the evolution of life and death. Looking even deeper, one could glimpse visions of entire universes rising and falling. Imperial fall double pupils. Chu Feng marveled inwardly. He could perceive the changes brought about by obtaining the imperial fall double pupils. With these eyes he could see countless things that were previously invisible to ordinary sight. He could even sense that his current eyes perceived the world with keener acuity than his spiritual sense. The fine dust motes in the air, the flowing spiritual energy, the drifting fragments of souls. He could even see vast numbers of bizarre mystic patterns flowing within the spatial layers. Those were the primordial laws. As long as he kept circulating his power, he could keep observing the primordial laws. After all, the universe Chu Feng currently inhabited was an utterly perfect universe. Because of that perfection, the laws governing its operation could not manifest outwardly, making enlightenment exceedingly difficult. But now with the imperial fall double pupils, Chu Feng could see how various laws perfectly combined with one another, how rules operated. Everything was visible, so comprehension became far easier. Chu Feng continued to look. He could see through the room and perceive what lay beyond. Someone's there. It's Yilingyun, and several powerhouses whose cultivation even surpassed Yilingyun's. Martial venerables. One of them had even reached the 9th rank of martial venerable. Under the imperial fall double pupils, the entire martial god hall headquarters was laid completely bare before Chu Feng. He even saw Yun Wuji inside the core secret chamber of the martial god hall headquarters. Martial immortal 7th rank. Yun Wuji had actually reached a level beyond martial venerable, as expected of the strongest expert of the human race. Continuing deeper underground, Chu Feng saw an enormous space. Within that space lay a crystal coffin. Inside the coffin lay a woman utterly devoid of any sign of life. Martial Saint 9th rank. In life, that woman's cultivation had actually reached the 9th rank of Martial Saint. In the inherited memories of the golden-horned colossal beast, the strongest being known was only at this level. A being this powerful had actually died, and she died here on Blue Star. What exactly caused her death? Chu Feng grew curious. The double pupils allowed him to perceive others' cultivation. Moreover, the scope he could scan was even wider than spiritual sense, and there was no fear of being detected. Because when he had inspected Yun Wuji earlier, Yun Wuji had shown no reaction at all. Primeval Sacred Body. Imperial Fall double pupils. With 2 invincible physiques in the future, I will definitely become even stronger than that woman. I will reach a realm that no golden-horned colossal beast in history has ever attained. Chu Feng resolved firmly in his heart. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the waiting room opened and a staff member walked in. Martial King 3rd rank. As expected of the Martial God Hall headquarters, even an ordinary staff member possessed a cultivation at the Martial King level. Mr. Chu Feng, hello. The young lord has sent me to process your identity credentials. Please come with me. The staff member said very politely. The young lord, that should be Yilingyun. Chu Feng rose and nodded to the staff member. Guided by the staff member, Chu Feng arrived outside a secret chamber. Mr. Chu Feng, according to the procedure, please step inside. We need to examine your soul attribute and cultivation level. Our martial god hall only has 2 conditions for recruiting martial artists. The soul must belong to the human race, and the cultivation must reach at least the 1st rank of martial. The staff member said respectfully. Only 2 conditions. I thought they would investigate my family background and social background thoroughly. I even prepared so many things to say. Chu Feng thought secretly. He had no fear of the soul examination. Since he transmigrated his soul did not belong to the golden-horned beast race, but to the human race. Nodding to the staff member, Chu Feng stepped into the secret chamber in one stride. Boom. As soon as he entered, the door closed. Chu Feng looked around and found himself floating in the void with no exit in sight. Before he could think further, twisted secret runes began to appear in the void. Blinding golden runes instantly covered the entire void. Waves of mysterious power instantly emerged, penetrating directly into his body. At this moment it felt as if all his secrets were exposed. The formless mysterious power continuously drilled into his body, merging with every bit of true qi, completely integrating with Chu Feng. After a moment, as the twisted secret runes in the void began to dissipate, the mysterious power gradually faded away. Click. A door appeared in the void ahead. Chu Feng then stepped through the door and instantly returned outside the secret chamber. At this time, the staff member placed his palm against the metal door of the secret chamber. Instantly, lines of text began to appear on the metal door. Race human. Cultivation martial emperor, 3rd rank. Aptitude top grade. When the first 2 lines of text appeared, the staff member showed no major reaction. When the 3rd line appeared, the staff member's expression changed drastically, looking extremely shocked. Top grade aptitude. Since 20 years ago, every martial artist joining the Martial God Hall was brought by him for soul attribute and cultivation examination. The number had reached 8,000, if not 10,000. Among so many martial artists, their cultivation ranged from martial 1st rank to martial emperor 9th rank. Yet not a single one had top grade aptitude. Within the entire Martial God Hall, besides the Hall Master and the Young Master whose aptitude is top grade, there are no more martial artists with top grade aptitude. Not even the several venerable level Deputy Hall Masters have reached top grade aptitude. The Young Master indeed has a keen eye. This time our Martial God Hall has gained a huge advantage. Yin God Hall and Ice Snow God Hall recently recruited geniuses with top grade aptitude. I originally thought our Martial God Hall would be suppressed by the 2 major halls in this generation's competition. But who would have thought that now our Martial God Hall also has a genius with top grade aptitude? After the shock, the staff member was left only with excitement. Chu Feng, standing nearby, thought for a while and also understood why the man was excited. I didn't expect this secret chamber can also detect a martial artist's aptitude. My aptitude is top grade. Judging by this staff member's expression, top grade aptitude seems quite rare. Chu Feng thought silently to himself. After the staff member calmed his emotions, he apologized to Chu Feng. Then he led Chu Feng to the 3rd floor office area. After operating on a computer for a while, he took out a fingerprint scanner. After recording Chu Feng's fingerprints, the procedure was considered complete. Mr. Chu Feng, this is your ID card. Welcome to join our Martial God Hall family. This is a consciousness sensing wristband. Through this wristband, you can enter our Martial God Hall's virtual space, the Martial Emperor Pavilion, via consciousness. Regarding the Martial Emperor Pavilion, I won't explain much. You can experience it yourself later, and everything will become clear. The staff member respectfully handed Chu Feng an ID card and a wristband, then took out a bunch of keys and said, members of our Martial God Hall can be allocated a villa as residence. Mr. Chu Feng, these are the keys to your villa. The villa is located at Starlight Community No. 13. Starlight Community is a world-famous villa area. It is very close to the Martial God Hall headquarters. People living there are basically Martial Emperor level martial artists and their families. Although Chu Feng is not yet a Martial Emperor, after all, he saved Yilingyun. With Yilingyun's status in the Martial God Hall, arranging for Chu Feng to move into the Starlight Villa district would be too easy. Moreover, with his foundation, breaking through to Martial Emperor was just a matter of time. Mr. Chu Feng, the Young Master, instructed me to take you on a tour of our Martial God Hall headquarters after processing your identification documents. Please follow me. After processing Chu Feng's identification, the staff member added. Chu Feng nodded. For the entire Martial God Hall headquarters, except for the core secret chamber and the underground part, the staff member showed Chu Feng around all other places. Chu Feng suspected that this staff member probably didn't even know that there were many spaces beneath the core secret chamber. The core secret chamber was a restricted area set up by the Martial God Hall's Hall Master Yin Wuji. Without Yin Wuji's permission, no one could enter. Not even Yilingyun. The Martial God Hall headquarters has 9 floors above ground. First floor, the lobby. Ordinary martial artists entering the Martial God Hall headquarters always come directly from the first floor. Only those possessing a C-class or higher battle grade can enter from the rooftop of the top floor. Floors 2 to 7 are all office areas. It's just that the staff inside have different divisions of labor. 8th floor, gravity room. It was excavated from prehistoric civilization ruins. The gravity room can simulate different gravitational environments. From 1 times Earth standard gravity to 100 million times Earth standard gravity. At 100 million times Earth standard gravity, only the Hall Master Yin Wuji in the entire Martial God Hall can withstand it. Other members of the Martial God Hall would probably die instantly under 100 million times Earth standard gravity. 9th floor, command room. Over 200 years ago, it was still very bustling there. Now it has been a long time since anyone entered there. After showing Chu Feng around the Martial God Hall headquarters, the staff member left. And Chu Feng soon also left the Martial God Hall headquarters and returned to his villa. This villa has 2 floors in total plus a basement. The total area exceeds 1,000 square meters. The first floor has 3 super large rooms in total, a bedroom, a home theater, and a reception room. The second floor is a martial arts training hall. Chu Feng went directly to the home theater. Of course, he came here not to watch movies. After processing the identification, he could access the Martial God Hall official website. The Martial God Hall official website is mainly divided into 3 sections. One is the Martial God Hall Mall. Martial artists can enter the mall to purchase the cultivation resources or combat equipment they need. 1 is the member forum. Some martial artists share cultivation insights on the forum. Some post group formation messages to find teammates. The member forum is where those martial artists in the Martial God Hall share various kinds of information. The third section, and also the most popular one, the mission section. The Martial God Hall will post some missions here. Completing these missions allows martial artists to earn contribution points. Contribution points can be used to buy cultivation resources in the Martial God Hall Mall. Basically, every new martial artist joining the Martial God Hall will automatically receive contribution points corresponding to their cultivation. The minimum cultivation requirement to join the Martial God Hall is Martial First rank. Martial rank will earn 1,000 contribution points. Martial Marquis rank will earn 10,000 contribution points. Martial Emperor rank will earn 1 million contribution points. Martial Venerable rank will earn 100 million contribution points. After joining the Martial God Hall, when cultivation breaks through a major realm, one can also receive some contribution points. For example, Chu Feng is currently at Martial Emperor 3rd rank, so his initial contribution points are 1 million. When he breaks through to Martial Emperor, he will automatically receive 9 million contribution points. When he breaks through to Martial Venerable, he can gain another 90 million contribution points. This can also be considered a reward from the Martial God Hall for the strong. The audiovisual room contained only a table and a chair. Chu Feng sat on the chair and placed his identity card into the recess on the table before him. In an instant, streams of blue luminescence appeared across the entire tabletop, exuding an extraordinarily futuristic aura. The blue light streams interwove before Chu Feng's eyes, forming a luminous screen 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Some icons were displayed on the luminous screen, remarkably similar to the homepage of the computer from Chu Feng's previous life. Among them there was one icon with a line of small text beneath it, Zhuxian Hall. Chu Feng swiped his finger and tapped that icon. Instantly, the content displayed on the luminous screen underwent a transformation. Zhuxian Hall official website. Let me first see if there's anything worthwhile in the marketplace. Chu Feng entered the marketplace section. The luminous screen instantly displayed a variety of detailed product categories, such as techniques, secret methods, potions, equipment. Upon clicking on techniques, the luminous screen immediately presented physical photographs of various cultivation manuals alongside their names and prices. Name Xianming Mantra rank S tier price 100 contribution points. Name Shengxin Mantra rank SS tier price 500 contribution points. Name Jizuan Mantra rank SSS tier price 0 contribution points. On the open market, techniques span 9 ranks from F tier to SSS tier. All techniques within Zhuxian Hall's marketplace are at least S tier. The price of S tier techniques ranges from 100 to 500 contribution points. SS tier techniques cost between 500 and 100 contribution points. SSS tier techniques start at 100 contribution points with no upper limit. Secret methods carry the same pricing structure. Once purchased, these techniques can only be cultivated by the buyer themselves. Any leakage would incur severe punishment. If a warrior were to practice a technique from the marketplace, but his official purchase record could not be found, that warrior would also face grave penalties. Private trading of marketplace techniques would punish both the buyer and the seller. The same applies to secret methods. Higher quality techniques yield greater cultivation efficiency. A warrior's daily absorption of spiritual energy is limited, much like a person eating until satisfied. The higher the techniques rank, the sooner one reaches this daily limit. The remaining time each day could then be devoted to practicing secret methods or attending to other matters. Moreover, once a technique reaches a certain level, it naturally absorbs spiritual energy without conscious effort. In this way, whether cultivating secret methods or engaging in other activities, the body continuously absorbs spiritual energy around the clock. The Hunyuan Tunshin Ju that Chu Feng practices belongs to this caliber of technique. However, the primary function of Chu Feng's Hunyuan Tunshin Ju differs from that of techniques cultivated by other warriors. Its main purpose is not to absorb spiritual energy. Its true power lies in consolidating a warrior's foundation. No technique cultivated on Blue Star possesses this effect. As for techniques, Chu Feng already possesses the Hunyuan Tunshin Ju. All techniques in the marketplace combined would not surpass his Hunyuan Tunshin Ju. Were he to practice these techniques, it would truly be grasping sesame seeds while losing a watermelon. After exiting the techniques page, Chu Feng entered the secret methods section. Secret methods come in many categories. Based on the energy used to activate them, they are divided into divine sense secret methods and true chi secret methods. Beyond this classification, there are also combat secret methods and auxiliary secret methods. As for the ranking system of secret methods, it mirrors that of techniques, spanning 9 tiers from F to SSS. Name One Sword opens the heavens category. Combat secret method rank S tier price 100 contribution points. Name Soul Extinguisher category. Combat secret method rank SS tier price 600 contribution points. Name Godslaying One Strike category. Combat secret method rank SSS tier price 500 contribution points. Name Flesh becomes Saint category. Auxiliary secret method rank SSS tier price 100 contribution points. Name Two Realms secret manual category. Auxiliary secret method rank SSS tier price 100 contribution points. The vast majority of items in the marketplace are combat secret methods. There are only two auxiliary secret methods. One is the strength-enhancing method Flesh Becomes Saint, and the other is the life gene-enhancing method 2 Realm Secret Manual. After entering the detailed pages of specific secret methods, Chu Feng discovered that cultivating Flesh Becomes Saint could double the practitioner's base strength. As for 2 Realms Secret Manual, cultivating it could enhance a practitioner's life genes by 3 times. However, there are limitations. It cannot exceed 10 times the life gene level of an ordinary person. Chu Feng's 2 bodies, the Golden Horned Beast and the Desolate Ancient Sacred Physique, both exceeded this 10-fold limit. Therefore, even if they cultivated 2 Realms Secret Manual, it would have no effect. However, for ordinary warriors on Blue Star, this secret method would be exceptionally formidable. Upon successful cultivation, their life gene levels would even surpass those of ferocious beasts at the same cultivation realm. Enhancing life gene levels brings improvement across all aspects of the body, including strength, speed, and comprehension. This is why 2 Realms Secret Manual costs 10 times that of Flesh Becomes Saint, which only boosts base strength. In truth, Chu Feng felt that even 10 times the price of 2 Realms Secret Manual would be acceptable. For this secret method does not even exist in the Golden Horned Beast's inheritance memories. These combat secret methods could at most increase my attack power by 20%. The cost-performance ratio is not particularly high. Flesh Becomes Saint. I still lack sufficient contribution points. After hesitating for a while, Chu Feng exited the secret methods page. He then entered the equipment section and browsed for some time. Equipment is mainly divided into weapons and combat suits. The weapons and combat suits in the marketplace are primarily standardized gear obtained from ancient civilizations. Long blades, spears, and shields. Beyond these, one can also apply to Wuxian Hall to customize desired weapons. Like Yi Lingyun's long sword, which was custom ordered. Custom weapons cost 50% more than standard issue blades and spears of the same level. Weapon tiers are straightforward, consisting of only 4 ranks. From highest to lowest, they are martial grade, general grade, soldier grade, and conscript grade. Their respective prices are 1,100,000, 10,000, and 1,000 contribution points. General grade weapons will not be damaged even when battling against beings at the martial emperor level. After some thought, Chu Feng decided to commission a general grade longsword. Having grown up watching Xinxia dramas, swords had always held a special place in his heart. After filling in the desired weapon specifications, Chu Feng directly clicked to purchase. Please confirm whether you wish to purchase a general grade custom weapon, which requires payment of 150 contribution points. A prompt appeared on the large screen. Confirm. Chu Feng tapped the button. Please verify via fingerprint to confirm again. A reminder appeared on the screen. Chu Feng placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner on the table. Beep. Fingerprint verification passed. Purchase successful. Payment deducted. Since you have purchased a custom weapon, it will be delivered to your address, Mr. Chu Feng, within 1 month. During this month, please keep an eye on the logistics information. Prompts successively appeared on the screen. Once my custom sword arrives, I can fly on a sword just like the masters in Xinxia dramas. The mere thought of riding a sword brought a subtle excitement to Chu Feng's heart. Just like weapons, combat suits are similarly divided into 4 ranks: martial, general, soldier, and conscript. However, combat suits of the same rank cost twice the price of weapons. Possessing the Desolate Ancient Sacred Physique, Chu Feng's own body served as the finest combat suit. Therefore, he made no purchase of combat suits. Exiting the equipment interface, Chu Feng moved on to the potion page. It displayed a breathtaking array of elixirs, some of which could elevate an ordinary martial artist all the way from the martial warrior rank to the martial marquis rank. Of course, potions that directly elevated one's cultivation commanded exorbitant prices. Moreover, even the most precious of such elixirs could only raise a cultivator to the martial marquis rank. Beyond that, one would still need to cultivate on their own. In addition to cultivation-boosting potions, Chu Feng came across elixirs that enhanced one's physical strength. Divine Blood, for instance, cost as much as 5 million contribution points per bottle. Its efficacy varied with the user's cultivation base. The lower one's cultivation, the more pronounced the effect. A martial marquis who consumed it might see their strength triple, whereas a martial emperor would likely gain only a 10 to 20% boost. Here Chu Feng also spotted the limit-breaking pill coveted by that 9th-rank martial emperor ferocious beast. A single limit-breaking pill costs 200 million contribution points. If the breakthrough succeeds, that's fine, and I can recoup 100 million. But if it fails, 200 million contribution points vanish into thin air. The limit-breaking pill is of little use to me. So long as I don't fall midway through my journey, I'm absolutely certain to break through to Martial Venerable. I'm just not sure whether the Martial God Hall accepts this pill. I'll ask Yi Lingyun later. Chu Feng pondered inwardly. After a cursory browse of the potion section, he entered the fighter jet interface. If sword-riding flight was the epitome of coolness, then owning a fighter jet from the Martial God Hall's mall was the definitive symbol of wealth. Name C-Class Fighter Jet. Price 5 million contribution points. Name D-Class Fighter Jet. Price 50 million contribution points. Name E-Class Fighter Jet. Price 500 million contribution points. Name F-Class Fighter Jet. Price 10 billion contribution points. There were 4 tiers in total. The C-class fighter jet, also known as the Marshal Marquis class fighter, was so named because its maximum speed rivaled that of a peak Marshal Marquis in full flight. The D-class fighter jet's top speed matched the swiftest flight of a peak Marshal Sovereign. The E-class fighter jet could match the top speed of a peak Marshal Emperor, and the F-class fighter jet could match that of a peak Marshal Venerable. Across the entire human world, only the masters of the three great divine halls possessed F-class fighter jets. Fighter jets were a symbol of status and prestige. Damn it, I can't even afford the cheapest C-class fighter jet. Chu Feng had thought himself fairly well off until now. But after glimpsing the prices of those fighter jets, he suddenly felt like a dirt-poor beggar. Contribution points. I need to earn contribution points. A burning desire to make money ignited within Chu Feng's heart. He exited the Martial God Hall's mall and clicked straight into the mission section. There were 6 major categories of missions. They were divided into Martial level missions, Martial Marquis level missions, Martial Emperor level missions, and Martial Venerable level missions. Among these, Martial level missions were the most abundant. Martial Venerable level missions were the scarcest, for within the Martial God Hall there were the most martial rank martial artists and the fewest Martial Venerable rank ones. Overcome with curiosity, Chu Feng tapped open the Martial Venerable level missions. Mission 1: travel to the 9 great forbidden zones and slay 1 Martial Venerable rank ferocious beast. Quota 010. Duration 1000 years. Reward 10 billion contribution points. Note: martial artists below the Martial Venerable rank who accept this mission shall receive double the reward. The entire Martial Venerable level mission board contained only this single mission. Judging by its publication date, it had been posted 100 years ago. A full century had passed, yet no one had ever accepted it. Gazing upon this mission, Chu Feng even began to suspect that the Martial God Hall had invented it simply because the Martial Venerable level mission board looked far too empty. The difficulty of this mission was by no means limited to killing a Martial Venerable rank ferocious beast. The true challenge lay in being able to walk away unscathed after the kill. In all of the Martial God Hall, perhaps only Yun Wuji was capable of accomplishing such a feat. However, given his identity, he would never undertake it, at least not for now. His strength was unquestionably formidable, but it had not yet reached the level where one man could single-handedly challenge the 9 great forbidden zones. Although there was no explicit rule that Martial Venerable level missions could only be accepted by Martial Venerables, this mission could only ever be completed by a Martial Venerable. A human Martial Venerable venturing alone into the forbidden zones to slay a Martial Venerable rank ferocious beast. Only Martial Venerable rank ferocious beasts would attack him. Beasts beyond that level would not intervene. This was the tacit understanding between the higher-ups of humanity and the high command of the ferocious beasts. Martial Venerable level missions were for the time being far beyond what Chu Feng could accomplish. He shifted his attention to the Martial Sovereign level mission board, which contained a total of 5 missions. Mission 1: slay 1 Martial Sovereign rank ferocious beast on the wild battlefield. Quota 991,000. Duration 10 years. Reward between 10000 and 1000 contribution points, depending on the beast's strength. Note: martial artists below the Martial Sovereign rank who accept this mission will receive double the reward. Those above the Martial Sovereign rank will receive only 1/10 of the reward. Mission 2: slay 5 Martial Sovereign rank ferocious beasts on the wild battlefield. Quota 501,000. Duration 10 years. Reward between 600 and 600 contribution points, depending on the beast's strength. Note: martial artists below the Martial Sovereign rank who accept this mission will receive double the reward. Those above the Martial Sovereign rank will receive only 1/10 of the reward. Mission 3: slay 10 Martial Sovereign rank ferocious beasts on the wild battlefield. Quota 251,000. Duration 10 years. Reward between 13000 and 130 contribution points, depending on the beast's strength. Note: martial artists below the Martial Sovereign rank who accept this mission will receive double the reward. Those above the Martial Sovereign rank will receive only 1/10 of the reward. Mission 4: slay 50 Martial Sovereign rank ferocious beasts on the wild battlefield. Quota 121,000. Duration 10 years. Reward between 1 million and 10 million contribution points, depending on the beast's strength. Note: martial artists below the Martial Sovereign rank who accept this mission will receive double the reward. Those above the Martial Sovereign rank will receive only 1/10 of the reward. Mission 4: slay 100 Martial Sovereign rank ferocious beasts on the wild battlefield. Quota 51,000. Duration 10 years. Reward between 2 million and 20 million contribution points, depending on the beast's strength. Note: martial artists below the Martial Sovereign rank who accept this mission will receive double the reward. Those above the Martial Sovereign rank will receive only 1/10 of the reward. Mission 5: slay 1,000 Martial Sovereign rank ferocious beasts on the wild battlefield. Quota 01000. Duration 10 years. Reward between 30 million and 300 million contribution points, depending on the beast's strength. Note: martial artists below the Martial Sovereign rank who accept this mission will receive double the reward. Martial artists above the Martial Sovereign rank are not permitted to accept this mission. The wild battlefield was a battleground specially carved out on the Australian continent after the 3 great divine halls signed an agreement with the 9 great forbidden zones. The wild battlefield belonged neither to humanity nor to the ferocious beasts. Human martial artists could hunt ferocious beasts there, and ferocious beasts could likewise hunt human martial artists. Whether human or beast, one could only become a true powerhouse through battle after battle. An ivory tower may nurture geniuses, but it can never forge true warriors. The 3 great divine halls did this precisely to keep humanity vigilant in times of peace. On the wild battlefield, the vast majority of engagements were desperate clashes between humans and ferocious beasts of the same realm. That said, a martial sovereign was not prohibited from killing a martial king. They could kill, but not in excessive numbers. Otherwise, they would incur relentless pursuit by martial emperors. The purpose of the wild battlefield was to temper martial artists. The strong slaying the weak would have betrayed the original intention behind the battlefield's creation. Killing a martial emperor-level savage beast grants different lottery points depending on the beast's cultivation, with a minimum of 1,000 and a maximum of 9,000. With my cultivation at the 3rd rank of martial emperor, killing an ordinary 7th rank martial emperor beast should not be a problem. Based on the growth rate of my inner world, I should be able to break through to the 4th rank of martial emperor in about 5 months. By then I'll be able to kill ordinary 8th rank martial emperor beasts as well. In the wilderness battlefield, among beasts ranging from the 1st to the 9th rank of martial emperor, the 1st rank has the greatest numbers and the 9th rank has the fewest. As long as I stay cautious and avoid provoking the 8th rank and 9th rank martial emperor beasts for the time being, I'll be very safe in the wilderness battlefield. After analyzing the situation, Chu Feng decided to take on the most difficult task among the martial emperor level missions. In truth, with the lottery system, Chu Feng could easily sustain himself through battle. The more beasts he killed, the more lottery points he would earn. The more lottery points he had, the more rewards he could draw. Perhaps he might even draw treasures that could help him increase his combat power. Once his combat power increased, he could kill higher cultivation beasts and obtain even more lottery points. Kill 1,000 martial emperor level beasts within 10 years. On average, that means killing 100 every year. That's roughly 1 beast every 3 or 4 days. When the opponent is far weaker, the battle is settled quickly. But when the opponent's strength is very close to mine, a fight might not be decided even after a month. To improve my hunting efficiency, I need to choose beasts below the 7th rank of martial emperor whenever possible. With this thought, Chu Feng made his decision. Having selected the task he wanted to undertake, he directly pressed the accept button on the screen. We detect that this is your first time accepting a mission. There are some precautions we need to inform you about. Each person may accept only 1 mission at a time, and you cannot accept another mission until you have completed the one you have taken. If you fail to complete the mission within the time limit, or if you wish to abandon it before the deadline, we will deduct 5% of your contribution points based on the mission's highest reward. Now please confirm whether you wish to accept Martial Emperor Level Mission 5. A prompt appeared on the large screen. So that's the rule. But since I've chosen this mission, I naturally have confidence in completing it. Chu Feng's resolve was unwavering. Confirm acceptance. He clicked. Please verify again through fingerprint identification. A reminder appeared on the screen. Chu Feng placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner on the desk. Beep. Fingerprint verification successful. You have successfully accepted Martial Emperor Level Mission 5. You are required to kill 1,000 Martial Emperor level beasts in the wilderness battlefield within 10 years. Best of luck. Prompts appeared on the screen one after another. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. The Wilderness Azura. Mission description: kill 1,000 Martial Emperor level beasts in the wilderness battlefield within 5 years. No fewer than 10% must be 8th rank Martial Emperor beasts, and no fewer than 5% must be 9th rank Martial Emperor beasts. Mission reward upon completion: 100,000 lottery points, and the second layer of the Primordial Source Scripture. Mission penalty: none. The second layer of the Primordial Source Scripture, a secret method that elevates the life gene hierarchy, allowing the cultivator's genes to continuously leap upward and improve until reaching the ultimate limit of genes. The second layer can enhance the cultivator's original life gene hierarchy by 25 times. Only after successfully cultivating the first layer can one cultivate the second layer. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Chu Feng's mind. When he heard that the reward included the second layer of the Primordial Source Scripture, his pupils sharply contracted, and then he was overwhelmed with ecstasy. A 25-fold enhancement of the life gene hierarchy. Once Chu Feng successfully cultivated the second layer of the Primordial Source Scripture, his strength, comprehension, and speed would all undergo a tremendous leap. Strength, speed. Those were secondary. The key was comprehension. The higher his comprehension, the more efficiently he could cultivate secret methods. An ordinary person might spend 100 years merely reaching minor mastery of a single secret technique. Yet Chu Feng, with the same cultivation, could achieve minor mastery in just a few days. Moreover, comprehension was not only reflected in cultivating secret methods, but was also the key to comprehending the laws. The greater one's comprehension, the easier it was to comprehend the laws governing the universe. Except, Without further hesitation, Chu Feng immediately accepted the mission. If he missed this opportunity, he might never obtain the second layer of the primordial source scripture again. Therefore, he had to seize this chance. Out of 1,000 beasts, at least 10% must be 8th rank martial emperor, meaning 100. At least 5% must be 9th rank martial emperor, meaning 50. The mission time is half of what the martial god hall gave me. It seems I'll need to adjust my plan. Chu Feng stared at the glowing screen, without blinking, appearing somewhat lost in thought. In truth, his mind was racing. He had to kill 1,000 martial emperor level beasts in 5 years with additional requirements on the number of 8th rank and 9th rank martial emperor beasts. Martial Emperor level mission 5 on the Martial God Hall's official website was not even on the same level as the system's mission. He had to set out as soon as possible and head to the wilderness battlefield. Given Chu Feng's speed, flying to the wilderness battlefield would take at least half a year. Half a year. That was far too long. So Chu Feng searched the internet for a faster way to reach the wilderness battlefield. With the help of the all-powerful internet, he actually discovered a method to get there quickly. That method was through wormholes. From the ruins of a prehistoric civilization, humanity had obtained the means to construct artificial wormholes. Ever since the wilderness battlefield was established, the 3 great temples had all built artificial wormholes leading to the wilderness battlefield. Even Chu Feng would need half a year to fly there, so warriors below the martial emperor rank would take even longer. At that time, the number of human powerhouses was extremely small. The founders of the 3 great temples could indeed use teleportation to deliver waves of warriors to the wilderness battlefield. But as the strongest beings of humanity, they could hardly spend every day serving as mere transport tools. Therefore, they built artificial wormholes. Every activation of an artificial wormhole consumed enormous resources. To open the wormhole from the Martial God Hall headquarters to the wilderness battlefield for a single person, unless that person was a martial venerable or surpassed the martial venerable realm. Under normal circumstances, one had to register online first, and the wormhole would only be activated once the number of registrants reached 1 million. Those registered warriors would be teleported all at once to humanity's war preparation camp in the wilderness battlefield. The number of registered participants had already reached 800,000. In about a month, the number would reach 1 million. A month versus half a year. Anyone with a sound mind knew which to choose. After registering, Chu Feng took out his identity card. In an instant, the light screen vanished and the desk became utterly ordinary again. Then Chu Feng turned his attention to the wrist guard on his arm. That staff member said, "This wrist guard can allow my consciousness to enter the Martial Emperor Pavilion, the virtual space of the Martial God Hall." Looking at the wrist guard on his arm, Chu Feng muttered to himself. The next second, his mental energy attached to the wrist guard. "Do you wish to enter the Martial Emperor Pavilion?" At the same time, an electronic synthesized voice sounded in his mind. "Enter the Martial Emperor Pavilion." It was an extremely tall pavilion, 18 stories in total. Suddenly, on the second floor, a room that had been pitch black lit up. A figure suddenly appeared within that room. That figure was none other than Chu Feng. He looked around with curiosity. The room was 50 meters wide, 50 meters long, and about 10 meters high. The room was extremely bare. Apart from a table, there was nothing else. "Welcome, Martial Emperor Chu Feng." Just as Chu Feng was observing his surroundings, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly sounded. "This is your private room in the Martial Emperor Pavilion. No one but you can enter your room." The electronic voice echoed through the room. "You may decorate this room however you like. On the table there is a book that can help you understand the Martial Emperor Pavilion more quickly. Finally, I wish you a pleasant stay in the Martial Emperor Pavilion." The electronic voice faded away. "Pleasant stay? Is this Martial Emperor Pavilion a place for martial emperors to enjoy themselves, eh?" Chu Feng laughed softly. The desk was against the wall with a window just in front of it. Gazing out through the window, all he could see was a blur of mist with nothing discernible beyond. Lowering his gaze, he saw several sheets of paper on the desk. On the top page were written 5 large characters. Introduction to the Martial Emperor Pavilion. Welcome to the Martial Emperor Pavilion. The Martial Emperor Pavilion is the strongest organization of human martial artists founded by the masters of humanity's 3 great temples. Across the entire Blue Star, almost every martial emperor and every martial artist above that level is a member of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. The Martial Emperor Pavilion has 9 floors in total. The first floor is the conference hall. The 2nd through 9th floors are the residences of the Martial Emperor Pavilion's members. The higher one's cultivation, the higher the floor one stays on. All the rooms in the Martial Emperor Pavilion can be raised or lowered. Even if you start on the 2nd floor, once your cultivation breaks through to the Martial Sovereign Realm, you will automatically rise to the 3rd floor. Since the founding of the Martial Emperor Pavilion, you are the 10013th martial artist to join. At present, there are 9503 Martial Emperor rank martial artists in the pavilion, 480 Martial Sovereign rank martial artists, 27 Martial Venerable rank martial artists, 3 Martial Immortal rank martial artists. The Martial Emperor Pavilion's leadership consists of only 3 people: Yun Wuji, the strongest human and founder of the pavilion, Tuoba Haitong, the 2nd strongest human, and Xiao Yin, the 3rd strongest human. Usually these 3 powerhouses do not appear in the Martial Emperor Pavilion. Once they do appear, it means something major is about to happen. As a member of the Martial Emperor Pavilion, you must obey their arrangements. Whoever disobeys will be accused of betraying humanity and subjected to capital punishment. Inside the Martial Emperor Pavilion, there are also a mall and auction hall and arena, the heaven-reaching tower, and many other functions waiting for you to discover yourself. When you've read this, go straight to the first floor hall. A surprise is waiting for you. That was all a single sheet of paper said. After reading it, Chu Feng's expression grew somewhat complicated. There are actually this many Martial Emperor rank martial artists on Blue Star. Suddenly Chu Feng began to feel some pressure. But pressure is also a good thing. Only with pressure is there motivation, right? The human population on Blue Star is enormous. It is tens of thousands of times that of Earth. Even though many people had died during the invasion of ferocious beasts, now that both sides had entered a period of peace, humanity's numbers over the following centuries not only returned to their former peak, but grew considerably larger. First, since everyone is a martial artist, their physiques are stronger, so fewer and fewer people die from illness. Second, when martial artists break through to the martial marquis level, their lifespan increases dramatically. A martial marquis has a lifespan of 100 years, a martial king 500, a martial emperor 2,000, and a martial sovereign 10,000. A martial venerable has a lifespan of 10 million years. Those who reach martial immortal can even live as long as the universe itself. At present, the human population on Blue Star has reached nearly 100 trillion. For 10,000 martial emperors to appear among 100 trillion people, that probability is actually already extremely small. However, humanity has only been formally cultivating the martial path for a short time. In the future, there will surely be more and more martial emperors. The last sentence on this paper says to go to the first floor hall, and that there is some surprise waiting for me. Chu Feng could not help feeling tempted. The next moment he opened the door and walked out. Outside was a circular corridor, and it was very wide. 10 cars could drive side by side without feeling crowded. He walked to the edge of the corridor and looked down. Below was the first floor of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. It was an enormous plaza. 18 arenas were scattered across 18 spots in the plaza. Apart from the arenas, there were also many round tables. The round table at the very center of the plaza was the largest of all. Unlike the other round tables, which had a dozen or more chairs, it had only 3. Those were the chairs of the Martial Emperor Pavilion's founders. These 3 seats represented the pinnacle of humanity's martial strength and power. Only the masters of the 3 great temples were qualified to sit there. The other chairs had no such restrictions, so as long as a chair was empty, anyone could sit in it. Wow, so many people. Chu Feng looked down and saw that many people were already sitting in those chairs drinking and chatting. As Chu Feng looked down, quite a few martial artists below noticed him too. Look, a 7th grade martial emperor noticed Chu Feng and pointed him out to several friends nearby. Which powerhouse is that? He looks pretty unfamiliar. One of his friends, a 6th grade martial emperor, glanced at Chu Feng and said casually, "Never seen him before. He probably just joined the Martial Emperor Pavilion." Another friend, a 9th grade martial emperor, swirled his glass of red wine and said dismissively, "He looks quite young, around 20 or so. To break through to martial marquis at 20, he's a genius." That 7th grade martial emperor was very curious about Chu Feng, because Chu Feng looked too young. After breaking through to martial marquis, one's appearance basically would not change. From Chu Feng's appearance, one could infer that he had been no more than 20 when he broke through. Generally speaking, the earlier one breaks through to martial marquis, the higher one's talent. That was why he paid extra attention. Don't be too quick to say that. Maybe he simply had good luck and got some treasure from the ruins of a prehistoric civilization. Wasn't the young lady of the ice temple the same? When she was still a martial warrior, she accidentally entered the ruins of a prehistoric civilization. By the time she came out of the ruins, she was already a martial sovereign. That 9th grade martial emperor curled his lips. Clearly in his heart, he regarded Chu Feng as a lucky one, just like the young lady of the ice temple. He could not really be blamed. The main thing was that Chu Feng's cultivation was too misleading. Under normal circumstances, newcomers joining the Martial Emperor Pavilion were 1st grade martial emperors. But Chu Feng was a 3rd grade martial emperor, so that was why the martial artist thought that way. That's not impossible. The 6th grade martial emperor nodded and chimed in. In fact, it was not just the few of them wondering how Chu Feng had broken through to martial emperor. Almost every martial artist present who had noticed Chu Feng was speculating. Naturally, Chu Feng had no idea what those people were thinking. "Hey, what are you looking at? Why don't you come down and have a seat?" Suddenly a voice sounded from behind Chu Feng. He turned around and saw a tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauty. She exuded the aura of a mature woman from head to toe. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind Chu Feng. He turned around and saw a tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauty. She exuded the aura of a mature woman from head to toe. The woman, full of charm, let her gaze linger on Chu Feng's face for a moment before speaking. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. "Yes, I really did just join." The woman smiled and said, "3rd grade martial emperor. Just joined? Did you just come out of the ruins of a prehistoric civilization?" Chu Feng felt curious inside, but no trace of confusion appeared on his face. "How are you so sure?" Chu Feng smiled. "Did I guess wrong? You didn't just come out of the ruins of a prehistoric civilization. Then why didn't you join the Martial Emperor Pavilion when you broke through to 1st grade martial emperor?" The woman's question left Chu Feng puzzled. "You didn't guess wrong. I did just come out of the ruins of a prehistoric civilization. Chu Feng shook his head and said. Hearing this, the woman could not help looking envious. You're really lucky. If only I had luck as good as yours. Unfortunately, I've already broken through to Martial Emperor, so ordinary inheritances from ancient ruins don't have much effect on me anymore. The woman sighed softly, sounding a little regretful. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Jenny Charlotte. Just call me Jenny. Perhaps because of her personality, the woman seemed very warm and outgoing. To use a popular saying from Earth, Jenny had the makings of a social butterfly. I'm Chu Feng. Chu Feng said with a smile. Chu Feng. Jenny murmured the name a few times, then added, since you just joined the Martial Emperor Pavilion, there should be a surprise for you by tradition. I won't share in your surprise though. Talk to you later. I'll head down first. Bye. With that, Jenny waved at Chu Feng, turned, and walked toward the stairway. Share the surprise. Since when can a surprise be shared? Chu Feng shook his head. Then he too walked toward the stairway. When he reached the stairway, the entire first floor hall suddenly went dark. The martial artists who had been chatting and drinking with friends all turned toward the stairway. They looked at Chu Feng at the very top of the stairway. Clang. With a crisp sound that seemed to make even one's soul tremble. The entire hall immediately resounded with loud, warm, joyful music. The music echoed throughout the hall. At the same time, all the martial artists in the hall rose to their feet in unison. Above Chu Feng's head, a golden light screen appeared. Swish. A beam of golden light shone down onto Chu Feng. The Martial Emperor Pavilion welcomes a new member. His name is Chu Feng. A rough, godlike voice thundered. At the same time, 2 lines of large characters appeared on the light screen above Chu Feng's head. Chu Feng. 10013. In that instant, Chu Feng became the focus of the entire hall. Clap, clap, clap. Following that, a round of applause lasting 3 full minutes rang out. Surprise. This is the surprise. For a moment, Chu Feng was completely at a loss for words. 3 minutes passed. The light that had been shining upon Chu Feng gradually dissipated. Everything returned to tranquility. Soon, numerous enthusiastic martial emperors invited Chu Feng to join them at their table. Mr. Chu Feng, this way. The young master instructed me to host you with the utmost hospitality at the Martial Emperor Pavilion. A martial emperor from the Martial God Hall approached Chu Feng, smiling. Young master. Chu Feng nodded and followed the martial emperor to a nearby table. Mr. Chu Feng, allow me to make some introductions. These are all martial emperors from our Martial God Hall. Luo Jie, Martial Emperor 6th rank. Wu Qingyun, Martial Emperor 7th rank. Lu Xingyun, Martial Emperor 5th rank. The entire table consisted of 13 martial emperors. Their cultivation levels spanned from 5th to 9th rank. The Martial God Hall was rife with internal factions. These individuals belonged to Yi Lingyun's faction. Before entering seclusion for healing, Yi Lingyun had specially instructed them to look after Chu Feng. That was precisely why these martial artists were so warm toward him. At the same time, they harbored deep envy toward Chu Feng. For so many years, Chu Feng had been the only one for whom Yi Lingyun had personally spoken and asked them to care for. Lastly, let me introduce myself. I am Ma Lei at the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. After the greetings were exchanged, Ma Lei deliberately asked another martial emperor to shift over so that Chu Feng could sit beside him. Come. Look through whatever you'd like to eat or drink. Order freely my treat. Though this is a virtual space, it operates at 100 realism, so the sensation of eating and drinking is identical to the real world. Ma Lei summoned a virtual server and placed a menu before Chu Feng. Virtual food. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel curious. When he had glanced down from the corridor earlier, he had noticed that each table below was laden with fine wines and exquisite dishes. Taking the menu, Chu Feng opened it with interest. Every item on the menu was written in the universal language of Blue Star, Mandarin Chinese. This was because all 3 founders of the Divine Halls were originally from the Xia nation. As for the prices listed beside each dish, they were not denominated in currency. They were measured in contribution points. The contribution points of the 3 great Divine Halls could all be exchanged for those of the Martial Emperor Pavilion. The exchange ratio was 1-to-1. 10,000 contribution points per glass of wine. Even the cheapest dishes cost no less than 5,000 contribution points. The most expensive dish actually goes for 1,000,000 contribution points. Chu Feng was quite astonished at first. But then he remembered that the lowest-ranking individuals in the Martial Emperor Pavilion were all martial emperors, so his surprise gradually subsided. With the strength of a martial emperor, earning contribution points was relatively swift. Especially high-ranking martial emperors. Someone like Ma Lei, a 9th-rank martial emperor, could easily accumulate 10 million contribution points within a single year. Lower-rank martial emperors had somewhat lesser earning capacity. However, they rarely took the initiative to spend on their own. Most of the time, they were treated by friends. Chu Feng casually ordered several items, bringing his total consumption to approximately 100,000 contribution points. In the virtual space, food was served with remarkable speed. Hardly had he placed his order when the dishes arrived. He had to admit the virtual food was truly delicious. It possessed perfect appearance, fragrance, and taste. The flavor is indeed impressive. Chu Feng couldn't help but praise. Of course, how could food in the real world compare to what we have at the Martial Emperor Pavilion? Reality can only approximate perfection, but the Martial Emperor Pavilion embodies perfection itself. Ma Lei smiled. After the meal was mostly finished, Ma Lei took Chu Feng to tour other public areas within the Martial Emperor Pavilion. The Martial Emperor Pavilion also had a marketplace. Its variety and quantity of goods far surpassed that of any of the three great divine halls individually. Truly precious treasures, however, were not available for purchase in the marketplace. Genuine treasures only appeared at auctions. The Martial Emperor Pavilion held an auction every 10 years. The treasures offered at each auction were personally donated by the lords of the three great halls. These items held little significance for themselves. Yet for any martial artist below the martial immortal realm, they were extraordinarily precious treasures. The next auction would take place in 5 years' time. Therefore, Chu Feng needed to accumulate contribution points as quickly as possible within these 5 years. Otherwise, when the auction arrived, he would be forced to merely watch others raise their bids. Ma Lei had mentioned to him that at each decennial auction, particularly in recent sessions, the treasures had grown progressively more extraordinary. Simultaneously, the contribution points required had climbed higher with each passing auction. A martial emperor would need at least 50 million contribution points just to have a chance of securing the treasure they desired. For treasures suited to martial ancestors and martial venerables, the competition grew even fiercer. During the previous auction, a single item appropriate for a martial venerable had been sold for a staggering price of 100 billion contribution points. Chu Feng, do you have any plans for the near future? After touring most of the public areas within the Martial Emperor Pavilion, Ma Lei asked casually. Plans. I have already registered for the wilderness battlefield. For the coming years, I will likely spend most of my time there. Chu Feng smiled. The wilderness battlefield. Huh. I'm currently in the wilderness battlefield myself. If you encounter any trouble there, enter the Martial Emperor Pavilion and find me at any time. I usually maintain a wisp of consciousness within the Martial Emperor Pavilion. When you enter, simply knock on my door. My room is the first on the second floor. Ma Lei smiled. For those who had reached the Martial Emperor realm, partitioning even a slender fragment of consciousness to remain behind was quite straightforward. Of course, the function of such a consciousness fragment was rather limited, mainly serving only for basic communication. It proved quite convenient for passing messages. Martial emperors were already considered the backbone of humanity. Each one was exceedingly precious. With the Martial Emperor Pavilion as a platform, if one encountered danger in the wilderness battlefield, they could entirely rely on the pavilion to rally reinforcements for themselves. Of course, this method could only reduce the mortality rate among martial emperors, because those reinforcement units needed time to arrive. Endure that period, and one would survive. If not, death was unavoidable. During the following month, Chu Feng devoted himself to cultivating his secret techniques, spending the rest of his time at the Martial Emperor Pavilion. Through a month of conversation and exchange, he had come to know quite a few martial emperors. As the old saying went, making more friends meant opening more paths. These martial emperors might not match his combat strength. They might not possess his talent. But they had spent many years navigating the human world. Their connections, their knowledge of prehistoric civilization ruins, and more were all things Chu Feng could not yet compare to. Although he had rescued Yi Lingyun, a major figure of the martial god hall, Yi Lingyun was currently undergoing healing treatment, and given the severity of her injuries, no one knew how long her recovery would take. Furthermore, he could not possibly trouble Yi Lingyun with every matter. To integrate into the human world as quickly as possible, these martial emperors represented an excellent starting point. What the system had initially told him was merely a general overview of this world. Only through repeated casual conversations with these martial emperors did Chu Feng gain a clearer and more thorough understanding of this world. Days passed one after another. On the 20th day after he moved into the villa, a stranger arrived carrying a long alloy case. His cultivation was that of a third-grade martial marquis. Mr. Chu Feng, this is the weapon you commissioned. It can be opened with your fingerprint. It turned out the visitor had come to deliver the custom-made sword to Chu Feng. Chu Feng took the sealed alloy case and slid his finger across the top. Beep. Fingerprint verification passed. A synthesized electronic voice sounded, and then the alloy case opened, revealing a sword about 1.2 meters long. From its appearance, it looked somewhat like the demonic sword from the TV drama Chinese Paladin 3. A faint, eerie light rippled along the sword's body. Chu Feng took it out of the case and casually swung it a few times. Not bad, not bad. This sword can fully withstand the eruption of my true chi. Chu Feng loved the long sword more with every look. He even gave it a name, Azura. This was inspired by the system mission, Wilderness Azura. After the delivery man completed the acceptance check, he left. Chu Feng then returned to the training hall carrying the Azura sword. Before heading to the wilderness battlefield, Chu Feng had to familiarize himself thoroughly with how to use the Azura sword. Ideally, he would train until the sword became an extension of his own body. Only then would the sword be a help, not a hindrance. 9 days after receiving the Azura sword, Chu Feng received news that the number of people registered for the wilderness battlefield had reached 1 million. They needed to assemble at Wushan Square before noon the next day. Then an artificial wormhole would be opened, teleporting the million martial artists all at once to the human staging camp in the wilderness battlefield. Chu Feng felt inexplicably excited when he received this news. The next day, after storing everything he needed into the storage ring Yilingyun had given him, he flew toward Wushan Square. Wushan Square was the largest square in the world. The second largest was Bingxue Square, and the third largest was Yinshan Square. The square covered an area of 100 square kilometers, and 1,000,000 martial artists could stand on it without feeling crowded. At exactly noon, the artificial wormhole appeared. It appeared right beneath the feet of the 1,000,000 people. In an instant, all 1,000,000 vanished. They reappeared in a massive plaza within the human staging camp that the Wushan Temple had established in the wilderness battlefield. Whoosh! 1,000,000 martial artists appeared in an instant, Chu Feng among them. Since it was his first time here, he couldn't help but look around and survey his surroundings. Towering walls stood all around him, and shockingly all of them were built from D-grade alloy. Even a martial emperor-level existence would never be able to blast these walls down. Inside the walls, apart from the enormous square, there were rows and rows of benches for the martial artists to rest on. Neither the benches nor the high walls left Chu Feng in awe. What truly stunned Chu Feng were the 4 colossi within the walls. They looked like golden statues, but when Chu Feng activated his double pupils, he could see inside the golden statues. Inside each statue was an energy conversion device. When Chu Feng saw this device, he abruptly sensed a heart-stopping presence. If that energy were ever unleashed, its power would absolutely be hundreds or thousands of times, if not more terrifying than the dark meteor annihilation unleashed by the 9th grade martial emperor beast in the dark forest. It seems humanity has also prepared a countermeasure. Chu Feng thought to himself. The human staging camp had gathered nearly the majority of humanity's martial artists. If the powerhouses among the fierce beasts suddenly broke the agreement and attacked the human staging camp, the human martial artists in the camp alone would simply not be their match. These martial artists might not be very powerful now, but their futures held boundless possibilities. Perhaps one of them might one day rise to rival the founders of the 3 great temples. For the sake of these martial artists' safety, the Wushan Temple had placed the ultimate weapons from the ruins of a prehistoric civilization here, the martial venerable puppets. Combined, the 4 martial venerable puppets were no match for a martial immortal, but they could definitely hold out until human powerhouses arrived. Unless, of course, a being beyond martial immortal suddenly appeared among the fierce beasts. But if that really happened, there would be no need for such measures. Against a being beyond martial immortal, even the combined strength of all human powerhouses would have no chance at all. Chu Feng did not stay long at the human staging camp. With a mission on his hands, time was precious. After leaving the camp, he hurried toward the martial sovereign-level wilderness battlefield. The vast wilderness battlefield was actually divided into several zones. Human and beast experts of different realms each had their own relatively fixed activity areas. Of course, sometimes due to various reasons, those martial artists or beasts would also stray into other zones. For example, 9th grade martial kings who were extremely confident in their strength often ran into the activity zones of martial sovereign-level beasts and martial artists. On one hand, hunting beasts of a higher realm than oneself rewarded double contribution points. On the other hand, fighting stronger beasts allowed one to grow faster. Martial artists came in many types. Some preferred to advance steadily and would not provoke beasts whose cultivation was higher than their own. Others liked to test their limits and possessed a strong adventurous spirit. The second type was far more likely to produce powerhouses than the first. At the same time, the second type was also far more likely to fall in battle. If not for his fear of exposing the secret that he could revive infinitely, Chu Feng would have been an excellent fit for the second type. Chu Feng, as he was now, actually belonged to neither type. When he had no mission, he leaned toward being the first type. But under special circumstances, he would also choose to become the second type without hesitation. First, I'll kill fierce beasts at the 7th grade martial sovereign level or below to accumulate lottery draw points. After killing 850 beasts at the 7th grade martial sovereign level or below, I'll deal with 8th grade and 9th grade martial sovereign beasts. With a plan in mind, Chu Feng chose a stretch of jungle as his battlefield. Activating his double pupils, he discovered dozens of fierce beasts at the 7th grade martial sovereign level or below in the jungle. Their cultivations were mostly from the 3rd grade to the 5th grade martial sovereign realm. Fierce beasts of this level were ideal for honing the combat techniques of his human body. With the golden horn giant beast body, Chu Feng had handled every battle with perfect ease. Every attack had become almost an instinctive reflex with no need for thought. But now for his human body to reach that stage, there was still some distance to travel. It had taken about 2 or 3 months for the golden horn giant beast body to reach that level. The human body should take even less time. Roar. Angry roars came one after another from deep within the jungle. When Chu Feng was roughly 1,000 meters away from those fierce beasts, they seemed to have been provoked. One after another they charged at Chu Feng in frenzied roars. A distance of over 1,000 meters could be crossed in less than a second at their speed before they reached him. Chu Feng had no intention of killing these fierce beasts instantly. These beasts were excellent sparring partners. It wouldn't be too late to kill them once they no longer had any value as sparring partners. Moreover, thanks to the physical strength of his primordial sacred body, even if he stood there and let the beast attack him, only a 5th grade martial emperor beast could manage to cause him slight injury. Other third-grade and fourth-grade martial emperor beasts could not cause him the slightest harm at all. Therefore, he had no need to worry about his own safety. Roar! One fierce beast after another howled as they charged at Chu Feng. Instead of retreating, Chu Feng charged straight into their midst. One-on-one combat no longer had the slightest tempering effect on Chu Feng. Only in a many versus one situation could his ability to react and adapt be honed. If he could reach a point where when these beasts attacked him simultaneously, not a single blow landed on him, then his on-the-spot reaction ability would be considered qualified. The beasts frantically launched wave after wave of attacks at Chu Feng. Chu Feng only dodged and did not take the initiative to attack. At first, because he watched the front but not the back and guarded the left but not the right, he took quite a few hits. But as time passed, he gradually became familiar with the beast's attack patterns. He also gradually learned how to avoid their attacks with the smallest possible movements. Although all this progress was very slow, Chu Feng continued to weave among the beasts without stopping. He ceaselessly evaded their attacks and gradually began to gain some insights. Boom! Attack after attack burst around Chu Feng, sending countless pieces of gravel flying. Even under such intense attacks, Chu Feng remained calm and unhurried with no tension or worry on his face, as if he had long been used to it. What swift reactions! This scene left a martial artist who had been drawn over by the commotion utterly astonished. At first, this martial artist had been worried about Chu Feng. After all, there were so many beasts, every one of them with a higher cultivation than Chu Feng, and they were ganging up on him. If his own strength were sufficient, he would have wanted to help Chu Feng. It was worth mentioning that this martial artist was not a martial emperor. His cultivation was only at the 9th grade of martial king. A 9th grade martial king appearing in an area where martial emperor level existences operated. Obviously, he was the second type of martial artist mentioned earlier. However, no matter how adventurous he was, he would not make enemies of beasts whose cultivation was far superior to his. This kind of reckless martial artist would try anything as long as there was even a 1% chance of survival. But they would not do things that guaranteed death. They were madmen, but not fools. There is a saying, wealth and honor are sought in danger, not in death. This martial emperor is truly remarkable. Although his cultivation is only 3rd grade martial emperor, he dares to face so many beasts of higher cultivation alone. He is simply a role model for our generation. If he can survive by luck, Zhuxian definitely want to make friends with him. A sharp light flashed in Zhuxian's eyes, and he felt great admiration for the man before him. A martial king saying with such confidence that he wanted to befriend Chu Feng. Clearly he felt he had the right to do so. However, it was only natural for him to have such thoughts. Because on the planet launching apart from those martial artists who had inherited prehistoric civilization ruins, he was the fastest person to break through from martial warrior to martial king. From martial warrior to martial king, he had taken less than 10 years. He was able to achieve such success by accumulating one life-risking battle after another. In terms of battle experience and combat skills at the same cultivation level, even the young masters of the 3 great temples were no match for him. A martial venerable of the Yin Temple commented that as long as Zhuxian did not fall midway, he would 100% become a martial venerable in the future. Many martial artists even believe that among so many 9th grade martial kings, he had the greatest chance of becoming the 1013th martial emperor. With such an experience, it was hardly surprising that he had those thoughts just now. As for Zhuxian's presence, Chu Feng had discovered it long ago. A 9th grade martial king dares to come to this place. Interesting. Chu Feng's mind did not linger on Zhuxian for long. He continued to focus on his own affairs. Not good. This attack can't be dodged. Because of a small mistake, Chu Feng failed to completely dodge the beast's new round of attacks. The beast about to hit him was a 5th grade martial emperor beast. With a gap of 2 minor realms, Zhuxian couldn't help worrying whether Chu Feng would be severely injured by this strike. Bang! The massive paw of that 5th grade martial emperor beast slammed violently against Chu Feng's back. The dull thud was audible even to Zhuxian, who was more than 10 kilometers away. At this moment, Zhuxian had already prepared to flee. But when he saw what happened next, he was thrown into tremendous shock. How is this possible? How can he be completely unharmed? He couldn't be. Not human, just a beast that looks human. Zhuxian had never seen a martial artist with physical defense this powerful. It was common knowledge that at the same cultivation level, human physical bodies were inferior to fierce beasts. In the entire human race, he had only heard that the founders of the 3 great temples had physical bodies no weaker than fierce beasts at the same cultivation level. The founders of the 3 great temples are only no weaker than fierce beasts of the same cultivation level. This guy's physical body is definitely stronger than a fierce beast of the same cultivation level. It's not just a little bit stronger. Among human martial artists, when did a martial artist with such a powerful body appear? Why haven't I heard even a shred of news about him before? Could he be a genius secretly trained by the 3 great temples? Or did he also obtain an inheritance from some prehistoric civilization ruin? For a moment, many questions filled Zhuxian's mind. The human-shaped fierce beast was just his exaggerated way of putting it. In his heart, he naturally did not believe it. He could hardly wait to rush over and ask all the questions in his mind to the man who had made the fierce beasts run around in circles. It's about time. Chu Feng, in the middle of the pack of beasts, thought to himself. It had been a long time since a beast had landed an attack on him. This meant that these beasts could no longer satisfy his training needs. They had lost their value to Chu Feng. The only path left for them now was death. Chu Feng turned his wrist, and the Azura sword appeared in an instant. As his wrist swung, head after head flew off the fierce beasts. His movements were fast, smooth, and fluid with a unique beauty. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a fierce beast. You have received 3000 draw points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a fierce beast. You have received 5000 draw points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a fierce beast. You have received 3000 draw points. With each beast's death, a system notification rang through Chu Feng's mind. Not only did Chu Feng not feel annoyed, he instead felt as if the system were singing a song of praise for him. Soon 35 martial emperor-level fierce beasts lay dead beneath his sword. At the same time, a martial artist more than 10 kilometers away felt his worldview collapse. Zhuxian's eyes were wide open, his expression blank as he stared at the battle in the distance. He had just witnessed with his own eyes how Chu Feng casually eliminated 35 Wuhuang-level fierce beasts. 35 fierce beasts. 10 Wuhuang rank 3, 20 Wuhuang rank 4, and 5 Wuhuang rank 5. Normally, there would be a significant gap between Wuhuang rank 3 and Wuhuang rank 5 beasts. But under Chu Feng's sword, the Wuhuang rank 5 and Wuhuang rank 3 beasts seemed to make no difference. One stroke finished them all. Even a Wuhuang rank 6 beast probably couldn't match him. To possess combat power that transcends 3 minor realms at the Wuhuang level. This is simply terrifying. We're all humans, so why is he so strong? Originally, Zhuxian had been extremely confident in his talent and abilities. But after witnessing Chu Feng's performance, he felt that the gap between him and Chu Feng wasn't merely dozens of kilometers, but an insurmountable chasm that could never be crossed in a lifetime. Watching Chu Feng's figure, Zhuxian remained transfixed for a long time. It wasn't until Chu Feng had finished extracting the essence blood from all the beasts and began walking toward him that Zhuxian slowly snapped back to reality. The most precious substance on a fierce beast was its essence blood. The essence blood also served as proof of a beast's defeat. To claim mission completion, one needed to present the essence blood as verification. As for the fur and bones of the beasts, those could be sold to national powers in exchange for ordinary currency. If you wanted to exchange them for contribution points at the Wuxian Hall. Sorry, the Wuxian Hall didn't accept fur and bones from such low-grade beasts. Only beasts whose cultivation reached Wuzuan level could exchange anything from their bodies for considerable contribution points. Chu Feng collected the essence blood from these beasts and placed it directly into his storage ring. Then he flew in the direction of Zhuxian. Behind Zhuxian, there were a few beasts with cultivation at Wuhuang rank 6 and 7. Wuhuang rank 5 beasts no longer satisfied Chu Feng's training requirements. Therefore, Chu Feng focused his efforts on beasts of higher cultivation. As Chu Feng drew closer to Zhuxian, Zhuxian had also prepared to greet him. However, this time it wasn't about making friends. Zhuxian deeply felt that he was not yet qualified to befriend someone of such stature. Senior. When Chu Feng was less than 1,000 meters away, Zhuxian called out loudly. Chu Feng stopped, looked at Zhuxian, and asked, "What is it?" Nothing. I just saw you fight so many Wuhuang-level beasts alone. Your strength fills me with great admiration." Zhuxian said this with complete sincerity. Chu Feng smiled faintly and replied, "You're not bad either. To reach this area at Wuhuang rank 9, you certainly have courage. Keep working hard, and someday you'll achieve the same. I have other matters to attend to. We'll meet again." With those words, Chu Feng nodded to Zhuxian, then transformed into a streak of light and flew toward his next destination. Zhuxian turned to look at the direction where Chu Feng had disappeared, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. "Senior, someday, I will also reach your level." Zhuxian secretly vowed in his heart. The next moment, he also left this place. However, he headed in the direction exactly opposite to Chu Feng's. In that direction, the strength of the beasts would only grow weaker. He needed to temper himself, so naturally, he chose Wuhuang rank 1 beasts. Anything higher wouldn't be self-improvement, it would be seeking death. After leaving, Chu Feng arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was occupied by 1 Wuhuang rank 7 beast and 2 Wuhuang rank 6 beasts. That Wuhuang rank 7 beast had reached the peak of its realm. Even facing a Wuhuang rank 8 warrior, the three of them combined could put up a fight. Due to the unwritten rules of the wilderness, battlefield warriors who came here to deal with these 3 beasts rarely exceeded Wuhuang rank 8. Therefore, these 3 beasts had survived in this area for a long time. In fact, even that Wuhuang rank 7 beast was close to breaking through to Wuhuang rank 8. Chu Feng's arrival quickly attracted the attention of these 3 beasts. The unwritten rule of the wilderness battlefield was that those of higher cultivation could not actively hunt those of lower cultivation. Whether warriors or beasts, most would abide by this unwritten rule. However, if a lower cultivation individual proactively provoked a higher cultivation one, the situation would be entirely different. At that point, the higher cultivation individual could completely deal with the lower one. Now Chu Feng had proactively entered the activity area of these 3 beasts, which constituted a deliberate provocation. Even if they killed Chu Feng, the human race could not send warriors beyond Wuhuang rank 8 to seek revenge. This was a balance. As long as the gap between the strongest beast and the strongest human hadn't widened sufficiently, this balance would not be broken. Anyone who dared to break it would have to prepare to be abandoned by their own faction. Of course, if, after killing someone, they could escape back into the Forbidden Zone under pursuit, human experts would not enter the Forbidden Zone to kill that beast. The same applied to human warriors. If they killed and escaped back into human territory, they wouldn't be pursued further. But doing so meant they could never visit the wilderness battlefield again. In theory this was the case, but in practice there were many complications. Both the human race and the beast race had powerful experts monitoring every move in the wilderness battlefield. Killing ordinary warriors or beasts was fine, these experts wouldn't personally intervene. But if a genius from the beast race or the human race was killed, the consequences would be severe. Even those Wuzuan-level experts would personally strike. At that point, there would be no chance to flee back to their respective territories. They would be killed within the wilderness battlefield itself. In short, without absolute strength, it was best not to violate the rules. Second brother, third brother, which one of you will deal with this human warrior? Among the three beasts, the Wuhuang rank 7 beast growled. Of course, it wasn't speaking human language, but the language of beasts. Chu Feng at Wuhuang rank 3 failed to stir the slightest interest in these three beasts. But since their territory had been intruded upon, they couldn't simply ignore it. After a brief consultation, the two Wuhuang rank 6 beasts charged toward Chu Feng. Roar! Roar! The two Wuhuang rank 6 beasts let out a series of roaring cries. They didn't reveal their full strength right away. Instead, they adopted a cat-and-mouse approach. Only until Chu Feng displayed 20% of his power did the two Wuhuang rank 6 beasts take it seriously. After a period of fighting, Chu Feng felt his combat skills had improved somewhat. Initially, while suppressing his strength, Chu Feng could still sense a trace of pressure. But now that trace of pressure had vanished. The two Wuhuang rank 6 beasts grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. However, they were too embarrassed to ask the Wuhuang rank 7 beast to enter the fight. Because the strength Chu Feng displayed gave them an illusion. This illusion was that given more time, they could kill Chu Feng. It was precisely this illusion that sealed their doom. After sensing no pressure from these two beasts, Chu Feng immediately erupted with combat power twice as strong as theirs combined. He did this naturally to lure the Wuhuang ranked 7 beast into the trap. If he revealed his full strength, what if the Wuhuang ranked 7 beast fled? The range of the heavenly prison was only 10,000 meters in radius, and he was currently at least 20,000 meters away from the Wuhuang rank 7 beast. Erupting with combat power twice as strong as the two Wuhuang rank 6 beasts was precisely to make the Wuhuang rank 7 beast believe there was a chance to kill Chu Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a fierce beast, earning 6,000 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a fierce beast, earning 6,000 lottery points. Soon two system notification sounds rang out in Chu Feng's mind. 12,000 lottery points were credited. This also officially marked the complete death of the two Wuhuang rank 6 beasts, falling to Chu Feng's sudden eruption. Roar! The distant 7th rank martial emperor fierce beast let out a furious roar, its eyes blazing with rage. Chu Feng's movements were too fast. By the time it wanted to save the two 6th rank martial emperor fierce beasts, it was already too late. There was nothing to be done about it. Chu Feng's cultivation was simply too deceptive. Who could have imagined that a martial artist with 3rd rank martial emperor cultivation could possess the power to kill a 6th rank martial emperor fierce beast? If it had known Chu Feng's combat power in advance, this 7th rank martial emperor fierce beast would never have sent its two brothers into battle. There is friendship among fierce beasts too. The deaths of its beloved brothers drove this 7th rank martial emperor fierce beast into a furious rage. It wanted to kill the despicable martial artist before it and make him be buried alongside its good brothers. With a furious roar, the 7th rank martial emperor fierce beast turned into a streak of light and charged fiercely at Chu Feng. Chu Feng sensed the powerful aura emanating from the beast, so naturally, he treated it with full seriousness. In the early stage of the fight, Chu Feng made a simple probe to determine just what level the beast's offensive power had reached. Peak of the 7th rank martial emperor. This beast's offensive power is definitely at the peak of the 7th rank martial emperor. Chu Feng thought to himself. Now two methods lay before him to kill this peak 7th rank martial emperor fierce beast. The first method relied on the suppression of the gold domain, slowly exhausting it through time. It would take several days or even longer to kill this fierce beast at the peak of the 7th rank martial emperor. The second method was to directly unleash the innate secret art of the fallen emperor's double pupils, time-space reversal. A martial emperor of the 8th rank was roughly the limit at which time-space reversal could succeed. Using this move on a peak 7th rank martial emperor fierce beast could guarantee its death. Both methods could slay the beast, and both had their own advantages and disadvantages. The first method would do less harm to Chu Feng himself. Essentially, he could kill the beast without any injury. But it would take a long time. The second method could kill the beast in an instant. However, after the kill he would suffer backlash and might even lose his combat ability for a long period of time. This backlash was also easy to resolve. He could simply enter the inner world's self-destruct there and condense a new body. Because of the conservation of energy, self-destructing in the inner world required no extra energy. Chu Feng thought it over and ultimately chose the first method. His primal core was his vital gate and could not be exposed lightly. Besides, he wanted to improve his combat skills by fighting the 7th rank Martial Emperor Fierce Beast. His main purpose in coming after these 3 fierce beasts was to improve his combat skills. If he kept relying on time-space reversal, it was fine for dealing with fierce beasts, but could he use that move in future friendly sparring matches with human martial artists? Combat skills still had to be trained. Gold Domain, suppress. After gaining some understanding of the beast's offensive power, Chu Feng directly unleashed the Gold Domain. In that instant, waves of true chi spilled out from Chu Feng's body and interwove with the mysterious power between heaven and earth. In no time at all, the Gold Domain formed around him. Moreover, the Gold Domain extended toward the fierce beast's location. That fierce beast had also comprehended the power of domains. It likewise unleashed its domain, the Earth Domain. Domains were divided into levels from 1 to 9. The higher the level, the stronger the suppression. Chu Feng's Gold Domain was at the 5th level. This fierce beast's Earth Domain was also at the 5th level. Under normal circumstances, if both sides' domains were at the 5th level, neither side would be affected by the other's domain. But do not forget, Chu Feng had the Primordial Sacred Body. Among his 2 innate secret arts, one was called Phenomenon Override. Any domain would lose its effect before him. The moment that fierce beast unleashed its Earth Domain, Chu Feng immediately activated his innate secret art, Phenomenon Override. Instantly, golden light blazed brilliantly from Chu Feng's body. A golden phantom gradually solidified above his head. Once it had fully solidified, the golden phantom shot straight toward the 7th rank Martial Emperor Fierce Beast. The Earth Domain, which had just been about to unfold, crumbled at once. The fierce beast immediately felt as if it were being suppressed by a mysterious force. It was a force it simply could not resist. Under the suppression of that mysterious power, it could not use its domain at all. And by this time, Chu Feng's Gold Domain had already surrounded it. Within the Gold Domain, Chu Feng's strength would be boosted while the fierce beast's strength would be weakened. Even so, the fierce beast still did not flee. In its view, even if its strength was somewhat restricted with its 7th rank Martial Emperor cultivation, how could it possibly fail to deal with a 3rd rank Martial Emperor martial artist? After all, the strength gap between it and its 2 brothers was as high as 4-fold. Chu Feng might have been able to kill its 2 brothers, but that did not mean he could kill it too. At least that was what it believed at the moment. What was more, even if it could not win, it could simply run away. In any case, it firmly believed it was impossible for it to die at Chu Feng's hands, especially since it had been suppressing Chu Feng from the start, which made it even more convinced of its thoughts. What it did not know was that it had been able to suppress Chu Feng only because Chu Feng was using it as a sparring partner and had never used his full strength. As time passed, the fierce beast gradually began to feel that something was wrong. By this time, however, it was already too late. In terms of true chi, Chu Feng, who possessed the Hunyuan heaven-swallowing art, could instinctively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and convert it into true chi even while fighting. Additionally, he could draw energy from the inner world, so his true chi virtually had unlimited endurance. As for the fierce beast, after such a long bout of frantic output, only about 30% of its true chi remained. 30% was the critical point that this fierce beast had set for itself. Once that critical point was reached, no matter how much it hated Chu Feng, it had to give up revenge. Otherwise, the one who died might be itself. So it had to run. Trying to run. Can you get away? Chu Feng looked as if everything was firmly under his control. Heaven and Earth Prison. Chu Feng directly summoned the Heaven and Earth Prison. In an instant, the entire region within a 10,000-meter radius was sealed off. Boom. The fierce beast, which had not flown far, slammed headfirst into the barrier of the Heaven and Earth Prison. Chu Feng's figure followed closely behind it. Roar. The fierce beast let out a furious roar. At this moment, it knew there was no hope of escape. It could only fight Chu Feng to the death. A resolute glint flashed through the fierce beast's eyes as if it had made some kind of decision. Swish. The fierce beast transformed into a streak of light and charged at Chu Feng. Chu Feng frowned, sensing the abnormal aura from the beast, and immediately activated the fallen emperor's double pupils. In an instant, he saw the energy inside the fierce beast gathering at an extremely unusual speed. Not good. This thing is going to self-destruct. Chu Feng immediately pulled back and distanced himself. The one man and one beast staged a chase across the sealed 10,000-meter radius. Except this time, it was the fierce beast chasing Chu Feng. Once self-destruction had begun, stopping it would incur backlash. With the fierce beast's current condition, even if it stopped the self-destruction, the backlash would still strip it of its combat ability. At that point, it would be a fish on the chopping block, ready to be handled however Chu Feng pleased. But if it self-destructed because the distance was relatively large, it would not be able to cause too much harm to Chu Feng. A few seconds later, in the end, the fierce beast self-destructed. The shockwave from the self-destruction blasted Chu Feng away. Fortunately, Chu Feng's injuries were not severe after regulating his breathing for a short while he could fully recover. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a fierce beast. You have obtained 7,000 draw points. Even a self-destruction counts as a kill by me. The system notification sounded and Chu Feng's heart was delighted. Although the fierce beast had self-destructed, it was forced to do so because Chu Feng left it no other choice. Therefore it was only natural for the kill to be attributed to Chu Feng. Even if it had not self-destructed, Chu Feng would still have slain it. Unfortunately, this beast can only be counted toward the system-issued mission, not the Martial God Hall's mission. For the Martial God Hall's mission, killing a fierce beast required extracting its essence blood as proof. But now this 7th-rank Martial Emperor fierce beast had self-destructed, leaving no corpse at all, so naturally its essence blood could not be extracted. Therefore, on top of completing the system mission, Chu Feng would have to kill an additional Martial Emperor level fierce beast. This was based on the premise that no more fierce beasts would self-destruct in the future. Otherwise, every time that happened, he would need to kill one extra Martial Emperor level fierce beast. After the battles with these fierce beasts, his control over this human body had basically reached the same level as his control over the Golden Horn Giant Beast's body. Next, it was time to officially complete the mission. Chu Feng withdrew the heaven and earth prison, stood in midair, and thought to himself. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot. It was time to enter a frenzy of slaughter. Chu Feng no longer sought out 7th-rank Martial Emperor beasts as opponents. He only killed 5th-rank and 6th-rank Martial Emperor beasts. At that cultivation level, when he unleashed his full battle power, the beasts were not even qualified to self-destruct. Chu Feng had more than enough strength to slay them before they could self-destruct. In the 11 months that followed, all told, Chu Feng slew 58 5th-rank Martial Emperor ferocious beasts, 72 6th-rank Martial Emperor ferocious beasts, and 35 7th-rank Martial Emperor ferocious beasts. At the same time during that year, Chu Feng's inner world also broke through to the 4th-rank Martial Emperor level. After the inner world breakthrough, his Golden Horn Giant Beast avatar and human avatar were both elevated to the 4th-rank Martial Emperor level as well. Those 35 7th-rank Martial Emperor beasts had been killed only after he broke through to the 4th-rank Martial Emperor level. He had now been in the wilderness battlefield for a full year. Although this year had been somewhat arduous for Chu Feng, his harvest was extremely bountiful. Adding the 38 beasts he had killed at the very beginning, he had slain a total of 203 beasts over the course of the year. The lottery points he obtained amounted to 1121,000 in total. A large portion of those many lottery points had been used by Chu Feng on drawing C-grade metals in his spare time. After all, for the next 10 years, he would no longer have to worry about metal combinations. Drawing that many C-grade metals consumed a total of 721,000 lottery points. Besides those C-grade metals, and thanks for your patronage, Chu Feng also drew more than 100 fire source energy crystals. These fire source energy crystals could blast to death 9th-rank Martial King beasts. But to Chu Feng as he was now, they were not of much use. He put them into his storage ring, planning to later try using the fire source energy crystals as an energy source for his battle aircraft. It just so happens that today marks exactly 1 full year since I entered the wilderness battlefield. I should still have quite a few lottery points left. How about going for a big draw? Chu Feng thought to himself. Open the personal attribute panel. Host Chu Feng. Identity: human race, primordial sacred body, emperors, fallen double pupils. Innate secret arts, impervious to 10,000 evils, restraint of anomalies, reverse flow of time and space. Cultivation: 4th rank Martial Emperor. Lottery points 400081. 400,000 lottery points. Let's do a 10-pull tier, 3 draw first. If I don't draw anything good, I'll try tier for draws. With his mind made up, Chu Feng immediately entered the lottery page. Tier, 3 draws, 10 pull, let's go. After giving the system a command, 1000 lottery points were deducted in an instant. Immediately after, the scarlet pointer on the lottery wheel began spinning at high speed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew, thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew, thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew 1 piece of flame blood marrow. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew 1 piece of flame blood marrow. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew 1 piece of flame blood marrow. The pointer stopped and the system notification tone sounded. From the 10-pull tier, 3 draw, he had won 3 items, and all of them were flame blood marrow. Flame blood marrow. Inspect. Chu Feng had never heard of this item, but since it came from a tier 3 draw, it should not be too bad. Flame blood marrow, a treasure that can elevate the level of one's life genes. The description was extremely simple. Simple as it was, that did not mean flame blood marrow was not precious. On the contrary, this flame blood marrow was extremely precious. In the inherited memories of the Golden Horn Giant Beast, any treasure that could elevate one's life gene level was invaluable. Elevate one's life gene level. A sharp glint flickered in Chu Feng's eyes, and he looked extremely excited. The next second, he took out a piece of flame blood marrow from the system space. A piece of flame blood marrow was only about the size of Chu Feng's fingernail. It was soft, somewhat resembling magma. The liquid inside seemed to be flowing, and its surface emitted a faint golden glow, making it appear very beautiful. Chu Feng opened his mouth and directly swallowed that piece of flame blood marrow into his body. After it entered the membrane wrapped around the outside, dissolved at once. At the same time, a mysterious power within the liquid erupted violently. In an instant it transformed into countless golden threads that burrowed deep into Chu Feng's limbs and bones. A faint golden light also surfaced on Chu Feng's skin. His muscles, bone cells, and everything else underwent changes under the stimulation of those golden threads. More precisely, it was a mutation deep within the cells that set off a chain reaction. After all, muscles and bones are themselves made up of countless cells. When the cells mutated, these body parts naturally mutated along with them. This was a mysterious mutation, a mutation never seen before. Time passed slowly, and the golden light on Chu Feng's body gradually faded. When the golden light on his body disappeared completely, it meant the flame blood marrow had fully fused with his body. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. After the fusion ended, Chu Feng began to examine the changes the flame blood marrow had brought to his body. The wondrous power contained in the flame blood marrow had fused deep into the cells of his body, fundamentally causing a special leap in his bodily genes. It caused every cell in his body to contain a mysterious, extraordinary power. This power was not the energy contained in true qi, nor was it spiritual power. It was an unknown force. Through precise control of his body's cells, Chu Feng directly activated that unknown power. In an instant, on his chest, golden mystic patterns appeared, seemingly simple, yet infinitely profound. When these golden mystic patterns surfaced on his skin, he felt that the whole world had changed somewhat. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. One after another, the primordial laws of the universe became clearer to his perception than before he had fused the flame blood marrow. Right after that, Chu Feng swung his sword, and sword qi roared. Sensing the energy contained in that sword qi, Chu Feng thought to himself, the power of my true qi has increased by nearly 5%. If one piece can increase it by 5%, then wouldn't 3 pieces increase it by 15%? Chu Feng couldn't help feeling a little excited. He immediately took out the remaining 2 pieces of flame blood marrow. Following the same procedure as before, 20 minutes later, Chu Feng swung his sword once more. 15%. It really is 15%. But I don't know whether this flame blood marrow has a fusion limit. Logically it should. Otherwise I could infinitely strengthen myself by fusing flame blood marrow. At the 4th rank martial emperor level, could my strength be even greater than a martial immortal? That should be impossible. Even though this was what he thought, Chu Feng still wanted to test exactly how many pieces of flame blood marrow his body could fuse. He planned to spend all of his remaining 300 lottery points on tier 3 draws. Tier 3 draws all in. After giving the system a command, 300 lottery points were deducted in an instant, and the scarlet pointer began spinning wildly once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew a piece of flame blood marrow. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew a martial emperor level fire source energy crystal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew, thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew the 2nd layer of the Shura Codex. A flurry of system notification tones sounded. Of the 30 tier 3 draws, thanks for your patronage accounted for half. Among the remaining 15 rewards, there were altogether 12 pieces of flame blood marrow. There were 2 martial emperor level fire source energy crystals. The remaining one was the 2nd layer of the Shura mystic art. Inspect. Martial emperor level fire source energy crystal can be used as an energy source or directly detonated as a weapon. When detonated directly, its power can blast to death in ordinary 9th rank martial emperor level existence. A martial emperor level fire source crystal can obliterate ordinary grade 9 fierce beasts. If only I could gather 50 of them, I wouldn't need to personally deal with grade 9 fierce beasts. The 2nd layer of the Azura secret art, an exclusive power enhancement technique for the golden horned beast, 4-fold strength. Not a bad reward. Among these rewards, the 12 pieces of flame blood marrow remain the most precious. If each piece of flame blood marrow raises my life gene level by 5%, then combining these 12 with the earlier 3 would boost my life gene level by 75%. My human body's current life gene level stands at 100 times that of ordinary life. If increased by 75%, my life gene level would reach 175 times the baseline. What does a life gene level of 175 times actually mean? Within the wilderness battlefield, these martial emperor level fierce beasts typically possess life gene levels of roughly 2 to 3 times that of ordinary life. Even at tripled levels, Chu Feng's human body maintains a life gene level nearly 60 times greater than these beasts. This means that at equal cultivation, Chu Feng's strength would be 60 times that of a fierce beast. His speed reaches approximately 6 times that of a single fierce beast. As for other aspects, 60 times the power difference combined with the combat secret art Do Zhan Sang Xiong doubles to 120 times. With his domain added, Chu Feng's current strength could decisively defeat even the strongest grade 8 martial emperor fierce beasts. Even against ordinary grade 9 fierce beasts, Chu Feng possesses the ability to fight. For the next 2 hours, Chu Feng focused entirely on fusing the 12 pieces of flame blood marrow. As he had anticipated, upon complete fusion, his life gene level reached 175 times that of ordinary life. I can sense my body can still absorb more flame blood marrow. Lucky draw points. I need more lucky draw points. Chu Feng was extremely excited. During the time that followed, whether day or night, Chu Feng was either slaying fierce beasts or on his way to do so. With his strength somewhat increased, Chu Feng primarily targeted Grade 7 Martial Emperor fierce beasts. Occasionally, he would also slay those who had recently broken through to Grade 8. Under his nearly half a year of relentless slaughter, Chu Feng's name spread through both the human martial artist circles and the fierce beast world. He had rescued many martial artists, though mostly incidental. He had also snatched numerous fierce beasts from other warriors, not by design, but as a consequence. No one had warned him whether those frantically flying fierce beasts were being hunted or were the hunters themselves. Fortunately, due to his cultivation level, those warriors from whom he had taken fierce beasts harbored no hatred toward Chu Feng. Perhaps they understood. A warrior capable of killing a Grade 7 fierce beast at merely Grade 4 Martial Emperor cultivation was simply not on their level. Such an unparalleled genius was humanity's treasure. They barely had time to protect Chu Feng. How could they possibly seek revenge over such trivial matters? Of course, Chu Feng later realized he had been somewhat overzealous. So he treated those martial artists to a meal at the Martial Emperor Pavilion, and these minor incidents were easily resolved. Just moments ago, Chu Feng broke through once more, a full year since his last breakthrough. After the breakthrough, Chu Feng checked his personal attribute page. Host Chu Feng identity, human desolate ancient sacred body emperors, descending twin pupils, innate secret arts, invulnerability to all evil phenomenon, suppression, reversal of time and space, cultivation, Grade 5 Emperor, lucky draw points 1/1. Over the past half year, the lucky draw points Chu Feng earned certainly exceeded this amount. However, he had been spending them regularly. Roughly every time he accumulated around 100,000 lucky draw points, Chu Feng would perform a draw. Over the past half year, Chu Feng had killed a total of 120 Grade 7 Martial Emperor fierce beasts. He had also slain 10 Grade 8 Martial Emperor fierce beasts. In total, he had earned 920,000 lucky draw points. Yet his current attribute page showed only 120,000. That means he had spent approximately 800,000 on draws throughout. 800,000 lucky draw points. That was 83rd tier draws. He had obtained 33 pieces of Flame Blood Marrow, 10 Martial Emperor level Fire Source crystals, and the rest were all thank you for your participation. After successfully fusing all 33 pieces of Flame Blood Marrow, Chu Feng's life gene level reached 240 times that of ordinary life. The most critical point was that even after fusing so much Flame Blood Marrow, his body had not yet reached its limit. 120,000 lucky draw points. Third tier draw. Let's go. Chu Feng entered the lottery interface and wagered his entire balance at once. The lottery wheel's crimson pointer spun furiously. Ding. Congratulations, host, you received thank you for your participation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you received a Martial Emperor level Fire Source crystal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you received one piece of Flame Blood Marrow. Ding. Congratulations, host, you received another piece of Flame Blood Marrow. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the second layer of Zhuxian. The system's announcement echoed. 12 third tier draws yielded 5 thank you for your participation results, 5 pieces of Flame Blood Marrow, 1 Martial Emperor level Fire Source crystal. And there was an unexpected bonus, the second layer of Zhuxian. Review. Zhuxian, a human combat secret art. Upon reaching the second layer, a single activation instantly triples one's strength. Tripling strength added to one's base amounts to 4 times the initial power. The effect of this secret art was roughly comparable to the second layer of the Azurus secret art suited for the Golden Horned Beast. Chu Feng directly gave the system a command to use it. Instantly, a surge of memory filled his mind. This memory contained the method for cultivating the second layer of Zhuxian. With this knowledge, Chu Feng did not rush to begin practicing immediately. He planned to fuse the 5 pieces of Flame Blood Marrow first, and then cultivate Zhuxian. It took him 50 minutes to completely integrate the 5 pieces of Flame Blood Marrow into his body. After fusion, Chu Feng's life gene level saw further improvement, reaching 265 times that of ordinary life. Once he successfully cultivated the second layer of Zhuxian, Chu Feng would have the confidence to slay even Grade 9 peak fierce beasts. However, if a Grade 9 peak fierce beast were to self-detonate, Chu Feng acknowledged he did not yet possess sufficient strength to kill them before their self-destruction. But Chu Feng believed that continuing along this path, sooner or later, he would be able to eliminate them before they could self-detonate. During this time, in the wilderness battlefield, Chu Feng's repeated actions had drawn the attention of the upper echelons among the fierce beasts. Humanity has war preparation camps, and not just one. The fierce beasts also have a war preparation camp, but there is only one. To qualify for entry into the 9 Great Forbidden Zones, one must reach Wu Di cultivation. Therefore, no matter how many Martial Emperor level fierce beasts Chu Feng kills in the wilderness battlefield, the upper echelons of the 9 Great Forbidden Zones would not intervene. Though they do not interfere, that does not prevent them from keeping watch on Chu Feng. This youngster possesses considerable strength. To wield combat power that spans multiple minor realms at the Martial Emperor level, even Yan Wuji in his prime might not have achieved that. A Grade 9 martial venerable fierce beast from the dark forest stood in the sky, gazing over the entire wilderness battlefield. Yan Wuji. He merely had the luck to obtain that person's legacy. Beside that dark forest martial venerable stood another martial venerable from the fallen dragon mountains in the third forbidden zone, whose cultivation was equally at the grade 9 martial venerable level. The Fierce Beast War Preparation Camp consisted of 9 grade 9 martial venerables from different forbidden zones who guarded the area year-round. Humanity guards against the Fierce Beasts, likewise the Fierce Beasts guard against humanity. Martial Emperor-level Fierce Beasts meant little to the Fierce Beast race. But one must not forget that the wilderness battlefield still harbored numerous Wu D-level Fierce Beasts. If all the Wu D-level Fierce Beasts were slaughtered by humanity's strongest warriors, it would be a tremendous loss for the Fierce Beast race. Yin Wuji's ability to obtain that person's legacy was his own merit. The Dark Forest Martial Venerable's words carried no disdain for Yin Wuji. The Fierce Beasts also revered the strong. Though each belonged to different factions, it did not prevent them from recognizing Yin Wuji's strength. Enough about Yin Wuji. Let's talk about that Martial Emperor instead. The Fallen Dragon Mountain Martial Venerable had suffered greatly at Yin Wuji's hands in the past, so he held a long-standing grudge. He had no desire to discuss Yin Wuji. That youngster, if carefully nurtured, could one day become a major threat to our Sacred Beast clan. What if we eliminate him? The Fallen Dragon Mountain Martial Venerable's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he said in a stern tone. No, this recent period is crucial for our Sacred Beast clan. Do not stir up trouble. The Dark Forest Martial Venerable hurriedly replied. Should this human martial emperor trigger another great war between our Sacred Beast clan and humanity, it might affect the emergence of the little Sacred Emperor. By then not only would humanity seek your death, but even the upper echelons of our Sacred Beast clan would want you dead. Whether killed or not, the Fallen Dragon Mountain Martial Venerable did not care much. What concerned him was the little Sacred Emperor mentioned by the Dark Forest Martial Venerable. Little Sacred Emperor, have you found it? The Fallen Dragon Mountain Martial Venerable asked eagerly, a mixture of surprise and delight in his voice. One of the most important reasons the Fierce Beast clan came to launching was the little Sacred Emperor mentioned just now. During the height of the prehistoric civilization, both Launching and Shengshou Star, the planet where the Fierce Beast clan lived, were ruled by that ancient civilization. In order to make the Fierce Beast clan obediently wage war across the universe for the prehistoric civilization, its rulers brought the Beast King's child to Launching. That child of the Beast King was the little Sacred Emperor spoken of by the 2 9th-grade martial venerable beasts. Only when the Beast King of the Fierce Beast clan died in battle could the little Sacred Emperor return to the clan and become its new Beast King. Then another little Sacred Emperor would be nurtured generation after generation. However, for reasons the Fierce Beast clan did not know, that prehistoric civilization suddenly collapsed. The Beast King of the Fierce Beast clan had also died, but the little Sacred Emperor was still alive. For the future of the clan, they had to find him. Because the wormhole connecting Shengshou Star to Launching had been sealed, the Fierce Beast clan first tried to find Launching through interstellar travel. But when they reached the coordinates where Launching had once been, they discovered no trace of it. With that path blocked, only one road remained for the Fierce Beast clan. That was to reopen the wormhole from Shengshou Star to Launching. After countless years and immeasurable costs, the Fierce Beast clan finally opened a wormhole to Launching. It was the enormous rift in Launching's sky. Although the wormhole to Launching had been opened, it remained unstable. At first, only fierce beasts of relatively low cultivation could pass through. Not until the spiritual energy of Shengshou Star surged over Launching and triggered the spiritual energy revival did the wormhole gradually stabilize. Only then could the mighty fierce beasts descend upon Launching. At first, they had come solely to find the little Sacred Emperor. Later, as one prehistoric civilization ruin after another appeared on Launching, their intentions began to shift. As a race whose civilization had never been severed, they understood better than anyone how powerful the prehistoric civilization had been. So in addition to finding the little Sacred Emperor, they gained another purpose on Launching: excavating the ruins of the prehistoric civilization. But the human race on Launching was rising far too quickly. The territories they had originally occupied were reclaimed by humanity. Only after several martial immortal-level fierce beasts descended from Shengshou Star was the Fierce Beast clan's decline reversed. Of course, it merely reversed the decline, it did not create an advantage. Later, the Fierce Beasts and the human race signed an agreement. The Fierce Beasts would choose 8 places on Launching as their strongholds, and apart from the wilderness battlefield, both sides would develop in peace. There were clearly 9 forbidden zones, so why only 8 places? Because the ocean had been a human forbidden zone from the very beginning. After the Fierce Beasts and humanity entered a period of peaceful development, the 9 forbidden zones basically focused their energy on searching for the little Sacred Emperor. The 8 places they had chosen were also the places where the little Sacred Emperor was most likely to appear. After hundreds of years of searching, not long ago, a prehistoric civilization ruin appeared in the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains were also one of the 9 forbidden zones. The disturbance caused by that ruin's appearance was sealed off by the Fierce Beasts, so it did not attract human attention. From that ruin, the Fierce Beast clan discovered news of the little Sacred Emperor. Through this information, they finally located the little Sacred Emperor. Among those responsible for the matter at the time was the master of this 9th grade martial venerable beast from the Han Forest. That was why he had learned of it ahead of time. My master told me, so it cannot be wrong. The Duolong mountain range side should soon notify you of this matter, so we absolutely must not cause any trouble during this period. Once the little sacred emperor is unsealed, no matter how strong that human martial sovereign whelp is, he will not be a match for the little sacred emperor. Let that little brat stay arrogant for a while longer. However many of our martial sovereigns he kills, the little sacred emperor will kill just as many human martial sovereigns when the time comes. Once the little sacred emperor grows to a certain level, we may even be able to occupy all of launching again. By then, all the prehistoric civilization legacy inheritances on launching will belong to our sacred beast clan. The 9th grade martial venerable beast from the Han Forest finished speaking, a ruthless glint flashing through his eyes. Ha ha ha. Good. Let that little brat stay arrogant for a while longer. Upon hearing this, the 9th grade martial venerable from the Duolong mountain range sneered, a cold, sinister gleam flashing through his eyes. Chu Feng was unaware of everything that had happened in the fierce beast battle camp. He was now free and at ease. In the zone where martial sovereign level beings roamed, he could slay whichever fierce beast he wished. He could even kill 9th grade martial sovereign fierce beasts. That was because his storage ring still held a considerable number of martial sovereign level fire source energy crystals. It could be said that he was now the undisputed king of the martial sovereign level zone. Because of the unspoken rules of the wilderness battlefield, the fierce beasts, more powerful than Chu Feng, did not dare to take the initiative to hunt him down. They could only pin their hopes on Chu Feng breaking through to Martial Emperor soon. Because only Martial Emperor level fierce beasts could obtain the fierce beast clan's inheritance. Combat secret arts, power amplifying secret arts, and many cultivation resources. All of these could only be obtained after breaking through to Martial Emperor. Relying on various secret arts, human martial artists held a great advantage against fierce beasts below the Martial Emperor level. This advantage could even completely make up for the disadvantage of their own life gene level. But once they reached the Martial Emperor level, these advantages of the human race would be greatly weakened. Because what human martial artists possessed, Martial Emperor level fierce beasts also possessed. Some Martial Emperor level fierce beasts even possessed combat secret arts of a higher grade than those cultivated by most human martial artists. Only a very few human martial artists could retain their advantage at the Martial Emperor level. For example, the young masters of the 3 great divine temples, and the lucky ones who had obtained certain high-level prehistoric civilization legacy inheritances. These inheritances also came in different grades. The prehistoric civilization legacy inheritance obtained by the young master of the Ice and Snow Divine Temple, for instance, was of the highest grade. After receiving it, one could directly become a Martial Emperor level powerhouse. Some prehistoric civilization legacy inheritances, however, could only make one a martial sovereign, or even lower. Apart from the factor of the little sacred emperor, this was also a very important reason the fierce beast high command was not dealing with Chu Feng now. They believed Chu Feng was formidable at the martial sovereign level, but once he reached the martial emperor level, he would not be as formidable as he was now. At the very least, he would not be able to kill opponents by crossing 3 or 4 minor realms. They thought that at the martial emperor level, Chu Feng could at most surpass 2 minor realms. Although that was already outstanding, it had not reached the point where they had no choice but to kill him regardless of consequences. If Chu Feng could still kill opponents across 4 minor realms at the martial emperor level, then perhaps the fierce beast high command truly would kill him no matter the consequences. While killing fierce beasts on the wilderness battlefield, time always seemed to pass swiftly. Another year slipped by before he knew it, and Chu Feng's cultivation broke through once more, making him a 6th grade martial sovereign martial artist. During that year, the fierce beasts he killed were all 7th grade and 8th grade martial sovereign beasts. There were 127th grade martial sovereign beasts and 148th grade martial sovereign beasts. The number of 8th grade martial sovereign beasts had already met the system missions requirement. He also spent all the lottery points he earned on level 3 draws. With a total of 1,960,000 lottery points, he made 196 level 3 draws. Half of them returned, "Thank you for your patronage," meaning no prize. Among the remaining 98 rewarded draws, 70 were flame blood marrow. 28 were martial sovereign level fire source energy crystals. As for the 70 pieces of flame blood marrow, Chu Feng's human body did not fuse them all. When he had fused 100 pieces, he felt a sensation of saturation. If he had not been cultivating the Hunyuan mystic tome, his life gene level would have been exactly 100 times that of an ordinary life at this moment. 100 times might be the limit of a living being. Only a secret art like the Hunyuan mystic tome, one that seizes the creations of heaven and earth, could break that limit. During this period on the wilderness battlefield, Chu Feng had obtained a total of 123 pieces of flame blood marrow. His human body fused 100 pieces in all. As for the remaining 23, he transferred them to his golden horn giant beast body through his inner world. After fusing those 23 pieces of flame blood marrow, the golden horn giant beast's life gene level reached 57. 5 times that of ordinary life. To raise the Golden Horn Giant Beast's life gene level to the same level as his human body, he would need at least another 177 pieces of flame blood marrow. 177 pieces of flame blood marrow would probably require about 5 million lottery points to draw. 5 million lottery points. With Chu Feng's current ability to earn lottery points, it should not take more than 2.5 years. With a life gene level 500 times that of ordinary life, once he also succeeded in cultivating the second layer of the battle firmament art, his combat power would reach an extremely terrifying level. By then, no martial sovereign level fierce beast in the entire wilderness battlefield would be a match for him. Before him, those martial sovereign level fierce beasts would not even qualify to self-destruct. Even ordinary first grade martial emperor fierce beasts would not be his match. 203, plus 130, plus 260. Over these nearly 2.5 years, I have killed a total of 593 martial sovereign level fierce beasts. I still need 407 martial sovereign level fierce beasts, and among them must be 59th grade martial sovereign beasts before I can complete the Wilderness Azura mission. The second layer of the Hunyuan Mystic Tome. Then I will obtain the cultivation method for the second layer of the Hunyuan Mystic Tome. The thought of successfully cultivating the second layer of the Hunyuan Mystic Tome and gaining combat power at the second grade martial emperor level filled Chu Feng with motivation. Second grade martial emperor. There is still a gap of 7 grades to 9th grade martial emperor. I believe it will not be long before I can avenge what happened in the Heian Forest. Being killed by that 9th grade martial emperor fierce beast in the Heian Forest was a grudge Chu Feng had always kept in his heart. Once he had the power to take revenge, he would do so immediately. He had merely been watching the show and had provoked no one, yet he had been treated like that. If he did not avenge this grievance, he would never be able to swallow that fury. In the wilderness battlefield on a mountain close to the martial emperor zone, Chu Feng stood suspended in midair. Around him were 7 massive wind wolves. All 7 of these enormous wind wolves had cultivation bases at the 9th rank of martial monarch. It had been 4 years since Chu Feng entered the wilderness battlefield. Although his cultivation was still at the 6th rank of martial monarch, his strength had improved considerably compared to more than a year ago. Having successfully cultivated the second layer of battle against the heavens, Chu Feng paid no heed to the wind wolves, even those at the peak of the 9th rank of martial monarch. The fierce battle between them had just begun. Wind wolves. Just by their name one could tell what they excelled at. Indeed, at the same cultivation level, few savage beasts or human martial artists could match the wind wolf's speed. However, Chu Feng happened to be one of those few. Even though his cultivation was not as high as the wind wolves due to his higher life gene level, Chu Feng's speed was still a bit faster than theirs. Shwa shwa shwa. Facing the attack launched by the wind wolves, Chu Feng gripped his longsword. He swung the sword before him, forming a massive glowing shield. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions rang out. All 7 wind wolves' attacks were blocked by Chu Feng. Seeing this, the 7 massive wind wolves immediately let out deafening roars. They seemed infuriated. Oh! The 7 wind wolves' howls rose and fell, echoing across the entire battlefield. The shockwaves of sound shook the earth violently. After roaring, the wind wolves moved flying like lightning as they charged toward Chu Feng in midair. The wind wolves flew at incredible speed, reaching Chu Feng in an instant. As they opened their mouths, a fierce gale swept past, filling the air with a stench of blood. However, Chu Feng did not dodge at all. Without even a flicker of movement, he charged straight at them. Seeing Chu Feng rushing at them, without evading, the wind wolves were overjoyed. In their eyes, Chu Feng's move was undoubtedly akin to lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting death. But soon they would not be able to laugh anymore. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Chu Feng's Azura sword slashed heavily onto the head of the foremost wind wolf. Crack. The wind wolf's head was severed cleanly by Chu Feng's Azura sword, blood spraying wildly as its body crashed to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a savage beast. You have gained 9000 lottery points. Empowered by the second layer of battle against the heavens, Chu Feng's strike was 4 times stronger. That was how he could instantly kill a wind wolf. Immediately after, Chu Feng spun around. With a fluid motion, he thrust his sword straight through a wind wolf behind him that was about to attack. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a savage beast. You have gained 9000 lottery points. Another system notification sounded. Not good. This guy's too strong, Ron. The remaining 5 wind wolves, terrified by Chu Feng's horrifying strength, immediately turned and fled. At only the 9th rank of martial monarch, how could they possibly escape from Chu Feng's grasp? Don't forget, Chu Feng possessed the martial monarch level formation Heaven and Earth Prison. Sensing that the remaining 5 wind wolves were trying to flee, Chu Feng decisively activated the Heaven and Earth Prison. In an instant, the space within 10,000 meters was sealed off from the outside. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 wind wolves slammed into the barrier. The tremendous impact made them shake their heads. It seemed they were trying to use this method to clear their dazed minds. Unfortunately, their method was utterly useless except for wasting time. With a flicker, Chu Feng appeared behind one of the wind wolves. Poochie. The sound of a sword piercing flesh rang out, and a spray of crimson blood burst forth. Another wind wolf died beneath Chu Feng's blade. The wind wolf looked intact on the outside, but internally it had already been shattered by Chu Feng's true chi. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a savage beast. You have gained 9000 lottery points. Not long after this system notification sounded, 4 more rang out in succession. With the final notification, the overlords of this mountain, the 7 wind wolves, all lay dead beneath Chu Feng's sword. After collecting the essence blood of the 7 wind wolves, Chu Feng retracted the heaven and earth prison. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he flew toward another mountain. Just 2 more 9th rank martial monarch beasts, and I can complete the system quest. Chu Feng was already feeling somewhat excited inside, because he was about to obtain the 2nd layer of the Profound Origin Codex. Once he successfully cultivated the 2nd layer, his life gene level would reach 2500 times that of an ordinary life form. At the same time, he was 1 step closer to being able to defeat that 9th rank martial emperor beast in the Dark Forest. Just as Chu Feng was rushing toward the next mountain range, in the martial emperor level area of the wilderness battlefield, a great battle quietly erupted. One of the combatants was a human martial artist at the 1st rank of martial emperor. The other was a 2nd rank martial emperor savage beast. A martial emperor level beast was already qualified to claim a place among the 9 forbidden zones. Like human martial artists, it had cultivated various secret arts. Generally speaking, a human martial artist who could defeat a savage beast of the same rank at the martial emperor level was already remarkable. And those who could cross a minor realm at the martial emperor level to defeat a beast made up no more than 10%. As for crossing 2 minor realms at the martial emperor level to defeat a beast, only the young masters of the 3 divine halls were estimated to be capable. Of course, in this case, the beast being defeated was only at an average level for its realm. There were geniuses among human martial artists, and there were also geniuses among savage beasts. Genius beasts also possessed the ability to fight above their rank. When a human genius battled a beast genius, it was basically hard to decide the victor if they were at the same realm. At such times, whoever had the higher cultivation naturally had greater strength. It was like when Chu Feng saw Yi Lingyun fight that 9th rank martial emperor beast in the Dark Forest. That 9th rank martial emperor beast was also considered a genius among beasts. Yi Lingyun, having been accepted as a disciple by the strongest human expert, was naturally a genius as well. Thus, even though Yi Lingyun caught the 9th rank martial emperor beast off guard and wounded it, she was still nearly killed by it. This showed that the gap between Yi Lingyun and that 9th rank martial emperor beast was rather large. Now the 1st rank martial emperor, human martial artist, was facing a beast that was also a genius among beasts. Its cultivation was at the 2nd rank of martial emperor, yet its combat power was no weaker than an ordinary 3rd rank martial emperor. Naturally, the human martial artist was well aware of the beast's combat power. Knowing the beast's combat power, he still dared to fight it. Moreover, judging by his expression, he looked very confident. This showed that he was not afraid of that beast at all. He even believed he could defeat that beast. And indeed, he had the right to think so, because he was the young master of the Blaze Divine Hall, Xiaozai. In terms of talent, he was in no way inferior to the founders of the 3 divine halls. At least that was what the testing instruments results showed. In terms of resources, as the young master of the Blaze Divine Hall, he cultivated the top-tier secret arts of the human race. His master Xiao Yin, the hall master of the Blaze Divine Hall, often gave him treasures that would even make martial venerables envious. In contrast, that 2nd rank martial emperor beast did not hold as high a status within the beast clan as he did. Its only advantage was that its cultivation was higher than Xiaozai's. Could the gap in strength caused by cultivation be compensated or even surpassed by advantages in other aspects? One could not say for sure until the final result of the battle was revealed. Both sides believed that they themselves would be the final victor. Today marks my first battle as a martial emperor of the 1st rank. I will use your life to forge my invincible name, Xiaozai. Xiaozai stared at the martial emperor's 2nd rank fierce beast before him, his tone brimming with arrogance. The moment his words fell, his body shot violently toward the martial emperor's 2nd rank beast. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaozai's attacks collided with the beast's own. A series of thunderous booms echoed, continuously shaking the entire void as if cracks were spreading across the firmament. Roar! The beast seemed enraged. It howled skyward, its body suddenly swelling by a full circle. Then it opened its jaws and spewed a torrent of black smoke toward Xiaozai. Swish! The black smoke condensed into an arrow and shot straight at Xiaozai. Shifting his body, Xiaozai swiftly evaded. The black smoke struck the very ground where Xiaozai had stood moments before. In an instant, the plants there withered, and the stretch of earth turned scorched and black. Then it burst into flames. That fire was no ordinary flame. It was a pitch-black blaze. Only after the land, tainted by the black smoke, had been utterly reduced to nothing did the black fire finally vanish. As expected of the Blackhorn Viper King, even its true chi carries venom. Seeing the destructive power of that black smoke, Xiaozai was inwardly shaken. Still, he was a man who had weathered great storms. He quickly steadied himself, then his figure flickered once more. Roar! Roar! The Blackhorn Viper King opened its maw again and blasted another mass of black smoke at Xiaozai. This time the black smoke coalesced into an immense serpent head. It lunged forward, jaws agape, and snapped at Xiao Zai. Green Lotus Heart Flame. Appear. Even as the colossal snake head bore down, Xiao Zai did not panic. With a flick of his wrist, a cyan fire lotus materialized in his palm. The moment the fire lotus appeared, it radiated a terrifying wave of scorching heat. Its origins were far from ordinary. It was a divine flame of heaven and earth that Xiao Zai's master had obtained from the ruins of a prehistoric civilization. It had already taken shape countless years ago, and had even given birth to sentience. Back then, it was precisely by relying on this divine flame that Xiao Yin had broken through to martial immortal. What Xiao Zai summoned was merely an offshoot of the Green Lotus Heart Flame split from Xiao Yan's original flame. Naturally, its current power could not compare to Xiao Yan's. But once Xiao Zai's cultivation caught up to his master's, at that time his Green Lotus Heart Flame might not necessarily be inferior to his master's. Green Lotus Heart Flame, incinerate. Xiao Zai shouted, hurling the flame from his hand. It shot forth, hurtling straight toward the enormous serpent head formed from black smoke. Hiss! A cyan flame and a mass of black smoke collided in midair, erupting in a burst of firelight. Then the cyan flame swiftly enveloped the black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the cyan flame and black smoke fused into a single plume of gray fire. It raced at breathtaking speed toward the Blackhorn Viper King. At the same time, Xiao Zai abruptly surged forward a few steps, his figure turning into a meteor as he charged at the Blackhorn Viper King. With attacks coming from two different directions, in this critical moment the beast could dodge at most one. Boom! The Blackhorn Viper King flickered, evading the gray flame. But in the same breath, its body was ruthlessly struck by Xiao Zai's fist. To strike a snake, you hit its vital inch. 7 inches from the head, not a measure of length, but the creature's life gate. Xiao Zai's fist, wreathed in the Green Lotus Heart Flame, slammed directly into that vital spot, the heart of the Blackhorn Viper King. Though the Blackhorn Viper King was thick-skinned and tough, having its heart struck left it reeling for a long time. Realizing it was no match for Xiao Zai, the beast chose not to continue the fight. It abruptly blasted out streams of black smoke. These intertwined in midair, condensing into a colossal net that descended upon Xiao Zai. Again, you look down on me that much? Xiao Zai sneered and hurled another Green Lotus Heart Flame. In terms of offensive power, the Green Lotus Heart Flame was not particularly mighty among divine flames. Its true strength lay in its assimilation ability. Soon the black smoke was assimilated by the Green Lotus Heart Flame. By then the Blackhorn Viper King had already flown far away, trying to run. If I let you escape today, Xiao Zai would become a laughingstock. Xiao Zai snorted coldly, then shot after the beast like lightning. Facing the threat of death, the Blackhorn Viper King directly burned its true chi, its speed more than a little faster than usual. Xiao Zai simply could not catch up. Oof. Running at this speed. How long can you keep it up, boy? Xiao Zai had already lost sight of the beast, yet he was not worried in the least. That punch earlier had left a mark on the Blackhorn Viper King. Through the resonance of the Green Lotus Heart Flame, as long as the beast remained within the wilderness battlefield, he could sense its location. In the martial emperor level zone of the wilderness battlefield, Chu Feng swung his sword in a single stroke. The sword chi tore through the air with a piercing screech and vanished in an instant. Shishishi. 3 streaks of sword chi slashed out, each splitting the air with shrill sonic booms. Chu Feng's gaze was icy as he stared at the spot where the 3 lines of sword chi had passed. There 3 enormous fierce beasts stood. Each was at least 100 meters tall. Their eyes were blood-red, savage, and brutal, while their bodies exuded a violent, raging aura. Boom, boom, boom. 3 dull impact sounds rang out. The 3 colossal beasts, their skulls pierced through by sword chi, crashed to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing 3 fierce beasts. You have received 27000 lottery points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, Wilderness Azura. You have received 10000 lottery points, and the 2nd level of the Chaos Source Codex. 2 system notification sounds rang out in succession within Chu Feng's mind. Immediately the corners of his mouth could not help but curl upward. The 2nd level of the Chaos Source Codex, finally in my hands. Chu Feng rejoiced inwardly. Then he issued a command to the system. Chaos Source Codex 2nd level, activate. In an instant a surge of memories flooded his mind. This memory held the method for cultivating the 2nd level of the Chaos Source Codex. After collecting the essence blood of the 3 fierce beasts, Chu Feng planned to return to the human race combat readiness camp. Whether it was the system mission or the Martial God Hall's mission, he had already completed both. The human race combat readiness camp also housed Martial God Hall staff. All he needed to do was hand over the collected essence blood to the staff, and once it passed inspection, he would naturally receive the Martial God Hall's mission rewards. At the same time, he also planned to make a trip home. He would not go out again until he had successfully cultivated the 2nd level of the Chaos Source Codex. The environment of the wilderness battlefield was simply unsuitable for cultivating a secret art like the Chaos Source Codex, which required a calm and focused mind. The essence blood collection was quickly completed. Just then a massive serpentine beast suddenly flew over from the sky. It was none other than the Blackhorn Viper King that had been fighting Xiao Zai moments ago. Martial Emperor's 2nd rank. It seems to be injured. Chu Feng quickly sensed the Blackhorn Viper King's condition. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the mission. Martial Emperor versus Martial Emperor. Mission description: the host must kill the Martial Emperor's second-rank Blackhorn Viper King seen earlier within 10 minutes. Mission reward: upon completion, the host will receive 1/0 lottery points and another heart nightmare. Mission penalty: none. Let me slay that Martial Emperor's second-rank Fierce Beast. Although that Martial Emperor's second-rank Fierce Beast is wounded, killing it will not be easy. With my current strength, killing it within 10 minutes is a stretch. If its power could drop a little more, 10 minutes should be about enough. Chu Feng rapidly calculated his chances of completing this task. Soon a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The next instant he flickered and directly blocked the path of the Blackhorn Viper King in the sky. Clearly Chu Feng had accepted the task. A mere Martial Emperor 6th rank dares to block my path. You're seeking death. The Blackhorn Viper King of Martial Emperor 2nd rank was already seething with anger. It had been looking for a place to vent its rage, and then Chu Feng appeared. Get lost. The Blackhorn Viper King transmitted its voice. Then it spat out a puff of black smoke that transformed into a sharp arrow shooting toward Chu Feng. In its eyes, this casual strike was already enough to slay the Martial Emperor's 6th rank warrior before it. But it never would have imagined. Chu Feng was no ordinary Martial Emperor 6th rank. If one measured his strength purely by cultivation realm, they would certainly suffer a great loss. Facing the Blackhorn Viper King's attack, Chu Feng swung his sword, sending a sword aura shooting toward the black smoke. Immediately after, Chu Feng's figure flashed as he closed the distance between himself and the Blackhorn Viper King. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Feng directly took out more than 60 Martial Emperor-grade fire source crystals from his storage ring and hurled them toward the Blackhorn Viper King. These fire source crystals were already his entire stock. 408 Fierce Beasts had brought him a total of 329,000 lottery points. On Chu Feng's personal attribute panel, the lottery points column now showed 19,000 remaining. This included the 1,000 lottery points rewarded for completing the system task. In other words, out of the 329,000 lottery points, 3,000 had already been used. He usually spent these points on 3-tier lottery draws. 323 tier draws. 150 came back as, thanks for your patronage. Of the remaining 170, 145 were flame blood marrows and 25 were Martial Emperor-grade fire source crystals. A single Martial Emperor-grade fire source crystal could blast an ordinary Martial Emperor 9th rank Fierce Beast to death. When more than 60 Martial Emperor-grade fire source crystals exploded together, the power. Even if it couldn't kill that Martial Emperor 2nd rank Blackhorn Viper King, it could severely injure it. Then Chu Feng would make his move. 10 minutes. He wouldn't even need 10 minutes to finish off the Blackhorn Viper King. Moreover, he could guarantee that he would emerge completely unscathed. Bang! Chu Feng's sword aura collided with the Blackhorn Viper King's black smoke, and with a dull thud, both attacks dispersed into nothingness. By this time, Chu Feng had already hurled the fire source crystals. Although the Blackhorn Viper King did not recognize fire source crystals, it had heard that the ruins of prehistoric civilizations contained some immensely powerful one-use weapons. Thus, it did not arrogantly attempt to use its body to withstand these fire source crystals. It flickered, trying to dodge. However, under the control of Chu Feng's spiritual power, these fire source crystals also changed direction and continued flying straight at the Blackhorn Viper King. Their speed was astonishing. In an instant, they arrived before the Blackhorn Viper King. At this moment, it was no longer realistic for the Blackhorn Viper King to evade. Although it was unclear what sort of attack these crystals employed, out of caution, the Blackhorn Viper King tightened the muscles on its back, protecting its abdomen in the process. Explode. Chu Feng seized the perfect moment and instantly detonated the fire source crystals. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the Blackhorn Viper King's abdomen was blasted into a massive crater. Even a small section of the horn atop its head was snapped clean off. Fresh blood gushed endlessly from the wounds. The area beneath it seemed to be caught in a rain of blood. Roar! The Blackhorn Viper King let out an earth-shaking cry of utter fury. It had never imagined that such tiny crystals could possess such terrifying power upon detonation. If it had not used the muscles on its back to protect its abdomen, it might have perished directly in that explosion. Die! I'll kill you! The Blackhorn Viper King charged madly at Chu Feng. Though it was enraged, even more enraged than when Xiao Zai had struck it, it had not lost its rationality. As it charged at Chu Feng, it was also watching carefully to see whether he would produce more crystals like the ones from before. Even though it inwardly felt that this warrior had already used up all the crystals he possessed, it still kept its guard up. Facing the Blackhorn Viper King rushing straight at him, Chu Feng remained completely calm. Good. Under the explosion of the fire source crystals, its strength has dropped quite a bit. If I go all out, I should be able to finish it off within 3 minutes. Chu Feng could clearly sense that the Blackhorn Viper King's aura was now much weaker than before. Roar! The Blackhorn Viper King bellowed angrily, then spat out 3 streams of black smoke in succession. The black smoke carried potent venom. Chu Feng did not dodge at all. Ever since the system introduced the Blackheart poison nightmare, Chu Feng had guessed that the Blackhorn Viper King's true chi very likely contained poison. But so what? Among the two innate secret arts of the Primordial Sacred Body was immunity to all evil. This level of poison was directly rendered useless. As for the raw power of its true chi, one only needed to look at the Blackhorn Viper King's current miserable state to know how formidable it truly was. Against a martial emperor 9th rank, it would have been fine. But against Chu Feng, it was far too lacking. Chu Feng gripped his sword with both hands and raised it above his head. At the same time, he adjusted his posture and charged at the Blackhorn Viper King in a stance parallel to the ground. As he flew, his body began spinning at incredible speed. Whoosh! He and his sword passed straight through the black smoke and continued flying toward the Blackhorn Viper King. SHLK. This time what he pierced through was not black smoke, but the Blackhorn Viper King's very body. As he and his sword passed through a hole far larger than Chu Feng's shoulder width was torn open in the Blackhorn Viper King's body. It was caused by the true chi around Chu Feng's body as he spun at terrifying speed. Roar! With a miserable piercing cry, the Blackhorn Viper King plummeted from the sky. Bang! Its colossal body crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a dull, heavy sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, on killing a fierce beast. You have obtained 2000 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have obtained 1000 lottery points in the Blackheart Poison Nightmare. At the same time, two system notification tones sounded in succession. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. The next moment, he directly issued a command to the system. Blackheart Poison Nightmare activate. In an instant, Chu Feng felt a mysterious power emerge within his body. This mysterious power was reshaping his dantian. In just a few minutes, that mysterious power faded away. At the same time, a strange power appeared within Chu Feng's true chi. This strange power was exactly the same as the poisonous force contained in the black smoke spat out by the Blackhorn Viper King. The true chi carries corrosive properties. If used against an enemy, my combat strength would increase by at least 2 or 3/10. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Collect the essence blood from that ferocious beast. After completing the Martial Emperor class quest, I can still finish one more Martial Sovereign class quest. That Blackhorn Viper King was at the 2nd rank of Martial Emperor. Submitting it for a Martial Emperor class quest would yield 4 million contribution points. Martial Emperor class quest 1 required killing one Martial Emperor level ferocious beast. Depending on the beast's cultivation before death, the reward ranged from 1 million to 10 million contribution points. Normally, he would only receive 2 million contribution points. But Chu Feng was a Martial Emperor, and a Martial Emperor killing a Martial Emperor doubled the contribution value. 4 million contribution points paled in comparison to the reward for Martial Emperor class quest 5, but it was still no small amount. 4 million was enough to treat friends to a top-tier banquet at the Martial Emperor Pavilion. Over these past 4+ years, Chu Feng had been treated many times by other Martial Emperors. Of course, he had also treated others a few times. The 1 million contribution points automatically granted upon joining the Martial God Hall. After purchasing the Azura sword, nearly everything else had been spent at the Martial Emperor Pavilion on food and drink. However, Chu Feng would soon receive a considerable sum of contribution points. Compared to what he was about to gain, the contribution he had previously spent meant nothing. Chu Feng walked over to the Blackhorn Viper King's corpse, preparing to extract its essence blood. Just then a figure suddenly appeared in midair. Stop! Immediately a sharp reprimand echoed in Chu Feng's ears. Chu Feng followed the sound and saw the figure hovering above. Frowning slightly, he asked, "What is it? Where are the others?" The figure glanced around the corpse of the Blackhorn Viper King, puzzled. What other people, eh? Chu Feng's frown deepened. He completely failed to understand what this martial artist meant. If not for knowing the cultivator's cultivation level, Chu Feng would have thought this guy had escaped from a mental asylum. This guy hasn't seen the others. Could they have been corroded into nothingness by the Blackhorn Viper King's true chi? The figure in midair thought to himself. This person was Xiao Zai, who had been chasing the Blackhorn Viper King all along. He saw the Blackhorn Viper King's corpse, and beside it stood only one Martial Emperor ranked at the 6th level. Xiao Zai had not visited the wilderness battlefield for quite some time. Recently, he had been in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough to the Martial Emperor realm. Therefore, he knew nothing of Chu Feng's exploits. He simply regarded Chu Feng as an ordinary Martial Emperor at the 6th rank. In his logical reasoning, the Blackhorn Viper King had fled to this area and encountered not just one, but several Martial Emperors at the 9th rank. Under the joint efforts of those 9th rank Martial Emperors, they had finally slain the Blackhorn Viper King. And those 9th rank Martial Emperors had perished from the corrosive effects of the beast's true chi. Both sides had met mutual destruction. As for Chu Feng, he was simply a fortunate fellow who happened upon the Blackhorn Viper King's corpse. It had to be said, this logic was flawlessly sound. It could fully account for everything. Since the martial artists who killed the Blackhorn Viper King are dead, this corpse rightfully belongs to me. Xiao Zai thought to himself. He believed he had made significant contributions to slaying the Blackhorn Viper King. Moreover, had someone not beaten him to it, his strength could have slain the beast just as well. Therefore, he felt entirely justified in taking the corpse. Although finders keepers is a fair principle, this Blackhorn Viper King was after all severely injured by me. Otherwise it certainly wouldn't have been defeated by a mere martial emperor. How about this? I'll pay you 200,000 contribution points through the martial emperor pavilion, and the corpse is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zai approached the Blackhorn Viper King's corpse, intending to store it in his storage ring. Stop. Chu Feng now understood what this first-rank martial emperor cultivator meant. I think you've misunderstood something. This ferocious beast was killed by me. Chu Feng looked at Xiao Zai and said earnestly, "You killed it." Xiao Zai shot Chu Feng a dismissive glance and sneered. Then he shook his head. "Boy, don't tell such blatant lies. You'll hurt your tongue. You're merely a 6th-rank martial emperor. How could you possibly kill a 2nd-rank martial emperor ferocious beast? You claim you killed a 2nd-rank martial emperor ferocious beast. Where's your proof?" Clearly Xiao Zai did not believe a word Chu Feng said. He even felt offended, for he believed Chu Feng's lie was too childish. Was this not an insult to his intelligence? Seeing the scornful expression on Xiao Zai's face, Chu Feng felt anger rising within him. That expression reminded him of things he despised. Proof. Who are you to demand I prove anything? What right do you have? Just because you're at the 1st rank of martial emperor. If you want to seize this beast's corpse, say so plainly. What's the point of beating around the bush? Chu Feng sneered. More or less he had already guessed that the Blackhorn Viper King had appeared in the martial emperor region specifically because this man was hunting it. However, the one who ultimately killed the Blackhorn Viper King was him, Chu Feng. Given the value of the Blackhorn Viper King, 200,000 was an insult. What else could this be called but robbery? Xiao Zai had been pampered and praised since childhood. Even martial venerables afforded him a measure of respect. He had never encountered a martial emperor-ranked cultivator who dared speak to him in such a manner. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as Xiao Zai said coldly, "On what grounds?" "I'll tell you right now on what grounds. I am the young master of the Yin Divine Temple. My master is the founder of the Yin Divine Temple, Xiao Yin. I am also bolstered by the Yin Divine Temple's contributions to the human race." Is that enough? Although Xiao Zai was over 30 years old, the greater part of those 30 years had been devoted to cultivating the martial path. Thus his personality resembled that of a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Coupled with the environment in which he had always grown up, he carried an inherent arrogance that looked down upon everyone. If it were not for the rule prohibiting human martial artists from killing each other in the wilderness battlefield, he might already have struck Chu Feng. Hearing the name, Yin Divine Temple, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Those 3 words, he was certainly well acquainted with them. Unexpectedly, this spoiled 2nd-generation heir is actually the young master of the Yin Divine Temple. But so what if he is the young master of the Yin Divine Temple? Among the 3 great divine temples of the human race, the Martial God Hall is the strongest. And I, Chu Feng, belong to the Martial God Hall. With my current foundation, I will soon become someone who stands above 10,000 others within the Martial God Hall. At that point, why should I fear some young master of the 3rd-rate temple? Chu Feng was merely slightly surprised by Xiao Zai's identity. He did not feel the slightest fear because of it. Rather than fear, it only fueled Chu Feng's determination to press forward. Clap, clap, clap. Chu Feng raised his hands and began to applaud. The young master of the Yin Divine Temple. What tremendous authority. So the young master of the Yin Divine Temple can simply snatch another's hard-earned spoils. I suppose I should spread this news to every martial emperor at the Martial Emperor Pavilion. From now on, whenever we encounter the young master of the Yin Divine Temple, we must flee far away. Otherwise we won't even be able to protect our own battle rewards. Chu Feng said, laced with cold mockery. You liar. When it came to verbal sparring, Xiao Zai, who had been raised in a lap of luxury, stood no chance against Chu Feng. After just a few words, Xiao Zai nearly lost his temper and wanted to strike him. You've got guts. I'll remember you. Xiao Zai steeled his composure, hurling a few parting threats before transforming into a streak of light and departing. TCH. I thought he was someone formidable. Is that all? Chu Feng watched Xiao Zai's retreating figure and pursed his lips. A 6th-rank martial emperor. He has probably already joined the Martial Emperor Pavilion. In a while there will be the auction held once every 10 years. At that time he will definitely come. To speak to me this way. Just wait until he bleeds dry at the auction. As Xiao Zai flew, he contemplated how to salvage his pride from this incident. Of all this, Chu Feng remained completely unaware. After gathering the blood essence of the Blackhorn Viper King, Chu Feng returned to the human race's combat readiness camp. After locating the Martial God Hall staff stationed there, he submitted the task materials. 1,000 portions of Martial's sovereign-level savage beast blood essence. Mr. Chu Feng, our equipment's inspection has confirmed that these blood essences did indeed come from different Martial sovereign-level savage beasts. According to the system's assessment, congratulations. You have completed Martial sovereign-level task 5. At the same time, you have also received 1835000 contribution points. Hearing this, Chu Feng was delighted. Close to 200 million contribution points. That was already considered very wealthy among Martial sovereign-level martial artists. Even many martial artists at the 9th grade Martial sovereign level did not have such savings. By the way, can you help me accept the task here? Chu Feng asked again. The staff member nodded and said yes, but you'll need to present your identity card. Hearing this, Chu Feng took out his identity card and handed it over, saying, "Then please help me accept Martial Emperor level task 1. Martial Emperor level task 1. The staff member was taken aback, then said, "Mr. Chu Feng, you should think it over carefully. Martial Emperor level savage beasts are not comparable to Martial Sovereign level savage beasts. Even a first-grade Martial Emperor beast has at least 20 times the combat power of a peak 9th-grade Martial Sovereign beast." The staff member at the combat readiness camp often heard other martial artists mention Chu Feng. He had also learned a bit about how powerful Chu Feng was. Moreover, from the savage beast blood essence, just now he knew that although Chu Feng's cultivation was only 6th-grade Martial Sovereign, he possessed the strength to kill 9th-grade Martial Sovereign beasts. Even so, the staff member still did not think Chu Feng could kill a Martial Emperor level beast within a year. If the task was not completed within the time limit, Chu Feng would have to compensate contribution points. He was giving a well-intentioned reminder. Chu Feng smiled and said, "It's fine, I've made up my mind." Since Chu Feng insisted, the staff member did not try to persuade him any further. After a few simple operations, the staff member returned the identity card to Chu Feng and said, "Mr. Chu Feng, the task has been registered for you. Thank you." Chu Feng took the identity card, then took out a bottle of blood essence from his storage ring and placed it before the staff member. "I'd like to submit Martial Emperor level task 1 now." Looking at the blood essence before him, the staff member's eyes widened slightly. He looked very astonished. He pointed at the thumb-sized glass bottle and said, "Mr. Chu Feng, you're not going to tell me this contains the blood essence of a Martial Emperor level savage beast, are you?" Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, "If it is or not, wouldn't you know after testing it?" The staff member nodded and picked up the small bottle. Using the detection instrument obtained from the ruins of a prehistoric civilization, he began to test the blood essence in the bottle. Soon the test result came out. Seeing the result on the computer screen, the staff member's pupils dilated considerably. He exclaimed, "It really is the blood essence of a Martial Emperor level savage beast." "Mr. Chu Feng, how did you manage it? Was it with a treasure from the prehistoric civilization ruins?" At this point, the staff member seemed to realize he had crossed the line. He quickly said, "Forgive me, Mr. Chu Feng, I got carried away." "Mr. Chu Feng, you are truly formidable. Because your current cultivation is at the Martial Sovereign level, you have received 400 contribution points." Chu Feng smiled and said nothing more. After telling the staff member sorry for the trouble, he left. The next artificial wormhole to Zhuxian district from the combat readiness camp would open in 5 days. When that time came, Chu Feng would be able to use the wormhole to return home. 5 days later, inside Chu Feng's villa, a figure sat in the training hall. That figure was none other than Chu Feng. An hour ago, he had returned to Zhuxian district through the artificial wormhole on the wilderness battlefield. He spent a few more minutes returning to his villa. The moment he entered the villa, Chu Feng immediately entered a cultivation state and began cultivating the second layer of the Hunyuan Secret Codex. 25 times. An increase of 25 times in life gene. It had taken 9 days to successfully cultivate the first layer of the Hunyuan Secret Codex. This time, cultivating the second layer should not take more than a month. Time flowed slowly by. Chu Feng's aura grew stronger and stronger. 25 days later, Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes. 2 sharp beams of light shot from his pupils. His entire bearing had changed. He radiated such charm that people felt a strong urge to draw close to him. It worked. My life gene has now reached 2500 times that of an ordinary life. My comprehension has improved by a huge margin. With my current comprehension, I will probably be able to reach the first layer of absolute space very soon. Chu Feng said inwardly. Comprehension was a wonderful and mysterious thing. Chu Feng's 2 avatars shared a single consciousness. However, the 2 avatars' comprehension was not the same. That was because comprehension was closely tied to the physical body. For example, a secret art could be cultivated by both a human and the golden horn giant beast. Moreover, it had no particular preference. But because the human avatar's life gene level was higher than the golden horn giant beast, humans found it easier to cultivate this secret art. As for absolute space, it was naturally suited to the golden horn giant beast. Even though the golden horn giant beast's comprehension was inferior to that of the human body, the difficulty of cultivation was not much greater. Once the golden horn giant beast successfully cultivated the second layer of the Hunyuan Secret Codex, the difficulty coefficient for cultivating absolute space would even be lower than when the human avatar cultivated it. Nevertheless, to be faster, Chu Feng could have the human body comprehend absolute space as well. As for the golden horn giant beast's body, it would spend this period cultivating the second layer of the Hunyuan Secret Codex. Once the golden horn giant beast succeeded in cultivating the second layer of the Hunyuan Secret Codex, with the experience of the human body cultivating absolute space, it might be able to immediately succeed in cultivating the first layer of absolute space. Before formally cultivating absolute space with his human body, Chu Feng decided to do a wave of lottery draws first. He opened his personal attributes panel. Host Chu Feng. Identity: human race, primordial sacred body, emperor fall, double pupils. Innate secret arts, myriad evils, immunity, anomaly suppression, time-space countercurrent. Cultivation, 6th grade martial sovereign. Lottery points, 310081. The golden horn giant beast still needs 32 flame blood marrows to reach saturation. With these 31000 lottery points, let's keep drawing from the level 3 lottery. After making the decision, Chu Feng entered the lottery page and issued a command to the system. Level 3 lottery all in. In an instant, 31000 lottery points were deducted. On the lottery wheel, the scarlet pointer began spinning at high speed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained a piece of flame blood marrow. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained, thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained a Martial Sovereign Grade Fire Source Energy Crystal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you obtained a Heaven Earth Cage upgrade card. From the 31 level 3 lottery draws, there were 13 flame blood marrows and 3 fire source energy crystals in total. There was also a Heaven Earth Cage upgrade card. Oh, everything else was thanks for your patronage. Inspect. Heaven Earth Cage upgrade card. After use, it can upgrade a Martial Sovereign level Heaven Earth Cage into a Martial Emperor grade formation. Once activated, a barrier could be set up over any selected area within a range of no more than 100 kilometers. Unless the attack intensity reached Martial Venerable level, the barrier could not be broken. If the barrier was broken, the formation would automatically destroy itself. Now that's an unexpected bonus. Haha. With this upgrade card, my Heaven Earth Cage will be able to trap that 9th grade Martial Emperor beast in the dark forest. Once I have the strength to kill it, it won't be able to run away, even if it wants to. Chu Feng was extremely fond of this Heaven Earth Cage upgrade card. Heaven Earth Cage upgrade card use. After issuing this command to the system, Chu Feng immediately summoned the Heaven Earth Cage. He controlled the range to be just around himself. Then he threw a punch, striking the barrier. Boom. With a dull bang, Chu Feng was knocked back several steps. The barrier, however, was completely unharmed. The force of my punch just now had already reached Martial Emperor level. If this had been the old Heaven Earth Cage, that punch would have shattered it. But now it isn't affected at all. As expected of a Martial Emperor grade formation. Powerful. A smile crept onto the corner of Chu Feng's mouth as he thought to himself. With the lottery concluded, Chu Feng officially entered the cultivation state of absolute space. Once in a cultivation state, time always passed quickly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the dark forest, a small mound made of piled fallen leaves suddenly trembled. Streams of airflow surged forth, crushing all the leaves into fine powder. As the leaves vanished, a golden-horned giant beast appeared at the spot where the mound had been. Absolute space, first layer arc light. With a low growl, the golden-horned giant beast's body instantly transformed into several streaks of golden light. 1, 2, 3. A total of 18. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those golden streaks moved with incredible speed, making it nearly impossible to distinguish which one was the actual golden-horned giant beast. Swish. The 18 golden streaks disappeared, and the golden-horned giant beast reappeared at its original position. It was as though it had never left at all. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have earned 10,000 lottery points and 1 Martial Venerable Grade Divine Weapon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission, Body of Heaven and Earth. Mission description: cultivate Body of Heaven and Earth to the first layer within 10 years. Mission reward: 10 million lottery points and 1 pill of Immortal Severance. Mission penalty: deduct 1 million lottery points. Pill of Immortal Severance. When taken by a Martial Venerable at the 9th rank, it enhances the success rate of breaking through to Martial Immortal with no side effects whatsoever. Another mission triggered. 10 years to cultivate Body of Heaven and Earth to the first layer. Cultivating Body of Heaven and Earth requires quite a bit of D rank and E rank metals. The difficulty is no small matter. But I thrive under pressure. Pressure breeds motivation. There was still a reasonable chance of success in cultivating Body of Heaven and Earth to the first layer within 10 years. Accept. Chu Feng pondered for a while, then finally decided to accept this mission. Compared to the metal combinations needed for realm breakthroughs, cultivating Body of Heaven and Earth consumed far fewer metals. Of course, the quality was much higher. E-rank metals could boost Chu Feng's cultivation at the Martial Venerable realm. Yet E-rank metals could only assist him in cultivating the first layer of Body of Heaven and Earth. However, this also demonstrated the formidable power of the Body of Heaven and Earth technique. Once successfully cultivated, Chu Feng's golden-horned giant beast body would increase in strength by 3 times. Inside Chu Feng's villa, a Martial Venerable Grade Divine Weapon. When fully cultivated, a Martial Venerable can fight a Martial Immortal. Let me see its power. Chu Feng turned his wrist, and a 2-meter-long staff appeared in his hand. The staff was densely covered with secret runes, and beside the runes were 4 characters. Vajra Demonic Subjugation Staff. The Vajra Demonic Subjugation Staff. Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. He then used his mental energy to bind himself to the staff. After binding, he could feel that an intimate connection had formed between him and the staff. Aside from this feeling, he also received some information. This information concerned a secret technique for wielding the Vajra Demonic Subjugation Staff. By employing the Vajra Demonic Subjugation Staff, this secret technique could reach its maximum potential. The technique was called Wandering Dragon 7 Killings. It was divided into 7 levels. The first level: Emergence across the sky. Upon execution, it can amplify the user's strength by over 10%. The second level: Staff anchors mountains and rivers. Upon execution, it can amplify the user's strength by over 30%. The third level Flying Jade Dragon. Upon execution, it can amplify the user's strength by over 50%. The fourth level Staff strikes the highest heaven. Upon execution, it can amplify the user's strength by over 100%. The fifth level Universe Trembles. Upon execution, it can amplify the user's strength by over 200%. The sixth level Bitter Cold spreads through the heavens. Upon execution, it can amplify the user's strength by over 500%. The seventh level Wandering Dragon's Ultimate Kill. Upon execution, it can amplify the user's strength by over 1000%. Those with Martial Emperor Cultivation can learn the first 3 levels. Those with Martial Sovereign Cultivation can learn the 4th through 6th levels. Only those with Martial Venerable Cultivation can learn the 7th level. With Chu Feng's comprehension, he could fully master the first 3 levels during his Martial Emperor stage. By then Chu Feng's strength would increase significantly. The true powerhouse phase of Wandering Dragon 7 killings was still at the Martial Venerable level. With a 1000% boost, if Chu Feng did not use this technique, he would only unleash 100% of his power. By wielding the Vajra Demonic Subjugation Staff to execute this technique, he could unleash 1100% of his power. Even if Chu Feng lacked the desolate ancient saint body and such extraordinary life genes. Relying solely on this technique, he would still be capable of fighting beyond his cultivation level at the Martial Venerable rank. There are still 10 months until the next auction hosted by the Martial Emperor Pavilion. During these 10 months, I'll strive to complete the first 3 levels of Wandering Dragon 7 killings. For an ordinary martial artist, 10 months was absolutely insufficient to master the first 3 levels of Wandering Dragon 7 killings. Even many Martial Sovereign and even Martial Venerable cultivators could not achieve such a feat in merely 10 months. But Chu Feng could. This was the advantage of having high-tier life genes. They drastically reduced the difficulty for him to cultivate various secret techniques. Time flowed on. Before long, the day of December 26th arrived. 10 months earlier, Chu Feng had begun cultivating Wandering Dragon 7 killings. Just 2 days ago, Chu Feng had finally mastered the first 3 levels of Wandering Dragon 7 killings. For the remaining 2 days, Chu Feng mostly spent his time at the Martial Emperor Pavilion drinking and chatting with some martial artist friends he had made. Until December 26th arrived. Of note, during these 10 months, Chu Feng's cultivation also broke through to the 7th rank of Martial Emperor. December 26th was an unusual day. Every 10 years, the Martial Emperor Pavilion held a grand auction on this very day. By then, nearly all members of the Martial Emperor Pavilion would attend this auction. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the Great Xia time zone inside the Martial Emperor Pavilion's auction hall, Chu Feng and several good friends, such as Ma Lei, entered the auction hall together and found seats to settle down. The auction hall was vast, and the number of seats theoretically had no limit. It would automatically generate the corresponding number of seats based on the number of attendees. All the seats were spacious, even larger than ordinary beds. Each seat had a small screen, and beneath the screen were 2 buttons. If one wished to participate in bidding, they could operate the buttons and input their offered price on the screen. At the center of the numerous seats was the exhibition platform. When the auction officially began, the host would stand behind the platform and introduce the details of each item to the attending martial artists. When Chu Feng and Ma Lei and the others entered the auction hall, it was already packed with people. Glancing around, Chu Feng estimated that over 9,000 martial artists had come to this auction. However, most martial artists were merely there to watch the spectacle. In a real auction, many of them lacked the contribution points to bid. Since the auction had not yet officially started, these martial artists chatted cheerfully among themselves. Many were even speculating about what treasures might appear at this year's auction. Chu Feng sat in his seat and struck up a conversation with Ma Lei. It was his first time attending such an auction, and he was full of curiosity. At 3:30 in the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, with a beam of light illuminating and a figure suddenly appearing, the entire auction hall quickly fell silent. On the central exhibition platform, a middle-aged man stood behind it, exposing only his upper body to the audience. 10 years have passed, and we meet again. The middle-aged man smiled. Without further ado, let us get straight to the point. This auction features a total of 52 items. If there are items you desire, seize the opportunity without hesitation. Strike when the moment calls. Contribution points can be earned again, but if you miss a treasure, you'll have to wait 10 years for the next auction. I now formally declare this auction open. The first auction item is a treasure suited for a martial sovereign. D-rank nutritional fluid. After absorbing the nutritional fluid, even a martial sovereign at the 8th rank can break through to the 9th rank. If a martial sovereign at the 1st rank absorbs it, they may very well break through 2 or even 3 ranks at once. Starting bid, 500 million contribution points. Each increment must not be less than 10 million contribution points. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a giant nutrient tank immediately materialized in the air above the auction hall, filled with nutrient fluid. Brother Ma is the first treasure this expensive. Hearing the price, Chu Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Clearly he was stunned by the cost. Brother Chu, the first treasure of each auction, is always considered quite precious. It serves as a warm-up. Once we reach the treasures suited for martial emperors later, the prices will be relatively much lower. Ma Lei explained. Nutrient fluid treasures have always been expensive. After all, they can boost cultivation within a short time. What puzzles me is that this time a D-grade nutrient fluid suitable for a martial emperor actually appeared. It seems that our young master from the martial god temple who hasn't appeared in years has already broken through to the 9th rank of martial emperor. Perhaps he may have even broken through to martial venerable. Ma Lei added. Chu Feng quickly understood why Ma Lei reached this conclusion. All the treasures at the auction came from the founders of the 3 great temples. Apart from Yi Lingyun, the young master of the martial god temple, whose cultivation had reached the 8th rank of martial emperor, the remaining 2 temples' young masters were at the 3rd and 1st ranks of martial emperor respectively. Normally speaking, all 3 young masters should have needed this nutrient fluid. Given their status within their respective temples, if the nutrient fluid belonged to their masters, they wouldn't need to attend the auction at all. They would handle it internally. Now that the nutrient fluid appeared at the auction, the most likely explanation was that it was contributed by Yun Wuji, the master of the martial god temple. Because Yi Lingyun had broken through to at least the 9th rank of martial emperor within these past 5 years. This nutrient fluid no longer had any effect on her. That was why Yun Wuji contributed it for auction among other martial emperors. And in fact, this was exactly what had happened. Yi Lingyun had secluded herself for 5 years, and after recovering from her injuries, her cultivation broke through. She was now even launching an assault on the realm of martial venerable. If she succeeded, she would become the youngest martial venerable on the entire Blue Star. Even the founders of the 3 great temples had not broken through to martial venerable by Yi Lingyun's age. Of course, the 2 generations lived in different eras with their own advantages and disadvantages in cultivation resources, making direct comparison difficult. 1 billion. Shortly after the first bid appeared, a single jump of 500 million contribution points instantly attracted everyone's attention. It's him. Chu Feng also glanced over. Upon seeing that face, Chu Feng immediately remembered who that person was. Xiao Zai, the young master of the Yin Temple. An arrogant man with his nose in the air. Sai, when it comes to wealth, perhaps even martial venerables cannot compare to the young masters of the 3 great temples. They could casually sell a few treasures bestowed by their masters and earn considerable contribution points. I wonder if the young mistress of the Ice Snow Temple will come this time. If she arrives, it's hard to say who could secure the first auction item. Ma Lei sighed, his tone full of envy. What do you mean? Can't we see whether she's coming or not? Chu Feng was puzzled. Ma Lei smiled and said, Shangguan Lianxing, the young mistress of the Ice Snow Temple, obtained a secret technique from a prehistoric civilization ruined back then, which allows her to alter her appearance and aura. If she comes, unless we use spiritual power to probe the consciousness avatar of each warrior, we simply cannot detect her. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. Human martial artists had their own method for viewing the cultivation of others. It was called the gaze of chi technique. This secret technique could distinguish the cultivation levels of warriors by observing the aura they exhibited at different cultivation stages. Although the Martial Emperor Pavilion was a virtual space, the consciousness avatar of a warrior here still manifested an aura corresponding to that of the real world. Except for lacking a physical body, everything else was no different from the real world. Prehistoric civilization technology was indeed so powerful and miraculous. Even suppressing one's aura could not escape the detection of the gaze of chi technique. Because the gaze of chi technique did not judge based on the strength of the aura. Concealing the aura and releasing the aura only changed the intensity of the aura. The essence of the aura itself had not changed. Unless one could completely conceal their aura like a martial immortal. However, by that time there would be no need to probe at all. One could simply deduce it. After all humans now were martial artists. A middle-aged human whose aura was indistinguishable from an ordinary person would stand out immediately. As the old saying went, claiming there was nothing to hide only made others suspicious. Of course, this secret technique was not omnipotent. Some techniques could simulate the aura of different cultivation levels, at which point the gaze of chi technique would no longer work. Shangguan Lianxing, the young mistress of the Ice Snow Temple, had practiced such a secret technique. Unless one used spiritual power to probe, it would be extremely difficult to detect that it was her. And using spiritual power to probe. This was an extremely impolite practice. Generally speaking, between martial artists, without mortal hatred, no one would do such a thing. Not to mention so many warriors present. Even a martial venerable would not dare to use spiritual power to probe one by one. Within the entire Martial Emperor Pavilion, only the masters of the 3 great temples had this qualification. Others being unable to discover Shangguan Lianxing without spiritual power did not mean Chu Feng couldn't either. Chu Feng activated the Di Luo double pupil and cast a glance at those warriors. In an instant, his gaze landed on a female warrior not far away. Judging by her aura, she was a martial artist at the 8th rank of Martial Emperor. But through the Di Luo double pupil, Chu Feng discovered she was merely a warrior at the 3rd rank of Martial Emperor. At this moment, Chu Feng could confirm. That was Shangguan Lianxing. Disguising as another warrior. What kind of strange hobby is that? Chu Feng thought to himself. Even disguising oneself outside was understandable, but what was there to disguise here? Chu Feng could not understand. In fact, everyone had their own preferences or quirks. Shangguan Lianqing's quirk was disguise, which was related to genetics, upbringing, and so on. 16 billion. Soon another bid appeared. The auctioneer immediately announced, Warrior Xingluo bids 16 billion. Is there any higher bid? Who is Xingluo? Since disguise was necessary, Xingluo must have been disguised as a member of the Martial Emperor Temple, otherwise they would have been easily discovered. Chu Feng was curious about who Xingluo was. Xingluo is a martial emperor from the Ice Snow Temple. The specific identity is unclear, but according to rumors from the outside world, Xingluo is the daughter of the master of the Ice Snow Temple. There is something strange about Xingluo. Although she is at the 8th rank of martial emperor, no one has ever heard of her having any notable achievements. It seems she has always been cultivating within the Ice Snow Temple. Ma Lei transmitted his voice beside him. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded and said nothing more. However, his curiosity about Shangguan Lianqing, the young mistress of the Ice Snow Temple, only deepened. Xingluo, Lianqing. Could Lianqing be disguised as Xingluo, or is Lianqing actually Xingluo? There was too little information to figure it out. Since he couldn't figure it out, Chu Feng decided not to bother thinking further. He returned his attention to the auction. Soon another warrior at the 8th rank of Martial Emperor placed a bid. Warrior Baderson bids 2,500 million contribution points. Is there any higher bid? The auctioneer called out loudly. Jumping by so many contribution points at once, Baderson must have gone all in. Going all in was a kind of wisdom, but doing so on the third bid was too early. Moreover, both warriors participating in the bidding were young masters of the 3 great temples. When it came to contribution points, they had never feared anyone. Perhaps only a martial venerable level expert could surpass them in contribution points. Fortunately, human martial artists had a rule: even the young masters of the 3 great temples had no authority to kill other warriors. So even knowing Xiao Zai's identity, Baderson still dared to bid against him. Just 2,500 million to make me give up on this treasure. You underestimate me. Xiao Zai scoffed inwardly. Then he raised the price again, increasing it to 300 million contribution points. This price was in a sense already a premium. But premium or not, Xiao Zai's purpose for attending this auction was precisely this treasure. Obtaining the D-grade nutrient fluid would allow him to rapidly advance to the 3rd rank of Martial Emperor. At that time, no one would say he had the lowest cultivation among the 3 young masters of the great temples. Whether for personal strength or for the sake of face, he had to obtain this treasure. The high price of 300 million caused Baderson to directly give up the bidding. Although Baderson was at the 8th rank of Martial Emperor, his daily cultivation also required resources. Moreover, the Martial Emperor level ferocious beasts in the wilderness battlefield were not easy to kill. Earning contribution points by killing Martial Emperor level ferocious beasts, one could reasonably expect to earn about 100 million per year. However, Martial Emperors had other channels to earn contribution points. So normally they could earn 300 to 500 million contribution points per year. Anything more beyond that was extremely difficult. 300 million once. 300 million twice. The auctioneer paused for a moment, then announced excitedly, Warrior Xingluo bids 400 million contribution points. 40 billion. Martial artist Xingluo bids 40 billion contribution points. Is there a higher bid? The host's voice surged with excitement. Witnessing these people escalating their bids by hundreds of millions and billions, Chu Feng suddenly felt that his meager 200 million contribution points were utterly insignificant. Strength. I'm still not strong enough. If only I possessed the power of a 9th rank emperor martial artist, my ability to generate wealth would far surpass theirs. Chu Feng sighed inwardly. 50 billion. Just as Chu Feng was lost in thought, the host's voice rang out once more. Martial artist Xiao Zai bids 50 billion. Is there a higher bid? Nearly every martial artist in the arena turned their gaze toward Xiao Zai. A smile curled on Xiao Zai's lips. He clearly reveled in this attention. Xingluo, don't even think about competing with me for this E-rank nutrient solution. Even if you truly are the daughter of the Ice Snow Temple's master, you'll have to give up. Xiao Zai cast a glance at Xingluo and thought to himself. Xingluo let out a cold snicker and withdrew from the bidding. 50 billion first call. 50 billion second call. 50 billion third call. Congratulations to martial artist Xiao Zai for claiming today's first lot, the D-rank nutrient solution. With the host's words falling, Xiao Zai's face radiated with delight. With this D-rank nutrient solution, he would no longer have to be the last among the young masters of the 3 great temples. How could he not be thrilled? The subsequent lots were all treasures suited for emperor-level martial artists. None sold for less than 1 billion contribution points. During these auctions, Chu Feng could only watch as a spectator. Fortunately, when the 7th lot arrived, it was finally a treasure suited for a martial emperor. Esteemed guests, please behold the 7th lot. This item and the first lot are both nutrient solutions, but this one is a C-rank nutrient solution. After fully absorbing this nutrient solution, even a martial artist at the 1st rank of the martial emperor realm could advance to the 6th rank. If one at the 7th rank absorbs it, their cultivation could absolutely reach the 9th rank. The 7th lot C-rank nutrient solution starting price, 50 million contribution points, minimum increment, 5 million contribution points per bid. Now I declare the auction open. No sooner had the host finished speaking than Chu Feng acted without hesitation. 60 million contribution points. Martial artist Chu Feng bids 60 million contribution points. Is there a higher bid? The host's voice resounded. Chu Feng, you're finally making your move. You dare cross me. Today I'll ensure you leave with nothing. Xiaozai glanced at Chu Feng, then immediately manipulated the bidding panel and entered his offer. 70 million contribution points. Martial artist Xiaozai bids 70 million contribution points. The host's voice rang out once more. Xiaozai's move drew frowns from the gathered martial emperors. An emperor-level martial artist going after a treasure he couldn't even use. Was this pure disruption? Brother Chu, when did you offend the young master of the Flame Temple? Ma Lei, standing nearby, quickly grasped Xiaozai's true intent. His goal was never the C-rank nutrient solution. He was deliberately trying to antagonize Chu Feng. Offend him. A cold gleam flashed across Chu Feng's eyes as he transmitted his thoughts. He's the one who offended me. Do me a favor, bid on this lot for me. I'll transfer the money to you afterward. Ma Lei pondered for a moment and replied, I can't be the one to help. You need to find a martial emperor at the 6th or 7th rank to assist. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. Ma Lei was right. A 9th rank martial emperor helping would likely make Xiaozai suspect he was assisting Chu Feng. After all, anyone could easily investigate Chu Feng's close relationships within the Martial Emperor Pavilion. To secure this lot, the safest approach was to find someone who rarely interacted with him, or better yet, someone not from the Martial God Temple. Chu Feng scanned the surrounding crowd, preparing to find an unfamiliar martial artist to help him. Just then the host's voice rang out once more. 100 million. Martial artist Xing Luo bids 100 million. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chu Feng turned to look at Xing Luo. Why is she inserting herself as well? Could she be buying this for the juniors of the Ice Snow Temple? It's a pity Yi Lingyun isn't here today, or I could have asked for her help. Looks like I won't be able to secure this C-rank nutrient solution today. Xing Luo's bid further diminished Chu Feng's chances of winning this lot. Xiaozai hadn't expected Xing Luo to enter the fray. To save face, he raised his bid by another 100 million. If Xing Luo continued raising, he would withdraw from the competition. Fighting over the first lot was one thing, but going to such lengths over an item he couldn't use simply to challenge the suspected daughter of the Ice Snow Temple's master was entirely unnecessary. After Xiaozai bid 200 million, Xing Luo promptly increased her offer as well. 250 million. Martial artist Xing Luo bids 250 million. Is there a higher bid? At a price of 250 million contribution points, among Martial Emperor level warriors, only those at the 9th rank could likely afford such an amount. However, the bidder was Xing Luo. It wasn't that they feared offending her. It was simply pointless to compete in contribution points against an emperor-level martial artist. 250 million first call. 250 million second call. 250 million third call. Congratulations to martial artist Xing Luo on claiming the C-rank nutrient solution. With the host's words falling, it was clear that the C-rank nutrient solution now belonged to Xing Luo. The subsequent lots included items suitable for both emperor-level and martial emperor-level warriors. However, these lots held little value for Chu Feng. Among the combat techniques, none could match his own 7 killings of the Wandering Dragon. The only thing that surprised Chu Feng was that one of the lots was actually a secret technique designed to enhance life genes. The technique was called the 3 Powers Secret Manual, also known as the Heaven Earthman Secret Manual. Upon successful cultivation, it could amplify life genes by 6 times. Unlike the 2 Realms Secret Manual available in the Martial God Hall's marketplace, which any martial artist could practice. Once the first martial artist completed cultivation, the second could still attempt it. But this 3 Powers Secret Manual could only be cultivated by one person. Once someone successfully mastered it, no other martial artist could ever practice it. None of this surprised Chu Feng. What astonished him was that this particular secret technique appeared at the auction. From this, one could draw a near certain conclusion. The person who contributed this manual for auction was likely cultivating a secret technique that enhanced life genes even more powerfully than this one. In Jinjiao Jusho's memories, this type of technique is extremely rare. Yet on Blue Star, such techniques don't seem so uncommon. It appears Blue Star's prehistoric civilization conceals tremendous secrets. Chu Feng grew even more curious about the long-vanished prehistoric civilization. The 36th lot, a chance to enter the prehistoric civilization's ruins. Martial Venerables Emperor level and Martial Emperor level warriors are all eligible to bid. Although it is a single opportunity, there are 30 slots available in total. Among them, 3 slots are reserved for Martial Venerables. The top 3 bidders will obtain this opportunity. 7 slots for Emperor level warriors. The top 7 bidders at the Emperor level will secure this opportunity. 20 slots for Martial Emperor level warriors. The top 20 bidders at the Martial Emperor level will obtain this opportunity. The newly discovered prehistoric civilization ruins remain completely unexplored. They may harbor numerous dangers, or they may be entirely safe. Therefore, everyone should carefully consider before deciding whether to participate in the auction. The bidding will proceed in the order of Martial Venerables, then Emperor-level warriors, and finally Martial Emperor-level warriors. The starting prices for each category differ. The slots for martial venerables to enter the prehistoric civilization's ruins. Let the bidding begin now. Starting price, 1 billion contribution points. With the host's words falling, all the martial artists in the arena erupted into murmurs. Typically, when remnants of a prehistoric civilization are discovered, they are assigned according to their geographical location to the corresponding temple master for development. Their strength is the greatest, so even if there are dangers, it would be difficult for them to be harmed. This time, however, the opportunity to develop a prehistoric civilization relic has for the first time been handed to us. Could there be something special about this particular relic? Ma Lei transmitted his voice to Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not truly understand either, but he thought of a possibility. Brother Ma, what if? This prehistoric civilization relic has cultivation requirements for the martial artists who enter it. For instance, the 3 temple masters are existences who have transcended the warlord realm, so they do not meet the requirements to enter the relic. That is why they used an auction to organize a group of martial artists to go and develop it. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ma Lei could not help but nod. Now that you mention it, that might indeed be possible. By the way, what are your thoughts on this opportunity to enter the prehistoric civilization relic? Chu Feng paused for a moment, then said, I plan to go in and take a look. With the contribution points Chu Feng currently possessed, he would have no chance of winning against war emperors or warlords. But this time the slots were being auctioned separately. Therefore, Chu Feng's competitors were only those martial artists at the war emperor level. Against those war emperor level martial artists, his contribution points still gave him a significant chance to secure one of the slots. Generally speaking, prehistoric civilization relics are to a greater or lesser extent fraught with danger. These dangers mean nothing to experts like the 3 temple masters. But for us it is hard to say. However, the first wave to enter a prehistoric civilization relic really does obtain the greatest benefits. I have no attachments in this world anyway. If I am lucky and obtain some treasures, perhaps I might even be able to break through to the war emperor realm. Ma Lei also decided to compete for a slot. A warlord level martial artist slot naturally fetched the highest amount of contribution points. Actually, this was only to be expected. When entering a prehistoric civilization relic, the stronger one's strength, the more likely one was to obtain better treasures. The 3 warlord slots were sold for 100 billion, 98 billion, and 97 billion contribution points respectively. Whether by coincidence or not, the warlord experts who secured the slots happened to belong one each to the 3 great temples. The 7 war emperor slots soon produced results as well. 2 were martial artists of the Ice Snow Temple, 2 were martial artists of the Blaze Temple, and the remaining 3 were martial artists of the Martial God Temple. After some more time, the war emperor level slots also had their results. Chu Feng spent 150 million to rank 15th, successfully obtaining a slot to enter the prehistoric civilization relic. Ma Lei, having spent 155 million, also obtained a slot to enter the prehistoric civilization relic. Overall, of the 20 slots, 7 martial artists belonged to the Martial God Temple, 7 to the Ice Snow Temple, and 6 to the Blaze Temple. Apart from Chu Feng, who was a 7th grade war emperor, all the remaining war emperors who obtained slots were 9th grade war emperors. Chu Feng's strength had long since spread throughout the war emperor pavilion. Everyone knew that although Chu Feng's cultivation base was not yet that of a 9th grade war emperor, he absolutely possessed the strength of one. The auction of the slots to enter the prehistoric civilization relic came to an end, and the auction continued. Because he had spent the greater part of his contribution points on the relic entry slot, Chu Feng did not participate in any further bidding. The lack of contribution points was one reason, but not the main one. The main reason was that those treasures were not of much help to him. Secret arts, weapons, and similar treasures. Those Chu Feng already possessed were even better, so he naturally had no need for them. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the final lot of today's auction, the Spring of Life. I believe everyone has heard of the effects of the Spring of Life. Even a warlord level martial artist, if severely wounded, can recover quickly after drinking a bottle of the Spring of Life. Even if one is on the verge of death after drinking a bottle of the Spring of Life, even the King of Hell would not dare claim their soul. Now I declare the final lot, 1 bottle of the Spring of Life, open for bidding. The starting bid is 100 billion, and each increase must not be less than 10 billion. When the host's voice fell, one could clearly sense that the eyes of those warlord-level experts had changed. Not only the warlord-level experts, Chu Feng's gaze changed as well. The Spring of Life. It's this expensive, eh? Chu Feng was suddenly stunned. What stunned him was not merely the price of the Spring of Life. What stunned him was that he himself possessed 3 bottles of the Spring of Life. Yet he had never truly recognized its value. It was like 100 billion rich man who did not know he had 100 billion still rushing about every day for a paltry 1 or 200 million. Yi Lingyun, you truly are generous. Chu Feng could not help but exclaim inwardly, because the 3 bottles of the Spring of Life in his possession had been given to him by Yi Lingyun. At that time, Yi Lingyun had given him a storage ring. Inside the ring, besides the Spring of Life, there was also a cultivation art, as well as a pill for breaking through to the War Emperor realm. As for cultivation arts, Chu Feng already had the Primordial Source Heaven-Swallowing Art. Pills for breaking through to the War Emperor realm, like the Pole Breaking Pill or the Immortal Breaking Pill, could only increase the probability of a breakthrough, they did not guarantee success. But Chu Feng relying on his inner world to devour metal could achieve a 100% breakthrough to the War Emperor realm. Therefore this pill was completely useless to him. As for the Spring of Life, it was even more useless to him. If he died, he could simply rely on his inner world to revive. He had no need for this Spring of Life at all. Because none of the three treasures were of any use to him, Chu Feng had naturally assumed that while these items certainly had some value, it could not possibly be very high. It was only today upon hearing the starting bid for the Spring of Life that he realized he had been wrong. The value of the Spring of Life alone was at least 300 billion. 300 billion going once. 300 billion going twice. 300 billion going 3 times. Congratulations to martial artist Sidhu Haonan for securing today's final lot. This auction is now officially concluded. Apart from those who obtained prehistoric civilization relic entry, slots the martial artist who successfully won other items, please follow me. As his voice fell, a door appeared behind the host. The host walked through it, and the martial artist who had successfully won auction items followed. Chu Feng and Ma Lei meanwhile returned to the hall to drink. Although he was drinking, Chu Feng's mind was not on the wine. He kept thinking about one thing: how to sell the 3 bottles of the Spring of Life on him. One bottle was worth 300 billion. Even if he could not sell it for 300 billion, he would be willing to sell it for 200 billion. When contribution points reached a certain quantity, having a bit more or a bit less no longer made much difference. With 100 billion contribution points, one could basically buy every item in the Martial God Temple Mall once. The auction had been introduced precisely to reclaim contribution points from those martial artists, especially War Lord level ones. It also stimulated their motivation to earn more contribution points. 100 years ago, the same bottle of Spring of Life would not have fetched more than 10 billion contribution points at auction. But now it had sold for the staggering price of 300 billion. As martial artists grew ever more capable of earning contribution points, prices naturally climbed higher and higher. 100 years from now, perhaps a single bottle of the Spring of Life might even sell for the astronomical price of 1 trillion contribution points. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Chu Feng. If one bottle of the Spring of Life sold for 200 billion, 3 bottles would sell for 600 billion. 600 billion contribution points would be more than enough for Chu Feng to bid on treasures suitable for war emperors at the next auction. The only pity now was that he had realized the value of the Spring of Life a little too late. If only he had known its worth before the start of this auction, he would have had enough contribution points to buy the grade-boosting nutrient solution. That way, by the time the next auction began, he could have already broken through to the War Emperor realm. Now he could only place his hopes on the prehistoric civilization relic. The nutrient solution auction this time had been discovered within a prehistoric civilization relic. Moreover, he had looked up information showing that nutrient solutions appeared in many prehistoric civilization relics. That night, Chu Feng returned to his room within the War Emperor Pavilion. On the table in the room lay an extra piece of paper. Mr. Chu Feng, congratulations on securing the opportunity to enter the prehistoric civilization relic. Please proceed to the Martial God Temple headquarters in 10 days. At that time, a designated guide will take you to the location of the prehistoric civilization relic. Good luck. There were only 3 lines of text on the paper. 10 days. Chu Feng seemed lost in thought. The next day, a warrior arrived at the garden of Chu Feng's villa. Judging by his attire, he was nearly identical to the warrior who had delivered the sword earlier. Mr. Chu Feng, this is the Grade C nutrient fluid you purchased. Your fingerprint can unlock it. It turned out he had come to deliver the Grade C nutrient fluid to Chu Feng. Nutrient fluid? I didn't purchase any Grade C nutrient fluid, Chu Feng remarked with puzzlement. The delivery address is here and the recipient is listed as your name. Perhaps someone else purchased it for you. Rest assured, we never make mistakes. Hearing these words from the warrior, a figure flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Could it be her? Her. Of course, it would be Xingluo. More precisely, it should be Shangguan Lianxing, the young mistress of the Ice Snow Temple, disguised as Xingluo. I have no connection with her. Why would she send me this? Chu Feng was quite puzzled. Later, let's go to the Martial Emperor Pavilion Hall. If she's there, I'll ask her. Chu Feng thought to himself. Immediately, he took the sealed alloy box that the delivery warrior handed over. His finger traced along the top of the alloy box. Beep. Fingerprint verification passed. An electronic synthesized voice sounded, and the alloy box opened immediately, revealing a storage ring that had not yet been bonded to its master. This type of storage ring had limited interior space and wasn't particularly expensive. One could purchase it for 100,000 contribution points. The Grade C nutrient fluid, on the other hand, had cost a staggering 250 million to acquire. Compared to 250 million, 100,000 was barely worth mentioning. After taking out the ring and completing the bonding process, he could sense a nutrient chamber within it. With a mere thought from Chu Feng, the nutrient chamber materialized inside the garden from his storage ring. He opened the chamber and placed his hand inside, activating the primordial source heaven-devouring technique. Immediately, he could feel streams of energy flowing into his inner world. No problem. Chu Feng quickly closed the nutrient chamber and spoke to the delivery person. Since there are no issues, I'll be on my way then. With those words spoken, the delivering warrior departed. Meanwhile, Chu Feng stowed the nutrient chamber back into his storage ring and only retrieved it once he returned to the martial arts practice hall in his villa. His consciousness entered the martial emperor pavilion, but he couldn't spot Shangguan Lianxing anywhere in the main hall. He had no choice but to leave the pavilion once more. As long as Shangguan Lianxing remained alive, they would cross paths again eventually, and asking her then would serve just as well. His consciousness exited the martial emperor pavilion, and Chu Feng prepared to fully absorb the nutrient fluid. He opened the nutrient chamber and stepped inside directly. Given his primordial source heaven-devouring technique's absorption rate, he was certain to extract all the energy from the nutrient fluid within 9 days. Time drifted by slowly moment after moment. 7 days later, the nutrient chamber opened. Chu Feng emerged from within it. I've broken through to the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. The grade C metals I now possess should be enough for me to break through to Martial Ancestor. Shangguan Lianxing has done me a considerable favor this time. Otherwise, I would have needed at least 3 to 4 more years to reach the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. When I encounter her again, I must properly thank her. Chu Feng thought to himself. 2 more days passed. Chu Feng departed from home, flying toward the headquarters of the Martial God Hall. On the rooftop of the Martial God Hall, several warriors were already waiting besides Chu Feng. Brother Chu, you've arrived. This is the first time I've seen you in the real world. A hearty laugh rang out near Chu Feng's ear. Chu Feng stepped forward and smiled. This is also my first time seeing you in the real world, Brother Ma. Ma Lei studied Chu Feng for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. Brother Chu, how did you break through to the 9th rank of Martial Emperor? Weren't you only at the 7th rank just a few days ago? Over the past 2 days since his breakthrough, Chu Feng had visited the Martial Emperor Pavilion multiple times, but never encountered Ma Lei. That is why Ma Lei had no idea about his advancement. It was only during their real-world meeting today that Ma Lei finally discovered it. Do you remember the grade C nutrient fluid from the auction? Chu Feng smiled and asked, wasn't it Xinglua who purchased it? But I have no idea why she listed me as the recipient. Upon hearing this, Ma Lei wore an intriguing expression and chuckled. Brother Chu, your charm is truly extraordinary. Could that Xinglua have developed feelings for you? That grade C nutrient fluid could very well be her token of affection. As he spoke, Ma Lei burst into laughter. Chu Feng shook his head and playfully scolded, shut up. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Why are we drifting into this? Ma Lei cleared his throat and spoke seriously. You've built quite a reputation on the wilderness battlefield over the past few years. That Xinglua is a martial ancestor from the Ice Snow Temple. She is likely looking to recruit you into her temple. Or perhaps she sees potential in you and wants to establish goodwill now. 250 million contribution points is a substantial sum for us, but for her it's practically nothing. Trading such a vast amount of contribution points for your favor is an investment worth making. Don't let it weigh too heavily on you. She's helping you now, and you can return the favor later. That's how it works. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, 5 individuals suddenly appeared at the rooftop entrance. Both of them turned to look, and Ma Lei's demeanor shifted instantly. He dropped his usual joking manner and adopted a serious expression, much like a student who suddenly spots their homeroom teacher. Yi Lingyun, why is she here too? Chu Feng followed their gaze, and the person leading the group of 5 was indeed Yi Lingyun. First rank Martial Venerable. It's been 5 years since we last met. Not only has she recovered from her injuries, but she's even broken through to the Martial Venerable realm. The Martial God Hall's resources are truly formidable. What's truly remarkable isn't the Martial God Hall itself, but the ancient civilization ruins. Even with the optimal metal combination, Chu Feng couldn't have broken through from the 9th rank of Martial Ancestor to Martial Venerable in such a short span of 5 years. Yet Yi Lingyun managed it. It was clear that the treasures from the ancient civilization ruins played a significant role. Yi Lingyun's gaze swept across the faces of the Martial Emperor-level warriors, lingering a moment longer on Chu Feng before moving on. The 5 arrived before the 7 Martial Emperors, including Chu Feng. The 4 warriors who had been behind, Yi Lingyun stepped forward to take position at the front of the formation. Among them was 1 3rd-rank Martial Venerable and 3 9th-rank Martial Ancestors. Everyone, I will be leading you to the ancient civilization ruins today. Follow me. With those words, Yi Lingyun headed toward the helipad. Approaching an elliptical warship, her figure flickered, and she stepped inside. Immediately afterward, the single Martial Venerable, 3 Martial Ancestors, and 7 Martial Emperor-level warriors all boarded the vessel. With a thunderous roar, the warship ignited and shot forward like a streak of light. Inside the control chamber, Yi Lingyun took the controls as the warship accelerated through the sky. Behind her sat the 11 warriors who had earned passage into the ancient civilization ruins. For this expedition into the ancient civilization ruins, the Martial God Hall will be under my command. The prehistoric civilization ruins this time were located in Zhuxian district, Xia Nation. After flying for nearly 5 days, Chu Feng and his group finally arrived at an endless plain within Zhuxian district. Within the plain was a deep pit about 100 zhang across. Let's go. Yi Lingyun led everyone out of the warplane. With a wave of her hand, the warplane vanished, and she flew toward the deep pit. Chu Feng and the others followed behind her, flying toward the deep pit. After landing at the bottom of the pit, Chu Feng noticed another group of people nearby. Some of those martial artists like them had bought the right to enter the prehistoric civilization ruins at the auction. A few others seemed to be guards of the ruins. Chu Feng turned his gaze toward the group from the Ice Snow Temple. Activating the Emperor's fallen double pupils, he looked at a female martial artist among the Ice Snow Temple group. Xinghua. This time it's the real Xinghua, not Shangguan Lianxing in disguise. Chu Feng thought to himself. Then he examined the other martial artists of the Ice Snow Temple one by one. He did not find Shangguan Lianxing. Afterwards, he sent a voice transmission to Xinghua. Thank you, senior, for the C-grade nutrient solution. Xinghua looked at Chu Feng, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, then sent back your welcome. Heh. Just as I thought, Shangguan Lianxing did not tell Xinghua about the C-grade nutrient solution. However, this Xinghua reacted rather quickly. She soon guessed that the C-grade nutrient solution had something to do with Shangguan Lianxing. Chu Feng said to himself, everyone, since the martial artists of our three great temples are all here, let's immediately open the wormhole to enter the ruins. When the martial venerable level powerhouse of the Ice Snow Temple saw that Yi Lingyun had also come, he was slightly surprised before speaking. Actually, his words had been directed at the guards, but it was Yi Lingyun who responded. Alright. As her voice fell, Yi Lingyun directly took out her jade token. The token was similar to the 11 jade tokens she had taken out earlier, but its color was somewhat different. Yi Lingyun's jade token was deeper in color. Everyone who saw the token more or less understood something. The two differently colored jade tokens likely represented different levels of authority. Clearly, Yi Lingyun's jade token held higher authority than theirs. Because her token could open the ruins while the other tokens probably only had the right to enter them. As for whether there were any other permissions, it was still unclear. Under Yi Lingyun's activation, the jade token in her palm emitted a dazzling light. The character on the jade token was also projected into the void. It was the character Qin. The character Qin glittered brilliantly in midair, its radiance growing ever brighter. In the end, it transformed into a curtain of light large enough for one person to pass through. That is the entrance to the prehistoric civilization ruins. Only those carrying jade tokens may enter. Let's go. As the words fell, Yi Lingyun flew straight into the curtain of light. Then one martial artist after another followed, soaring into the curtain of light. Chu Feng was the 15th to enter. After stepping into the curtain of light, Chu Feng found himself in a passage. The passage was about 20 meters wide and many stones lined both sides, looking as if they had formed from some kind of mineral. The passage was somewhat dark, but it was not difficult to walk through. At the end of the passage was another curtain of light. Chu Feng's figure flickered as he turned into a stream of light and flew toward the end of the passage. When Chu Feng passed through the curtain of light at the end of the passage, he suddenly felt as if he were being seen through. Every secret on him was laid bare. The feeling was very much like the room in the martial god temple where his aptitude was tested. Your life genes have reached 2500 times that of an ordinary life form. You may choose any one of the ordinary trial, the elite trial, or the king's trial. The left passage is the ordinary trial, the middle passage is the elite trial, and the right passage is the king's trial. You must make your choice within 10 seconds. After passing through the curtain of light, Chu Feng arrived in a pitch-black space. In front of him, 3 more curtains of light appeared. At the same time, a synthetic electronic voice sounded in his mind. 3 different levels of trials. Is it because my life gene level is too high? Are other martial artists only able to take the ordinary trial? Hearing these words, countless questions surfaced in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest, the King's Trial. Quest description: choose the King's Trial and pass the King's Trial. Quest reward 100,000 lottery points. Quest penalty: if the quest fails, deduct 100 lottery points. Just at that moment, the system prompt also sounded. If the quest succeeds, you get 10 million lottery points. If it fails, 100,000 lottery points will be deducted. Such a high return. I'll take it. The 3 trials were certainly different in difficulty. By normal logic, the higher the difficulty, the greater the reward for passing. Although he still did not know what reward the prehistoric civilization ruins would give him for completing the King's Trial. At least he now knew what reward the system would give him. 10 million lottery points. If he normally wanted to earn that much, it would take at least 2 or 3 years. Yet now completing a single quest would grant it. After accepting the system quest, Chu Feng directly chose the rightmost curtain of light and stepped through it. The scene before his eyes shifted. Chu Feng found himself lying prone on the ground. War cries rang out around him. Complete chaos. King's Trial first stage helped the martial artist faction defeat the ferocious beast faction. While Chu Feng was still dazed, the synthetic electronic voice sounded again. Chu Feng rose to his feet and looked around, finding himself standing in the middle of a battlefield between martial artists and ferocious beasts. Roar. A beast's roar reached his ears as an energy blast shot toward him. By reflex, Chu Feng struck out with a palm, true chi surging forth to shatter the blast. Following that, the true chi continued toward the ferocious beast that had just ambushed Chu Feng. Bang. The beast was struck directly by the true chi. Soon black flames blazed up from the beast's body. In the blink of an eye, the beast was burned into nothingness. No system prompt sound. Is this fake? Just as Chu Feng was filled with doubt, another attack rushed at him. Boom. This time he did not dodge, he let the attack slam into his chest. It's real. Their cultivation is real, but they probably aren't living beings. They are just puppets created by the prehistoric civilization to test martial artists. So even if I destroy them, I won't get lottery points. That was the only reason Chu Feng could think of. Help the martial artist faction defeat the ferocious beast faction. At this rate, the martial artist faction is in trouble. There's not much gap between the two sides in high-end combat power, but the gap in their mid-tier strength is fairly large. Some strong martial artists even have to deal with combined attacks from over 100 ferocious beasts alone. Making the martial artist faction win won't be easy. While battling the ferocious beasts around him, Chu Feng thought about how to break the deadlock. From the attack of that beast just now, I can basically deduce that these savage beasts have only the most ordinary life gene level. My life gene level is 2500 times theirs. Under the same cultivation realm, my attack power is 2500 times theirs. If I activate battle against the heavens, my attack power will be 1000 times theirs at the same cultivation realm. If I further unleash the third level of Wandering Dragon 7 kills, my attack power can reach 15000 times theirs. At the Martial Emperor level, a difference of one minor sub-realm means a 5-fold difference in attack power, adding in the influence of domains and other factors in this place. Even against 5th grade Martial Emperor savage beasts, I am confident I can defeat them. Defeating them is possible, but it would consume too much time. To maximize efficiency, my targets should be savage beasts below the 5th grade Martial Emperor level. Chu Feng's reasoning was very sound. The time it took to kill one 5th grade Martial Emperor beast was enough for him to kill dozens of savage beasts below that level. If the warrior camp and the beast camp were evenly matched every time he killed a 4th grade Martial Emperor beast, one 4th grade Martial Emperor warrior would be freed up. That 4th grade Martial Emperor warrior could then help the other warriors kill beasts. Like a snowball rolling downhill, their advantage would only grow. With his plan set, Chu Feng unleashed his full power and charged straight into the crowd of savage beasts, sweeping through and reaping lives all the way. His slaughter was impossibly fast, and his true chi was inexhaustibly abundant, replenished by his inner world, and with the primordial chaos heaven-swallowing art constantly absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into true chi, he had almost no consumption. Before long, he had killed over 100 savage beasts. 100 or so beasts did not have much impact on the final outcome between the two camps. But this was only the beginning. If 100 was not enough, if 1,000 was not enough, what about 100,000? 1,000,000? Would that still not be enough? As Chu Feng killed more and more savage beasts, he gradually drew the attention of the stronger beasts. Soon several 5th grade Martial Emperor beasts surrounded him. Do you think this can stop me? A smile tugged at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. Facing this kind of situation, even a 5th grade Martial Emperor warrior would be trapped. But Chu Feng was not afraid. Instead, he wore an expression of having everything under control. In terms of pure strength, he was indeed no match for 5 5th grade Martial Emperor beasts attacking him together. Since he was no match, he simply would not fight them directly. Heaven-Earth Cage appear. Chu Feng immediately unleashed the Heaven-Earth Cage. The upgraded Heaven-Earth Cage could choose its area of effect at will. Chu Feng directly sealed the 5 5th grade Martial Emperor beasts outside the barrier. With their strength, they simply could not break the barrier. To shatter it, a Martial Venerable level beast would have to act. And among the beast camp, there were only 3 Martial Venerable level beasts. The human warriors also had 3 Martial Venerable level masters. The battle among Martial Venerables was not taking place nearby. After all, the shockwaves of their battle were too fierce. Even 9th grade Martial Emperor beings would be gravely injured or even killed by those shockwaves. Since Chu Feng had chosen to use the Heaven-Earth Cage, he had considered what those Martial Emperor level beasts would do. When they could do nothing about the barrier, they would have a Martial Venerable level beast strike. He could not stop that. All he could do was trust the Martial Venerable masters of the warrior camp. If even they could not stop it, then there was no need for him to keep fighting. Because a useless teammate can never be carried to victory. As soon as the barrier appeared, the 5 5th grade Martial Emperor beasts had no choice but to stop attacking Chu Feng. They turned their targets to the warriors below the 5th grade Martial Emperor cultivation. At least they have some brains. Then let's see who kills faster. Chu Feng could not stop them. All he could do was kill faster than them. Kill! Chu Feng roared, gripping the Vajra demon-subduing staff. His figure shot forward like a meteor. Chu Feng charged into the group of beasts trapped within the barrier. Even facing more than a dozen beasts alone, he remained completely unscathed. Instead, the beasts suffered heavy casualties. They simply could not match Chu Feng. His ferocity shocked and terrified every beast below the 5th grade Martial Emperor rank. Such a powerful enemy was more than they could handle. But Chu Feng gave them no chance to escape. Swinging the Vajra demon-subduing staff, he kept reaping lives. Every time the Vajra demon-subduing staff came down, it claimed a life. In an instant, the stench of blood filled the air. A whoa! Roar! The savage beasts, chilled to the bone, retreated. They no longer dared to stay and fight Chu Feng to the death. They wanted to flee. But how could Chu Feng ever let them escape? The Vajra demon-subduing staff swung through the air. Bang! 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 Chu Feng struck down dozens of times. Dozens of devastating blows pounded the savage beasts into pulp. Flesh and blood covered the ground, staining the soil red. A wave of dense blood fell from above and poured over Chu Feng. It was all staggering and stirring. A ninth-grade martial sovereign warrior had actually slaughtered several hundred savage beasts in less than an hour, including many martial emperor-level beasts. This was absolutely astonishing. It also roused the fighting spirit of the warriors. Their gazes at Chu Feng burned with passion. Those were looks of reverence. A ninth-grade martial sovereign could actually kill martial emperor-level beasts. At this moment, these people wished they had such power themselves. The sight of one man defying 10,000 made every warrior who saw it boil with excitement. Kill. Charge. Kill these beasts. Kill. After finishing those beasts, Chu Feng looked back. He saw that the warriors had already gone wild. That passion, that fearless momentum brought a smile to the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. He knew his efforts had not been wasted. Kill. Kill. The warriors went mad, shouting and charging at the martial emperor-level savage beasts. Their eyes were filled with blazing light. That aura of desperate courage made even Chu Feng's blood burn. At this moment, Chu Feng had forgotten that this was a trial. He had truly come to regard himself as a member of the warrior camp. Kill. Chu Feng roared, raised his Vajra demon-subduing staff high, and charged at the martial emperor-level savage beasts. Without the threat of the 5th-grade martial emperor beasts, Chu Feng took back the heaven-earth cage. After all, taking it in and out was troublesome. His figure flickered, crossing 10,000 meters in an instant. His speed was like lightning. In an instant, he appeared before the leading 4th-grade martial emperor beast. Squelch. The staff tip pierced straight through its throat. Blood sprayed out and stained Chu Feng's clothes red. Hello. The 4th-grade martial emperor beast collapsed, struggling in agony. It let out a low, hoarse cry, its pupils filled with rage and despair. Chu Feng snorted coldly and brought his staff down. Crack. The 4th-grade martial emperor beast snapped into 2 pieces. After dealing with it, Chu Feng turned to look at the martial emperor-level beasts. They were all terrified and dodged away from Chu Feng. Wherever his staff reached, no savage beast could stop him in the slightest. Roar. After who knows how long, a cry that shook the sky resounded, and the savage beasts finally withdrew from the battlefield. At the same time, the sound of retreat also arose from the warrior camp. This battle was a great victory for the warrior camp. Congratulations on passing the first trial of the King's Trial, earning 10,000 trial points. Trial points can be used after you complete the King's Trial or fail and exit midway, to exchange for treasures within the trial space. Begin the second trial of the King's Trial now. A synthetic electronic voice sounded. Chu Feng's vision shifted once more. This time he found himself in a vast space. Floating before him was a jade slip. The secret technique recorded in this memory jade slip is incomplete. You must deduce the 7th layer based on the preceding 6. You have 1 month to accomplish this. After 30 days, a martial artist with cultivation and life gene levels matching your own will appear. You must defeat him using the technique you've deduced yourself. If you are defeated by him, or if you use a secret technique you have already cultivated, this trial will be deemed a failure. The synthetic voice echoed once more. Hearing this, Chu Feng understood the purpose of the second trial. This is testing my comprehension and insight. Chu Feng thought to himself. Immediately, he seized the jade slip before him. Channeling his spiritual sense into it, a flood of memories surged into his mind in an instant. These memories contained the cultivation method for a combat secret technique. However, only the first 6 layers were recorded. The 7th layer needed to be created by himself based on the preceding 6. Of course, he could also choose not to rely on this combat technique, and instead create an entirely new secret method from scratch. Creating something original is undoubtedly far more difficult than building upon the foundation laid by predecessors. Moreover, even if he created a brand new secret technique himself, its power might not necessarily surpass the first 6 layers of this particular method. After some thought, Chu Feng decided to build upon this secret technique and deduce the 7th layer himself. Before attempting the deduction, he would need to successfully cultivate the first 6 layers. It was like building a house. You cannot skip from the 1st floor to the 7th without constructing the upper floors in between. After half a month of effort, Chu Feng finally succeeded in cultivating the first 6 layers. With another half month remaining, he could focus on deducing the 7th layer. The first layer contains 1 hidden force. The second layer contains 2 hidden forces. The third layer contains 4 hidden forces. The 6th layer contains 32 hidden forces. Each hidden force enhances attack intensity by 10%. The theoretical limit for the 7th layer should be 64 hidden forces. Each additional hidden force places further pressure on his own body. 64 hidden forces. If Chu Feng, with his current physical condition, were to unleash them, either his opponent would die or he himself would perish. Push myself to the limit. If all else fails, I'll have to resort to desperate measures. Chu Feng thought silently. He then began researching how to generate more hidden forces. Time slipped away moment by moment, and before he knew it, half a month had passed. Chu Feng opened his eyes. Before him, not far away, a figure materialized. The man wore purple robes and carried a gentle smile, appearing as an elegant young gentleman. He was tall and slender, with handsome features and refined bearing. He looked at Chu Feng and said, "Defeat me, and you will pass the second trial of the king's trial." With those words, the martial artist unleashed Da Hai Wu Liang, the very secret technique Chu Feng had been studying, and struck toward him. Facing this attack, Chu Feng also unleashed Da Hai Wu Liang. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of violent impacts rang out. Chu Feng's body collided with the purple-robed warriors over 100 times. Chu Feng felt as though his body had endured countless collisions. His internal organs nearly shattered, his viscera churning violently and blood spurting from his mouth. Chu Feng's body was sent flying backward. 54 layers of hidden force. Unfortunately, you've arrived too late. If you had participated in the king's trial before me, you would have passed the second trial. The previous guardian warrior had only deduced up to 52 layers of hidden force. But I have already pushed Da Hai Wu Liang to 60 layers of hidden force. You have no chance of defeating me, the purple-robed warrior said with a faint smile. The difficulty of the king's trial's second stage is not fixed. The first warrior to attempt the king's trial only needed to deduce up to 41 layers of hidden force to successfully pass. Once they succeeded, that warrior would take the place of the previous guardian. Of course, this was not a true replacement, merely a simulation. If Chu Feng could pass the second trial of the king's trial, then anyone who came here afterward would face a simulated version of Chu Feng created by the precursor civilization. Is that so? It is still far too early to declare victory. Chu Feng rose from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he stared at the purple-robed warrior and spoke in a frigid tone. The moment he finished speaking, Chu Feng's figure darted forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the purple-robed warrior and struck with a palm. This palm strike carried one more hidden force than before. Creating something from nothing is extraordinarily difficult, but following an existing pattern is considerably simpler. Through his clashes with the purple-robed warrior, Chu Feng had quickly grasped how to generate additional hidden forces. An interesting fellow. You actually managed to figure that out. However, I won't give you that much time. The purple-robed warrior looked at Chu Feng with evident appreciation. The next moment, his true chi erupted violently, transforming directly into a sharp sword that struck toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng sensed the overwhelming power radiating from the purple-robed warrior, and his pupils contracted. He hastily swung his fist to block. Bang! A terrifying surge of hidden force hit him, forcing his body to retreat repeatedly. Chu Feng spat blood from his mouth once more. Clearly, this strike had inflicted significant damage upon him. This guy wants to knock me unconscious before I can learn 60 layers of hidden force. At this rate of attack intensity, there is indeed no way I can endure long enough to master 60 layers of hidden force. It seems I have no choice but to try that one move. Chu Feng decided to gamble everything. His figure flashed forward and he appeared beside the purple-robed warrior, grabbing and embracing him tightly. Even as the warrior continued to strike, he refused to let go. Blood seeped from Chu Feng's body, but Chu Feng remained utterly unmoved. His eyes blazed with madness. Let us die together. Boom. Chu Feng self-destructed. The purple-robed warrior had never anticipated such a move. Indeed, not only did the warrior not expect it, even the master of the synthetic electronic voice was encountering this situation for the first time. Among all the warriors who had participated in the king's trial, many had died in the first trial, but not a single one had died in the second trial. Those who could pass the first trial were already considered geniuses of the precursor civilization. The loss of such an existence, even just one, would be a tremendous blow to the precursor civilization. Therefore, during the second trial, the guardian warrior would never kill the challenger outright. At most, they would strike until the challenger lost the ability to fight. A massive explosion echoed through the space. Both the purple-robed warrior and Chu Feng perished. Yet in a distant corner far from the epicenter of the explosion, a tiny primordial core lay quietly. Soon the primordial core vanished and a figure appeared. That figure was Chu Feng himself. Fortunately, the primordial core is unharmed. Chu Feng had staked everything on passing the king's trial. Before the battle had even begun, Chu Feng had placed the primordial core in a corner of the space. Although this was somewhat dangerous, he had prepared protective measures and minimized the risk to the lowest possible level. If the primordial core had been in any danger, he would have immediately sealed it inside the body of the golden horned beast. I wonder whether this will ultimately be judged as a success or a failure. Chu Feng's mood was fraught with anxiety. If he had not taken this risk, he would certainly have failed. But by doing so, there was at least some possibility of success. Shortly after, the synthetic electronic voice resonated within Chu Feng's mind. You are quite remarkable. This trial is counted as passed, though there will be no reward. Now begins the third trial of the king's trial. This is also the final trial of the king's trial. As the synthesized voice fell, the scene before Chu Feng's eyes shifted once more. Before him stood a 7-story pagoda. This pagoda is called the Cosmic Tower. Each floor has its own guardian. Every one of them comes from the pinnacle races of the universe. In cultivation and life gene level, they are the same as you. To pass the third trial, you must at least reach the 4th floor of the Cosmic Tower. Beware, you cannot use self-destruction to defeat the guardians. Nor can you rely on external objects. The formation you used on the 1st floor is forbidden here. Let us begin. The synthesized voice rang out. The gates of the cosmic tower swung open, and a blaze of light surged forth, bathing Chu Feng in its glow. The fourth floor. Chu Feng murmured, gazing at the pagoda before him. His eyes flickered with determination. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode directly into the tower. Upon entering, Chu Feng found himself in an immense, empty expanse. Before him stood a man with 3 heads and 6 arms. This was a warrior of the immortal race, one of the pinnacle races of the universe. Legend said that those of the highest bloodline in the immortal race even possessed 9 heads and 18 arms. The immortal race was few in number, yet they could still stand among the pinnacle races of the universe solely because of their monstrous combat prowess. And now such a mighty immortal race warrior was merely the guardian of the first floor of the cosmic tower. Then how terrifying must the floors above be? Defeat me, and you may advance to the next floor, the immortal race warrior said to Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded. The next moment he turned his wrist, and the Vajra demon-subduing staff appeared in his hand. Then gripping the staff, he charged at the immortal race warrior. The immortal race warrior did not dodge. Instead, he met Chu Feng head-on, and the two collided in an instant. Boom. Golden light burst forth. Chu Feng felt an immense pressure emanating from his opponent. His expression turned slightly grave. Thanks to his physiological advantages, the immortal race warrior's defense was nearly flawless. Any attack could be blocked without a single gap. To defeat him, one had to rely on overwhelming ultimate force. With overwhelming force, all techniques are rendered obsolete. Chu Feng's eyes lit up and thunderous roars rumbled from within his body. Golden light shot into the sky like a blazing sun. The Vajra demon-subduing staff whirled in Chu Feng's hands, producing deafening booming sounds. Wandering Dragon, Sevenfold Kill, Third Strike, Soaring Jade Dragon. Boom, 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 boom. The Vajra demon-subduing staff clashed against the immortal race warrior's fist, sending out terrifying shockwaves. Chu Feng's Vajra demon-subduing staff struck at the immortal race warrior like a true dragon. The immortal race warrior's fist, like the fist of a god, carried an unyielding momentum as it smashed against the staff. The two figures moved at blinding speed. Chu Feng continuously channeled his true chi into the Vajra demon-subduing staff, while keeping his eyes locked on one of the immortal race warrior's arms, relentlessly attacking it. As long as he could cripple one of the immortal race warrior's arms, his defense would no longer be flawless. Bang, 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 bang. The Vajra demon-subduing staff swung endlessly. The immortal race warrior kept blocking it. Although he could see Chu Feng's intention, there was no way for him to stop Chu Feng from carrying it out. Chu Feng's attacks were simply too vicious and precise. The immortal race warrior had no choice but to defend with that single arm. Soon, under Chu Feng's relentless assault, that arm lost all combat capability. Chu Feng seized the opportunity and lunged forward. Boom. The Vajra demon-subduing staff slammed heavily into the immortal race warrior's chest. Crack. The sound of bones shattering rang out. The immortal race warrior opened his mouth and spat out a huge gush of blood. Strike while the iron is hot. In this situation, he had to press the attack without pause. Another flurry of fierce blows followed. The Vajra demon-subduing staff pierced through his chest as easily as penetrating tofu, running straight through and skewering his internal organs. Thud. The immortal race warrior collapsed heavily to the ground, dead. Immediately after, his corpse transformed into a door. Beyond the door was a staircase leading to the second floor. Chu Feng did not linger and flew straight up to the second floor. Against the immortal race warrior on the first floor, Chu Feng had not truly exerted his full strength. He had not even used his domain. Upon arriving at the second floor, another warrior appeared before Chu Feng. He came from the many-eyed race, also a pinnacle race of the universe. His face bore not one pair of eyes but 3. Everything else about him was much like an ordinary human. Being able to defeat that immortal race fellow means you have some skill. However, you are no match for me. Make your move. The many-eyed warrior looked at Chu Feng, a faint sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Chu Feng let out a cold snort and charged forward with the Vajra demon-subduing staff in hand. Seeing Chu Feng draw his weapon, the many-eyed warrior turned his wrist, and a trident appeared in his grasp. Azure Sky Slash. The many-eyed warrior shouted and swept the trident across the void, producing a piercing wailing sound. The trident swept through the air like a flood dragon surging out of the sea. The Vajra demon-subduing staff clashed against the trident. Clang. A crisp metallic ring echoed. Chu Feng felt his tiger's mouth go numb from the impact. This many-eyed warrior was indeed formidable. Chu Feng's body abruptly soared into the air. Whoosh, whoosh. Chu Feng's body seemed to turn into a drifting feather as he leaped and bounded with incredible speed, making it difficult for anyone to predict where he would land next. Die. The topmost eye of the many-eyed warrior blazed with dazzling light before he struck again. His trident radiated a brilliant white glow, writhing like a spiritual serpent. The spiritual serpent lunged at Chu Feng, snapping toward him. Chu Feng stepped repeatedly to evade, but the many-eyed warrior seemed able to predict his next move. The white light appeared at Chu Feng's landing point in advance. Boom. It struck him directly. Chu Feng staggered back several steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he stared at the many-eyed warrior. He can actually predict my trajectory. Interesting. Then let's see whose prediction ability is stronger. Activating his heavy eyes, Chu Feng charged forward again. Boom. Boom. The two clashed once more. Boom. 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 The two figures flashed and interwove, unleashing a series of explosive impacts. Both sides could read each other's movement trajectories. At this point, victory depended on whose reaction speed was greater. In the end, Chu Feng proved faster. Finding his opening, he suddenly unleashed his true chi, which condensed into a sharp sword and shot straight at the many-eyed warrior's forehead. Boom. The many-eyed warrior was sent flying backward. Chu Feng's true chi was imbued with intense corrosive power. In less than 3 seconds, the many-eyed warrior's eyes burned away into nothingness. Die. While the many-eyed warrior was struggling to suppress the corrosive true chi, Chu Feng immediately launched his attack. Before long, the many-eyed warrior perished at Chu Feng's hands. The second floor was cleared without trouble. The guardian of the third floor was stronger than the second, but only by a narrow margin. With Chu Feng's strength, he passed it with some excitement, but no real danger. The fourth floor. Chu Feng arrived at the fourth floor. Once I defeat the guardian of this floor, I will have completed the king's trial. Passing the fourth floor, the reward from the prehistoric civilization was unknown, but the system reward was essentially secured. The guardian of the fourth floor was the mother queen of the insect race. The insect race was also one of the pinnacle races of the universe. The insect mother queen's personal combat strength was not truly formidable. Her true terror lay in her swarm tactics. Under the control of the insect mother queen, countless insect warriors could erupt with combat power capable of defeating enemies several minor realms stronger. For anyone else trying to break through the fourth floor, they would have to slay the insect mother queen before her insect warriors could multiply too greatly. For once the insect warriors swelled in number, even exhausting all their true chi might not be enough to kill them all. But Chu Feng was different. His true chi was nearly inexhaustible. He could slay every insect warrior the mother queen spawned, and still remain in peak condition to face her. For most trial takers, the fourth floor was the hardest of the first four. Yet for Chu Feng, it was ironically the easiest. As Chu Feng appeared on the fourth level, one insectoid warrior after another surged forth from the body of the insectoid Mother Empress. Every single warrior possessed the cultivation of a 9th-rank martial emperor. In less than a second, the entire space of the fourth level was nearly packed with the insectoid horde. Although the insectoid warriors were vast in number, there was no chaos in their ranks. Under the control of the insectoid Mother Empress, 1,000 insectoid warriors formed one unit. 100 such units combined and launched an attack against Chu Feng. With his rich battle experience, Chu Feng knew that he absolutely could not stand there stupidly and let them attack. Their attack range was too wide for him to evade. At that moment, the best move was to charge straight into the midst of the insectoid swarm. That way, if the insectoid Mother Empress wanted to unleash a large-scale attack, she would have to think twice about whether it was worth it. Not only did Chu Feng remain unharmed, but the insectoid warriors bore the brunt of it. This tactic of his truly made the insectoid Mother Empress hesitate to strike. But as Chu Feng slaughtered more and more insectoid warriors, the insectoid Mother Empress could no longer afford to care about the lives of some of her soldiers. She directed the outer ring of insectoids to join forces and unleash a large-scale attack on Chu Feng. Boom. The violent assault left Chu Feng dusty and disheveled, but he did not suffer any serious injuries. Instead, quite a few insectoid warriors died. Seeing this, the insectoid Mother Empress immediately gave up on that method of attack. Attrition. She planned to use a sea of insectoid warriors to drain Chu Feng's true chi. She refused to believe that his true chi could last that long. However, some things simply had to be believed. After an unknown amount of time, the entire fourth level was carpeted with insectoid corpses. Chu Feng stepped over the corpses and walked toward the insectoid Mother Empress. Truth be told, the upper body of the insectoid Mother Empress was quite beautiful, almost like an elf. But no matter how beautiful she was, it could not stop Chu Feng from wanting to kill her. Stripped of her insectoid warriors, the insectoid Mother Empress was still powerful, but she was no match for Chu Feng at all. A thrust of the Vajra demon subduing staff, and the insectoid Mother Empress fell. Congratulations, you have passed the fourth level of the Cosmic Tower. You may continue climbing the Cosmic Tower, or you may give up. What is your choice? After the insectoid Mother Empress fell, the electronic synthesized voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind once more. No sooner had the synthesized voice faded than the system notification tone followed close behind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, King's Trial. You have received 10 million lottery points. Whether or not Chu Feng continued through the Cosmic Tower, he had already passed the King's Trial. If he chose to continue and succeeded, then the points he obtained would be greater than they were now. I choose to continue. Chu Feng shouted into the air. As his voice fell, the passage to the fifth level opened. However, Chu Feng did not go up immediately. The owner of the synthesized electronic voice assumed that Chu Feng was recovering his true chi and added, "You have 1 hour of rest. If you do not enter the fifth level after 1 hour, it will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting the challenge." Chu Feng paid no heed to those words because he was not recovering his true chi at all. Having suddenly gained 10 million lottery points, he naturally wanted to enjoy a good round of draws. He opened his personal status page. Host Chu Feng. Identity Human Primordial Holy Body Emperor Fall Double Pupils. Innate Secret Arts 10,000 Evils Immunity Anomaly Suppression Timespace Reversal. Cultivation 9th Rank Martial Emperor. Lottery points 100100081. A lottery balance of 100100081. The 10,000 lottery points had been the reward for completing the first level of the Absolute Space Cultivation Art. Because the amount was too small, Chu Feng had never used them to draw. The Golden Horn Giant Beast's body still lacks 19 pieces of flame blood marrow. Let me draw out those 19 pieces first, then move on to the higher tier 4th tier draws. His mind made up, Chu Feng immediately began the 3rd tier draws. Based on his past lottery experience, he went straight for 51 3rd tier draws in one go. The 51 3rd tier draws yielded 22 pieces of flame blood marrow and 5 Martial Emperor grade fire source energy crystals. The rest were all, thanks for your patronage. Although there were 3 extra pieces of flame blood marrow, they would absolutely not be wasted because the Golden Horn Giant Beast could nurture more than one avatar. At the Martial Emperor level, it could already nurture a second avatar. It was just that Chu Feng had never found a good choice, so he had not nurtured one. The 3 pieces of flame blood marrow can also be kept for other avatars to fuse with later. There are still 5 million lottery points left. Let's just go all in on 4th tier draws. Then Chu Feng gave the system a direct command: 4th tier lottery all in. In an instant 5 million lottery points were deducted. On the lottery wheel, the scarlet pointer began to spin at a furious speed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 100 million tons of D-grade metal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 1 million tons of E-grade metal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Innate Secret Art Disguise. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a one-time Immortal Slaying Sword Formation Imitation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 1 Coimpan Corpse. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 1 Limit-Breaking Pill. Of the 95 4th tier draws, 45 were, thanks for your patronage. D-grade metal 100 million tons came up 20 times for a total of 2 billion tons. E-grade metal 1 million tons came up 15 times for a total of 15 million tons. The limit-breaking pill came up 10 times at 1 pill each for a total of 12 pills. The Innate Secret Art Disguise came up once. The one-time Immortal Slaying Sword Formation Imitation came up once. 1 Coimpan Corpse came up once. Inspect. D-grade metal 100 million tons. The host may choose any type of D-grade metal as long as the total weight does not exceed 100 million tons. E-grade metal 1 million tons. The host may choose any type of E-grade metal as long as the total weight does not exceed 1 million tons. Innate Secret Art Disguise. After use, you immediately obtain the Innate Secret Art Disguise. It can only be granted to one avatar. One-time Immortal Slaying Sword Formation Imitation. A formation created in imitation of the number 1 killing array of the Primordial Era can only be used once. Coimpan Corpse contains the genetic material of the special life form Coimpan. After reading the descriptions of these treasures, Chu Feng's entire state of mind changed. Only 4 words remained in his mind: terrifying beyond measure. Too powerful. With 2 billion tons of D-grade metal, if I use the optimal metal combination, my inner world can maintain its fastest growth speed even after I break through to Martial Sovereign. Moreover, I can also use part of the D-grade metal and part of the E-grade metal to cultivate the Primordial Body World Art. From 1st rank Martial Sovereign to Martial Venerable would require nearly 10,000 years. From 1st rank to 3rd rank Martial Sovereign would take about 500 years. From 3rd rank to 4th rank Martial Sovereign, and then 5th rank and 6th rank Martial Sovereign. Each breakthrough to the next minor realm would take about 500 years. From 6th rank to 7th rank Martial Sovereign, and then 8th rank and 9th rank Martial Sovereign. Each breakthrough to the next minor realm would take about 1,000 years. Finally, breaking through from 9th rank Martial Sovereign to 1st rank Martial Venerable would take about 5,000 years. That was the slowest pace. If he devoured D-grade metal combinations, he could increase the speed 100-fold. In other words, it would only take 100 years to break through from 1st rank Martial Sovereign to 1st rank Martial Venerable. If he could also obtain D-grade nutrient solution during that period, the speed could become even faster. The Innate Secret Art Disguise could allow one avatar to mimic the target's life aura and soul aura. Of course, besides that, it could also directly transform the avatar's outward appearance into the target's likeness. This innate secret art was somewhat similar to the one belonging to Shangguan Lianxing of the Ice Snow Divine Palace. However, this art's disguise effect was even stronger. Apart from lacking the target's memories, it was essentially no different from the target. Even if one extended one's spiritual power to probe the body, one could not tell them apart. The innate secret art disguise. Who should I give it to? Chu Feng pondered for a while, and then a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, it should be a lot of fun. As for who should use the innate secret art disguise, Chu Feng had already made his decision. The single-use immortal slaying sword formation, and an imitation at that. An imitation truly has much less power. It could only kill existences at the 9th grade martial emperor realm. Still being able to draw a treasure of this caliber from a tier 4 lottery draw is already quite good. What surprised Chu Feng most was not any of the preceding treasures, but the Kunpeng corpse at the end. He did not know if it was the same in other worlds, but in this universe where Chu Feng lived, the Kunpeng was a special life form. Special life forms are not born through racial reproduction, they are bred by the universe itself. Every kind of special life form is exceedingly scarce in number. Take the Kunpeng. In the vastness of the universe, there would be no more than 10. Kunpeng and Kunpeng cannot reproduce with each other. Every single Kunpeng is unique. The Kunpeng Chu Feng drew had been a first-grade martial emperor in life. Its life gene level was 500 times that of an ordinary life form. After learning the information about the Kunpeng corpse, Chu Feng knew that his second clone was as good as secured. Kunpeng clone. Once Chu Feng broke through to the first-grade martial emperor realm, he would immediately use his innate divine art of cloning to bring forth a second clone. At a life gene level of 500 times that of an ordinary life form, once he cultivated the second layer of the Hunyuan Codex, it would reach a life gene level 12,500 times that of an ordinary life form. Chu Feng did not know whether life gene levels had a limit in this universe. The inherited memories of the Golden Horn Giant Beast did not mention it. He could test it when the time came. If there was no limit, or if the limit was even higher than 12,500 times, then Chu Feng's Kunpeng clone could reach a life gene level 12,500 times that of an ordinary life form. What did that mean? Even without cultivating any combat secret art, by relying purely on its own physical power, it could defeat an ordinary life form at the 6th grade martial emperor realm. Now Chu Feng was curious about one thing, whether flame blood marrow could enhance the life gene level of the Kunpeng clone. If it could, that would be absolutely terrifying. Breakthrough to martial emperor. Once I break through to the martial emperor realm, I can gestate my second clone. Chu Feng's heart was pounding with excitement. After calming down a little, Chu Feng's figure flickered, and he flew into the 5th floor of the universe tower. The opponent on the 5th floor was actually a star giant beast. It was not a golden horn giant beast, but it still possessed a top-tier bloodline among star giant beasts. This was a void giant beast. Like the golden horn giant beast, the void giant beast also had 3 innate divine arts. One of them was the clone art. However, a void giant beast could only gestate life forms with no more than 50 times its own life gene level, while a golden horn giant beast could gestate life forms with no more than 100 times its own life gene level. The second innate divine art was amplification, which could triple its power for a certain period of time. The third innate divine art was spatial sealing, which could seal the opponent. The duration of the seal varied with the opponent's strength. In the past, many martial artists participating in the trial had been defeated by the void giant beast's spatial sealing. But today its opponent was Chu Feng. Among the innate divine arts of Chu Feng's primeval sacred body was one called anomaly suppression. The so-called spatial sealing was also an anomaly. It had no effect on Chu Feng at all. Everything has its counter. When facing Chu Feng, the void giant beast's greatest trump card lost its effect. In the end, the only outcome for it was to fall. Chu Feng did not pause. He flew into the passage leading to the 6th floor. The opponent on the 6th floor was the mechanical race, one of the apex races of the universe. The mechanical race was in essence a type of intelligent life. Put simply, intelligent life was intelligence that originally had no emotions, but under certain circumstances acquired emotions like those of living beings. The owner of that synthetic electronic voice, for example, was actually an intelligent life form. In reality, intelligent life forms did not possess any cultivation. But there was a miraculous treasure in the universe called the Heart of Creation. When the Heart of Creation was fused with memory metal and an intelligent life entered it, it would form a special life form. Mechanical life, also known as metal life. The mechanical race's technology was extremely advanced. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a mechanical life form's body itself was a weapon. Since the king's trial was after all a trial, the mechanical life form Chu Feng encountered could not have too absurd an attack power. The mechanical life form on the 6th floor of the universe tower had a body made of E6, grade memory metal fused with a Heart of Creation. Its body could at most unleash attack power at the 6th grade martial emperor level. Of course, unleashing attack power at the 6th grade martial emperor level, while only possessing 9th grade martial sovereign cultivation, did not come without a price. Generally speaking, when it fought, its attack power was only around the 5th grade martial emperor level. But its defensive ability was formidable. E6, grade metal could basically withstand attacks at the 6th grade martial emperor level. Unless Chu Feng with his 9th grade martial sovereign cultivation could unleash attack power at the 7th grade martial emperor level, he would not be able to damage it. Self-destruction might accomplish it. However, the owner of the synthetic electronic voice had already applied a patch beforehand, forbidding Chu Feng from self-destructing. This made it extremely difficult for Chu Feng to pass the 6th floor. I can't use external objects. Killing the gatekeeper martial artist on the 6th floor is too difficult. Do I really have to use that move? For a moment, Chu Feng was torn. That move, he had originally planned to save it for the final floor. If he used it now on the 6th floor, he feared the owner of that voice would forbid him from using it on the 7th. With the no self-destruct patch in place, Chu Feng could not help thinking further. But if he did not use that move now, he would not even qualify to challenge the 7th floor. After weighing the options, Chu Feng decided that using that move now was the only choice. Take it one step at a time, handle the future later. Solving the problem before him was what truly mattered. Time-space reversal. Chu Feng activated the Emperor's Fall double pupils and directly unleashed his innate divine art, time-space reversal. By reversing time to the moment before the Heart of Creation merged with the memory metal, he could directly destroy the Heart of Creation. The Heart of Creation's defensive ability was no match for E6, grade memory metal. Once the Heart of Creation was gone, this intelligent life could not become a mechanical life form. This too was a form of destruction. Under Chu Feng's innate divine art, the mechanical race martial artist was instantly bound. Then on the mechanical race martial artist's body, time and space began to flow backward. His cultivation realm sank lower and lower. Martial Sovereign 9th grade. Martial Sovereign 8th grade. Martial Sovereign 1st grade. There it is. Chu Feng could not help muttering as he watched the scene. On the mechanical race martial artist's body, a round orb flashing with dazzling golden light slowly appeared. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth curled into a smile. He struck out with his palm, and true chi gushed forth. Boom. Struck by Chu Feng's true chi, the Heart of Creation burst apart. Soon the body that had belonged to the mechanical race martial artist also disappeared. To be precise, it became a passage leading to the 7th floor. Chu Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Because he had used the innate divine art time-space reversal, he suffered a violent backlash. He had basically lost the ability to fight. Before the synthetic electronic voice could finish, Chu Feng's body self-destructed. In the blink of an eye, his body appeared again. In those few short seconds, Chu Feng had completed the entire journey from self-destruction to resurrection. Did you have something to say to me just now? Chu Feng shouted directly within the space of the 6th floor. Let me say this in advance, I did not violate any rules. You only said I could not rely on self-destruction to defeat the gatekeeper martial artist. You did not rule out self-destruction itself. After Chu Feng's words fell, the synthetic electronic voice did not immediately ring out in his mind. Only after nearly 10 seconds did the synthetic electronic voice ring out again. You must have possessed a life form with the ability to split itself into clones. Being able to self-destruct and then revive again is your own skill. Your performance on the earlier levels is already no worse than the geniuses of my era. You don't need to challenge the 7th level either. With the secret art you used just now, the warrior guarding the 7th level is no match for you. As the synthesized electronic voice said this, the environment around Chu Feng changed. A figure appeared before him. This figure was no different from the humans on launching, except that its build was like an enlarged version of a human. Let me introduce myself. I am the guardian of this secret realm. You may call me Dizong. Hearing these words, Chu Feng was certain that the Dizong before him was the one who had just been speaking to him. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 7 levels of the Cosmic Tower. In our era, I witnessed countless geniuses. Some of them eventually even became martial saints. But no one has ever cleared the 7 levels of the Cosmic Tower. You are the first. So now you have 2 choices. Dizong continued. The first choice, use the trial points. You have earned 80,000 trial points in total. Choose treasures from the treasury whose total point value does not exceed 80,000. The second choice is to exchange 80,000 points for an identity, the identity of the last inheritor of the Dixing civilization. As his words fell, Chu Feng frowned slightly. The identity of a Dixing civilization inheritor. If I possess this identity, does that mean everything in the treasury is mine? Hearing this, Dizong smiled and said, you could say yes, and you could also say no. Once you become an inheritor of our Dixing civilization, you must fulfill certain obligations, and only according to the obligations you fulfill will you obtain the corresponding benefits. Chu Feng asked again, obligations. For example, Dizong did not directly answer Chu Feng's question. Instead, he asked in return, do you know how our Dixing civilization suddenly vanished? Chu Feng shook his head. From the information he knew, he could infer that the Dixing civilization Dizong spoke of should be the prehistoric civilization those warriors usually talked about. But he had no idea how the prehistoric civilization had disappeared. Not only did he not know, even the warriors he knew did not know. Perhaps the founders of the 3 great temples would know something. There are 9 levels of civilization in the universe. The first level is the weakest, and the 9th level is the strongest. If compared by warrior strength, the overall strength of a first-level civilization is roughly equal to that of a martial king-level warrior. A civilization with 1 martial king or 10 9th-rank martial marquis warriors can be called a first-level civilization. If this civilization does not rely on the strength of powerful individuals, but manufactures technological weapons, then the attack power unleashed by those technological weapons must be able to reach the martial king level before it can be called a first-level civilization. A second-level civilization has overall strength comparable to a martial sovereign-level warrior. Having 1 martial sovereign or 10 9th-rank martial king warriors qualifies it as a second-level civilization. 3rd level martial emperor, 4th level martial venerable, 5th level martial immortal, 6th level martial god, 7th level martial saint, An 8th level civilization, if compared with warriors, is a level you probably have not encountered yet. When a martial saint breaks through again, that is the martial Tao extreme realm, as our Dixing civilization calls it. In the common terms of the universe, it is also called the ancestor of the starry sky. As for the strongest 9th level civilization, theoretically, it can only be achieved if all races in the universe unite. Our Dixing civilization at its peak was a 7th level civilization. However, during an expedition across the starry sky, our Dixing civilization offended an 8th level civilization. The strongest being of that 8th level civilization, the ancestor of the starry sky, took action personally and annihilated all life on our Dixing. It was a soul-level slaughter. In an instant, all life on Dixing was extinguished. Only intelligent life forms escaped that disaster. After all this, Chu Feng finally understood how the prehistoric civilization had ended. Fortunately, that ancestor of the starry sky only killed the life forms of our Dixing civilization. He did not cause destruction to Dixing on a material level. Perhaps a powerhouse of that level simply disdained to do such a thing. In any case, the legacy our Dixing civilization used to cultivate warriors is still here. With this legacy, our Dixing civilization has hope of rising again. As long as intelligent life is born again on Dixing, the planet you call launching, then relying on the ruins of the Dixing civilization, it will sooner or later be possible to reproduce the might of the Dixing civilization. Because you have inherited the legacy of the Dixing civilization, whether you are willing or not, sooner or later, you will become enemies of that 8th level civilization. When that day comes, your outcome will be just like ours. With those words, Chu Feng asked doubtfully, what does this have to do with my becoming an inheritor? At first, Chu Feng thought that if he were to become an inheritor of the prehistoric civilization, he would carry the heavy responsibility of revitalizing it, and even avenge it. But when he heard everything to the end, he realized that even if he did not become an inheritor, he would still have to face the prehistoric civilization's enemies. If that was the case, then wouldn't it be the same whether he became the inheritor or not? The key is that if you become the inheritor, you will die with a little more clarity. If you don't, you will die with a little more confusion. After saying this, Dizong laughed at his own words and immediately added, just kidding. Since you are qualified to be an inheritor, it proves that you have a certain chance to reach the martial Tao extreme realm in the future. Once you reach the martial Tao extreme realm, that is the ancestor of the starry sky, then the ancestor of the starry sky of that 8th level civilization will find it hard to kill you. Maybe you can even kill him in return. If I help you as well, you have a very high probability of reaching the level of the ancestor of the starry sky. So, do you choose to become the inheritor of our Dixing civilization? As he spoke, Dizong looked at Chu Feng with a smile. Chu Feng frowned deeply. He kept feeling that this fellow Dizong was deceiving him. This deception did not mean everything Dizong said was false. Rather, Chu Feng felt that Dizong's claim that he could very likely help him become the ancestor of the starry sky was nothing more than an empty promise. Back when the Dixing civilization was so powerful, not one person had ever managed to break through to the ancestor of the starry sky. Now all the life forms of the Dixing civilization are dead. Can the things left behind by the prehistoric civilization really make him the ancestor of the starry sky? If this isn't bragging, then Chu Feng would have his name written backward. The ancestor of the starry sky. Relying on the treasures left by the prehistoric civilization to reach that level was almost impossible. However, I have the system. With the system plus the help of the treasures left by the prehistoric civilization, it becomes possible. There was no doubt that the treasures left behind by the prehistoric civilization could allow Chu Feng's strength to enter a very rapid period of growth. Chu Feng thought for a moment and finally made his decision. Good. I agree to become an inheritor of your prehistoric civilization. At the sound of this, Emperor Volt's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excellent. Excellent. Trust me, this is the most correct decision you've ever made in your life. Emperor Volt spoke quickly. Chu Feng then asked, you said just now with your help. What exactly can you help me with? At this, Emperor Volt perked up with confidence. I can help you with far more than you imagine. I know the locations of all your so-called prehistoric civilization relics. However, those places would offer you only limited growth. The true treasures of the Imperial Star Civilization are all right here with me. With that, Emperor Volt pointed to his head and said, within here are recorded the most powerful secret arts of the entire Imperial Star Civilization. Any single secret art I produce would make even martial, god-level existences fight tooth and nail over it. But these secret arts have cultivation requirements. The lowest requirement is for you to break through to the martial Emperor realm. Aside from the secret arts, I also possess a portion of the treasures belonging to the strongest being of the Imperial Star Civilization. With these treasures, once you break through to Martial Emperor, I can rapidly elevate your cultivation to the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. After the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. At any rate, as long as you follow my arrangements, I guarantee you will become a martial immortal within 100 years. Chu Feng shook his head and said, you're wrong. You only serve as an auxiliary to me. The choice remains mine. We are partners in cooperation. I am not your puppet. Seeing Chu Feng's serious expression, Emperor Volt froze briefly, then quickly said, I misspoke just now. Of course you have your own autonomy. I only offer suggestions of whether to act or not is up to you. Emperor Vault felt helpless as well. In the era before the Imperial Star civilization vanished, countless geniuses begged for his guidance, and he would only accept depending on his mood. Now it was his turn to depend on someone else's mood. Yet Emperor Vault had no other choice. For Chu Feng's foundation was simply too outstanding. Not to mention the blue star of today, even at the pinnacle of the Imperial Star civilization. Few could be found to rival Chu Feng. Does your Imperial Star civilization possess any treasure that can accelerate time? Chu Feng suddenly recalled something and asked. Emperor Vault was stunned for a moment, then said no. A treasure of that level could only be forged by an existence at the level of the ancestor of the starry sky. Hearing this, Chu Feng could only sigh with regret. If he had a time acceleration treasure, he could send one clone out to act, while another remained within the time-accelerated space devouring and assembling metal. This way he could greatly hasten his breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. Our Imperial Star civilization does not possess such a treasure. But I know of a place that does. Emperor Vault smiled. Unfortunately, the Imperial Star has already been exiled by that great being. To reach that place, one must travel through the Sacred Beast Star, a subsidiary planet of the Imperial Star. Those little fellows on the Sacred Beast Star are rather impressive. They somehow managed to reverse engineer a wormhole leading into the Imperial Star. Hearing these words, Chu Feng couldn't help but grow curious. Sacred Beast Star. A wormhole leading into the Imperial Star opened in reverse. Could the Sacred Beast Star Emperor Vault spoke of be the birthplace of the fierce beasts currently on Blue Star? And the rift in the sky above Blue Star, is that the wormhole connecting the Sacred Beast Star to Blue Star? When he voiced his doubts, Emperor Vault gave him an affirmative answer. The massive rift now hanging over Blue Star was precisely the wormhole linking the Sacred Beast Star to Blue Star. And the fierce beasts raging across Blue Star had all come from the Sacred Beast Star. Although Emperor Vault had always remained within the Trial Secret Realm, he was perfectly clear on everything happening in the outside world. For he controlled every intelligent life form across the entire Blue Star. Many prehistoric civilization relics contained intelligent life forms. When these relics were excavated, those intelligent life forms would later become assistants to humanity. Though fierce beasts occasionally unearthed prehistoric civilization relics, as well they only took the treasures within. As for the intelligent life forms, they would never carry them away. Thus Emperor Vault actually knew relatively little about the fierce beasts on Blue Star. Chu Feng asked again, the Sacred Beast Star and Blue Star, which you call the Imperial Star, what relation do the two share? Emperor Vault sank into recollection, then slowly began, this is a long story. The Sacred Beast Star was originally the closest planet to the Imperial Star. At that time the Imperial Star was not as vast as it is now. The Imperial Star civilization hadn't even reached the level of a first-tier civilization. Meanwhile, the civilization of those fierce beasts on the Sacred Beast Star had already reached the first-tier level. They wanted to conquer our Imperial Star, and indeed they succeeded. But not long after, a peerless genius appeared on our Imperial Star. Under her leadership we reclaimed our homeland, and even counterattacked as far as the Sacred Beast Star. For certain reasons we did not merge the Sacred Beast Star with our Imperial Star. Later the Sacred Beast Star became the staging planet for the Imperial Star's campaigns across the starry sky. Every time we set out, a batch of fierce beasts from the Sacred Beast Star would join our Imperial Star's cosmic warriors in battle. The Imperial Star civilization managed to grow step by step into a 7th-tier civilization, and the fierce beasts of the Sacred Beast Star bore both great deeds and great toil. But after we offended an 8th-tier civilization, the Star Lord of our Imperial Star did not wish to implicate the Sacred Beast Star. So he relocated the Sacred Beast Star to the territory of another 8th-tier civilization. And he sealed the wormhole connecting the Sacred Beast Star to the Imperial Star. Who would have thought that they would actually possess the power to break through the Star Lord's sealing? Perhaps too much time had passed, and the seal had weakened. As he finished speaking, Emperor Vault could not help but let out a sigh. It was rather like watching a man's tower rise, watching him feast his guests, and then watching the tower collapse. It was truly a lamentable sight. As the Star Lord of the Imperial Star, even if the seal laid down by that great one had weakened with time, it was still not something an ordinary being could break. It seems that on the Sacred Beast Star there may be an existence even more powerful than Yun Wuji. At this thought, Chu Feng inexplicably felt a surge of pressure in his heart. Perhaps he had already come to regard himself as a part of humanity on Blue Star. From casual conversations with friends such as Ma Lei, Chu Feng learned a piece of information. That is, the fierce beasts that entered Blue Star through the rift in the sky hadn't been particularly powerful at first. As time passed, however, the fierce beasts entering Blue Star grew increasingly formidable. He speculated that this might be related to the stability of the wormhole. Fierce beasts with especially high cultivation would destabilize the wormhole upon entry. Not only would they fail to be transported over, they might even cause the wormhole to burst. Ever since the 9 forbidden zones appeared, no more fierce beasts had descended upon Blue Star from the rift in the sky. But the absence of such events in the past did not mean they would not occur in the future. It was highly likely that the Sacred Beast Star was brewing something momentous. Suddenly a thought flashed through Chu Feng's mind. He looked at Emperor Vault and asked, those fierce beasts can enter Blue Star through the wormhole. Could I also enter the Sacred Beast Star through the wormhole? Emperor Vault smiled upon hearing this and said, it's possible, yes. But given the relationship between the humans of your era and those fierce beasts, the moment you set foot on the Sacred Beast Star you would likely be killed by the fierce beasts there. Unless you manage to comprehend instantaneous teleportation. Enter the Sacred Beast Star, then teleport away immediately. However, instantaneous teleportation is not so easily comprehended. Even the Star Lord of that time only grasped it at the martial venerable realm. Even with my help you would have to wait until at least the martial emperor realm before you could comprehend it. Combining Emperor Vault's words, Chu Feng already had a rough plan for the future. The Sacred Beast Star was certainly a destination. He would use the Sacred Beast Star as a transit point, then journey to that place Emperor Vault spoke of where time could be accelerated. Why was Chu Feng so eager to go to a place that could accelerate time? The reason was simple. The Golden Horn Giant Beast clone's innate secret art combined with the system and then a time-accelerated location. This was an absolutely perfect match. One clone would devour metal in the time-accelerated space. Another clone would hunt fierce beasts in the outside world, accumulating lottery points. In this way, both the efficiency of improving combat power and cultivation would be extraordinarily high. Martial Emperor. This realm truly is crucial. Chu Feng grew even more eager to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Ditsong, is there any way you can help me break through to Martial Emperor quickly? This could be confirmed from some of the information Chu Feng had obtained. In the prehistoric civilization, there were indeed methods to turn an ordinary martial artist into a Martial Emperor in a short time. Shangguan Lianxing, the young lord of the Ice Snow Divine Palace, was such an example. There is nutrient fluid plus the Emperor Breaking Pill will do. Absorb the nutrient fluid to reach the peak of 9th rank Martial Emperor, then take the Emperor Breaking Pill. If one pill isn't enough, take a few more. However, the Emperor Breaking Pill does have certain side effects. You are still so young, there's no need to rush. With your talent, you can break through on your own in 8 or 10 years. If you use the Emperor Breaking Pill now, by the time you reach 9th rank Martial Emperor, and use the Extreme Breaking Pill, the effect will be greatly diminished. And when you reach 9th rank Martial Venerable, and use the Immortal Breaking Pill, it might not even work at all. In our era, those geniuses basically only use such pills when breaking through to Martial Immortal. Only those martial artists with very limited talent would use such pills when breaking through to Martial Emperor and Martial Venerable. Ditsong originally wanted to stop Chu Feng more directly. But after thinking about what Chu Feng had told him, he could only reason with him emotionally and logically, laying out the pros and cons. Hearing this, Chu Feng was both surprised and delighted. Because the extreme breaking pills he had obtained at the very beginning had no side effects. Therefore, he had naturally assumed that pills like the extreme breaking pill from the prehistoric civilization were also without side effects. However, hearing Ditsong's words today, it seemed that was not the case. System products, the finest of the finest. If I use the Emperor Breaking Pill now, there will be some side effects, and the next time I take the Extreme Breaking Pill, its effect will be weaker. But the Extreme Breaking Pill taken after 9th rank Martial Emperor has no side effects. In that case, the Immortal Breaking Pill will still be effective later. To break through to Martial Emperor quickly, Chu Feng was willing to pay this price. Do you have nutrient fluid and the Emperor Breaking Pill? Chu Feng asked directly. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ditsong could not help but sigh, and said, I have them here. I can give them to you. But you must agree to one condition. Chu Feng quickly asked, what condition? Ditsong said seriously, when you reach 9th rank Martial Emperor, promise me that you will rely on yourself to break through to Martial Venerable. Chu Feng smiled, and said fine. He agreed to Ditsong for now, planning to get the items first. Ditsong felt somewhat helpless, but he still prepared the nutrient fluid and Emperor Breaking Pill for Chu Feng. Last time, absorbing the nutrient fluid had only allowed Chu Feng to break through to 9th rank Martial Emperor. It had not allowed him to reach the peak of the 9th rank. Only by reaching the peak of the 9th rank could he use the Emperor Breaking Pill. Ditsong waved his hand, and a nutrient pod appeared before Chu Feng. It was basically identical to the one he had soaked in last time. Entering the nutrient pod and closing the hatch, Chu Feng began to circulate the primordial source heaven-devouring art, absorbing the energy within the nutrient fluid. In less than a day, his cultivation base had risen to the peak of 9th rank Martial Emperor. Stepping out of the nutrient pod, Chu Feng immediately swallowed the Emperor Breaking Pill. Rumble. Under the guidance of Chu Feng's primordial source heaven-devouring art, the violent energy within the Emperor Breaking Pill entered the inner world within his origin core. After this energy merged in the metal continent within his inner world, continuously expanded. The metal continent, which had been 9,000 kilometers in length and width, expanded to 1,000 kilometers in just a few hours. The inner world once again completed a fundamental leap. It directly jumped from 9,000 kilometers in length and width to 1,000 kilometers in length and width. After the inner world changed, the 9 black holes inside the origin core also began to change. Rumble. The 9 black holes drew closer to one another and merged. A moment later, the 9 black holes merged into a single enormous black hole. Boom. The merged black hole suddenly collapsed inward. Soon the black hole vanished completely. In the center where the black hole had been a gray sphere appeared. This was not the end. After the gray sphere appeared, its outer shell directly peeled off. The peeled-off shell continued to expand. When it reached the same size as the entire origin core, the shell merged with the origin core. After merging with the gray sphere's shell, the origin core underwent some special changes. After the origin core changed, the golden-horned colossal beast in the dark forest and the primordial sacred body avatar also underwent changes. The energy of the inner world began to nourish the two bodies in return. The golden-horned colossal beast became even more enormous, and its scales became even harder. Apart from its appearance, the internal changes of the golden-horned colossal beast were even more astonishing. Every cell and every bone underwent an earth-shaking transformation, a metamorphosis in its fundamental structure. From martial emperor to martial emperor, that was a leap in physical quality. And the primordial sacred body avatar also underwent tremendous changes. Lucky I succeeded with a single pill. The human Chu Feng curled a smile at the corner of his mouth. He was now a first-rank martial emperor. Plans truly could not keep up with changes. Although he had wasted some C-grade metal. Actually, it wasn't really a waste. The unused C-grade metal could be sold later when he ventured into the starry skies. After breaking through to martial emperor, I can now nurture a second avatar, Chu Feng said inwardly. His origin core shifted, moving into the body of the golden-horned colossal beast. In the inner world, a golden-horned colossal beast lay on the metal continent. Innate avatar nurture. Taking out the Kunping corpse from the system space, Chu Feng moved his mind. Rumble. The entire metal continent trembled. The Kunping corpse seemed to be supported by an invisible force suspended high above the metal continent. This was the second time he was nurturing an avatar. After this, Chu Feng still had one last chance to nurture an avatar. For the third, nurturing his cultivation base would need to reach at least martial venerable. Hiss, as if vaporized. The enormous Kunping corpse suspended high in the air instantly vaporized. Whoosh. Countless golden mists that had been hovering above the metal continent and beyond the land wildly surged toward the center. They quickly wrapped around the tiny bit of genetic material left after the Kunping corpse was vaporized. In just a moment, it turned into an oval golden egg. It's begun. The golden-horned colossal beast looked up at the golden egg in the air, anticipation in its heart. He would need a day to roughly determine how long nurturing the Kunping avatar would take. A day later, Chu Feng had already obtained the answer. 100 years. It would take 100 years to nurture the Kunping avatar to completion. At this time, over on the human avatar's side, he began soaking in nutrient fluid once again. In about a year's time, by absorbing the energy in the nutrient fluid, he could raise his inner world to 9th rank martial emperor. Just as the human avatar re-entered the nutrient pod, the system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. Requite grievance with justice. Mission description: the host must kill the 9th rank martial emperor vicious beast, the dark abyss evil dragon, within 3 years. The one in the dark forest that had fought with Yi Lingyun. Mission reward upon completion, reward 1 million draw points. Mission penalty none. Work again. Even without this mission, I would still kill that vicious beast. The human avatar needs to soak in nutrient fluid, so I'll leave this mission to the golden-horned colossal beast body. Chu Feng immediately accepted the mission. Dark Forest. A first-rank martial emperor white ape crossed the barrier of the dark forest inner region and headed deep into the dark forest. As soon as the first-rank martial emperor white ape entered the dark forest inner region, it was discovered by the martial emperors of the inner region. A crimson moon demonic wolf left the core area of the dark forest and rushed toward the white ape. Roar. A beast's roar rang out as the white ape looked at the crimson moon demonic wolf that had suddenly appeared before it. It showed no sign of panic. Roar. The white ape likewise let out a low growl. Then it transmitted its voice to the crimson moon demonic wolf, saying, "My lord, I wish to become a member of the dark forest. As a first-rank martial emperor, you are already qualified to become a member of the dark forest. However, I need to test your strength. Attack me with all your might." The crimson moon demonic wolf transmitted. The white ape nodded. The next moment, it pounded its own chest, then erupted with its powerful aura. A terrifying pressure instantly spread in all directions. The ferocious aura made a flicker of surprise pass through the crimson moon demonic wolf's eyes. Its gaze toward the white ape also gained a hint of appreciation. The white ape's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye it appeared beside the red moon demon wolf, delivering a powerful punch. The white ape moved with extraordinary speed, leaving afterimages in the air as it struck directly toward the red moon demon wolf. That speed was merely impressive relative to a Heaven Emperor first-rank cultivator. It fell considerably short when measured against the Red Moon Demon Wolf at Heaven Emperor 9th rank. Yet the Red Moon Demon Wolf made no move to evade the white ape's attack. It raised its claw and swatted the white ape's fist with a single palm strike. Immediately, terrifying power erupted from the white ape's fist, yet the Red Moon Demon Wolf's strength proved even greater. Sensing that monstrous force, the white ape knew trouble was imminent. It hastily withdrew its paw and retreated rapidly. The Red Moon Demon Wolf pressed the attack relentlessly, claws flashing as it lunged forward once more. The White Ape continued to dodge. The Red Moon Demon Wolf's gaze grew increasingly appreciative. Impressive. Your reflexes are quick and your attacks would be considered adequate among Heaven Emperor, first-rank sacred beasts. You qualify for A-rank inheritance transmission. There's still a gap before you reach S-rank inheritance standards, but I'll attempt to petition the higher-ups. Let me see if I can arrange S-rank inheritance for you. The Red Moon Demon Wolf halted its assault and regarded the White Ape before speaking. In truth, even among ferocious beasts, rigid class hierarchies ran deep. Aside from the royal bloodlines within the beast kin, ordinary ferocious beasts had not yet reached the Heaven Emperor realm. Even among their own kind, they were simply known as ferocious beasts. Yet once their cultivation ascended to Heaven Emperor status, they were elevated to the title of sacred beasts. The more refined designation served only to flatter their sense of superiority. Upon hearing these words from the Red Moon Demon Wolf, the White Ape's face erupted in ecstatic joy, its eyes shining with trembling excitement as it gazed upon the wolf. Thank you, my lord. The beast heritage transmissions were stratified into 6 tiers: SSS, SS, SA, B, and C. With the Red Moon Demon Wolf's authority, granting an A-rank inheritance to the White Ape required no higher approval. S-rank transmissions, or above, demanded the sanction of at least a martial venerable, or even a martial immortal, grade ferocious beast. This leniency existed only because on Blue Star their authority had been elevated. Had this occurred on Sacred Beast Star, even S-rank inheritances would have required the decisive authority of at least a martial immortal or beyond. The Red Moon Demon Wolf recognized the White Ape's potential and sought to recruit it into its faction. That was precisely why it acted as it did. Though these ferocious beasts maintained unity on grand matters, internal rivalries ran just as deep. The stronger one's faction, the greater the resources it commanded. Thus, absorbing capable sacred beasts into one's camp was something every worthy beast pursued whenever the opportunity arose. The Red Moon Demon Wolf had only discovered the White Ape first through its position within the Dark Forest, personally arriving to welcome it into the forest's ranks. Let us go. I shall bring you to my Chihuahua lineage territory. With those words, the Red Moon Demon Wolf took flight, carrying the White Ape along its path. They returned to the Chihuahua lineage territory deep within the Dark Forest. At the heart of the Chihuahua domain stood an imposing black palace. This was one of the twin inheritance halls of the Dark Forest. Within its walls, accepting the transmission automatically bound one to the Chihuahua lineage. Wait here. I shall petition my master for the S-rank inheritance. The Red Moon Demon Wolf entered the hall, while the White Ape remained stationed outside. As the White Ape surveyed its surroundings, a smile gradually curled its lips. Step 1 succeeded. Now I must find an opening to approach that Heaven Emperor 9th rank Dark Evil Dragon. In truth, this White Ape was none other than Chu Feng in disguise, having employed his innate secret art of camouflage upon the body of the Golden Horned Beast. To slay a Heaven Emperor 9th rank ferocious beast, like the Dark Evil Dragon, he needed to infiltrate the Dark Forest itself. Only from within could he execute his plan. Beasts of such rank rarely ventured into the wilderness battlefields anymore. Not to mention 3 years, perhaps not even 30, before they would consider setting foot there. To kill it, he would have to venture deep into the Dark Forest and strike with a single decisive blow. As the old saying went, one could not catch a tiger without entering its den. Having deployed his innate disguise art, Chu Feng had successfully deceived the Red Moon Demon Wolf sent to escort him. His next objective was straightforward: find an opening to engage the Dark Evil Dragon directly. Once his inner world cultivated to Heaven Emperor 9th rank, he would strike and eliminate the beast in an instant. Moments later, the Red Moon Demon Wolf emerged from the hall, addressing the disguised White Ape. Follow me. Led by the wolf, Chu Feng successfully entered the inheritance hall. This is the S-rank inheritance zone. You may select 1 cultivation method and 3 secret arts. Whatever you choose must remain yours alone. Never pass them to outsiders. Should you reveal them, your fate will be sealed. No one can save you, not even me. Once you've made your selections, come find me outside the hall. I have something to give you. Very well, enter. With those words, a stone door before Chu Feng swung open, revealing a luminous barrier shimmering in his vision. The barrier completely obscured whatever lay beyond. After thanking the Red Moon Demon Wolf, Chu Feng stepped through the light curtain and entered through the stone portal. Beyond the light barrier, 36 stone pedestals came into view. 6 prominent platforms rose higher at the center, while the remaining 30 encircled them at a lower elevation. Upon each pedestal rested a jade slip. The central 6 held cultivation techniques, while the surrounding 30 contained secret arts. As Chu Feng approached one pedestal, he noticed not only the jade slip, but also tadpole-like script inscribed beside it. Though the tadpole-like characters were utterly alien to him, their meaning conveyed itself instantly. An extraordinary phenomenon indeed. These inscriptions served as brief introductions to the techniques or arts recorded on each jade slip, guiding inheritors toward the most suitable choices. The cultivation methods were largely comparable, so Chu Feng selected one at random. Among the 30 secret arts, battle techniques dominated with 25 available options. The most formidable combat art could amplify a cultivator's power 5-fold. While inferior to the swinging dragon 7 kills technique, it remained exceedingly rare and valuable. Power alone did not guarantee superiority. What suited one's nature mattered most. The greater the technique's might, the grimmer its cultivation demands. Many beasts lack the aptitude to even breach its threshold. Choosing an art aligned with one's inherent potential proved wiser. Beyond combat techniques, Chu Feng also discovered power-enhancing and life gene amplification methods. 3 variants of power augmentation existed alongside 2 versions of life gene enhancement. The greater the multiplier, the steeper the cultivation challenge. The life gene amplification arts came in 6-fold and 10-fold varieties, yet each bore inherent limits. The 6-fold version could elevate a cultivator's life genes to 30 times their original state. The 10-fold variant pushed that ceiling to 50 times. After deliberation, Chu Feng resolved to select 1 combat art, 1 life gene enhancement, and 1 power amplifying technique. All 3 would be the most demanding in their respective categories. Though he intended to cultivate the combat art, the other 2 served no practical purpose beyond his needs. Supporting techniques remained invisible in actual combat, but battle arts proved otherwise. To maintain his cover, mastering a combat ability was non-negotiable. With his selections complete, Chu Feng departed the inheritance hall. "Have you made your choices?" asked the Red Moon Demon Wolf with a smile. Chu Feng nodded affirmatively. Observing the White Ape's response, the Red Moon Demon Wolf smiled warmly. "Now that you've accepted the inheritance, you henceforth belong to my Qiyue lineage as a sacred beast. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Qi Yukong. You too should adopt a name that reflects the dignity of our sacred beast status. Simply add a character you prefer to Qiyue." The sacred beast civilization bore deep influences from the Emperor Star tradition. The upper echelons of the ferocious beast society in particular emulated imperial cultural customs. "Since speed is my strength, I shall call myself Qiyue Feng." Chu Feng's low growl transmitted the words inwardly. Qi Yukong nodded in acknowledgement. He then produced a storage ring and extended it toward Chu Feng. "Within lies a vial of sacred emperor blood capable of augmenting your life genes. I have also included a jade slip containing our sacred beast language. You must study it." A noble sacred beast who cannot speak the sacred tongue would become the mockery of its peers. The so-called sacred language was nothing more than the speech of humans from the Emperor Treasure era on Emperor Star. Though Emperor Star's civilization had vanished without warning, the beasts of Sacred Beast Star had preserved much of its cultural heritage. "Very well. For the coming period, devote yourself entirely to cultivation. In 1 year, Lord Sacred Emperor shall visit the Dark Forest. We will select several sparring partners to test themselves against him. A preliminary competition will determine the chosen few. Should you rank among the top 10, you shall earn the chance to face Lord Sacred Emperor in combat. Gain the favor of Lord Sacred Emperor, and your future prospects shall know no bounds." With those parting words, Qi Yukong departed. The Sacred Emperor. Judging by Qi Yukong's words, the Sacred Emperor it spoke of didn't seem to be very powerful. These savage beasts call themselves sacred beasts, so the Sacred Emperor must mean the sovereign of the sacred beasts. Could this Sacred Emperor be the leader of the savage beast clan? But how could a being whose cultivation sounded unremarkable become the leader of the savage beast clan? Did the previous leader die? Chu Feng thought of the ancient system of imperial succession. The leader of the savage beast clan had indeed died. Yet not recently, it had died long ago. As for the current Sacred Emperor, it was the little Sacred Emperor who had lived on the Imperial Star before the Imperial Star civilization vanished. When all life in the Imperial Star civilization was exterminated, the little Sacred Emperor, for reasons unknown, had not been killed. It had merely fallen into a deep slumber. Only a few years ago did the Savage Beast clan discover traces of it in the ruins of a prehistoric civilization. After finding the little Sacred Emperor, the 9 Forbidden Zones joined forces to awaken it from its sleep. And they installed it as the new Sacred Emperor of the Savage Beast clan, to cultivate a bond with the Sacred Emperor and also elevate its cultivation. The 9 Forbidden Zones decided to take turns nurturing the Sacred Emperor. Each Forbidden Zone would have 1 year. The next year would be the Dark Forest's turn. In the following period, Chu Feng cultivated in the Dark Forest while also probing for news of the Dark Evil Dragon. Regarding the Sacred Emperor, Chu Feng had already communicated with Ditsong. From Ditsong, Chu Feng learned some information about the Sacred Emperor. At the same time, on Ditsong's suggestion, an operation targeting the Sacred Emperor was also brewing. 11 months quickly passed. Chu Feng's inner world had already grown to the 9th rank of the Martial Emperor realm. He was still 1 month short of reaching the peak of 9th rank Martial Emperor. However, the White Ape Chu Feng was disguised as remained 1st rank Martial Emperor. The talent disguise technique could conceal cultivation realms. In fact, if Chu Feng wished, he could even disguise himself as 9th rank Martial Venerable, but no higher. In the Dark Forest, Qi Yuekong's figure appeared beside Chu Feng. "Qi Yifeng, how is your cultivation progressing?" Hearing this, Chu Feng opened his eyes and stood up. "I've made initial progress in the combat art. Yet now, lets me unleash double my combat power. With the effect of the Sacred Emperor's blood and the life gene amplification art, my life genes are now roughly 10 times those of an ordinary life form." Hearing this, Qi Yuekong nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Your talent is quite impressive. The selection tournament to choose battle opponents for the Sacred Emperor officially begins tomorrow. I hope you can bring honor to our Crimson Moon lineage and deflate the Dark lineage's arrogance tomorrow. If you can make it into the top 10 of the selection tournament, the Master will accept you as a disciple, and then you and I will be martial brothers. Chu Feng deliberately wore an excited expression, as if becoming Chi Yuekong's junior martial brother was a tremendous honor. That expression was immensely gratifying to Chi Yuekong. The next day above the dark forest, hundreds of savage beasts, from first rank to third rank martial emperor, gathered. So many beasts were competing for 10 spots. In the distance, high-ranking members of the Crimson Moon and Dark lineages watched. Chu Feng even spotted the Dark Evil Dragon. Now was not the time for revenge. The road was still long, and Chu Feng was in no hurry. The rules of this selection tournament were very simple. The hundreds of beasts would fight in a chaotic free-for-all. Outside them was a ring-shaped light barrier. At first everyone was inside the barrier. Whoever left the barrier would be eliminated. When only 10 remained inside, the battle would end. Begin. As a sonorous voice rang out, the beasts that had been quietly hovering in midair within the light barrier moved. True chi surged, and the phenomena produced by combat arts shook heaven and earth. Hundreds of beasts clashed into a single tangled melee. Each beast had chosen its opponent. At first they all chose beasts from the opposing camp as opponents. The entire Dark Forest had 2 lineages, the Crimson Moon lineage and the Dark lineage. Among the beasts participating this time, the 2 lineages were roughly equal in number. In order to secure more spots for their own lineage, they all chose opponents from the opposing lineage from the start. Chu Feng's opponent was from the Dark lineage, and a second-rank martial emperor at that. In this situation, Chu Feng did not deliberately display overwhelming strength. Because the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. Since he was disguised as a first-rank martial emperor beast, he had to play his part well. He could be strong, but not excessively strong. After all, he had only recently received the inheritance. Facing the attacks of the second-rank martial emperor beast, Chu Feng's response was simply to dodge. With dodge after dodge, he endured all the way until the battle ended. He easily secured a spot in the match with the Sacred Emperor. Master, this one is pretty good, isn't it? With evasive skills like that, I doubt many beings of the same cultivation could defeat it. Chi Yuekong stood beside a Crimson Moon 9-headed lion and smiled. The Crimson Moon 9-headed lion looked at Chu Feng and nodded. One exceptional skill can carry one through the world. This little one has honed its evasive art to such a level. Truly formidable. In a month, when the Sacred Emperor personally visits our Dark Forest, this little one might be able to catch His Majesty's attention. If it can become the Sacred Emperor's sparring partner, our future standing in the Sacred Beast clan will depend on it. Tomorrow, bring it to me. Hearing this, Chi Yuekong was delighted and promptly agreed. The next day, led by Chi Yuekong, Chu Feng arrived deep within the Crimson Moon lineage's inheritance hall. Master is inside. Go in, Chi Yuekong said, pointing at the light barrier before them. Chu Feng nodded and walked in. Before his eyes stretched an immense grassland. On the grassland lay a colossal savage beast. The beast had 9 heads. When Chu Feng's figure appeared on the grassland, the beast's 18 eyes snapped open. Little one, you're here. One of its heads spoke. Greetings, my lord, Chu Feng said respectfully. This beast's cultivation was decent. 9th rank martial venerable. It was only 1 step away from breaking through to the martial immortal realm. Its status in the Dark Forest ranked in the top 5. The Crimson Moon 9-headed lion looked at Chu Feng with satisfaction and smiled. Little Kong has already told you, hasn't he? So are you willing to become my disciple? At those words, Chu Feng quickly replied, it would be my honor to become your disciple, my lord. I am willing. The Crimson Moon 9-headed lion nodded slightly and smiled. Good. This is our first meeting as master and disciple. Keep this storage ring safe. Inside are the cultivation arts and some secret arts of my lineage. There are also nutrient fluids which should let you break through to second-rank martial emperor before the Sacred Emperor arrives. During this time, focus on absorbing the nutrient fluid here. Hearing this, Chu Feng first said thank you. After binding the storage ring, Chu Feng took out the nutrient pod from within. Opening the nutrient pod, Chu Feng shrank his form and entered it. Once he began absorbing the energy from the nutrient fluid here, the human clone over there would have to stop. Otherwise, if his inner world became saturated and he couldn't absorb the nutrient fluid here, his cover would be blown. About 20-odd days later, Chu Feng completely absorbed the energy within the nutrient pod. And his cultivation had also become second-rank martial emperor. Of course, this was also a disguise. In truth, at his speed, it should not have taken so long. It was deliberately to avoid the Crimson Moon 9-headed lion's suspicion that he slowed down. The Sacred Emperor will arrive in 2 days. Use these 2 days to adjust your condition. The Crimson Moon 9-headed lion looked at Chu Feng emerging from the nutrient pod and said with a beaming smile, Yes, master. Chu Feng replied respectfully. 2 days later, the Sacred Emperor of the Savage Beast clan arrived. The Sacred Emperor. This is the Sacred Emperor of the Savage Beast clan. Standing among the herd of savage beasts, Chu Feng stared at the figure walking before a host of powerhouses. A little girl who looked extremely adorable, and was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand why the leader of the Savage Beast clan was actually a little girl in human form. It was too shocking. Was she transformed into this form, or was this how she truly looked? Chu Feng was exceedingly curious. Chu Feng was torn over whether to tell Dizong that he had seen the sacred emperor of the beast clan. He had not previously told Dizong that his avatar had disguised itself as an ordinary beast and entered the dark forest. First, he saw no need to. Second, he did not trust Dizong to that extent. He did not want Dizong to know where his two bodies were. After thinking for a while, he decided to take a different approach. Instead of telling Dizong what his golden horn giant beast body was doing, he would simply ask what the sacred emperor looked like. Inside the trial secret realm, Chu Feng asked Dizong, Senior Dizong, do you know what successive sacred emperors of the beast clan looked like? Dizong was taken aback. Why are you asking again about the sacred emperor of the beast clan? He asked in confusion. When that great expert destroyed all life on the Imperial Star. Both the sacred emperor and little sacred emperor back then were on the Imperial Star. They were deader than dead, so you will never have a chance to see them. Why ask what they looked like? Chu Feng was stunned. Dead, he thought in surprise. Then did I see a ghost? No. Perhaps there is something I don't know about. After thinking for a while, he said to Dizong, is there a possibility that the sacred emperor of the beast clan did not die? Dizong laughed and waved his hand. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wait. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, his expression changed. Do you know something? Chu Feng paused for a moment, then said, from what you told me about the beast clan combined with everything the beast clan has done on Blue Star over the past few hundred years. I have a theory. Of course it is only a theory. You said last time that it was your Star Lord who sealed the wormhole between Sacred Beast Star and Blue Star. And it has been an extremely long time since your Imperial Star civilization vanished. More than 100 million years. Throughout those 100 million years, Sacred Beast Star never managed to open a passage to Blue Star. Yet it was opened just a few hundred years ago. What does that tell you? Dizong smiled. What else could it tell you? It tells you they did not have the strength to open it at first. Exactly. That point of yours about at first is very accurate. Chu Feng quickly said. It shows they started working on opening the passage between the two stars long ago. Why would they be so determined to open the passage between the two stars? By normal logic, doesn't that mean there is something on Blue Star that is especially important to them? The information I obtained from the human race is that when the Beast Clan first came to Blue Star, they did not actually place much importance on the ruins of the prehistoric civilization. Otherwise, they would not have given humanity a chance to grow. Later, their attitude toward the prehistoric civilization ruins changed somewhat, but it never reached the point where they would break with humanity over the ruins. So, I believe they did not come to Blue Star for the prehistoric civilization ruins. At least that is not their main purpose. If not the prehistoric civilization ruins, then what else on Blue Star is worth their attention? Hearing this, Dizong gave a wry smile. Now that you put it that way, it really does seem to be the case. As for inheritances, the Beast Clan's inheritance, though not equal to the core inheritance of our Imperial Star civilization, is not far behind. Moreover, the core inheritance of our Imperial Star civilization is only suitable for humans, not for beasts. They have known that for a long time. The treasures left behind by our Imperial Star civilization are somewhat useful to the mid-level members of the Beast Clan, but they are of little use to its top combat strength. As for breaking through the passage between the two stars, no matter how much time has weakened the Star-Lord seal, it would not have been easy to break through. They must have paid a tremendous price for it. If they did it merely for the treasures of our Imperial Star civilization, it is not impossible, but it is unlikely. If, as you said just now, the Sacred Emperor, or the little Sacred Emperor of the Beast Clan, did not die, then everything would make sense. With that, Dizong added, but that only makes it plausible. Why did the Beast Clan come to the Imperial Star? Apart from their higher-ups, no one can say with certainty what their purpose is. Dizong changed the subject and said, you don't mention any other possibility, yet you specifically bring up the matter of the Beast Clan's Sacred Emperor. Could it be that you have seen their Sacred Emperor? Chu Feng's heart jolted, but his face remained calm and composed. He shook his head with a smile. I would love to meet their Sacred Emperor. But with my current strength, I cannot even enter the Forbidden Zone. Hearing this, Dizong nodded. In Dizong's view, Chu Feng had most likely possessed a beast with the ability to create avatars. But since it was a possession, his soul was still a human soul, so naturally, he could not sneak into the Forbidden Zone. Forcefully entering with great strength was possible, but it was not suitable for Chu Feng right now. Thus, Dizong did not continue to be suspicious. In the end, however, he still did not tell Chu Feng what the successive Sacred Emperors actually looked like. Because he did not know either. During the era of the Imperial Star civilization, the Sacred Emperor of the Beast Clan had basically always accompanied the Star Lord of the Imperial Star in campaigns across the starry sky. As for the little Sacred Emperor, the only one in the entire Imperial Star civilization who had seen its appearance was the Star Lord of the Imperial Star. Since he could not get an answer from Dizong, Chu Feng had no choice but to drop the matter. He continued to absorb the nutrient fluid in the trial's secret realm. In just a few more days, he should be able to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. At that time, he would be able to use the limit-breaking pill to break through to Martial Venerable. It was possible, but he did not plan to break through. Dizong had told him. He told him not to be in a hurry to break through. This matter was closely related to the time-accelerated place Chu Feng wanted to go to. At the 9th rank of Martial Emperor, he still had hope of entering. If he became a Martial Venerable, it would be much harder. Although Chu Feng did not understand the rules of that place for the sake of a better future, he figured he simply would not break through for now. Meanwhile, the human Chu Feng continued absorbing the nutrient fluid. Now over on the dark forest side, the sacred emperor of the beast clan looked at the white ape Chu Feng was disguised as and the other beasts beside him, then said, "Shao, are these the opponents you chose for me?" A beast of the 7th rank martial immortal realm behind her quickly replied, "Yes, your majesty. They are all elites of the dark forest." The sacred emperor nodded, then walked to the front of Chu Feng and the other beasts. "You, come here." She pointed at a beast next to Chu Feng that looked very much like a dog and said. That beast, which looked very loyal, immediately stepped out of the line at the command and came before the sacred emperor. "Your majesty." The dog-like beast was actually a storm mad dog. Facing the sacred emperor, who looked like a tiny little thing, the storm mad dog lowered its head and spoke respectfully. This respect was utterly genuine. "Shall clear the area. I want to play with it." The sacred emperor of the beast clan spoke in a sweet childlike voice. Although the sacred emperor looked very cute and her voice was somewhat immature, no one dared to cast a disrespectful gaze at her. The Shao she mentioned was actually the dark wind-winged dragon with the highest cultivation in the entire dark forest. At the same time, it was also the master of the dark forest. "Yes, sacred emperor." The dark wind-winged dragon acknowledged with reverence. He then carved out an empty battlefield spanning 100,000 square meters nearby. This was to serve as the arena for the upcoming battle between Chu Feng and the other beasts and the beast sacred emperor. The rules of the contest were simple. Combat was to occur only within that 100,000 square meter clearing. Flight altitude was not to exceed 10,000 meters. Within this domain, each combatant was free to unleash their full power. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled beasts, the storm mad dog and the beast sacred emperor stepped into the arena. The beast sacred emperor's cultivation was at the 9th grade martial emperor, while the storm mad dog stood at the 2nd grade martial emperor. One must understand that this beast had distinguished itself among hundreds of beasts, including several dozen 3rd grade martial emperor ferals. Its actual combat prowess already rivaled the peak of the 3rd grade martial emperor realm. "You, attack me." The beast sacred emperor beckoned with a crooked finger toward the storm mad dog. "Yes, sacred emperor." The storm mad dog held deep reverence for the beast sacred emperor, and so it would summon every shred of its ability to fight the sacred emperor with all it had. With a ferocious roar, the storm mad dog lunged. Its body shot upward with lightning speed. Cold light glinted upon its twin claws, razor-sharp and deadly. The gleaming claws rent the air with a shrill screech as they hurtled toward the beast sacred emperor. At this moment, nearly every beast present was watching the beast sacred emperor. They yearned to see what kind of counterattack the beast sacred emperor would unleash. In the dark forest, aside from the few who had participated in reviving the sacred emperor, the other beasts held no clear notion of the sacred emperor's true power. The beast sacred emperor raised both arms, and instantly 2 streams of overwhelming energy collided in midair, producing a thunderous roar. Upon the beast sacred emperor's fists blazed golden radiance, its might surging like a tide. Even from a considerable distance, Chu Feng could feel the immense force of that energy. That such a small frame could unleash such tremendous power only deepened Chu Feng's curiosity toward the beast sacred emperor. The sacred emperor's fists lashed out, and 2 enormous orbs of golden light burst forth. Like cannonballs, the searing golden spheres hurtled straight toward the storm mad dog. The sheer terror radiating from them made even the beasts beside Chu Feng tremble in dread. They were already wondering whether they themselves could withstand such a blow, or perhaps even evade it. The storm mad dog, sensing the danger, sought to dodge, but realized it was far too late. It could not escape, for the golden spheres were simply too fast. With a dull thud, the orb slammed into the storm mad dog's body. The storm mad dog was instantly blasted backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. A spray of blood burst from its maw. Roar! The storm mad dog let out another enraged bellow. It somehow dragged itself upright again. Then it charged once more at the beast sacred emperor. To be struck down in a single blow was too shameful. Whether for its own pride or for the honor of the dark forest, it refused to yield so easily. Its will burned fiercely, yet its body could no longer sustain another charge against the beast sacred emperor. Before it could cover even a few paces, its body pitched forward and slammed into the earth under its own momentum. The damage inflicted by the beast sacred emperor's strike was far too severe. It had lost all capacity to fight. Seeing this, the beast sacred emperor waved a hand, and a wisp of dim light sank into the storm mad dog's body. In the span of a few breaths, the creature's wounds visibly mended at a speed discernible to the naked eye. Even the most miraculous of panaceas could not compare to such swift recovery. No wonder the higher echelons of the beast race were willing to accept the sacred emperor's lineage as their leader. This healing power alone was more than enough. "Thank you, sacred emperor." The storm mad dog rose and spoke with reverence. The beast sacred emperor paid it no heed. Instead, she turned toward Chu Feng and said, "You, and you, the 2 of you come at me together." The 2 beasts chosen this time were named Crimson Moon Armor, whose appearance resembled a pangolin, and the Dark Horse of the Dark Lineage, whose form resembled a steed. Though their shapes were similar to common creatures, their frames were nearly 100 times larger. Both of these beasts had achieved the third-grade martial emperor realm. In terms of power, they ranked within the top 3 among the beasts in Chu Feng's row. Aside from Chu Feng himself, these two were the strongest. Yes, Sacred Emperor. The two beasts replied in unison. Then they flew into the battlefield. Yet even these two third-grade martial emperor beasts could not hold out for more than a few exchanges beneath the beast Sacred Emperor's onslaught. Formidable. The Sacred Emperor of the beast race was simply born for battle. Her combat instincts, her timing. It was a complete massacre for those two beasts. If I were at the same cultivation level as her, I can't say who would truly come out on top. Watching the beast Sacred Emperor's performance in battle, Chu Feng could not help but marvel inwardly. The rest of you, all of you come at once. The beast Sacred Emperor turned her gaze upon Chu Feng and the other 6 beasts. Evidently, the previous 2 battles had not satisfied her appetite for a real fight. So she decided to let all 7 remaining beasts attack together. Only then, in her view, might she actually feel some pressure. Upon hearing her words, Chu Feng and the 6 others immediately flew into the arena. Disciple, don't fight head-on. Make full use of your close combat evasion skills. At that very moment, the voice of his so-called chief master echoed within Chu Feng's mind. Standing at the center of the 7 beasts, the beast Sacred Emperor narrowed her eyes and cast a deliberate glance at Chu Feng. What Chu Feng did not know was that the telepathic message from the Crimson Moon 9-headed lion had already been overheard by the beast Sacred Emperor. This so-called telepathy was in essence a form of spiritual communication. Compared to speaking aloud, it was far more concealed because the content of the transmission was encrypted during its passage. Ordinary beings could not decipher it, nor could they even necessarily perceive it. But the beast Sacred Emperor was different. She could not only sense it, but also decode it. This was a kind of innate secret art. Because of the Crimson Moon 9-headed lion's telepathic whisper, the beast Sacred Emperor now paid special attention to Chu Feng. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Begin. With the beast Sacred Emperor's command, the true fight commenced. 7 beasts, including Chu Feng, surged toward her from every direction. From every angle came violent and overwhelming assaults. Whizzing sounds filled the air as fierce gales and shadowy fist strikes blasted the ground to rubble. Facing such a ferocious barrage, the beast Sacred Emperor showed not the slightest fear. Her feet slammed against the earth and her whole body blurred into high-speed motion, leaving a trail of afterimages across the battlefield. Despite the onslaught, the beast Sacred Emperor moved with effortless grace, completely unscathed. Her sheer dominance left even Chu Feng utterly astounded. The other 6 beasts exchanged glances. At this moment, such distinctions as Crimson Moon lineage versus Dark lineage could not matter less. The most pressing priority was to preserve the honor of the Dark Forest in the face of the 7th-grade martial immortal. The 6 beasts resolved to join forces and contend with the beast Sacred Emperor together. As for Chu Feng, when they tried to exchange signals with him, he simply ignored them. So the rest of the beasts simply decided to proceed without him. From then on, whenever the beast Sacred Emperor attacked, the 6 of them would parry and counter as one. But if the Sacred Emperor's assault ever targeted Chu Feng, they would seize that opportunity to strike at her. As for what happened to Chu Feng, they cared not in the slightest. The beast Saint Emperor naturally detected the conspicuous discord between Chu Feng and the other 6 ferocious beasts. However, she did not choose to deal with Chu Feng first, but turned her attention to the other 6. Perhaps she felt the coordinated threat of 6 beasts was greater. Or perhaps influenced by the Crimson Moon 9-headed lion, she wanted to see just how impressive Chu Feng's close-quarters evasion truly was. Regardless of the reason, the beast Saint Emperor indeed focused her main efforts on the other 6 beasts. Seeing this, Chu Feng was more than happy to enjoy a moment of leisure. Though his figure remained in constant motion, he launched very few attacks. He appeared to be seeking an opportunity, but in truth, he was waiting for the beast Saint Emperor to finish off the other 6 beasts. After dozens of exchanges, the beast Saint Emperor found her chance and defeated one of the slightly weaker beasts among the 6. 5 beasts fighting together. The difference from 6 was not truly vast. Yet as the saying goes, a slight miss can lead to a vast error. Though the gap seemed negligible, it greatly increased the beast Saint Emperor's advantage. Within fewer than 10 rounds, the other 5 beasts lost their combat capability as well. Now at last it was time for the battle between Chu Feng and the beast Saint Emperor. Master, his junior brother, taking too great a risk. Chi Wekong stood beside the Crimson Moon 9-headed lion and transmitted his voice. The risk is considerable, but the reward is immense. The Crimson Moon 9-headed lion smiled. Fighting alongside them would indeed buy more time. But to coordinate with those 6, your junior brother's own strengths would never have a chance to shine. To win the Saint Emperor's favor, endurance alone is not enough. Watch closely. Whether I can break through to martial immortal now depends on your little junior brother's performance. Indeed, it was not only the Crimson Moon 9-headed lion. Other high-ranking figures of the Dark Forest were also watching Chu Feng's next moves with great interest. During the previous selection trials, Chu Feng's performance had been exceptionally dazzling. His speed and reaction far surpassed martial artists of the same realm. Therefore, everyone held high expectations for what Chu Feng would do next. Even the beast Saint Emperor felt a flicker of curiosity. So his close-quarters evasion is that strong? Then let me test it myself. The Beast Saint Emperor mused inwardly. The next instant she transformed into a streak of light and appeared before Chu Feng. Her attack arrived with her. Rumble. A tiny fist unleashed a colossal fist shadow. Carrying an aura of world-shattering devastation, it shot straight toward Chu Feng's chest. The Beast Saint Emperor's attack was terrifying beyond measure. Chu Feng's pupils abruptly contracted. He abruptly shifted his body, dodging to the side. Bang! Did it hit? No. The Beast Saint Emperor had only struck Chu Feng's afterimage. Interesting. A faint smile flickered at the corner of the Beast Saint Emperor's lips, vanishing in an instant. Bang! Immediately after she struck again. This time it too was evaded. The Beast Saint Emperor's expression turned serious. Her attack frequency grew faster and faster, and her techniques became increasingly fierce. Chu Feng continued to evade. Bang 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 bang. A continuous series of impacts rang out, causing the entire space to tremble unceasingly, as if it might collapse at any moment. At that moment, the Beast Saint Emperor appeared at Chu Feng's side and struck at his back with her palm. Chu Feng leaned his body back, slightly, barely evading that palm. I refuse to believe I can't land a hit on you. Her inability to strike Chu Feng caused the fury within the Beast Saint Emperor to accumulate more and more. Her eyes grew redder and redder. Suddenly her body began to change. Two upright rabbit ears appeared upon her head, and her entire form shifted from a human visage into an enormous rabbit. This was the Beast Saint Emperor's true form. Roar! The Beast Saint Emperor let out a thunderous howl as both feet shattered the ground. Slash! Sharp claws tore through the void, rending the sky apart, and sweeping toward Chu Feng with a chilling, sinister aura. Chu Feng was still stunned by the Emperor's transformation when her attack was already upon him. Damn it! Chu Feng felt an overwhelming pressure engulf him, making it difficult to move. Domain. The Beast Saint Emperor's domain had silently enveloped him. Unfortunately, the golden horn giant beast body could not use the innate secret art to counteract the phenomenon. The suppression of the Beast Saint Emperor's domain slowed Chu Feng's movements considerably. He had never imagined that a martial emperor 9th rank existence could possess a domain reaching the 9th layer. After all, his own domain had only reached the 7th layer. As expected of the Saint Emperor of the beast race, her foundation is truly formidable. At the same cultivation level, even the Primordial Sacred Body clone might not be able to defeat her. Nor could Chu Feng be certain that what the Beast Saint Emperor had revealed was her true, full strength. She might still be hiding some trump cards. Thus Chu Feng did not dare speak with absolute confidence. Still, I've held on all the way to this stage. I should have earned her recognition by now, right? Chu Feng felt that his performance just now had already left a deep impression in the Beast Saint Emperor's mind. If he displayed even greater strength, it would arouse suspicion among the beast high ranks. That in turn would hinder the implementation of his plan. Under the suppression of the Beast Saint Emperor's domain, Chu Feng deliberately exposed a flaw. The Beast Saint Emperor immediately seized the opportunity and blasted him out of the battlefield with a single strike. Saint Emperor, I concede. Chu Feng rose from the ground and spoke in a respectful tone. The Beast Saint Emperor's enormous rabbit form rapidly shrank after sending him out of the battlefield. She reverted to her initial appearance, that of an adorable little girl. However, her aura seemed somewhat listless. It seemed that shifting into that previous form had consumed much of her energy. Shaoyi, I want to sleep. After speaking these words in her childish voice, the Beast Saint Emperor closed her eyes and began to topple over. Seeing this, the dark wind-winged dragon instantly teleported to her side. It extended its leathery wings beneath her, catching the slumbering Beast Saint Emperor. Little one, you did quite well. After carefully placing the Beast Saint Emperor onto its back, the dark wind-winged dragon cast an appreciative glance at Chu Feng. Then it tossed the storage ring to him. What's inside should be of some use to you. Cultivate well. With those words, it teleported away, with the Beast Saint Emperor vanishing in an instant. Chu Feng caught the storage ring the dark wind-winged dragon had thrown over, and curiosity stirred within his heart. To be honest, the moment the Beast Saint Emperor fell, he had already prepared himself for death and resurrection. But he never imagined that the Lord of the Dark Forest would not blame him in the slightest. Instead, he had been rewarded. Brimming with confusion, he walked over to the Crimson Moon 9-headed lion. Master, is the Saint Emperor all right? The Crimson Moon 9-headed lion smiled. My good disciple, you have rendered a great service this time. From now on, the future of our lineage will rely on you. The Crimson Moon 9-headed lion's eyes were filled with excitement, as if Chu Feng had accomplished something extraordinary. This only left Chu Feng even more puzzled and bewildered. Great service. Is sending the Beast Saint Emperor into slumber also considered a great service? Chu Feng was utterly perplexed. During the period when the Beast Sovereign fell into slumber, Chu Feng, at the request of his makeshift master, absorbed the nutrient solution provided by the Lord of the Dark Forest. He needed to elevate his cultivation to the 9th rank of Wu Di as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, this time his makeshift master did not monitor him while he absorbed the nutrient solution. Chu Feng simply selected a secret chamber within the main hall and began absorbing the nutrient solution. Of course, this was merely the outward explanation. He had already broken through to the 9th rank of Wu Di. Further absorption held no significance. Inside the secret chamber, Chu Feng devoted himself to cultivating his primal body through the way of heaven and earth. Normally, absorbing the nutrient solution to reach the 9th rank of Wu Di would take approximately 1 year. Therefore, for the coming year, the Chu Feng within the dark forest need only remain within the secret chamber. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Chu Feng within the trial secret realm. After elevating his cultivation to the 9th rank of Wu Di, he departed the trial secret realm with the imperial legacy. At this point, some of the martial artists who had entered the trial secret realm alongside him had already returned. Others remained forever within the trial secret realm. When Chu Feng returned to the martial god hall, his arrival stirred considerable commotion. For Yi Lingyun, Ma Lei, and others had all believed he had perished within the prehistoric civilization ruins. Upon learning that Chu Feng not only survived, but had also broken through to the 9th rank of Wu Di, they warmly celebrated his triumph. Furthermore, they specially hosted a banquet in his honor at the Martial Emperor Pavilion. Not long after the banquet concluded, Chu Feng received another piece of news. The hall master of the martial god hall, the strongest man upon Blue Star, wished to see him. Chu Feng considered it briefly before finally deciding to meet with Yun Wuji. Guided by staff from the martial god hall, Chu Feng arrived before the door to Yun Wuji's secret chamber. Perhaps sensing Chu Feng's approach through his divine sense, the door opened on its own before he could knock. At this moment, the staff members also departed with admirable tact. Yun Wuji's secret chamber was exceedingly dark. One could scarcely see one's own fingers at arm's length. An ordinary person entering would be nearly as blind as a sightless man. But for martial artists, divine sense served as their second pair of eyes. Moreover, these eyes perceived far more clearly than the first. Chu Feng stepped into the secret chamber. The moment his rear foot crossed the threshold, the great doors closed automatically behind him. "You have arrived." Yun Wuji's voice resounded beside Chu Feng's ear. Chu Feng gazed forward, and through his divine sense, he could make out a figure seated cross-legged at the chamber's center. Chu Feng pays his respects to the hall master. Chu Feng casually settled into a cross-legged position. 9th rank of Wu Di. Your strength is formidable. To have reached the 9th rank of Wu Di within the prehistoric civilization ruins. Impressive. Yun Wuji remarked in a quiet tone. Listening to him speak instilled a profound sense of peace. It was as though conversing with a transcendent master. There was not the slightest hint of intimidation. Simply a matter of good fortune, nothing more. Chu Feng replied modestly. Fortune too is a component of strength. I trust you are curious as to why I summoned you today, are you not? Yun Wuji returned to the matter at hand. Indeed, I am somewhat curious. Chu Feng answered without hesitation. I intend to enter seclusion for a period of time. That period may span over a decade, or perhaps several centuries. I need you to assist me with a task during this time. Yun Wuji continued. What manner of task? Chu Feng inquired. Recently, the hall masters of the Ice Snow Divine Temple and the Flame Divine Temple approached me. They believe that having 3 great divine temples stand separately is an unfavorable model for cultivating martial artists. They wish to establish a martial academy, pooling the accumulated heritage of all 3 divine temples to found a martial academy discovering and fully nurturing geniuses across every cultivation realm. What is your opinion on this approach? Yun Wuji did not directly disclose his purpose, but instead posed a question to Chu Feng. Chu Feng was unaware of what Yun Wuji intended to reveal. Yet after contemplation he responded, establishing a martial academy indeed carries progressive significance in the cultivation of martial artists. However, in my view, it may ultimately regress to the present circumstances of the 3 great divine temples. Yun Wuji smiled and asked, why do you say so? Chu Feng did not answer directly, but instead countered with a question of his own. Hall Master, what was your original purpose in founding the Martial God Hall? Why I founded the Martial God Hall? Yun Wuji appeared lost in reminiscence, pausing before continuing to cultivate martial masters for the human race. Chu Feng asked again, then do you believe you succeeded? I failed. Yun Wuji stated calmly. Shengwan Yuni and Xiao Yan also failed. Beyond the 3 of us, the human race has not witnessed a martial immortal level cultivator for an exceedingly long time. Chu Feng pressed further. Then do you believe you understand why this situation has arisen? Yun Wuji offered no answer, but redirected the question back to Chu Feng. What do you believe is the reason? Chu Feng replied without a moment's hesitation, 2 characters, life and death. Life and death. Yun Wuji murmured the words, smiling. Very well, your thinking aligns with mine. Yet life and death had not originated from Chu Feng's own insight. He was merely borrowing wisdom from others. He had read countless web novels, whether High Martial Xinxiao or Xuanwan. Most protagonists in those stories elevated their strength through repeated brushes with peril. Between life and death lies immense terror. Yun Wuji, founder of the Martial God Hall, Wu Shengwan Yuni, founder of the Ice Snow Divine Temple, Xiao Yan, founder of the Flame Divine Temple. Why were they able to break through to martial immortality? It was deeply connected to the era in which they rose. In that age, the relationship between ferocious beasts and the human race was not as peaceful as it is today. They faced various perils every single day. Countless times they escaped death by the thinnest of margins. It was precisely these repeated encounters with the brink of death that awakened their latent potential. They were unfortunate, yet simultaneously fortunate. Within those countless near-fatal dangers, not everyone survived. They endured, and with the aid of certain resources they broke through to martial immortality. Having experienced so much suffering, they desired that future generations of humanity grow up in a peaceful environment. Under such relatively peaceful conditions, human martial artists could break through to Wu Wang, could break through to Wu Huang. Yet no one managed to break through to martial immortality. The growth conditions and cultivation resources for these martial artists compared to those of Yun Wuji and his contemporaries were not inferior. Indeed, they were often more abundant. Yet their final cultivation fell short. The reasons were naturally complex, but setting aside external factors, the primary cause lay within themselves. In terms of talent, Yun Wuji and his companions were certainly extraordinary. But within the trillions upon trillions of humans, could there truly be no one whose talent rivaled Yun Wuji's? Ultimately, it came down to insufficient tempering. An ivory tower could nurture geniuses, but it could never forge true powerhouses. In truth, Yun Wuji, Shengwan Yuni, and Xiao Yan, did they not know where the crux of the problem lay? They knew perfectly well, but they lacked the resolve to act decisively. Throughout all these years, they had continuously strived to alter this situation. Yet each time they took only a small step forward. Opening the wilderness battlefield was a single small step. The Martial Emperor Pavilion auction was another small step. Quantitative change can indeed provoke qualitative transformation, but that required time. Indeed, an exceedingly long stretch of time. It might drag on until the wormhole between Beast Saint Star and Blue Star could accommodate beings at the martial god level, and still humanity might not produce another martial immortal. Chu Feng was an exception. He possessed a system, the innate secret art of the golden horned beast, the desolate ancient sacred body, and the heavy pupils of imperial decline. Other martial artists bore no comparison to him whatsoever. Hearing Yun Wuji's words, Chu Feng couldn't help but ask, since the Hall Master knows where the crux lies, why not apply the right remedy? Yun Wuji sighed and said, the right remedy. What medicine? A strong one or a mild one? The cost of a strong medicine is too great. In the past we had no other choice, but now we have the power to protect them. If I were to do such a thing again, I would consider myself a sinner. The potent remedy Yun Wuji spoke of was actually very simple. It meant making martial artists face danger again and again, just as they themselves had once done. Now all citizens are martial artists. If half of the hundreds of billions of martial artists were to die, it might be enough to produce a being comparable to the three Hall Masters. Obviously, Yun Wuji was unwilling to do so. Hearing Yun Wuji sigh, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had sensed any emotional shift in Yun Wuji. In fact, he could fully understand Yun Wuji's way of thinking. Like many parents, they know deep down that a child raised in indulgence will most likely amount to nothing, yet they still cannot help but do so. But Yun Wuji was still somewhat different from those parents. On one hand, he wanted the children to live comfortably. On the other, he feared that if something happened to him, the children would have no ability to protect themselves. Facing Yun Wuji's heartfelt words, Chu Feng fell silent. It could be said that he and all the martial artists on Blue Star were not of the same kind. He had the system, and now also Di Zhang's assistance. With steady progress, he could achieve accomplishments that those martial artists might never reach, even after enduring countless hardships. Therefore, he found it inappropriate to voice his opinion on this matter. Seeing Chu Feng silent, Yun Wuji did not dwell on the topic either. He then said, let's return to the matter of establishing the Martial Academy. I have already discussed it with the Hall Masters of the other two great divine halls. The Academy will open next month. I called you here today because I want you to serve as the inspector of the Martial Academy. Your task is to guarantee the quality of the Academy's students. No one may use privilege to enter the Martial Academy. What would you be willing to do me this favor? Hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but ask in confusion, why did you choose me? Yun Wuji replied, at first I wanted you to enter the Martial Academy as a student. However, I didn't expect that you had already broken through to the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. At the 9th rank of Martial Emperor with your talent, it shouldn't be long before you break through to Martial Venerable. Once you reach Martial Venerable, the Martial Academy will be able to offer you very little help. Besides, you are different from other martial artists. Your talent is extraordinary, even stronger than mine. Even by training step by step, you can break through to Martial Immortal. So in my view, there is no need for you to compete with other martial artists in the Academy for resources. Hearing Yun Wuji say that his talent was inferior to Chu Feng's, Chu Feng secretly felt a surge of delight. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a quest. Martial Academy Inspector. Quest description: accept Yun Wuji's request and serve as the inspector of the Martial Academy. Term at least 10 years. Quest reward upon completion: obtain 50 million lottery points. Quest punishment: none. At the same time, the system notification sound rang in his mind. Damn, 50 million lottery points in 10 years. That reward is pretty good. Chu Feng was astonished by the system's reward this time. Don't be fooled by the fact that he had now broken through to the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. But in terms of his ability to earn lottery points, he was not necessarily stronger than during his martial sovereign period. The reason was actually very simple. At his current cultivation, there weren't many martial emperor-level ferocious beasts left for him to kill. If he went to the wilderness battlefield and went on a killing spree, he would probably be stopped by the powerful experts of the ferocious beast race before he could kill many of them. As for entering the forbidden zones to hunt ferocious beasts, it was possible, but it would likely be a one-off deal, and he might not even manage to kill several beasts. And now what lay before him was 50 million lottery points. It could be said to be a huge fortune, and he could get it simply by serving as inspector for 10 years. This was almost too easy. Moreover, from Yun Wuji's words, the position of inspector seemed to carry great authority, yet little work. It would let him earn lottery points and satisfy his longing for status. There were very few such good things left in the world. In fact, even if the system hadn't issued this quest, Chu Feng had intended to agree to Yun Wuji anyway. After all, in the coming period, he also planned to successfully master teleportation. He could cultivate anywhere. Therefore, Chu Feng immediately accepted the quest. At the same time, he said to Yun Wuji, "Hall Master, it is my honor to do some small things for the future of humanity. Hall Master, rest assured that with me serving as inspector, I can guarantee no one apart from those personally recruited by the Hall Master himself will ever succeed in using privilege to enter." Yun Wuji smiled and said, "Good. That's what you said. If you encounter any trouble in your work, remember to find Xiao Yun. She is the acting principal of the Martial Academy." Chu Feng acknowledged. Then he left the secret chamber. After Chu Feng left, a figure identical to Di Zong appeared beside Yun Wuji. "Di Zong, for the coming period, take good care of him. I should also take that step now." As Yun Wuji's voice fell, he vanished directly from the secret chamber. Above Blue Star, within the enormous rift, a streak of starlight flashed past. Inside the secret chamber, the figure that looked exactly like Di Zong stared at the spot where Yun Wuji had disappeared. He murmured to himself, "Wuji, good luck." Chu Feng knew nothing of what had happened inside the secret chamber. After leaving the chamber, he ran into Yi Lingyun. She was still as beautiful as ever and still as cold as ice. However, when she saw Chu Feng, a faint smile curved at the corners of her mouth. "Did Master tell you?" Yi Lingyun asked. "He did." Chu Feng nodded. "Then you agreed?" Yi Lingyun pressed again. Chu Feng nodded once more and said, "I agreed. We'll be colleagues from now on." Yi Lingyun did not continue on this subject. As if a thought struck her, she quickly asked, "All right, I almost forgot to ask you something important. When you broke through to Martial Emperor, did you use an emperor-breaking pill?" Chu Feng answered, "Yes, I did." "Why?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyun was a little surprised. After the surprise, her expression turned somewhat regretful. "Actually, with your aptitude, there was absolutely no need to use pills to assist your breakthrough to Martial Emperor. By doing so, your chance of breaking through to Martial Venerable with the aid of pills has decreased considerably. Our Martial God Hall has a limited supply of pole-breaking pills. The first one costs 200 million contribution points. If you fail once, the second one will cost 2 billion contribution points. I have a pole-breaking pill here. Keep it for now. As inspector, you can earn 200 million contribution points a year. That will allow you to buy another one. If 2 pole-breaking pills still can't help you break through to Martial Venerable, you'll have to rely on yourself for the breakthrough." As she spoke, Yi Lingyun took out a bottle of pills from her storage ring. Inside was a single pole-breaking pill. When she had broken through to Martial Venerable, Yun Wuji had prepared 3 pole-breaking pills for her. She had used 2 before finally succeeding. One remained, and since she had no use for it, she gave it to Chu Feng. After thinking it over, Chu Feng accepted the pole-breaking pill. "There is a meeting at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If you have time, you can come to the Martial Emperor Pavilion and join us. It's mainly about discussing matters related to the Martial Academy." After handing the Poji pill to Chu Feng, Yi Lingyun added, "All right, see you at the Martial Emperor Pavilion then." Chu Feng agreed. At 2 o'clock the next afternoon, in the main hall of the Martial Emperor Pavilion, Shangguan Yuni, the Palace Master of the Ice Snow Divine Palace, Xiao Yin, the Palace Master of the Blazing Flame Divine Palace, and Yi Lingyun, the acting Palace Master of the Martial God Palace, sat around the central table. The martial sovereigns of the various divine palaces also arrived, seating themselves at the table nearest to the central one. It was worth noting that Chu Feng also sat at this table. A martial emperor sitting at the same table as a group of martial sovereigns inevitably drew attention. Aside from the martial sovereigns of the Martial God Palace, those from the other 2 divine palaces held Chu Feng in contempt. As the strongest tier below the 3 supreme human powerhouses, they harbored a sense of strict hierarchy. "Lingyun, since you are representing your master, you should preside over this meeting," said Shangguan Yuni, the Palace Master of the Ice Snow Divine Palace, with a smile. Although the divine palace she founded was called the Ice Snow Divine Palace, Shangguan Yuni did not seem cold and aloof. She even seemed easier to approach than Yi Lingyun. The Palace Master of the Blazing Flame Divine Palace did not say much. Yi Lingyun nodded, then rose and looked toward Chu Feng. "The reason I asked you all here today is mainly to inform you of one matter. In order to cultivate even more outstanding martial artists, our 3 divine palaces have decided to establish a martial academy. As the most elite group among human martial artists below the 3 palace masters, each of you will have a mission. You will serve as teachers, guiding the new students of the martial academy in their cultivation." Hearing this, the martial sovereigns all wore expressions of surprise. Clearly, they had received no prior information. Just then a martial sovereign spoke up. Have us serve as teachers and guide new students in cultivation. Then wouldn't we have no time to cultivate ourselves? These words immediately resonated with many martial sovereigns. Only Chu Feng felt like laughing when he heard this. The way they spoke, it was as if they could break through to martial immortals simply by being given enough time to cultivate. Having relied on vast cultivation resources to reach the martial sovereign realm, they truly believed they were geniuses. They merely happened to be born in favorable times. Give the cultivation resources they used to a pig. Even if that pig could not become a martial sovereign, it would still become a martial emperor. If I may, I trust you all have been martial sovereigns for quite some years now. Chu Feng could not stand it anymore and sneered. Do you really think that simply spending time on cultivation will allow you to break through? It has been decades, or even centuries without a single breakthrough, so whether you cultivate or not hardly makes any difference. Moreover, guiding new students in cultivation does not mean spending every waking moment with them. What? When it comes to taking resources from the 3 divine palaces, every one of you is more diligent than anyone else. But now that the 3 divine palaces need you to contribute, how is it that you have all turned into turtles hiding in their shells? As his words fell, Shangguan Yuni of the Ice Snow Divine Palace and Xiao Yin of the Blazing Flame Divine Palace both turned their gazes toward Chu Feng. A trace of a smile appeared on their faces. They seemed to take an interest in Chu Feng. The martial sovereigns, however, were quite the opposite. They stared at Chu Feng with furious expressions. The martial sovereign who had spoken first glared at Chu Feng and shouted angrily, "Are you calling us turtles hiding in our shells? Back in the day when I was fighting vicious beasts for the sake of humanity, you were nowhere to be found. Everything I have today, I earned with my own life. The blood I have shed for humanity is more than the rice you have eaten. Who do you think you are daring to speak of us like that?" If the palace masters of the 3 divine palaces had said such things to them, they would not have dared to utter a single word of dissent. But when a mere martial emperor dared to rebuke them, how could they not charge at Chu Feng in fury? Yi Lingyun was about to intervene, but Chu Feng spoke first. "Sorry, but I grew up eating noodles, not rice." Chu Feng sneered. "As for what kind of thing I am? First of all, you and I are not even the same species because I am not a turtle. Secondly, why would I not dare to speak about you? Give me one reason. So what if they were martial sovereigns? If they displeased him, he would not indulge a single one of them." The martial sovereign wanted to speak again, but was cut off by Yi Lingyun. "Enough. This matter was not raised to ask for your opinion. This is a notification, not a negotiation." Yi Lingyun glared at the martial sovereign. Although he did not belong to the martial god palace, he still did not dare to provoke the disciple of Yun Wuji. "For the first batch of the martial academy, we plan to recruit 270 new students. The training period shall be 10 years. Each of you will be responsible for guiding 10 of these new students. 10 years later, there will be a competition among the new students led by each of you. Whoever students are stronger will receive the better rewards. At that time, there will be a ranking. This ranking will not only affect your reputation, but also determine the cultivation resources you will obtain. If your disciples achieve first place in the overall score during the final competition, then as their teachers you will also receive a special reward jointly offered by our 3 divine palaces. This reward will allow you to rapidly advance your cultivation by 1 minor realm." Hearing this, the expressions of those martial sovereigns shifted once more. As the saying goes, heavy rewards always inspire brave men. Being able to rise 1 minor realm in just 10 years immediately kindled their enthusiasm. Chu Feng looked at the table before him and revealed a disdainful smile. He laughed at how short-sighted these people were. They simply did not understand what true wealth really was. "Young Lord Yi, I have a question." Just then the martial sovereign who had been arguing with Chu Feng raised his hand to signal. Yi Lingyun frowned slightly, but after a moment's thought she still said, "What question?" "I would like to ask, will this young brother also be guiding students?" The martial sovereign pointed at Chu Feng as he spoke. "What? You wish to compete with me over whose students are better guided?" Chu Feng said with a light chuckle. The martial sovereign let out a smile that did not reach his eyes and said, "I do have that thought. However, from what young Lord Yi said, it seems you are not qualified to guide students, are you?" Hearing this, Chu Feng could not help but curse inwardly. So this was where the roundabout talk had been leading all along. Was this not just mocking him for lacking the qualifications to teach students? Ding. Congratulations, host. The mission, Golden Teacher, has been triggered. Mission description: select 10 students from the Martial Academy and personally guide their cultivation. Mission reward: if the students you guide take first place in the great competition 10 years later, the host will receive 10 million lottery points. Mission penalty: none. Just then the system notification sounded within Chu Feng's mind. Dares to mock me? Then I'll play along with him. Chu Feng immediately accepted the task. Then he turned his gaze toward Yi Lingyun, about to send her a mental message when Yi Lingyun spoke first. "Chu Feng was personally invited by my master. He shall serve as the inspector of the martial arts school. Within the school his authority ranks second only to us 3 principals. As for guiding students, if he is willing, of course he may." Yi Lingyun's support could not have been more effective. Hearing that Chu Feng had been personally invited by Yun Wuji himself to serve as inspector, the martial venerable found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. At first he had suspected Chu Feng might have some background, but he never imagined his background would be this immense. A personal invitation from Yun Wuji, such prestige was simply too formidable. Since he wishes to compete, I shall accept. How about this? The number of recruits shall be set at 280. As for the extra 10, I shall instruct them myself. Chu Feng smiled. Seeing Chu Feng and Yi Lingyun playing off one another, the martial venerable realized he had kicked an iron plate. But a martial venerable's pride would not allow him to back down on the spot. After all, other martial venerables were watching. Besides, he did not believe he would necessarily lose. For what it was worth, he had been cultivating for hundreds of years. Moreover, his cultivation realm surpassed Chu Feng's. As for experience in cultivation, he felt quite confident it was abundant. Since Inspector Chu is interested in mentoring, then this year's recruitment quota shall be 280. The martial school shall officially open next month. During this time, please prepare accordingly. Everything I needed to inform you has been shared. As for the specific regulations, they will be sent to your rooms at the Martial Emperor Pavilion. You may all leave now. With those words, all the warriors seated at Chu Feng's table vanished at once, leaving only him behind. Next came the high-level meeting. The focus was primarily on matters concerning the administration of the martial school, as well as establishing certain reward and punishment mechanisms. Speaking of which, the three hall masters, including acting hall master Yi Lingyun, were genuinely inexperienced in this area. Fortunately, there was Chu Feng. He may not have understood school management, but he understood corporate management. A martial school, unlike ordinary institutions, shared many similarities with running a company. At its core, it all came down to one word: competition. Regardless of the specific reward and punishment system, whatever could drive the martial school students to strive harder was a good mechanism. After Chu Feng shared his corporate management approach with Yi Lingyun and the others, they suddenly felt that appointing him merely as inspector was a waste of his talents. In the end, they bestowed upon him another title, Director of Academic Affairs at the martial school. After this meeting concluded, the media across human society began promoting the soon-to-open Imperial Star Martial School. The name Imperial Star came from a decision by Yun Wuji, humanity's #1 powerhouse. From the ruins of prehistoric civilization, they learned that the Blue Star of old was not called Blue Star, but Imperial Star. Naming the school Imperial Star signified Yun Wuji's aspiration for the Blue Star civilization to reach the same level as the ancient Imperial Star civilization. Amid overwhelming promotional coverage, nearly every person in human society learned of this news. Within merely a few days, the number of online applicants reached hundreds of billions. Before the registration deadline, that is 20 days before the official opening of Imperial Star Martial School, the total number of applicants hit 150 billion. If not for several restrictive conditions, the number would have been even higher. These 150 billion registered martial artists would need to undergo the first screening at their respective martial districts. For this inaugural recruitment, the three great temples divided the entire human world into 1,000 martial districts. Each district could advance only 10 martial artists to the next round. Wasn't martial cultivation realm divided into martial warrior, martial master, martial general, martial marquis, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, and martial venerable? For this recruitment, the minimum realm requirement was martial general. Among the 10 martial artists from each district, one spot was allocated to a martial general and one to a martial. From martial general up to martial sovereign, aside from the single spots for martial general and martial, each remaining rank received 2 spots. One district meant 10 spots. 1,000 districts meant 10,000 spots total. These 10,000 warriors who passed the first screening would proceed to the second screening at Imperial Star Martial School. As for the school's location, it was situated in Longxing District of the Great Xia Nation. Imperial Star Martial School occupied the entirety of Longxing District. Longxing District lay extremely close to the wilderness battlefield. This was precisely why the school had been built here. The entire campus architecture primarily consisted of structures sourced from prehistoric civilization ruins. All manner of cultivation facilities were fully equipped. Basically, martial artists would be trained according to the conditions of prehistoric civilization. Of course, this applied only to those with relatively low cultivation. Cultivators at the level of martial venerable, martial immortal, and beyond did not follow this model. The reason the Imperial Star civilization frequently campaigned across the starry skies was in fact to forge and temper its warriors. Those qualified to campaign across the cosmos. Martial venerables were merely the common soldiers. Only martial gods constituted the true backbone. Of course, given humanity's current conditions, campaigning across the stars remains somewhat unrealistic. The entire Blue Star was sealed by a powerful force. In the past, martial marquises could roam the starry skies freely, but now, let alone martial marquises, even martial immortals could not achieve such freedom. Above the skies, a barrier existed. This layer of barrier prevented martial artists on Blue Star from entering outer space. To break through it, according to Yun Wuji's estimation, at least the cultivation realm of a martial saint would be required. This was precisely why Dizong had instructed Chu Feng to first visit Holy Beast Star before heading to the place with the time acceleration space. Being far from Blue Star was one reason, but not the most important one. The most critical reason was that because of this barrier, Chu Feng could not even leave Blue Star himself. There was no chance for him to cross the void physically. Returning to the main thread. Once the 10,000 warriors were filtered, they would be brought to Longxing District, that is to Imperial Star Plaza within the martial school. At that point, the second screening would commence. This time, Chu Feng himself would personally oversee it. First, the 10,000 warriors would need to use prehistoric civilization instruments to test their qualifications. Only those with qualifications of at least high tier would qualify for the third screening. Prehistoric civilization divided qualifications into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and peerless. Peerless was a qualification one could only pray to encounter. High tier was also 1 in 100 million. Normally speaking, among 10,000 warriors, only about 2 or 3 in 10 would possess high tier qualifications. The remaining 7 or 8 out of 10 were not simply eliminated outright. Their quota allowance would merely be smaller. Among those with high tier qualifications, 250 spots were available to enter Imperial Star Martial School as freshmen. Among those who failed to reach high tier, only 30 spots were available for entry into Imperial Star Martial School. The method of competition was straightforward. It was quite similar to the first screening. At the martial general realm, regardless of product grade, cultivation would uniformly be suppressed to the first product. The same applied to martial kings, martial emperors, and beyond. Zhuxian was the martial artist Chu Feng had met right after entering the wilderness battlefield, a 9th rank martial king who dared to charge into the martial monarch level zone. He had also registered for admission to Dixing Martial Academy. Moreover, he had placed in the top 10 in the martial division, which qualified him for the second round of screening. On Dixing Square, Zhuxian looked around curiously. It seemed he was searching for someone. Finally, his gaze came to rest in one direction. In that direction, a figure sat cross-legged atop a 7-story tower. In appearance, this tower was exactly the same as the cosmic tower Chu Feng had seen in the trial secret realm. In fact, this tower was the cosmic tower itself. And the figure atop the tower was none other than Chu Feng. The cosmic tower was merely a medium. What truly provided the trial was the trial space within the cosmic tower. The trial space was unique, but there were many cosmic towers. The cosmic tower beneath Chu Feng had been contributed by the martial god Hall, or more precisely by Yun Wuji. Originally, this cosmic tower had merely been a tool for tempering academy freshmen. However, under Chu Feng's suggestion, the cosmic tower became not only a tool for tempering freshmen, but also a factor that influenced their cultivation resources. I heard that Senior will also serve as an instructor this time. I must become his disciple. Watching Chu Feng, Zhuxian silently vowed in his heart. From the very first time he met Chu Feng, Zhuxian had felt boundless admiration for him. Now the fact that Chu Feng, at the 9th rank martial emperor level, could become an academy instructor alongside those martial venerables made him admire Chu Feng even more. In his view, Chu Feng's qualification to be an instructor proved that his strength was in no way inferior to those martial venerable experts. Although this was indeed the truth, Chu Feng had not become an instructor at Dixing Martial Academy because of his strength. Zhuxian was not the only one who thought so. Many martial artists on Dixing Square shared the same view. In fact, quite a few of them wished to become Chu Feng students. Everyone line up, one at a time. When all 10,000 martial artists had gathered, the staff member responsible for assessing their aptitudes called out loudly. For efficiency, 10 aptitude testing instruments had been arranged for this session. It took 20 hours in total to finish testing all 10,000 martial artists. According to the results, a total of 1850 martial artists had reached a high aptitude rating. Only 5 exceeded the high rating. These 5 did not need to compete and directly received an admission spot. The remaining 8150 had not reached the high rating. Zhuxian's aptitude was rated high. After the aptitude results were announced, these candidates plunged into a fierce second round of competition. There were still 2 days before the academy officially opened when all the final results came out. Zhuxian also secured a spot. Throughout this period, Chu Feng had been observing. Chu Feng was not the only one observing. The martial venerables were watching as well. Since the students' results were tied to their own ultimate rewards, they naturally wanted to select the more outstanding martial artists. Once the final results were announced, the martial venerables and Chu Feng each held a list of their preferred candidates. Inside the teaching research office of Dixing Martial Academy, 29 people sat around an oval long table. Everyone, the final admission list has been confirmed. I've called you here today to assign each of you your respective students. First, we will choose in order from the lowest cultivation realm to the highest, then from the highest back to the lowest, alternating in cycles. Chu Feng, let's start with you. Yi Lingyun, seated at the head of the table, said. As her voice fell, all the martial venerables turned their eyes toward Chu Feng. Every one of them wore a trace of worry, more or less. They were afraid Chu Feng would take away the students they wanted. My first pick is Zhuxian. Upon hearing that Chu Feng had chosen Zhuxian, many martial venerables breathed a sigh of relief. Although Zhuxian was strong, he was too fond of taking risks. With their rewards in mind, they preferred steadier martial artists. In round after round of selection, the 280 freshmen were completely parceled out. Most of the martial artists Chu Feng chose were of intermediate aptitude. Only Zhuxian had high aptitude. As for Chu Feng's choices, some martial venerables thought he had deliberately chosen this way, so that if he lost he could use poor student quality as an excuse. Others thought he wanted to prove his extraordinary skill, that he could win even with mediocre aptitude. Whatever the case, those martial venerables were overjoyed. Thus they had one fewer competitor. After another 2 days, Dixing Martial Academy officially opened. At Dixing Martial Academy, apart from free instructor guidance, everything else required points. Of course, this payment was neither the mortal world's currency nor the contribution points of the 3 great divine halls. Instead, it was points used exclusively for living and cultivation at Dixing Martial Academy. Cultivating in the gravity chamber required points. Cultivating in the virtual space required points. Purchasing cultivation arts and secret arts all required points. The ways to earn points were also straightforward. Hunting fierce beasts in the wilderness battlefield could earn points, and challenging the cosmic tower could earn points as well. As freshmen, each of them was given 1000 points. This was their living and cultivation allowance for the first year. In the second year, they would be ranked according to the total points they had earned during the previous year. Point rewards would also be distributed according to rank. At Dixing Martial Academy, what one ultimately gained depended 30% on the instructors and 70% on oneself. Instructors could only guide students in terms of cultivation experience. Everything else had to be handled by the students themselves. Inside the training hall assigned to Chu Feng by the academy, Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the ground waiting silently. Soon a martial artist walked in. Seeing Chu Feng, the martial artist stepped forward, saluted respectfully, and said, "Student Zhou Chun pays respects to teacher Chu." Chu Feng looked at Zhou Chun, nodded, and said with a smile, "Sit." Zhou Chun promptly sat down. Seeing that Chu Feng said no more, he did not presume to speak, and could only wait in silence. After a while, the other 9 students filed into the training hall one after another. Once all were present, Chu Feng said, "My name is Chu Feng. From now on you are my students. Every week at this exact time you are all to come here. If you have any questions about cultivation, you may ask me at this time. At other times, do not disturb me. If other martial artists in the academy bully you, you can go to Zhuxian Lubo or Wang Xingjia. If they cannot handle it, then come to me. As my students do not stir up trouble, but do not be afraid of trouble." When his words fell, Chu Feng swept his gaze over the 10 martial artists before him. Then he added, "Here are 10 memory jade slips. Inside them is a combat secret art. During this period, your main focus will be on practicing this." Each instructor could choose one combat secret art to guide students in their cultivation. Actually, this was also one of the instructor's benefits. While guiding the students in cultivation, they could cultivate themselves as well. The combat secret art Chu Feng had chosen was called the Big Dipper 7 Stars Fist. It had 7 levels in total. Martial generals could cultivate the first level, martial marshals the second, martial marquises the third, martial kings the fourth, and martial venerables the 7th. Among the available combat secret arts, the Big Dipper 7 Stars Fist was considered quite high in cultivation difficulty. Compared with the Wandering Dragon 7 Kill, his current strongest combat secret art, its overall cultivation difficulty was considerably lower. This was because each level of the Big Dipper 7 Stars Fist could enhance one's strength by 50%. Cultivating to the 7th level could enhance one's strength by 350%. It was stronger than the 5th level of the Wandering Dragon 7 Kill, but weaker than the 6th level. This combat secret art was something I had never cultivated before. Therefore, we are all starting from the same line. Twice the time I require to reach the first level will be your deadline for completing the first level. Beyond that time limit, there will be no need to seek me out with questions about the first level. Whether Chu Feng, a martial emperor of the 9th rank, or any warrior of the 1st rank, the gap in their ability to master the first level would not be substantial. The cultivation of combat secret arts bears little relation to one's cultivation base. What matters most is comprehension and perspective. Those with sharp comprehension naturally cultivate at a faster pace. Even those of average aptitude who have studied a wide array of combat secret arts can learn by cross-referencing and comparing their techniques. Such an approach allows them to cultivate rapidly as well. For the time that followed, Chu Feng practiced the Big Dipper 7 Stars Fist alongside these students in the training hall. Doing so placed pressure on both himself and his students. Although it is said that a disciple should not lag behind their master, Chu Feng still harbored his own pride. Given his profound foundation, it would be utterly disgraceful if he could not be the first to successfully reach the first level of the Big Dipper 7 Stars Fist. For the sake of his reputation, Chu Feng dedicated his entire focus to this secret art. At the same time, he cultivated in full view of his students. There was another benefit as well. He was setting an example for his students. If the students encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation, they could gain insights by observing Chu Feng. Teaching through personal example. This was true instruction by deed. 10 days later, Greedy Wolf Fist. Chu Feng issued a low shout, thrusting a punch forward as a surge of chi energy erupted and exploded before him. The first level of the Big Dipper 7 Stars Fist had been successfully cultivated. 10 days. You still have 20 days. With his fist retracted, Chu Feng turned to the 10 warriors before him and spoke. Chu Feng's achievement of mastering the first level in just 10 days put immense pressure on his students. Yet under this pressure, they redoubled their efforts in cultivation. After mastering the first level, Chu Feng left the training hall, returning to the faculty villa. For the following 20 days apart from the weekly teaching sessions, Chu Feng devoted all his remaining time to cultivating the secret art gifted by Di Zong, Space-Time Leap. Space-Time Leap contains 7 levels with the first 3 tied to spatial manipulation. The 4th and 6th levels relate to time. The 7th level merges both time and space. Once cultivated to the 7th level, breakthrough to Martial Saint becomes virtually assured. Even at the peak of the D-Star civilization, only the Lord of D-Star had reached the 7th level, and Chu Feng only needed to cultivate up to the 3rd level at present. Success at the 3rd level would grant him the ability to teleport. Currently, Chu Feng possessed only the method for the 1st level. Only after successfully mastering the 1st level would Di Zong provide the subsequent content. In truth, the 1st level of Space-Time Leap shared many similarities with the absolute space cultivated by the Golden Horned Beast. Having already succeeded in reaching the 1st level of absolute space, the difficulty of cultivating Space-Time Leap was considerably reduced. In fact, reaching the 3rd level of absolute space could also enable teleportation. However, for Chu Feng's human body, cultivating absolute space was fraught with hardship and yielded meager results, far from as straightforward as it was for the Golden Horned Beast. Space-Time Leap, on the other hand, was a secret art personally created by the Lord of D-Star. As the Lord of D-Star was originally human, the secret art she created was naturally more suited for cultivation by a human physique. Furthermore, the upper limit of Space-Time Leap surpassed that of absolute space. The days that followed passed tranquilly for Chu Feng. He spent his time essentially divided between teaching and cultivating the secret art. Until one day, following his routine, Chu Feng arrived at the training hall used for instruction. But on this particular day, Zhuxian, Lu Bo, and Wang Xingjia appeared physically off. They might have deceived others, but they could not deceive Chu Feng. Through his Di Luo heavy pupil, Chu Feng could see that all 3 bore considerable injuries. These wounds did not resemble those inflicted by ferocious beasts. After all, Chu Feng had slain countless ferocious beasts on the wasteland battlefield. No one understood their methods of attack better than he did. Although he noticed they were injured, Chu Feng did not speculate further. He simply assumed they had sustained these wounds during sparring with fellow students. Thus, when he asked, he did so out of mere curiosity. Who had they sparred with, and what was the outcome? Zhuxian, Lu Bo, Wang Xingjia, something seems off with the 3 of you. What's wrong? Who did you spar with? Did you win or lose? Chu Feng asked with a smile. Hearing this, the 3 froze momentarily before pretending to remain composed, replying in unison, "No, master. We have been focused on cultivating the Big Dipper 7 Stars fist. Where would we find the time to spar with others?" Their reactions made Chu Feng sense that the matter was more complicated than he had imagined. Tell the truth. Chu Feng's brows furrowed, his tone chilling. Chu Feng's authority stemmed partly from his cultivation base, partly from the guidance he had provided these students over the past year, and more. Noticing the shift in Chu Feng's tone, the 3 exchanged glances. Then, bowing their heads, they confessed, "A couple of days ago, we had a minor conflict with Xiao Zai. In a fair duel, we were no match for him, and suffered minor injuries." Hearing this, Chu Feng frowned inwardly. Xiao Zai. Is he not a student of D-Star Martial Academy? Why has he come here? Though Yi Lingyun had become acting principal, Xiao Zai and Shangwan Lianxing, while inferior in cultivation to Yi Lingyun, they were both young masters of their respective temples. In terms of status, they were hardly inferior. At least that was how they viewed themselves. Asking them to enroll as students at D-Star Martial Academy would have wounded their pride. So the 2 continued to cultivate within their respective temples under their own masters. Setting aside his doubts, Chu Feng asked, "What caused the conflict?" The 3 hesitated, seemingly unwilling to speak. "Very well, if you refuse to say, then I shall go find Xiao Zai myself." Chu Feng snorted coldly. "Master, don't." Fearing Chu Feng might suffer at Xiao Zai's hands, because Xiao Zai was the young master of Yin Temple. All 3 quickly interjected. "Actually, this is merely a misunderstanding." Yes, a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. One of them spoke, while the other 2 chimed in. "Last time we encountered Xiao Zai at the plaza. At that moment, Xiao Zai was guiding Lin and in cultivation. We watched for a while from the sidelines. Then Zhang Luhu, who was with Xiao Zai, noticed us and proposed a sparring match. His cultivation exceeded mine, so he suppressed his power to fight me fairly. But just as he was about to lose, he suddenly released his cultivation and wounded me. Lu Bo and senior brother Wang Xingjia, who were with me, could not stand idly by and cursed him out. In response, Xiao Zai challenged both senior brother Lu Bo and senior brother Wang Xingjia to a duel. He said he would fight the 2 of them alone. My 2 senior brothers, furious, accepted the challenge, and were subsequently wounded by Xiao Zai. Zhuxian recounted, 2 against 1, and still you were bested by Xiao Zai. Chu Feng had intended to seek revenge against Xiao Zai, but if Zhuxian's account was accurate, retrieving this face would indeed prove difficult. No. Zhuxian quickly added, although Xiao Zai offered to fight both my senior brothers simultaneously, they engaged him 1-on-1 each. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. Come accompany me to find Zhang Luhu now. Chu Feng considered and said, seeking out Zhang Luhu was not his primary objective. His true aim was to use Zhang Luhu as bait to draw out Xiao Zai. He wanted to settle both old scores and new grievances with Xiao Zai. Inside the training hall where Lei Luochuan usually taught. Who was Lei Luochuan? He was a teacher at Dixing Martial Academy. He was also a martial venerate of the Yinshan Hall. He had a student named Zhang Linghu. Zhang Linghu. Show your classmates the third level of Azure Sea Vast Sky. Lei Luochuan looked at Zhang Linghu and smiled. Zhang Linghu was indeed his proudest student, and among the first cohort of Dixing Martial Academy, he possessed supreme grade aptitude. In order to win the final reward, Lei Luochuan had put considerable effort into Zhang Linghu. Yes, teacher, Zhang Linghu said respectfully. He was about to demonstrate the third level of Azure Sea Vast Sky, when at that moment the tightly shut door was pushed, or more precisely kicked open. Boom. The tremendous noise instantly drew the eyes of every teacher and student in the room. You bastard. Chu Feng, it's you. Why have you come to our side for no reason? Anger surged in Lei Luochuan, but after seeing the first figure to step through the door, he swallowed back his curses. Chu Feng ignored Lei Luochuan and asked disdainfully, who is Zhang Linghu? Chu Feng, what are you trying to do? This is my territory. Lei Luochuan snapped when he saw Chu Feng ignoring him. Teacher, he is Zhang Linghu. The moment Lei Luochuan's voice fell, Zhuxian behind Chu Feng pointed at one of the martial artists. Chu Feng glanced in the direction Zhuxian indicated and saw a 6th-rank martial emperor. This martial artist, though his name contained the word tiger, appeared quite refined and scholarly. He even looked less robust than Zhuxian. Chu Feng walked up to Zhang Linghu and sneered, so you're the one called Zhang Linghu. Seeing the hostility on Chu Feng's face, Lei Luochuan hurriedly moved to Zhang Linghu's side. If Chu Feng dared to do anything to Zhang Linghu, he would not hesitate to intervene at the first moment. Chu Feng, mind your status. He is a student of Dixing Martial Academy, and you are a teacher of Dixing Martial Academy, as well as an inspector. Lei Luochuan spoke again. During the last student selection in the first round, Lei Luochuan was the third to pick. This showed that his cultivation ranked second to last among the 27 martial venerates. His combat ability also placed him around second to last among those 27 martial venerates. Ever since he learned that Chu Feng had been personally invited by Yun Wuji, he had been somewhat wary of Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng's cultivation was at the 9th rank of martial sovereign, he felt that Chu Feng might not be weaker than him in terms of actual strength. Moreover, Chu Feng also held another identity, the inspector of the martial academy. These factors combined made Lei Luochuan dare only to use words not to make the first move against Chu Feng. Had it been any other martial venerate barging straight into his teaching training hall, he would have certainly challenged them to a duel at the same cultivation level. After all, face was extremely important to people like them. Teacher Lei, I don't need you to remind me of my identity. I came here just to ask Zhang Linghu some questions. He is not qualified to make me lay a hand on him. Chu Feng said calmly. Hearing these words, Lei Luochuan felt a bit uncomfortable, but at least his hanging heart was put at ease. As for Zhang Linghu, he was certainly burning with resentment. After all, his aptitude ranked among the top 5 in all of Dixing Martial Academy. The classmates as well as the martial venerate Lei Luochuan were all very kind to him. Accustomed to praise, he naturally found Chu Feng's contempt unbearable. Looking at Zhang Linghu's wide-eyed glare, Chu Feng found it amusing. Stop glaring, or your eyeballs will pop out. Let's talk. A few days ago, didn't you have a spar with Zhuxian? Chu Feng let out a light laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Luochuan also looked at Zhang Linghu. Linghu, don't act rashly. You are not his match yet. Lei Luochuan sent him a voice transmission to calm him down. Perhaps heeding Lei Luochuan's words, Zhang Linghu no longer looked so unconvinced. That's right, Zhang Linghu replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded and continued. We agreed on a battle at the same cultivation level, but at the end you released your cultivation and injured Zhuxian. Is this true? Hearing this question, Lei Luochuan's expression also shifted. From his surprised eyes, it was clear that he had just learned of this. Or perhaps he had heard of it, but the version he heard was different from what Chu Feng said. It's true. As soon as Zhang Linghu finished speaking, he quickly added, but enough. That's enough. Zhang Linghu wanted to explain further, but Chu Feng cut him off directly. Chu Feng shifted his gaze from Zhang Linghu to Lei Luochuan. If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If teaching is not strict, it is the teacher's negligence. Teacher Lei, as Zhang Linghu's teacher, is this how you teach him? Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing through them. Lei Luochuan, knowing he was in the wrong, tried to say something. Chu Feng immediately raised his hand to stop him. I'll give you a choice now. Zhang Linghu, you will fight Zhuxian once more. This time it will still be a battle at the same cultivation level. As for you, Teacher Lei, I won't fight you at the same cultivation level either. You may use all your strength. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Dixing Plaza, be there on time. With those words, Chu Feng turned to the 10 students who had come with him and said, let's go. Then he walked toward the door. Teacher Chu. Looking at Chu Feng's back, Lei Luochuan wanted to say something more. This is a notification, not a negotiation. Chu Feng said coldly without turning back. Lei Luochuan sighed, silently feeling a terrible headache coming on. Teacher, don't worry. Last time I was just not used to Zhuxian's attack style. If we fight again, I will definitely win. Zhang Linghu thought Lei Luochuan was worried about him and quickly said. Lei Luochuan shook his head without saying a word. Was he worried about Zhang Linghu? He was worried about himself. Chu Feng knew his cultivation level perfectly well, yet he still dared to say those things. He must be extremely confident in his own strength. Although Chu Feng is at the 9th rank of martial sovereign, his actual strength is surely at the martial venerate level. Otherwise he wouldn't have said those things so confidently. If I win tomorrow, fine. If I lose, I'll lose face. Suddenly, just as Lei Luochuan was worrying about tomorrow's match, a grand voice rang out. This voice did not just reach their ears, it spread to other places as well. To be precise, it reached every corner of Dixing Martial Academy. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 at Dixing Plaza, there will be 2 spectacular matches. At that time, all teachers and students are welcome to come and show your support. Inside the broadcast room of Dixing Martial Academy, a staff member looked at the man before him with reverence, forcing a smile, and asked, "Inspector Chu, is this acceptable?" After leaving Lei Luochuan, Chu Feng went straight to the broadcast room of Dixing Martial Academy. Through the broadcast system, he informed all the teachers and students in Dixing Martial Academy about the duel tomorrow. He did this, of course, not simply to teach Lei Luochuan a lesson. As the saying goes, Xiang Zhuang dances his sword, but his true target is the Duke of Pei. Xiang Zhuang was Chu Feng, Lei Luochuan was at best the sword, and the real Duke of Pei was Xiaozai, the young master of Yinshan Hall. "Xiaozai, you must come tomorrow. I've prepared a big gift for you." Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile as he thought to himself. Time silently slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 2 o'clock the next afternoon. By this time, quite a few martial artists had gathered at Dixing Square. Even quite a few martial venerable experts had arrived. There is no wall in the world through which the wind cannot pass. These martial artists had basically known exactly who the 2 sides were in today's duel since before last night. A contest between Zhuxian and Zhang Linghu naturally could not attract so many martial artists to come watch. The highlight of today's duels was Chu Feng versus Lei Luochuan. The gimmick of a 9th rank martial emperor fighting a martial venerable instantly stirred those martial artists' curiosity. Although Chu Feng and Lei Luochuan had not yet arrived, those martial artists had already started chatting. "Who do you think will win today's duel?" "I think Zhuxian. I heard he almost won last time." "I beg to differ. I think it's Zhang Linghu." "Why are you talking about those 2? "I'm asking you about teacher Chu Feng and teacher Lei Luochuan." "Them? Hard to say. Even though teacher Chu Feng's cultivation is only at the martial emperor realm, I think his strength shouldn't be inferior to an ordinary martial venerable." "What you said is clear to everyone. Can you tell us something nobody knows?" "Why guess now? Anyway, they're about to fight soon. We'll just watch the result later, won't we?" The students were all chatting with tremendous excitement. Xiaozai blended into the crowd with a few younger lackeys by his side. "Chu Feng, let's see how you lose today." His eyes were filled with hostility and jealousy toward Chu Feng. Someone he had once been able to manipulate at will had suddenly transformed into the inspector and teacher of Dixing Martial Academy. This enormous contrast ignited Xiaozai's jealousy and hostility. The better Chu Feng fared, the deeper that hostility and jealousy became. Meanwhile, over 10 martial venerable experts stood in midair looking down at Dixing Square. This Chu Feng is really bold, actually daring to let Lei Luochuan fight him with full strength. One martial venerable said appreciatively, "Huh, I think this is a newborn calf, not fearing a tiger. Everyone below the martial venerable realm is an ant. When he gets beaten black and blue by Lei Luochuan, he'll know how ignorant and arrogant he was before." Another martial venerable said with contempt. Speaking of which, this martial venerable had some old entanglements with Chu Feng. He was the turtle pulling its head into its shell Chu Feng had mentioned. Now that Chu Feng was absent, he naturally seized the chance to run Chu Feng down and vent his anger. It's still too early to talk about the result. Since Chu Feng dares to do this, he must have some kind of support. Another martial venerable said. Before his voice faded, his expression changed, and he said, "They're coming." Following his gaze, 22 figures appeared at Dixing Square. They were Chu Feng and his students, as well as Lei Luochuan and his students. When Lei Luochuan saw Chu Feng again, his expression changed. There was less worry and more confidence in that expression. It was hard to tell if he was intentionally putting on a front or actually had some backing. "Zhuxian, go up and take your revenge," Chu Feng said with a faint smile. "Yes, teacher." Zhuxian nodded firmly, his eyes full of confidence. Meanwhile, Zhang Linghu also stepped forward under Lei Luochuan's arrangement. Under everyone's watch, Zhuxian and Zhang Linghu ran toward each other at the same time. At the same time, the martial artists who were watching the show also backed away, leaving a circular fighting area 1,000 meters wide for the two. Zhang Linghu suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Zhuxian. At this point, what mattered was no longer cultivation, but other things, such as combat, secret arts, evasive ability, fighting techniques. Boom. A loud bang was heard. Zhuxian's fist struck Zhang Linghu's fist. One had used the 3rd level of the Big Dipper 7-star fist, while the other had used the 4th level of the Fierce Tiger fist. The Fierce Tiger fist, despite its deceptively simple name, was quite powerful among the combat secret arts humans currently possessed. Its cultivation difficulty was about the same as the Big Dipper 7-star fist. The Fierce Tiger fist had 9 levels, and the power of its 4th level was comparable to the 3rd level of the Big Dipper 7-star fist. After trading that punch, Zhuxian and Zhang Linghu both stepped backward. "Zhang Linghu, you've already lost." Zhuxian bellowed and charged forward again. At this moment, Zhuxian's body swayed slightly, and a strange fluctuation radiated from within him. In an instant, Zhuxian's speed more than doubled. Zhuxian's figure swept past Zhang Linghu's chest like the wind. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled sounds rang out one after another. Zhuxian's attacks landed on Zhang Linghu's body directly, sending him flying backward. Boom. Right behind it, another palm print viciously slammed into Zhang Linghu's chest. Zhang Linghu had no power to resist at all. Zhuxian immediately launched another attack. Zhang Linghu was like a punching bag being ruthlessly pummeled by Zhuxian. Zhuxian moved like a phantom, and Zhang Linghu simply could not react in time. Several of his counterattacks missed empty air. If the two truly had been at the same cultivation level, Zhang Linghu might already be dead. Although his cultivation had been suppressed, Zhang Linghu's physical defense had not changed. Therefore, even after being attacked by Zhuxian so many times, he only suffered minor injuries. But if this continued, Zhang Linghu would also be in danger of death. If it really came to that, he would surely concede. Enough. I concede for Zhang Linghu. Seeing his student being so brutally tormented, Lei Luochuan finally could not watch any longer. He directly spoke up and conceded on Zhang Linghu's behalf. Only after hearing this did Zhuxian stop. Zhang Linghu stared at Zhuxian in disbelief and said in shock, "Last time. You held back." Zhuxian said scornfully, "Last time I treated it as a normal sparring match. I didn't expect some people to be so unable to take a loss." With that, Zhuxian casually returned to stand behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng gave him an appreciative look. "Kid, you did well." With those words, Chu Feng's figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in midair. "Let's fight up in the sky," Chu Feng said casually. "Fine," Lei Luochuan said with a booming voice. When the two fought in the sky, the students on the ground had to stand farther away so they could see more clearly. "Teacher Chu, are you sure you don't want me to suppress my cultivation and fight you?" Lei Luochuan said before the formal exchange began. Chu Feng let out a mocking snort and could not be bothered to play along with all those little tricks. "Quit wasting words. Come fight." As his voice fell, Chu Feng turned his wrist, and the Vajra demon subduing staff appeared in his palm. The next moment, his body turned into a streak of light and charged straight at Lei Luochuan. The Vajra demon subduing staff swept upwards, stirring waves of dragon roars and tiger howls. Golden light blazed brilliantly, staff shadows piled upon each other, as if a golden ocean were surging over. Rumble. In an instant, staff radiance slashed across the sky and staff aura towered to the heavens. Such fearsome momentum. The spectators couldn't help drawing sharp breaths. Chu Feng's aura was so intense that it seemed to solidify, making people dare not look him in the eye. Lei Luochuan's eyes narrowed, his gaze blazing with dense battle intent. Thunder emergence. He bellowed, and dazzling, blinding thunderlight burst from his body, blanketing the sky like the might of heaven. Terrifying force shook space, emitting crack after crack of splintering sound. "Kill!" Chu Feng roared, and the Vajra demon subduing staff swung once more. The staff technique was vast and boundless, like a great river surging forward, never looking back. As the two collided, the entire sky trembled. The Vajra demon subduing staff, carrying monstrous power, slammed down toward Lei Luochuan and engulfed him. Boundless thunder. Lei Luochuan was not willing to be outdone. He roared, lightning crackling densely around his fist like a small sun radiating scorching heat. Both thunder emergence and boundless thunder were moves of the battle secret art, the Thunderbolt Divine Fist. The Thunderbolt Divine Fist had 9 levels in total. The 9th level could unleash over 5 times one's strength. However, Lei Luochuan had not yet trained to the 9th level. Boundless thunder was the 8th level. It counted as Lei Luochuan's strongest attack. As soon as this move was unleashed, it was like a volcanic eruption, spreading destructive shockwaves that chilled one's heart. The two terrifying forces collided once more, producing rumbles. Lei Luochuan staggered back several steps, an expression of disbelief on his face. How can he be so strong? Lei Luochuan's face was full of astonishment. Chu Feng, however, remained standing where he was, as steady as Mount Tai. He sneered, "Lei Luochuan, is this the true strength of a martial venerable? This is far too weak." "You." Lei Luochuan trembled with rage. He had never expected Chu Feng to be so contemptuous of him. This was an utter humiliation, especially with so many spectators below watching him. "You forced me to do this." Lei Luochuan abruptly swallowed the pill that had been held in his mouth. This pill's effect was similar to the rage blood pill Chu Feng had once obtained. Once swallowed, it could double Lei Luochuan's strength. Lei Luochuan's cultivation base was at the peak of first-rank martial venerable. Once a martial emperor broke through to martial venerable, his strength increased 50-fold. It was this 50-fold gap that made those martial venerables feel that everyone beneath martial venerable was nothing but an ant. Between the peak of first-rank martial venerable and one who had just entered martial venerable, there was again a 10-fold difference in strength. And Lei Luochuan's life gene level was 10 times that of an ordinary life form. From the perspective of life genes, Chu Feng's level was 250 times Lei Luochuan's. At the same cultivation level, Chu Feng's strength was also roughly 250 times Lei Luochuan's. All things considered, it was simply too easy for Chu Feng to defeat Lei Luochuan. After taking the pill, Lei Luochuan's aura grew considerably stronger, though others couldn't sense it very clearly. As Lei Luochuan's opponent Chu Feng felt it extremely clearly. Facing a Lei Luochuan who had suddenly become much stronger, Chu Feng didn't think of pills at all. He simply thought Lei Luochuan was only now unleashing his full strength and had merely been probing earlier. Good. Chu Feng's fighting instinct instantly became much livelier. Staff in hand, Chu Feng charged straight forward. World projection. Lei Luochuan directly brought out the signature skill of a martial venerable, the world projection. Upon reaching martial venerable, one would possess an inner world. This world was equivalent to a small secret realm and humans could live inside it. One could also cultivate inside, but at most one could break through only to martial sovereign because the world's capacity had its limit. And once a martial venerable was killed, the inner world would collapse and the lives within it would die. As for the world projection, it was essentially borrowing the power of the inner world. It formed something akin to a domain, thereby suppressing the enemy. Under the world projection, the opponent's strength was suppressed. As one side waned and the other waxed, his own advantage grew even greater. Unfortunately, the one he encountered was Chu Feng. The world projection had just appeared when Chu Feng directly activated his innate secret art, anomaly suppression. In an instant, a mysterious power appeared and crashed into the world projection. Boom. A dull thud was heard. The world projection vanished in an instant. Seeing this, the martial venerables were all dumbfounded. What is going on? Why did the world projection disappear? What was that golden light? It can actually suppress the world projection. Is this the trump card Chu Feng relies on? No wonder he has the confidence to fight a martial venerable. Lei Luochuan was equally shocked. This entire maneuver could be described as falling before the battle even began. Why is this happening? How exactly did you do it? Lei Luochuan stood frozen, unable to help, asking. Want to know? But why should I tell you? Chu Feng sneered. The next moment, he directly unleashed the domain of gold. Chu Feng's domain of gold had grown a great deal over the past year or more. It had already risen to the 9th level. Once the domain of gold appeared, it instantly enveloped Lei Luochuan. Now it was Lei Luochuan's turn to have his strength weakened. Empowered by the domain, Chu Feng brandished the Vajra demon subduing staff and charged again. Rumble. Lights of many colors flickered in the sky and explosions rang out from time to time. The two figures kept clashing. Before long, the effect of Lei Luochuan's medicine wore off. Originally, he had barely been able to match Chu Feng 50-50. But once the medicine's effect ended, his entire aura withered. Many things come with a price. The pill he had just swallowed could boost his strength for a short time. But when the effect ended, his strength would become even weaker than it had been at the start. With strength like this, you're still hanging on. Get down now. Chu Feng seized the perfect moment and appeared directly above Lei Luochuan's head. The Vajra demon subduing staff slammed down fiercely. Lei Luochuan couldn't dodge in time, and his entire body plummeted toward the ground. Boom. A tremendous crash. Lei Luochuan had an intimate encounter with the ground. Dust filled the sky. In the sky, Chu Feng flickered and vanished. A blast of fierce wind scattered the dust. Everyone hurriedly looked over. They saw a deep pit where Lei Luochuan had landed, and Chu Feng's foot was stepping on Lei Luochuan's face. There is a saying, don't hit a person in the face and don't expose a person's weakness when scolding. What Chu Feng did was even more humiliating than a slap in the face. Lei Luochuan was socially dead today. From now on, he would probably not dare show his face in public again. A dignified martial venerable couldn't even defeat a 9th-rank martial emperor. Lei Luochuan opened his eyes and saw figures standing all around the edge of the pit. Harsh voices poured into his ears one after another. He felt his entire life had turned bleak at this moment. Fury surged into his heart, and combined with the serious injuries he had already suffered, Lei Luochuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, he tightly shut his eyes, looking as if he had fainted. As for whether he had really fainted or was just pretending, no one knew. Chu Feng moved his foot away from Lei Luochuan's face, bent down, grabbed Lei Luochuan's body, and tossed it onto the ground. Zhang Linghu, take your teacher back. Chu Feng left the pit, arrived at Dixing Plaza, and said coldly to Zhang Linghu. The surrounding spectators looked at Chu Feng with immense respect. After saying this, Chu Feng flickered and appeared in front of Xiao Zai. Seeing Chu Feng's icy eyes, Xiao Zai couldn't help taking a small step back. When he came to his senses, he immediately felt that his reaction just now had been far too embarrassing. So he angrily demanded, Chu Feng, what do you want to do? Doing what? What do you think I can do? Last time you gave 2 of my students some guidance. Today let me properly give you some guidance. Your cultivation is at the 4th rank martial emperor level, right? I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation down to 1st rank martial emperor. What? Do you dare to fight me? The moment Chu Feng finished speaking, a voice rang out from the crowd. Where one exists, there can be 2. Since they could watch a show again, these spectators naturally didn't mind a bigger commotion. After all, it wasn't them fighting Chu Feng. In an instant, wave after wave of accept the challenge resounded across the entire plaza. Xiao Zai's face turned pale and then flushed with anger. Chu Feng, you're pushing your luck. He ground out through gritted teeth, his fury practically palpable. Pushing my luck. I've suppressed my cultivation to the 1st rank of the martial emperor stage, and this is considered bullying. Xiao Zai, you are the young master of the Flame Divine Hall. Don't you even have the courage for that? If first rank of the Martial Emperor isn't enough, what about ninth rank of the Martial Emperor? Chu Feng continued his mockery. Xiao Zai, he explicitly said he'd suppress his cultivation to the ninth rank of the Martial Emperor. And you're still too timid. You're bringing shame upon the Flame Divine Hall. Being compared to you is truly humiliating. Just then another voice rang out from the crowd. Chu Feng turned to look with curiosity. When he caught sight of that figure, the corners of Chu Feng's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Shangguan Lianxing. I didn't expect her to come as well. Chu Feng had not anticipated Shangguan Lianxing's arrival. That was why at the beginning he had not activated the Emperor's fallen double pupils to scan everyone present. Shangguan Lianxing, you. Xiao Zai laughed bitterly in indignation, his gaze returning to Chu Feng. Fine, I'll do as you say. I won't even require you to suppress to the ninth rank of the Martial Emperor. First rank of the Martial Emperor will suffice. The moment Xiao Zai finished speaking, Shangguan Lianxing said again, Xiao Zai, you're really paving the road to shamelessness with each passing step. How do you have the nerve to say those things? If you still have a shred of dignity, fight Chu Feng at equal cultivation. Shangguan Lianxing's support was impeccable. Chu Feng promptly chimed in with a smile. Oh no. If we fought at equal cultivation, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill him. Their seamless banter drew laughter from many martial artists in the audience. Of course, there was also a group originally aligned with the Flame Divine Hall who simply felt their faces burning with embarrassment. In that moment, as former members of the Flame Divine Hall, they felt utterly ashamed. Old Jia, so this is the kind of person your young master really is. No matter how strong he might be, refusing to accept an equal cultivation battle is truly shameful for a martial artist. Among the gathered martial venerables, those from the Martial God Palace and the Ice Snow Divine Hall joined in mocking the Flame Divine Hall's representatives. Chu Feng, don't push your luck too far. Xiao Zai clenched his fists and steadied his breathing. Equal cultivation, you said. I accept. Let's see how you manage to accidentally kill me. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng raised his hands and began applauding. Xiao Zai, you're finally showing some backbone. Before Xiao Zai could respond, Chu Feng added, why wait for a better day? Let's start right now. Start then. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? All that remained firm about Xiao Zai was his tone. In truth, he was panicking inside. After all, Chu Feng had already defeated Lei Luochuan, who had taken a pill. At equal cultivation, he stood no chance against Chu Feng. That was certain. The pill Lei Luochuan had used was provided by Xiao Zai himself. After yesterday's incident, Xiao Zai had sought out Lei Luochuan and given him a pill. His intention had been to have Lei Luochuan thoroughly teach Chu Feng a lesson that day. But the outcome was completely opposite to his expectations. Against overwhelming strength, all schemes and tricks were utterly useless. Not only had he failed to discipline Chu Feng, but he had inadvertently bolstered Chu Feng's reputation at the Emperor's Star Martial School. And now he had dragged himself into the mess as well. Under any other circumstances, he would never have agreed to Chu Feng's challenge. But swept along by public opinion, he had no choice but to accept. Under the watchful eyes of the Emperor's Star Martial School's faculty and students, Chu Feng and Xiao Zai rose into the air. 5 seconds later. No, less than 5 seconds. Xiao Zai crashed back to the ground. This time the manner of his return was drastically different from before. Last time his feet had touched the ground. This time it was his face. Cough, cough. The moment Xiao Zai tried to rise, he was once again pressed face down against the ground. Chu Feng's foot landed squarely on his back. After all, he was a disciple of Xiao Yan, so Chu Feng refrained from stepping on his face. Then he bent down, patted Xiao Zai's cheek, and smiled. Boy, don't be so arrogant from now on. Learn to keep a low profile. Fury blazed in Xiao Zai's eyes as he stared fixedly at the ground. Chu Feng, having finished speaking, lifted his foot from Xiao Zai's back. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he said to Zhou Chun and the others, let's go. Zhou Chun and the other 10 martial artists under Chu Feng's guidance were absolutely buzzing with excitement. With faces alight with enthusiasm, they followed behind Chu Feng. As Chu Feng's disciples, they felt incredibly proud that their master was so formidable. Teacher Chu's strength is incredible. I'm so envious of Zhou Chun and the others. I wish I could be Teacher Chu's student too. Among the spectators, many martial artists watched Chu Feng and his disciples depart, their hearts heavy with envy. As for Xiao Zai lying on the ground, nobody paid him any mind. It wasn't until Chu Feng's figure disappeared that Xiao Zai finally managed to rise. He left the Emperor's Star Martial School with an expressionless face. Flame Divine Hall headquarters. Inside a secret chamber, Xiao Zai approached a shadowy figure and knelt. Disciple has brought shame upon you, master. That figure was none other than Xiao Zai's master Xiao Yan. He turned to look at Xiao Zai and smiled. It's merely losing one match. What's there to be ashamed of? At your current stage, you shouldn't place so much importance on face. You're different from those martial venerables who are merely drifting through life. Their paths forward are essentially closed. That's why they cling so desperately to their reputation. But you are not like them. On the path of martial cultivation, you still have tremendous room to grow. Right now, what matters most is strengthening your abilities, not chasing after empty notions of honor. Xiao Yan helped Xiao Zai to his feet and said kindly, in a few days I'll send you to a certain place. There you'll be able to truly develop your talents. When you break through to the martial immortal stage, you'll understand how trivial the things you value now truly are. Take these few days to recover from your injuries. Xiao Zai nodded. Master is right. Strength is what truly matters. After leaving the secret chamber, Xiao Zai thought to himself. At the same time, a sinister smile crept across his face. Time can erase many things. Today's incident had caused quite a stir throughout the Emperor Star Martial School. But after a few days, very few people were still discussing it. Only occasionally, when they heard Chu Feng's name, would the memory resurface in their minds. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had returned to his usual routine. Aside from teaching his students, he devoted himself to cultivating the secret techniques passed down by Dizong. Until one day a month later, Chu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp brilliance flashing within them. It was as if he could see through walls to the outside world. The ferocious beast Sacred Emperor is coming to the Emperor Star Martial School. Chu Feng was utterly astonished. And it wasn't just the human Chu Feng who was surprised. There was also the golden-horned behemoth Chu Feng. Dark Forest. The Crimson Moon nine-headed lion stood before the white ape that Chu Feng had been disguising himself as and smiled. The Sacred Emperor has awakened, and his cultivation has broken through to the 9th rank of the Martial Emperor. I've heard the humans have established some kind of Emperor Star Martial School. The Sacred Emperor plans to visit the Emperor Star Martial School to exchange techniques with human martial artists. Because of your performance last time, the Sacred Emperor has specially permitted you to accompany her. This time at the Emperor Star Martial School, you must perform well and bring honor to our sacred beast race. Hearing these words, Chu Feng paused for a moment and said, Master, the Emperor Star Martial School is in the human world. Haven't our sacred beast race signed a treaty with the humans? Would our going there provoke an attack from the human race? The Crimson Moon nine-headed lion shook its head and chuckled. Times have changed. I received word that Yun Wuji, humanity's strongest, has already left the Emperor Star. Without Yun Wuji, although humanity remains powerful, they are no longer a match for our sacred beast race. Our sacred beast race's higher-ups have already reached an agreement with humanity's leadership. They would never dare to harm you. Moreover, this visit to the Emperor Star Martial School will be accompanied by the rulers of our 9 great forbidden zones. With them present, even if humanity dares to turn hostile, we need not fear. Speaking thus, the Crimson Moon nine-headed lion suddenly sighed. Sigh. If it weren't for the Sacred Emperor's lingering goodwill toward the past unwillingness to sever ties with humanity completely, our 9 great forbidden zones would have already launched attacks against humanity long ago. Chu Feng listened silently, but deep within his heart a storm was raging. Yun Wuji has actually left the Emperor Star. Humanity's strength was never on par with the ferocious beast race to begin with. They relied entirely on him for deterrence. At such a critical juncture he would leave. It's incomprehensible, truly unfathomable. Humanity's strength was never on par with the ferocious beast race, and they relied entirely on him for deterrence. At such a critical juncture he would actually leave. It's incomprehensible, truly unfathomable. Regardless of whether it could be understood or not, Yun Wuji had already departed from the Emperor Star. This was an undeniable fact. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Defeat the Beast Saint Emperor. Mission description: within the Emperor Star Martial Academy, defeat the Beast Saint Emperor in human form. Mission reward: success grants 5 million lottery points and 1 Avatar Incubation Acceleration card. Mission penalty: failure deducts 1 million lottery points. Avatar Incubation Acceleration card reduces Avatar incubation time to 1/10 of the total. At that moment the system's chime echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Defeat the Beast Saint Emperor in human form. The Beast Saint Emperor is currently at the 9th grade of Martial Emperor. In a battle of equal cultivation, the golden horned giant beast's body may not triumph, but the human form holds a great chance. I accept this mission. The rewards for completing the task were quite generous for Chu Feng at present, especially the Avatar Incubation Acceleration card. If he could complete the mission and obtain this card, his second avatar would be ready in just 10 years. Then Chu Feng would have another trump card. The next morning, Chu Feng, disguised as the white ape, arrived at the Wilderness Battlefield's Beast Race War Camp alongside the Beast Saint Emperor and the Dark Wind-Winged Dragon Lord of the Dark Forest. After a short wait at the camp until all 9 Forbidden Zone Lords had gathered, they teleported together to the Emperor Star Square of the Emperor Star Martial Academy. At the same time, Xiao Yin and Shengwan Yuni also appeared on the square. The commotion quickly reached the academy's students. Just as they were about to inform the teachers and classmates, a majestic voice resonated throughout the entire academy. All faculty and students of Emperor Star Martial Academy assemble immediately at Emperor Star Square. Upon hearing the broadcast, everyone except those on the Wilderness Battlefield set off at once. Let's go. That day happened to be Chu Feng's weekly teaching session. Hearing the broadcast, Chu Feng promptly led Zhou Chun and 9 other students out of the training hall and headed towards Emperor Star Square. When Chu Feng arrived at the square, most students and teachers were already there. Those beasts are formidable. That little girl who looks exactly like a human seems to be their leader. A humanoid beast. This is my first time seeing one. What do you think they're here for? No idea, but at least they're not starting a war with us. Even if war breaks out, we humans have our own powerhouses. The students showed no fear upon seeing the beasts. Under the protection of human experts, they had lost all fear of beasts. It's time these youngsters learned a lesson. Chu Feng muttered inwardly upon hearing the students' chatter. Shangguan Yuni Xiao Yin begin as soon as possible, said a golden three-legged creature resembling a toad. It was the lord of the fifth forbidden zone belonging to the golden toad lineage among beasts. The golden toad lineage ranked among the top 5 in the beast race. This three-legged golden toad was a forbidden zone lord on Blue Star, but on St. Beast Star, it was not the patriarch of the golden toad lineage. The patriarch, a martial god-level powerhouse, could not enter Blue Star through the wormhole, so he sent his ninth son, this three-legged golden toad. The other forbidden zone lords were the patriarchs of their own lineages. Hearing the three-legged golden toad speak, Shangguan Yuni and Xiao Yin exchanged glances. Then Shangguan Yuni declared, "Let us begin now." She turned to the faculty and students, "Everyone. Today the Beast Saint Emperor and the Beast Race's prodigies visit our academy to test who is stronger. Those who wish to compete with the Saint Emperor and the prodigies may step onto the arena now." With a flick of her finger, a frozen arena materialized before all its edges, radiating beams of light shooting into the sky. Rules: both sides fight with equal cultivation. Whoever is forced out of the light barrier loses. After stating the rules, Shangguan Yuni scanned the students with a smile. Who would like to go first? Before she finished, Zhuxian from behind Chu Feng declared, "I will." He then stepped through the transparent barrier onto the arena. The Beast Saint Emperor glanced at Zhuxian, her voice childish, yet carrying an imperious authority. "Xiao Ju, you take the first match." Xiao Ju was a blood-sweat white colt resembling a horse, but with a single horn on its head. Each of the 9 Forbidden Zone lords brought one beast from their domain. The Dark Wind-Winged Dragon Lord of the Dark Forest brought the disguised white ape, Chu Feng. "Yes, Saint Emperor." The blood-sweat white colt responded respectfully in the ancient beast language, then flew onto the arena. Since the colt was at the 9th grade of Martial Emperor, it had to suppress its cultivation. Soon Zhuxian and the colt engaged in formal combat. In terms of life gene level and secret arts, Zhuxian was slightly inferior. Yet Zhuxian ultimately won, and not by a narrow margin. He dominated the fight from the start, overwhelming the blood-sweat white colt. In less than 10 minutes, he blasted the colt out of the light barrier. Is this the best your beast race has to offer? I didn't even go all out, and it lost. Boring. Truly boring. Zhuxian was a proud soul by nature. Few could earn his respect. Before Chu Feng he appeared obedient, but toward those he didn't respect, he was anything but. The watching students cheered for Zhuxian's performance. "Zhuxian, do you wish to continue?" Shangguan Yuni asked. "Principal, I want to continue." Zhuxian replied without hesitation. The blood-sweat white colt returned dejectedly to its team, ashamed. "Saint Emperor, I'm sorry for disgracing the Saint Beast race." The Beast Saint Emperor shook her head. "This fellow has strong combat instincts. His physique is extraordinary, born for battle. It's normal that you couldn't beat him. Among you only Xiao Feng might defeat him." She glanced at Chu Feng's disguised white ape. "Xiao Feng, are you confident?" Chu Feng was somewhat speechless. What a situation. A teacher fighting his student, though reluctant, as a member of the beast race. The Saint Emperor's words were law. Refusing might provoke the Dark Wind-Winged Dragon to strike him down. Hard to say. I'll give it my best. With that, the beast Chu Feng flew onto the arena. Without wasting words, he suppressed his cultivation and attacked directly. In truth, he had a huge advantage fighting Zhuxian at equal cultivation. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He knew Zhuxian thoroughly, but Zhuxian knew nothing about him. As the battle dragged on, Chu Feng gradually realized the kid did have some real skill. Defeating him required genuine effort. The fight lasted 3 full days before Chu Feng found an opportunity to blast Zhuxian out of the barrier. The opportunity came mainly because Zhuxian's inner energy depleted. If Zhuxian had infinite stamina like him, the outcome would have been uncertain. Zhuxian is indeed impressive. I need to get closer to him. At that moment, Chu Feng entertained the idea of taking Zhuxian as a disciple. After defeating Zhuxian, the beast Chu Feng left the arena. "Saint Emperor, that battle consumed too much of my energy. I need to recover. I'm afraid I can't fight anymore," he said with feigned shame. The beast Saint Emperor shook her head. "You did well." On the other side, Zhuxian heard similar words from the human Chu Feng. The subsequent battles saw the prodigies of the 9 forbidden zones take turns, each won 10 consecutive matches before stepping down. Only then did the Emperor Star students realize the truth. It wasn't that the first beast was weak, but that Zhuxian was exceptionally strong. Under equal cultivation, they were far inferior to Zhuxian. Initially, some students looked down on Zhuxian. After being thoroughly thrashed by the beast, their gazes toward Zhuxian no longer held contempt. Zhuxian noticed the change, but he felt no joy. Apart from the little girl who never fought, and the white ape who defeated him, he was confident he could beat the other beasts. Yet he knew if he went up again, the beast side would send the white ape, and he would lose again. Others thought his defeat was due to energy depletion. Perhaps if he fought again, he might win. But he knew the white ape had definitely concealed its true strength. If Zhuxian did not take the stage, none of the students of the Emperor Star Martial Academy would be presentable enough to send out. Even so, Shangguan Yuni and Xiao Yin did not feel too ashamed. After all, the Emperor Star Martial Academy had been founded for only a little more than a year. It was only natural that its students' strength still lagged behind the prodigies of the 9 Forbidden Zones. Having Zhuxian as that extraordinary stroke of luck already delighted them. Moreover, this incident allowed the students of the Emperor Star Martial Academy to fully recognize the gap between themselves and the geniuses of the Beast Clan. Otherwise, they would spend all day ruling the roost within their own small circles, and in time, they would lose any desire to improve. That was also why Shangwan Yuni and Xiao Yin agreed to the Beast Clan's challenge. Of course, making the students realize the gap was only one reason. There were also other factors. All of you have already fought. Now it is my turn to have some fun. The prodigies from the Beast Clan's 9 Forbidden Zones had each already taken the stage. At that moment, the Beast Sacred Emperor decided to go up and enjoy herself. Naturally, the opponent she chose to fight was not a student of the Emperor Star Martial Academy. Rather, it was a teacher of the Emperor Star Martial Academy. The Beast Sacred Emperor flew onto the arena. Then she said to the martial venerables, "Come up and spar with me. I won't bully you. All you need to do is suppress your cultivation to the first rank of martial venerable." As her words fell, every martial venerable felt as if they had been slapped in the face. This woman, does she think she is Chu Feng? And she tells us to suppress our cultivation to first rank martial venerable. Hard to say. Since she dares to say such a thing, she must have some kind of backing. Moreover, her status in the Beast Clan must be extremely high. I have some knowledge of the languages of prehistoric civilizations. Just now I heard those ferocious beasts call her Sacred Emperor. Sacred Emperor is the title of the Beast Clan's leader in the records of prehistoric civilization ruins. For successive leaders of the Beast Clan, fighting above their level must have been as easy as eating and drinking. As one of them, she can certainly fight above her level as well. Whoever spars with her must not take her lightly. Otherwise, if she defeats you, it will be embarrassing. After a discussion, one of the martial venerables finally flew up onto the arena. His name was Huyin Bol, formerly a martial venerable of the Ice Snow Divine Temple. His cultivation was at the 5th rank of martial venerable. A 5th rank martial venerable suppressing his cultivation to 1st rank was certainly different from a 2nd rank martial venerable doing the same. A 5th rank martial venerable was bound to have some advantages. "I will fight you," Huyin Bol said with overbearing confidence. He was tall and burly, and his appearance gave people the feeling of one who inspires awe without anger. Coupled with the words he had just spoken, he truly looked like a martial arts grandmaster. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his world projection. Leading with his ultimate move was itself an acknowledgement of the Beast Sacred Emperor's strength. The world projection instantly enveloped the Beast Sacred Emperor. Unlike the human Chu Feng, she did not possess an innate secret art, such as anomaly suppression. Therefore, under the world projection, her strength was suppressed. However, she was not without a way to counter it. A martial emperor could not use world projection, but could use a domain. The Beast Sacred Emperor's domain was an extremely powerful time-space domain. Ordinary martial emperors had single-element domains or single-law domains. For example, the Golden Horn Colossus had his metal domain. If one wanted to use a multi-law domain, one had to comprehend more laws, and then fuse them together. The difficulty of comprehending and fusing a multi-element or multi-law domain was extremely great. Many martial venerables, and even martial immortals, might not succeed in fusing them. It was worth noting that a domain and a world projection were not mutually exclusive. It was not a matter of only one of the two being able to exist. Even while Huyin Bol was using his world projection, he could still use his own domain. Doing so, however, would easily divide his strength. If used simultaneously, neither the world projection nor the domain would reach its greatest power. It was better to use just one. The power would actually be greater that way. For ordinary martial venerables like them, the world projection was more powerful than a domain, so they usually used the world projection instead of a domain. As soon as the Beast Sacred Emperor's time-space domain appeared, it greatly offset the suppression that the world projection imposed on her strength. That influence was for her practically negligible. It is actually a fused elemental domain. As expected of the Beast Clan's leader, her talent is truly formidable. The suppressing force of Huyin Bol's world projection has weakened greatly. At this point, it all comes down to each side's own skill. In a battle at the same cultivation level, Huyin Bol can rank in the top 3 among us. At first rank martial venerable, he might not even lose to Chu Feng. What are you saying? Have the Beast Sacred Emperor and Chu Feng ever fought? What is the point of that analogy? The other martial venerables all watched the movements of the two combatants on the arena stage with rapt attention. If Huyin Bol could win, it would also give them a powerful boost of confidence. If Huyin Bol lost, then by watching the Beast Sacred Emperor's performance, now they would not go into their own matches completely blind with no understanding of her at all. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy did not necessarily guarantee victory in such cases, but at least one could lose with some dignity. Chu Feng was also watching the battle between the two sides. Although his beast body had fought against the Beast Sacred Emperor before, that was ancient history. The Beast Sacred Emperor's cultivation had now risen to the 9th rank of martial emperor, and her battle secret arts had certainly improved as well. If he still used his past understanding of her to fight her, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Therefore he now had to understand her current strength through her exchanges with the other martial venerables. It was not just them, the students of the Emperor Star Martial Academy were all watching this battle too. Laymen watch for the excitement, and experts watch for the craft. Some students with low cultivation basically only watch for the excitement. But those whose cultivation had reached the martial sovereign or martial emperor level could see more than the mere spectacle. They could perceive the deeper intricacies. Perhaps they might gain some insight from another's craft and thereby improve their own strength. On the arena, seeing that his world projection had not achieved the effect he wanted, Huyen Bol could not help feeling somewhat regretful. Regretful as he was, he would not allow that mood to affect his coming battle. Many factors influenced the outcome of a battle, and mental state was also very important. During a fight, even if one could not achieve the ideal of being neither elated by external things nor saddened by personal circumstances, one still had to try to restrain one's emotions and avoid great swings in mood. Sixth layer of the Frost Heaven Fist. Huyen Bol directly unleashed his strongest combat secret art, the sixth layer of the Frost Heaven Fist. He threw out 2 punches and 2 fist imprints like frost dragons swept toward the beast sacred emperor with unmatched momentum. From the moment he had stepped onto the arena, he had already decided on his strategy. In ordinary contests, he would first probe his opponent, then gradually reveal his full strength as the fight went on. This was also the habitual fighting style of most martial artists. But today he did not intend to do that. He would unleash his full strength from the very start, hoping to catch his opponent off guard. Otherwise, once she got used to his attack pattern, winning by then would be extremely difficult. The 2 frost dragons howled toward the beast sacred emperor. There was not the slightest panic on her face. She chose not to dodge. Arena battles had certain restrictions. If the venue were not confined, she believed that she could dodge the 2 frost dragons formed from true chi. But on the arena, if she dodged, her body might very well appear outside the light barrier, and in that case, she would lose according to the rules. Since she could not dodge, she could only withstand it head-on. The best defense is offense. Almost at the instant Huyen Bol attacked, the beast sacred emperor moved as well. If she waited until the frost dragons reached her before acting, the true chi would collide and explode with her extremely close to the center of the blast. In that case, the impact she suffered would be even greater. Therefore, she had to act quickly, striving to make the center of the true chi explosion closer to her opponent. Because Huyen Bol had attacked first, he had seized the initiative. Under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to launch later and arrive first. But do not forget her time-space domain. As the sacred emperor of the Beast clan, she was born with an affinity for the laws of time and space, just as the Golden Horn Colossus was born with an affinity for the law of metal. Although she could not yet teleport, she could still make her attack faster than Huyen Bol's. Then all I saw this. The beast sacred emperor swung her fair, delicate fist. True chi erupted. A black pillar of light and a white pillar of light surged out, advancing alternately faster and faster. Boom. The beast sacred emperor's black and white pillars of light collided with Huyen Bol's 2 frost dragons in the middle of the arena. A tremendous explosion rang out. A violent shockwave swept in both directions. Boom. Boom. The clothes of the 2 combatants snapped loudly in the shockwave. Huyen Bol's steps faltered, and he stumbled backward several paces. Fortunately, he was still some distance from the edge of the arena, otherwise by the rules he would have lost in a single round. As for the Beast Saint Emperor, her petite frame seemed to have become one with the arena. No matter how the shockwaves battered her, she stood as immovable as a mountain. A bad start. In this kind of battle with a confined arena, attacking by releasing true chi outward has its advantages, but its disadvantages are just as obvious. Especially when the 2 sides' true chi can erupt with roughly equal power, this style of fighting is not as good as close combat. Seeing the scene on the arena, Chu Feng said to himself, if Huyen Bol insisted on using this attacking style, then the one who ultimately lost would definitely be him. Chu Feng could see this, and so could the other martial venerables. But their understanding was of no use. The key was whether Huyen Bol could see it. As the saying goes, the spectator sees clearly while the player is lost. If Huyen Bol was lost, then this battle was basically settled as a certain loss. But the truth was Huyen Bol was not lost. In the end, he still lost. The Beast Saint Emperor could be called a 6-sided warrior. She had no weaknesses. Whether at long range or in close combat, she was stronger than Huyen Bol. The Beast Saint Emperor's formidable combat power made those martial venerables think twice before acting. Even Huyen Bol had lost, and most of them would likely be no match for her. Li Jinhua, we are counting on you. Li Jinhua, in a battle at the same cultivation level, you are the strongest of us all. If even you lose, then there is no point in the rest of us going up. If Huyen Bol could rank in the top 3 among them in a battle at the same cultivation level, then Li Jinhua was the undisputed first. Li Jinhua had once been a martial venerable of the Martial God Hall. He was also a nominal disciple of Yun Wuji. His status in the Martial God Hall was second only to Yun Wuji and Yi Lingyun. Even before Yun Wuji adopted Yi Lingyun, Li Jinhua had been the successor that Yun Wuji was grooming. Having been trained by the strongest expert of the human race, Li Jinhua was naturally extraordinarily powerful. In a battle at the same cultivation level, he was certainly no match for the Beast Saint Emperor. But if he fought her at the first grade martial venerable realm, whether he would win or lose was hard to say. Li Jinhua nodded to the other martial venerables. Rest assured, everyone. A martial venerable cannot be humiliated. Let me teach this Saint Emperor of the Beast race a lesson. As his voice faded, Li Jinhua's figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the arena. You don't mind if I use a weapon? Stepping onto the arena, Li Jinhua looked at the adorable little girl before him and said amiably, "Suit yourself." The Beast Saint Emperor said indifferently, "All right." Li Jinhua did not care about her tone either. He merely turned his wrist over. A long sword appeared in his hand. This sword was different from Yiling Yun's. Hers looked light and ethereal, while Li Jinhua's gave off a sense of heaviness. It somewhat resembled the black iron heavy sword left behind by the sword demon Duga Chobai in the Return of the Condor Heroes. A heavy sword has no edge, great skill seems clumsy. As soon as the heavy sword appeared, Li Jinhua dragged it along the ground and charged toward the Beast Saint Emperor. Screech. The tip of the sword scraped across the arena floor, making an ear-piercing sound. I created this move myself. Please have a taste. Li Jinhua spoke while running. In almost an instant he reached the Beast Saint Emperor's front. The heavy sword laden with immense momentum hacked down at her head. The Beast Saint Emperor frowned and immediately grew serious. When an expert makes a move, you know at once where he stands. She sensed a trace of danger from Li Jinhua's sword. The feeling was familiar, as if she had experienced it at some point. Her figure flashed away and she avoided the strike. Li Jinhua did not change the heavy sword's attack direction because she dodged. Instead, the sword spun 360 degrees in his hand, then hacked down at the Beast Saint Emperor once more. Quick of eye and nimble of hand, the Beast Saint Emperor suddenly struck out with a palm and hit the flat side of the heavy sword. The sword's downward path wavered slightly. Li Jinhua still did not adjust. He only accelerated. Gradually, the Beast Saint Emperor realized something was wrong. Li Jinhua's sword was getting faster and faster. At the same time, the power it carried was growing stronger and stronger. If the Beast Saint Emperor made one mistake, she would very likely be severely injured beneath the heavy sword. Li Jinhua. He is worthy of being Yun Wuji's disciple. As long as this move of his is not interrupted, he can keep accelerating again and again. When the speed reaches a certain point, its power can even allow him to fight above his rank. But he also has a limit that he can endure. If the sword's speed surpasses his endurance limit before he hits the opponent, he will instead suffer a tremendous backlash. Now the only question is whether the Beast Saint Emperor can dodge every strike before Li Jinhua reaches his limit. Watching the scene on the arena, Chu Feng silently evaluated. Li Jinhua is quite good at hiding his strength. When we fought last time, he never used this move at all. TSK. With your strength, are you even worthy of forcing him to use that move? Haha. Li Jinhua's advantage is huge now, and that Beast Saint Emperor can only keep dodging. But her reactions also have a limit. If she cannot dodge, this one move will be enough to gravely wound her. When that time really comes, I expect those old fogies from the 9 Forbidden Zones who came today will definitely make a move. If only we could kill the Saint Emperor of the Beast race. What are you thinking? If we kill the Beast Saint Emperor, the Beast race will surely start a war. Let them start a war. With the 3 Hall Masters here, do we need to fear them? Those martial venerables started out chatting, then gradually broke into an argument. Little did they know that their conversation had been heard perfectly clearly by the lords of the 9 Forbidden Zones. If the Beast Saint Emperor had not long ago instructed them not to stir up trouble, they would have long been unable to resist attacking the martial venerables. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly. These fellows truly had a talent for carrying a lantern into a latrine, courting death. On the arena, Li Jinhua's offensive became more and more ferocious. By this point, his entire body was shrouded in a fierce gale, which protected him like a shield. The Beast Saint Emperor found it difficult even to attack. In fact, she had already missed the chance to interrupt Li Jinhua's offensive. If at the start she had chosen to attack Li Jinhua instead of dodging, she would not have been forced into such a passive position now. Everyone's fighting style is different. Perhaps Li Jinhua had seen through the Beast Saint Emperor's fighting style and chosen this move for that very reason. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of sonic booms filled the air. Li Jinhua's heavy sword slashed down faster and faster. Suddenly, before the Beast Saint Emperor could dodge, her entire arm was severed by Li Jinhua's heavy sword. Golden blood immediately gushed from the severed stump of the Beast Saint Emperor's arm. Just as everyone thought her strength had greatly dropped, her arm miraculously grew back. The regrowth of a severed limb was not exactly a novelty, but growing out instantly without relying on the spring of life was something truly fresh. How is anyone supposed to fight this? One shake and her severed arm grows back. I'm afraid even splitting her in two would allow her to recover in an instant. The students of Dixing Martial Academy cried that there was no solution. Chu Feng, however, had a different view. He could not regrow a severed arm, but he could be resurrected from death. Energy neither appears out of thin air nor vanishes without a trace. The Beast Saint Emperor's severed limb had regrown, but her aura did not seem to change. Yet Chu Feng was certain that the Beast Saint Emperor's power had weakened slightly. It was just that the margin was so small that ordinary people could not see it. If her arm were cut off, another 8 or 10 times the weakening of her power would become perfectly obvious. But in the time it took to be stunned for a moment, Li Jinhua missed his chance to press the attack. And now the Beast Saint Emperor would not give Li Jinhua another chance to use the kind of attack he had just displayed. I have already tasted your move. Now taste mine. Heavenly Demon Absolute Kill. As her voice fell, waves of powerful true Qi surged out from the Beast Saint Emperor's tiny frame. The true Qi transformed into a ghastly face and shot toward Li Jinhua. The face was fast, incredibly fast. Before Li Jinhua could react, it was already right in front of him. Just as Li Jinhua was about to disperse the ghastly face with his heavy sword, it exploded. Rumble. The violent shockwave sent Li Jinhua flying off the arena. When Li Jinhua's figure left the light barrier, almost everyone present fell silent. What a pity! Chu Feng could not help sighing. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Standing on the platform in her small frame, the furious beast, Holy Emperor, gave the impression of an immovable mountain. Upon hearing her words, those martial venerables fell silent. Li Jinhua had already been defeated. There was no point in them stepping up. What a pity. If Chu Feng were a martial venerable, he could certainly defeat the furious beast, Holy Emperor. A martial venerable from the martial god hall cast a glance at Chu Feng and sighed. Other martial venerables, though some harbored resentment toward Chu Feng, could not deny his extraordinary talent and formidable strength. He had also achieved the remarkable feat of a martial emperor at the 9th rank, defeating a martial venerable at the 1st rank. Though the Lei Luochuan whom Chu Feng had defeated was considered the weakest among them, the fact that a martial emperor could overcome a martial venerable was in itself an extraordinarily difficult undertaking. Given that Chu Feng had managed this once he advanced to the level of a martial venerable, his strength would amplify 50-fold. With such a dramatic surge in power, they believed that no matter how formidable the furious beast Holy Emperor might be, Chu Feng would surely conquer her. Alas, Chu Feng was not yet a martial venerable, yet who declared that only a martial venerable could triumph over the furious beast Holy Emperor. Just as the assembly of martial venerables hesitated to engage in battle. How about I give it a try? A languid voice rang out. All eyes turned toward the sound as a figure emerged from the crowd, soaring forward. Teacher Chu. It is Teacher Chu. Teacher Chu vanquished the martial venerable teacher Lei last time. Perhaps he can defeat that human form ferocious beast as well. Go Teacher Chu. Teacher Chu, defeat her. Teacher Chu, you are the strongest. The students present witnessing Chu Feng step onto the battlefield erupted in cheers. They transformed into devoted fans, shouting wildly for Chu Feng. Before their astonished eyes, Chu Feng vanished and reappeared instantly upon the platform. Huh. The furious beast Holy Emperor beheld Chu Feng and burst into bell-like laughter as though she had heard the most amusing thing imaginable. Chu Feng showed no sign of anger, merely regarding the furious beast Holy Emperor and asking, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Upon hearing this, the furious beast Holy Emperor pointed at herself in utter astonishment, exclaiming, "Would I be afraid of you? Youngster, I was concerned I might kill you. Have you not witnessed that even a martial venerable of the 1st rank cannot stand against me, eh? You are merely a martial emperor at the 9th rank. Do you truly believe you are my equal?" Chu Feng smiled faintly and replied, "Only a 1st rank martial venerable. If you can defeat them, so can I. Without testing each other, how would we know who is truly stronger?" Hearing these words, the furious beast Holy Emperor studied Chu Feng with renewed seriousness. She then nodded and said, "Very well, very well, very well. Then I will grant you this opportunity. If I lose control and accidentally kill you, do not hold it against me." Chu Feng chuckled and replied, "Rest assured. If you truly have the capability to kill me, I shall depart this world without regret. Enough talk, let us fight." The furious beast Holy Emperor's eyes flashed with sharp intensity as she smiled and said, "Very well. This Holy Emperor shall grant your wish." As soon as the words left her lips, both figures moved simultaneously. While charging toward the furious beast, Holy Emperor Chu Feng also drew forth his Vajra demon-subduing staff. The furious beast Holy Emperor observed Chu Feng producing a staff, but she took no serious note of it. Regardless of her opponent, she never relied on weapons. For her body itself was the ultimate weapon. She swung her fists and smashed toward Chu Feng. This strike carried terrifying spiritual energy and oppressive pressure. Chu Feng hesitated not at all, swinging his Vajra demon-subduing staff to meet the attack. With a thunderous impact as fist and staff collided, Chu Feng felt a devastating force surge through the weapon and into his hands. Merely watching the furious beast Holy Emperor battle others does not fully convey the reality. Only through personal experience could one comprehend the true terror she represents. This little one, described as a human form ferocious beast, was nothing short of accurate. This power. Fortunately, Chu Feng possessed the ancient sacred body, or he simply could not have withstood it. Sensing the force transmitted through the staff, the furious beast Holy Emperor was equally astonished. Throughout her past battles, her opponents had always been at least one major realm or several minor realms above her cultivation level. Her fear of killing others was never pretense. It was her genuine conviction. She was fully aware of how terrifying her power truly was. Particularly when her cultivation remained below martial immortal level, she had absolutely no equal within her own cultivation realm. But today she was altering this deeply entrenched belief. It turned out that within this world there existed someone capable of confronting her at her level despite not yet reaching martial immortal cultivation. Someone who could clash directly against her without faltering. This realization filled her with both astonishment and delight. She was shocked by the sheer ferocity of his strength, yet thrilled that such an opponent would make this encounter truly worthwhile. Again, the furious beast Holy Emperor roared and launched another assault at Chu Feng, this time wielding power far more terrifying than before. She had activated her combat secret technique. Even during her earlier battles against the martial venerables, the furious beast Holy Emperor had employed the same technique. Her preliminary strike against Chu Feng had also been an expression of this combat art. However, her previous application had been moderate in power, lacking any exceptional strength. But this time her combat secret technique would unleash 5 times her normal power. Under these circumstances, the pressure Chu Feng faced would become extraordinarily immense. Chu Feng's expression grew grave. He drew a deep breath as his internal qi surged violently through his meridians. A golden radiance spread across the Vajra demon-subduing staff. Resounding thunder echoed through the air. An immense majestic aura radiated from Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng, gripping his Vajra demon-subduing staff, collided with brutal force against the furious beast Holy Emperor. Bang! 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 A continuous barrage of impacts reverberated across the entire platform. The furious beast Holy Emperor's attacks grew ever more ferocious, yet Chu Feng maintained his defense without yielding. At that moment, neither fighter held the upper hand. With each exchange, the furious beast Holy Emperor grew increasingly excited, her spirit qi flowing as though inexhaustible. But with the blessing of his inner world, Chu Feng had never feared anyone in matters of endurance. Boom! Another collision echoed through the arena. The furious beast Holy Emperor staggered backward 3 or 4 steps. Chu Feng was similarly driven back 3 or 4 steps by the force. A hint of joy appeared on Chu Feng's face. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten all about his mission. He only wished to engage in a thorough and exhilarating battle with the furious beast Holy Emperor. To encounter an opponent matching one's own strength in this lifetime is undoubtedly a cause for great joy. Chu Feng tightened his grip on the Vajra demon-subduing staff and charged once more toward the furious beast Holy Emperor. The furious beast Holy Emperor raised her fist again and delivered another devastating strike. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted outward from the point of impact. Yet Chu Feng showed no sign of halting his advance. He seemed entirely tireless, relentlessly pressing his assault against the furious beast Holy Emperor. The furious beast Holy Emperor also sensed the intensity of Chu Feng's fighting spirit. Her eyes blazed with excitement. There was a palpable sense of mutual respect and kindred spirits between them. Spatial temporal domain manifest. Having fought to this juncture, the furious beast Holy Emperor finally unleashed her spatial temporal domain. A smile tugged at the corners of Chu Feng's mouth. He had originally intended to continue fighting for longer before deploying his own domain. After all, it had been quite some time since he had experienced such a satisfying battle. But since the furious beast Holy Emperor was now activating her domain, he would have to resolve this conflict more swiftly. Innate secret technique, phenomenon suppression. A force erupted from Chu Feng's body, transforming into a golden radiance that surged straight into the furious beast Holy Emperor's spatial temporal domain. The domain, which had nearly enveloped Chu Feng, instantly dissolved and vanished. The furious beast Holy Emperor's face paled with shock. Clearly this was the first time she had encountered such a phenomenon. What is happening? That power. It actually destroyed my spatial temporal domain. Moreover, I can no longer manifest my spatial temporal domain. What kind of monster is this guy? The furious beast Holy Emperor was utterly staggered at the sight. Let me show you my gold domain. Chu Feng immediately deployed his 9th level gold domain. In an instant, the entire platform became saturated with his domain. Do you think you can defeat me by suppressing me with a domain? Impossible. The furious beast Holy Emperor cried out in fury. Yet, honestly, her anger only made her appear adorable. Chu Feng smiled and said, "We shall see whether it is possible or not." Heavenly Battle of Combat. Wandering Dragon 7 kills. Chu Feng first activated the Heavenly Battle of Combat technique to amplify his strength. Then he unleashed the 6th layer of the Wandering Dragon 7 kills technique. Enhanced by the Heavenly Battle of Combat, the Wandering Dragon 7 kills executed with the Vajra demon-subduing staff possessed utterly terrifying power. A golden dragon surged from the Vajra demon-subduing staff, spiraling upward with a draconic roar, its claws extended and fierce momentum radiating outward. It charged directly toward the furious beast Holy Emperor. Shatter. The furious beast Holy Emperor let out a furious roar and thrust her fist forward. The shadow of her fist resembled a mountain carrying terrifying force. The two collided with devastating impact, producing a thunderous explosion. However, the furious beast Holy Emperor's fist shadow shattered in less than a second. A look of utter shock appeared on her face. How is this possible? The golden dragon shattered through the furious beast Holy Emperor's fist shadow and struck her chest directly. Impact. A dull thud echoed through the arena. Under the force of that strike, the furious beast Holy Emperor was sent flying backward through the air. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewarding 5 million lottery points. and 1 clone incubation acceleration card. Just then a system prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. A surge of joy welled up in his heart, and Chu Feng immediately used the clone incubation acceleration card. With this, the second clone would only require 10 years to successfully incubate. Teacher Chu is incredibly powerful. Teacher Chu, you will be my role model from now on. When the fierce beast's sacred emperor form passed through the light screen, it signaled that Chu Feng had won the battle. The students present erupted into cheers and applause for Chu Feng. Other instructors at the martial venerable level could not help but express their astonishment. As for the 2 lords of the divine temples, though they showed little outward change in expression, their hearts were deeply shaken. They naturally understood the sacred emperor's true strength. In fact, they had never imagined that someone at the same cultivation level could possibly defeat the sacred emperor of fierce beasts. At the very least, they knew they themselves certainly could not have done it. Even Yun Wuji they felt would not be the sacred emperor's match under equal cultivation conditions. But today Chu Feng had taught them a lesson. On the path of martial arts, there is always another heaven beyond heaven and another person beyond talent. Meanwhile, after the sacred emperor of fierce beasts was blasted outside the light screen, she quickly stabilized her form and landed steadily. At the moment of landing, the sacred emperor of fierce beasts' gaze immediately turned toward Chu Feng, concealing no appreciation in her eyes. This fellow truly possesses considerable strength. He carries the demeanor of the master from back then. If he helps me with what I intend to do, the probability of success will be very high. Although the sacred emperor of fierce beasts believed that in a life and death battle, she would certainly win, this did not prevent her from genuinely appreciating Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng was still very young and could absolutely be properly nurtured. A child's character foreshadows the adult. With such strength already displayed at this age, what might proper cultivation achieve? Chu Feng, are you interested in venturing into a broader world with me? Although the Emperor's Star's vast times have changed and it no longer possesses the glory of days past, staying on the Emperor's Star all along will limit your growth. The sacred emperor of fierce beasts contemplated for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. He then shook his head and said, I have no interest. I'm quite content right here. Chu Feng already had plans for his future. In the short term, he certainly could not follow the sacred emperor of fierce beasts to another place. In truth, his fierce beast clone had already infiltrated the ranks of the fierce beasts themselves. Moreover, the sacred emperor of fierce beasts held his clone in high regard. If the sacred emperor were to go to the sacred beast star, she would most likely take his beast clone along. Therefore, his human form had no need to continue associating with the sacred emperor of fierce beasts. Very well, since you are unwilling, I shall not force you. Whenever you change your mind, contact me at any time through them. The sacred emperor of fierce beasts felt somewhat regretful, but did not insist. She gestured toward the 9 lords of the forbidden zones behind her. Chu Feng nodded and said nothing more. Then the sacred emperor of fierce beasts departed together with her followers and the 2 lords of the divine temples. They had matters to discuss. Once they left, Chu Feng also departed. While the sacred emperor of fierce beasts and the 2 divine temple lords discussed their affairs, Chu Feng's beast clone merely waited outside. Therefore, he had no idea what exactly was discussed between them. However, none of this mattered to him. As long as he continued to follow the sacred emperor of fierce beasts, everything would be fine. The human Chu Feng returned to his private martial arts training hall. He then directly entered the lottery interface. 5 million lottery points. How could he not make full use of them? The D-grade and E-grade metals needed for my main body's cultivation were basically sufficient from last time. Judging from the items obtained in the last 4th-tier lottery, the ceiling seems to be around the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. How about trying a 5th-tier lottery this time? Chu Feng pondered for a moment and decided to attempt the higher-tier 5th-tier lottery. A full commitment on the 5th-tier draw. After issuing the command to the system, 5 million lottery points were instantly deducted. At the same time on the lottery wheel, the crimson pointer began spinning rapidly. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for participating. Congratulations to the host for drawing the 3rd layer of the Azura Secret Manual. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Wind God Battle Armor. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for participating. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thank you for participating. Let me check. Azura Secret Manual 3rd layer, an exclusive power enhancement technique for the Golden Horned Beast. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, it can increase physical strength to 8 times the original. Wind God Battle Armor, a martial venerable grade battle armor capable of negating material and mental attacks below the martial venerable realm. When Chu Feng heard the introduction to the Azura Secret Manual, his heart naturally filled with joy. This joy was more akin to a knowing smile. It was not overwhelmingly intense. But upon hearing about the Wind God Battle Armor, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Despite being merely a martial venerable grade battle armor, its effects were exceptionally powerful. With this armor, Chu Feng, whose combat power was already comparable to a 3rd rank martial venerable, could remain undefeated even against those at the 7th rank of martial venerable. Because the Wind God Battle Armor could weaken attacks reaching the martial venerable intensity to merely 1/10,000th of their original strength. However, the Wind God Battle Armor did have a damage threshold limit. If an attack reached the level of a martial immortal, the wind god battle armor would lose its effectiveness. But during the martial venerable stage, it was definitely more than sufficient. Chu Feng took out the wind god battle armor and directly bonded with it. Upon successful bonding, Chu Feng moved his will. The wind god battle armor instantly enveloped his entire body. The coverage percentage of the wind god battle armor could be controlled, adjustable freely from 1% to 100%. After the lottery concluded, Chu Feng examined the wind god battle armor. Then he resumed cultivating the secret technique given to him by Dizong. The first layer was almost complete. This speed surprised even Dizong. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's golden horned beast clone had already returned to the dark forest together with the lord of the dark forest. The sacred emperor of fierce beasts had not returned to the dark forest. She had something she needed to accomplish. This matter remained unknown to Chu Feng, given his current status among the fierce beast clan. But the sacred emperor of fierce beasts had said that after completing her task, she would bring Chu Feng back to the sacred beast star. Chu Feng had no idea how long the sacred emperor's task would take. Therefore, regarding the matter of hunting the dark evil dragon, it needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Perhaps lacking the breakthrough pill, the dark evil dragon's current cultivation remained at the 9th rank of martial emperor. Given Chu Feng's current strength, eliminating it would be far too simple. Whether disguising himself as another fierce beast or directly taking the form of the white ape, Chu Feng was confident he could continue staying in the dark forest. Senior brother, can you do me a favor? Chu Feng found Chi Wekong. What favor? As long as I can help, I will. The Chiwa lineage currently depended on Chu Feng. For Chu Feng's request, it would naturally do its utmost to satisfy him. Help me lure the dark evil dragon out. Chu Feng said. Why are you looking for that fellow? Did it offend you? Chi Wekong couldn't help asking. Chu Feng's expression changed, and he said coldly, that bastard killed my parents. Seeing Chu Feng's expression, Chi Wekong immediately agreed. Your parents are my parents' junior brother. Rest assured, junior brother, leave this to me. However, that fellow's master holds a high position in our dark forest. If junior brother wants to kill that fellow, you must be quick. Otherwise, if we're discovered, it may well trigger a great war between our two lineages. Beasts below the martial emperor realm were not regarded as their own kin by these creatures. Therefore, when he heard that the dark evil dragon had killed Chu Feng's parents, Chi Wekong never questioned the truth of this matter, because such things were all too common. Not to mention the dark evil dragon, Chi Wekong himself had killed many beasts below the martial emperor realm. Chu Feng knew precisely that this reason was the least likely to be debunked. That was why he made such a statement. The next day, Chu Feng and Chi Wekong left the territory of the Chiwa lineage together. He himself arrived at the outer domain. Chi Wekong meanwhile went to the territory of the dark lineage to lure out the dark evil dragon. Killing the dark evil dragon within the inner domain would be detected by the monitoring devices inside the barrier. Killing it in the outer domain removed that concern. Chu Feng had not waited long in the outer domain before the dark evil dragon appeared alongside Chi Wekong. Without another word, Chu Feng launched straight into battle. Chi Wekong stood by and watched, ready to prevent the dark evil dragon from fleeing. However, under Chu Feng's assault, how could the dark evil dragon have any chance to escape? In short order, it was finished off by Chu Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 1 million draw points. At the same time, the system notification sound rang out. The death of the dark evil dragon caused quite a stir, and Chi Wekong, who had lured the dragon out, adamantly insisted that it had nothing to do with him. Without evidence, the beasts of the dark lineage could do nothing to Chi Wekong or Chu Feng. In the end, the matter had to be dropped. The vengeance that needed to be exacted had been exacted. In the following period, Chu Feng had plenty to keep him busy. His beast body continued to lurk in the dark forest. While the beast Saint Emperor had not yet returned, he cultivated the true self, heaven and earth here. Meanwhile, his human avatar continued to cultivate the space-time leap. Time flew by, and soon 5 years had passed. Dark forest. Inside a secret chamber in the inheritance hall, Chu Feng, disguised as a white ape, suddenly opened his eyes. The first layer of true self, heaven and earth, had been successfully cultivated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, obtaining 10 million draw points, and an immortal breaking pill. At the same time, the system notification sounded. With 10 million draw points credited to his account, Chu Feng couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. He opened his personal attribute panel. Host Chu Feng. Identity: Golden Horned Giant Beast. Talent: Secret Arts, Clone Enhancement, Devour, Disguise. Cultivation: Martial Emperor, 9th grade. Draw points: 1100081. With 11 million draw points, Chu Feng, without much thought, directly entered the draw page. There were still more than 3 years before the 10-year anniversary of the Imperial Star Martial Academy. Chu Feng could hardly wait for the 50 million. No, it should be 60 million draw points to arrive. Given Chu Feng's training of Zhuxian and the others, the first place in the final graduation competition would undoubtedly be among the students he had taught. Add to that the 50 million draw points he could earn by serving as the inspector of the Imperial Star Martial Academy for 10 years. Wasn't that 60 million draw points? 60 million and 70 million weren't much different anyway, so he might as well use these draw points now. If he could draw some secret art, he could just cultivate it in the coming period. Still the same rule, level 5 draw all in. As Chu Feng issued the command, 11 million draw points were deducted in an instant. At the same time, the scarlet pointer on the lottery wheel began spinning at high speed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing. Thanks for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the third layer of Battle Heaven. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing an E-class spaceship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a world ring. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Heaven-Earth Cage upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Martial Venerable Grade Fire Source Energy Crystal. Among the 11 level 5 draws, 6 were thanks for your patronage. But the rewards he did obtain were still extremely impressive. View. Battle Heaven third layer, a human combat secret art. After cultivating the third layer, once activated, it can instantly increase one's strength 7-fold. E-class spaceship, a spacecraft used for interstellar navigation. Equipped with an E-class star cannon, E-class star shield. World Ring. The ring contains a small world capable of storing both inanimate objects and living creatures. Heaven-Earth Cage upgrade card. Upon use, it can upgrade a Martial Emperor level Heaven-Earth Cage into a Martial Venerable level formation. Once activated, it can set up a barrier over any chosen area within a range not exceeding 1,000 kilometers. As long as the attack strength does not reach the Martial Immortal level, the barrier cannot be broken. Once the barrier is breached, the formation will automatically destroy itself. Martial Venerable Grade Fire Source Energy Crystal can serve as the energy source for an E-class spaceship or be detonated as an explosive. Once detonated, it could kill an ordinary 9th grade Martial Venerable E-class spaceship. World Ring. Chu Feng was very interested in both of these items. After using the Heaven-Earth Cage upgrade card, Chu Feng then had the World Ring recognize him as its master. After the binding succeeded, Chu Feng placed the E-class spaceship into the World Ring. The E-class spaceship was of little use on the current Blue Star. But once he left Blue Star, having a spaceship would make traveling a bit more convenient. Even though Chu Feng had managed to master teleportation at the 9th grade Martial Emperor level, teleportation was fine for escaping danger, but for long-distance travel, it wasn't suitable. When he broke through to Martial Immortal, or even Martial God, then using teleportation for travel would be more appropriate. After all, a single teleport consumed a great deal of true chi. It wasn't like battle where true chi was consumed bit by bit. With replenishment from his inner world and his own recovery, he could hold out for a very long time. Teleportation consumed a large amount of one's true chi at once, and replenishing true chi took time. With Chu Feng's cultivation at the 9th grade Martial Emperor realm, he would probably exhaust his true chi after 10 or 20 teleports. Therefore, for traveling, it was more convenient to use a spaceship. Of course, once his cultivation rose to Martial Immortal or even Martial God, at that time the true chi consumed by teleportation would pale in comparison to his total true chi reserves. With a spaceship in hand, Chu Feng's desire to leave Blue Star and venture into the starry sky grew even stronger. 3 years. In just over 3 years, once I get 60 million draw points, I'll be leaving launching. Starry sky. In his previous life, Chu Feng had loved looking up at the starry sky ever since he was a child. He had always been full of curiosity about the stars. In that life, he lacked the ability to see the beauty of the starry sky. Now, however, things were different. He already had that ability. 3 years. Not long at all, especially for a martial artist. 3 years quickly passed. Inside the martial arts training hall, Chu Feng looked at the 10 students before him and said seriously, the graduation competition is 7 days away. To make sure you remain in fighting condition, I suggest you spend these 7 days on the wilderness battlefield. Go. Chu Feng was about to say something more, but a disturbance in his inner world made him cut his words short. The 10 students respectfully acknowledged the order and then set off for the wilderness battlefield. They always carried out Chu Feng's instructions without compromise. They cherished the fact that they were his students. After all, at Dixing Martial Academy, martial artists who wanted to become his students made up nearly 90% of the total student body. As soon as the students left, Chu Feng immediately returned to his training hall. What's more, he used teleportation. One could tell how anxious he was. In truth, he had only learned teleportation a few days ago. Since mastering it, this was only the second time he had used it. After returning to his training hall, Chu Feng entered the World Ring at once. To be precise, it was the inner world within the World Ring. For safety, he had placed his origin core inside the World Ring. That way, even if his body were destroyed at the same time, his origin core would remain unharmed. In the inner world, on that vast golden continent enveloped by golden mist, standing on the ground, Chu Feng's human body was gazing up at the sky, his eyes fixed on the oval golden egg hanging in the air. It's almost time. Golden mist surrounded a continent forged entirely of metal. Above the continent, an oval egg floated there. Crack, crack. Cracks gradually spread over the eggshell. When a fishtail thrust out from within, the eggshell finally shattered. A small purple gold fish with a round head appeared before Chu Feng. After absorbing the energy of the inner world, this purple gold fish grew larger and larger. Its cultivation also grew higher and higher. In just a few moments, it grew from the 1st rank of Martial Emperor to the 9th rank of Martial Emperor. View the Kuenping Avatar's status page. Host Chu Feng. Identity Kuen can transform into Peng form. Innate Secret Art Xiaoyaoyu. Cultivation Martial Emperor 9th rank. Draw points 81. View Innate Secret Art. Xiaoyaoyu ignores all restrictions. No barrier formation domain or anything else can trap a Kunping. Damn, it ignores all restrictions. Although it had only one innate secret art, that alone was enough to leave Chu Feng overjoyed. First, this innate secret art contained the Primordial Saint Body's ability to suppress extraordinary phenomena. But this innate secret art was even more powerful than that ability. With this innate secret art, there was no place in the universe that Chu Feng could not go. For some reason, the words grave robbing involuntarily came to Chu Feng's mind. This might have something to do with the novels he had read. In those novels, the tombs of powerhouses were filled with all kinds of restrictions. They were designed to deal with ill-intentioned grave robbers. But with this innate secret art, the tombs of those powerhouses would become Chu Feng's private backyard. He could enter whenever he wanted. Jackpot! Jackpot! Chu Feng was overjoyed. Let the Kunping avatar cultivate the Hunyuan scripture in the inner world first. Oh right, I almost forgot to test whether the flame marrow crystal has any effect. Chu Feng took out the flame marrow crystal and began absorbing it with his Kunping body. Unfortunately, because the Kunping's initial life form genetic level was too high, the flame marrow crystal had no effect. However, Chu Feng had long anticipated this result. Having mentally prepared himself, he was not too upset, even though he failed. He could not absorb the flame marrow crystal, but he could still cultivate the Hunyuan scripture. Having cultivated the Hunyuan scripture twice before, it would be much easier for the Kunping avatar to cultivate it again. The Kunping avatar thus focused on cultivating the Hunyuan scripture in the inner world. Chu Feng's human avatar left the inner world and returned to the martial arts training hall. 7 days passed quickly. Today was the graduation competition for Zhuxian Martial Academy's students. The results of the competition concerned not only the teachers' rewards, but also the students themselves. If a student made the top 3 in the competition, he would be sent to Xingqiu Star for cultivation. After all, there were martial god-level powerhouses on Xingqiu Star. Moreover, Xingqiu Star's system for nurturing powerhouses was certainly stronger than what humanity currently had on launching. Training on Xingqiu Star would naturally be better than training on launching. This reward had been negotiated last time between the Holy Emperor of Ferocious Beasts and the masters of the 2 great temples. Of course, nothing came for free. Since Xingqiu Star was willing to nurture humans, humanity naturally had to pay some price. That price was that from now on, the prehistoric civilization ruins on launching would be jointly developed by humanity and the ferocious beast race. Chu Feng was unaware of this. Even if he were aware, his current strength could not change anything. In truth, there was no other choice. According to the news from Xingqiu Star, Yin Wuji's current circumstances were not good. In fact, they could be described as quite bad. Otherwise, the masters of the 2 great temples would never have agreed to the Holy Emperor of Ferocious Beasts' request. As for the students who placed 4th to 10th, they could remain in the academy to cultivate, unless they chose to leave on their own or had already broken through to Martial Venerable. Those ranked below 10th would have to leave Zhuxian Martial Academy. But after leaving Zhuxian Martial Academy, it was not impossible for them to come back. To return, they would do as they had the first time. They only needed to go through the same procedures again. If these people still failed to make the top 10 in the next graduation competition, then they would never have another chance to enter Zhuxian Martial Academy as students. At 9 in the morning, at Zhuxian Plaza, all the teachers and students had gathered. In the center of Zhuxian Plaza stood 2 fighting platforms. Martial Sovereign ranked and Martial Emperor ranked competitors fought on one platform. During the matches, their cultivation was all at the first rank of Martial Sovereign. Martial artists below Martial Sovereign level competed on the other platform. Over the years, aside from those who died on the wilderness battlefield, the students of Zhuxian Martial Academy were at least at the Martial Marquis level. Therefore, the other platform hosted Martial Marquis and Martial King ranks. Each victory earned 2 points. If a match lasted more than a day without a result, both sides earned 1 point. The loser earned no points. In the end, rankings were determined by the number of points. Students instructed by the same teacher were also ranked according to their average score. Based on that ranking, the corresponding teachers received rewards. After the rules were announced, the competition officially began. This competition lasted 3 days in total. In the end, Zhou Chun and Qilian Xing, taught by Chu Feng, took the top 2 spots in the scoring rankings. At the same time, the average score of Chu Feng students also ranked first. After the results were announced, Chu Feng not only received the reward from the Martial Arts Academy, but also the completion bonus from the system, 1 million lottery points. Chu Feng did not immediately use these 10 million lottery points. He planned to wait until midnight. After 12 o'clock tonight, another 50 million lottery points would be credited to his account. That was the reward for completing his mission as an Inspector General. This was by far the easiest reward he had ever obtained. In 10 years, Chu Feng had only exercised his Inspector General authority no more than 5 times. To be precise, 3 times. Each time, it was those martial venerables who wanted their descendants admitted. Moreover, those martial venerables were not on the level of Lei Luochuan. Each one was at least a 5th rank martial venerable. These martial venerables were even willing to trade hundreds of billions of contribution points for a single quota. But all of them were refused by Chu Feng. Not only did he refuse them, but he also exposed these matters publicly. He did not care at all about offending these martial venerables. Not only were these martial venerables too cowardly to do anything to him, but even if they actually attacked, Chu Feng was confident he could walk away unscathed. After the grand competition, Chu Feng and the 10 martial artists he mentored shared a farewell meal. Regardless of how many of them stayed at the academy, Chu Feng would no longer serve as a teacher at Zhuxian Martial Academy. After the farewell dinner, Chu Feng returned to his own training hall. Once past midnight, the system notification sounded promptly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have earned 50 million lottery points. As soon as the 50 million lottery points were credited, Chu Feng immediately accessed the lottery page. Through numerous lottery draws, Chu Feng had gradually summarized some patterns. Some rewards could only be drawn once, while others could be drawn multiple times. Fire source energy crystals, metals, and breakthrough pills could all be obtained repeatedly. During his last 5th level lottery draw, he had received a Martial Venerable Grade Fire Source Energy Crystal. A Martial Venerable Grade Fire Source Energy Crystal could serve as the energy source for a Class E spaceship. This item still needed to be stockpiled. Therefore, Chu Feng decided to use half of his 60 million lottery points for 5th level draws. With the remaining 30 million lottery points, Chu Feng wanted to try a 6th level draw. Perhaps he might obtain an incredibly powerful treasure. Lottery draws were all about the thrill. Of course, he couldn't care only about the heart-pounding excitement. After making his decision, Chu Feng issued an instruction to the system. 35th level lottery draws, let's go. As 30 million lottery points were deducted, the crimson pointer on the lottery wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew. Thanks for your participation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew a Martial Venerable Grade Fire Source Energy Crystal. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew the technique, Xiaoyao Ju. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew the Heaven and Earth Divine Flame, Imperial Flame. Ding. Congratulations, host, you drew the secret art Yuping Huaxian First Layer. Out of 35th level lottery draws, half were, thanks for your participation. He obtained 12 Martial Venerable Grade Fire Source Energy Crystals. The remaining 3 items were Xiaoyao Ju Yuping Huaxian First Layer and the Heaven and Earth Divine Flame, Imperial Flame. Review. Xiaoyao Ju, a cultivation technique exclusively belonging to the Kunping. Yuping Huaxian First Layer, an exclusive power-amplifying secret art of the Kunping. Upon successfully cultivating the first layer after deployment, your strength can be increased to 8 times its original value. Imperial Flame, a Heaven and Earth Divine Flame that has gained sentience. One can increase their cultivation and power by devouring other Heaven and Earth Divine Flames. After learning the details of these rewards, golden light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he appeared extremely excited. Among them, what excited Chu Feng the most was the Heaven and Earth Divine Flame, Imperial Flame. There are 2 ways to utilize Imperial Flame. One is to merge with it, just as Xiao Yan merged with the Heaven and Earth Divine Flame. The first consideration is that it is relatively dangerous. However, such danger meant little to Chu Feng, because he had countless chances to make mistakes and try again. Another aspect is that Imperial Flame would lose its ability to devour other Heaven and Earth Divine Flames. The power of Imperial Flame would be tied to Chu Feng's cultivation level. The stronger Chu Feng's cultivation, the more powerful Imperial Flame would become. The second method was to nurture Imperial Flame like a pet. Since Imperial Flame had gained sentience, he could enslave its soul and command it at will. In this way, as long as there were sufficient Heaven and Earth Divine Flames for it to devour, Imperial Flame's strength could entirely surpass Chu Feng's own. Even when Chu Feng was only a Martial Venerable, Imperial Flame could grow to the level of a Martial Immortal. After some consideration, Chu Feng ultimately decided to enslave Imperial Flame. Imperial Flame's current soul strength was merely at the Martial Emperor level. With Chu Feng's soul strength, he could definitely use soul secret arts to enslave it. Soul secret arts were already contained within the inheritance memories of the Golden Horned Beast, although the secret art in those inheritance memories could enslave at most 1 life form. It was more than enough. After spending 3 days successfully cultivating the soul secret art, Chu Feng immediately took out Imperial Flame and proceeded to enslave it. With Imperial Flame's Martial Emperor level soul strength, how could it possibly resist Chu Feng's enslavement? Soon the enslavement was successful. After completing the enslavement, Chu Feng stored Imperial Flame within his world ring. At present, Imperial Flame's strength was still too weak. Once he collected some Heaven and Earth Divine Flames for it to devour and raised its cultivation beyond Chu Feng's own, that would be the time for it to show its worth. After finishing these matters, Chu Feng sought out Yiling Yun. His purpose was simple. He was going to resign. Since he had successfully cultivated teleportation, it was time to depart for Xingqiu Star. Using Xingqiu Star as a stepping stone to reach the place with the time-accelerated space. Upon learning that Chu Feng was heading to Xingqiu Star, Yiling Yun said only one thing. She was going to. You're also going to Xingqiu Star. What do you plan to do there? When he heard that Yiling Yun was also going, Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. To find my master. To avenge my master. A resolute expression flashed across Yiling Yun's eyes as she said, Avenge your master. Is there anyone on Blue Star who could match your master? Wait. Isn't your master no longer on Blue Star? Chu Feng suddenly realized that Yun Wuji might very well not be on Blue Star anymore. With Yun Wuji's strength, there was simply no existence on Blue Star who could be his match. If not on Blue Star, then it could only be on another planet. It could be Xingqiu Star, or perhaps another planet entirely. After chatting with you last time, my master left Blue Star and headed to Xingqiu Star. But not long after, I received news that my master was trapped. A short while ago, my master sent word that his cultivation was crippled. He is currently on Xingqiu Star. Since the top 3 from the Martial Academy competition get to train on Xingqiu Star, I'm going with them. After bringing my master back to Blue Star, I plan to stay there and cultivate hard to avenge him. Yun said. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering the mission. Avenge Yun Wuji. Mission description: kill the existence that crippled Yun Wuji's cultivation within 10,000 years. Mission reward: the 3rd layer of Hunyuan's secret manual, 100 million lottery points. Mission penalty: none. Hunyuan's secret manual 3rd layer: only those who have successfully cultivated the first 3 layers may proceed to the 3rd layer. Upon successfully cultivating the 3rd layer, your life gene can be further enhanced by 5 times beyond the 2nd layer. Just at this moment, the system notification sound rang out in Chu Feng's mind. Upon hearing that the reward was the 3rd layer of the Hunyuan's secret manual, Chu Feng did not hesitate for a moment and accepted the mission. Without a second thought, he accepted the mission. Whether it was the 100 million lottery points or the 3rd layer of the Hunyuan secret manual, both could greatly enhance Chu Feng's strength. Therefore, this mission had to be completed. However, he still did not know who had harmed Yun Wuji to such an extent. As the most powerful existence among the human race on Blue Star, Yun Wuji's cultivation had reached a breathtaking level. He was at the peak of the martial immortal realm, and teleportation was trivial for him. Such a presence would be nearly untouchable even on Xingqiu Star. Even if Yun Wuji could not match that expert, he should have been able to flee. Chu Feng thought in surprise. But then he reconsidered. The one who had crippled Yun Wuji's cultivation was likely not from Xingqiu Star. Or perhaps the ferocious beasts on Xingqiu Star were not united as one. Unable to figure it out, Chu Feng asked Yun, Xingqiu Star. Did a powerhouse from Xingqiu Star do this? Yun shook her head. No. He is a powerhouse that neither you nor I can afford to offend. That person's cultivation has already reached the peak of martial god. Moreover, his identity is quite complicated. He is a teacher at Xingkong Xingyuan. Yun clearly regarded Chu Feng as one of her own and kept nothing hidden from him. Hiss. Chu Feng drew in a sharp breath. A martial god-level expert after all. Such a presence could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. However, he felt only some shock, but no fear. Rather, he grew even more exhilarated. So what if it was the peak of martial god? Ever since Chu Feng became the inheritor of the prehistoric civilization, he was destined to one day oppose the Xingkong Jizu. The peak of martial god, though powerful, was merely an ant before the Xingkong Jizu. But just then Dizang exclaimed in surprise, Xingkong Xingyuan. Hearing Dizang's shock, Chu Feng finally turned his attention to Xingkong Xingyuan. He immediately asked, Dizang, is Xingkong Xingyuan that formidable? Dizang spoke slowly, simply a few 100 million times stronger than your Imperial Star Martial Academy. Chu Feng's lips twitched. A few 100 million times stronger. Indeed, formidable. Xingkong Xingyuan has 9 main campuses, each situated on a primary planet of a Type 8 human civilization. The dean of each campus is a presence at the level of the Xingkong Jizu. Xingkong Xingyuan possesses supreme techniques and secret methods, and every human in the universe who knows of it desires to become a part of it. Xingkong Xingyuan also maintains the Xingkong Bang, a ranking that records the top 100 rising stars among the younger generation of the human race across the universe. For all humans in the universe, joining Xingkong Xingyuan is the greatest honor. Only by joining Xingkong Xingyuan can one have the opportunity to enter the 18 refinement domains. 18 refinement domains. What exactly is that place? Chu Feng asked curiously. Beyond the 18 refinement domains lies the legendary Hell-tier cultivation realm passed down from ancient times. Within reside techniques and secret methods of ancient powerhouses, as well as various divine weapons and lethal blades. It is said that even treasures capable of breaking through to the Xingkong Jizu exist within. Through countless years, none who entered were not peerless geniuses, yet very few ever returned. Whether there truly are treasures to break through to the Xingkong Jizu, no one dares to confirm. But one thing is certain. To this day, all humans at the Martial Saint realm have stepped into those domains. Even the Star Lord of our Dixing civilization entered it back in the day. Finally, Dizang dropped another bombshell. Chu Feng, do you still remember that place with time acceleration I told you about? That is Xingkong Xingyuan. Hearing this, Chu Feng was profoundly shocked and overjoyed. His blood was already boiling, an endless desire welling up within his heart to explore further. Whether for taking revenge on Yun Wuji or for acquiring more resources for himself, this Xingkong Xingyuan had to be joined. Dizang, do you know the location of Xingkong Xingyuan? Of course I do. Once you leave Xingqiu Star, I will give you the coordinates of the nearest Xingkong Xingyuan to Xingqiu Star. At that time, you can simply input the coordinates into your Class E spaceship. Let the spaceship take you there. Dizang already knew about Chu Feng's spaceship. He had always been curious about where Chu Feng had obtained it. As for this matter, Chu Feng offered no explanation. He simply brushed it off, saying, everyone has their own secrets. Yi Lingyun, since you are also going to Xingqiu Star, let us go together. It would be better to look out for each other along the way. While digesting the news Di Zong had shared, Chu Feng said this to Yi Lingyun. On the surface, that was one reason, but there was another matter. Chu Feng also wanted to meet Yin Wuji. Some people, even after meeting, but once are hard to forget. Yin Wuji was clearly such a person. Chu Feng still harbored deep gratitude and reverence toward him. Besides, 2 of his own students were also traveling to Xingqiu Star this time. Hearts are made of flesh, and Chu Feng did have affection for his students. Traveling together to Xingqiu Star would also allow them more time together. Yi Lingyun nodded and did not refuse. Some matters remain beyond one's control. Chu Feng had originally thought his ferocious beast physique would enter Xingqiu Star before his human body. Yet, the ferocious beast Holy Emperor still had not appeared. The golden horn beast physique could only continue disguising as a white ape cultivating within the dark forest. In truth, it did not matter where one cultivated. Once Chu Feng arrived at Xingqiu Star, as long as he wished, the golden horn beast body could also come through the inner world together. The next day, Chu Feng and Yi Lingyun arrived together at the Imperial Star Martial Academy Plaza, where the top 3 of the closing tournament were already prepared. Yi Lingyun stepped forward and offered a few words of advice, then nodded toward Chu Feng. The 5 of them then transformed into 5 streaks of light, soaring toward the massive rift in the sky. Soon they reached the wormhole. Contrary to Chu Feng's expectations, he had assumed it would be some dark and sinister vortex. It turned out to be breathtakingly beautiful. The wormhole was composed of a dreamlike halo expanding outward layer by layer like a work of art. Gazing into it felt like staring into an bottomless abyss, drawing one in with infinite attraction. Though it was also a wormhole, the feeling this one gave Chu Feng was far more advanced than any artificial wormhole he had seen before. After a brief inspection, the 5 of them entered directly. The scene shifted instantly, and everyone arrived at Xingqiu Star. They appeared suspended in midair above Xingqiu Star. Looking up, above Xingqiu Star's sky hung a massive rift identical to the one above Blue Star. Chu Feng curiously observed the Xingqiu Star beneath him. Xingqiu Star was certainly not as large as Dixing. It was roughly 1/10 the size of Dixing. Over 70% of Xingqiu Star's land was covered by primeval forests stretching as far as the eye could see in a sea of green. Though few in number, the buildings were no inferior to those on Blue Star, possessing everything one could need, and some even more technological than Blue Star's. Wait a moment, Yi Lingyun said. Chu Feng nodded. Judging by her words, there should be a fierce beast coming to receive them. Follow me. After a while, a fierce beast arrived. The beast transmitted a message to Chu Feng and the others. The 5 of them nodded and followed. Under the guidance of the fierce beast, Chu Feng and the others arrived at a magnificent hall. At the far end of the hall stood a golden throne towering 1,000 zhang high. Seated on the throne was a fierce beast resembling an ape. This beast possessed a formidable cultivation level martial god 9th grade. He was the current strongest being of the fierce beast race Dixinglan. He had once even served under the Star Lord of the Emperor's Star. He was the second-ranking existence among the fierce beasts, second only to the Sacred Emperor. When Chu Feng and the others appeared before him, his enormous eyes finally opened. Are you the martial artist who defeated the Sacred Emperor back then? Dixinglan's gaze swept over the others and settled on Chu Feng. Chu Feng had not expected that his reputation would have already spread to the Sacred Beast Star. Yes, it was me, Chu Feng said with neither arrogance nor humility. A flicker of appreciation passed through Dixinglan's eyes. He then looked at Yi Lingyun and said, go see your master first. With that, Dixinglan closed his eyes again. Perhaps it was because Chu Feng had come that he had opened his eyes. Please follow me. At that moment, a fierce beast's figure suddenly appeared in the hall. The fierce beast suddenly appeared before Chu Feng and the others and transmitted a message. With that, it walked toward a room inside the hall. Go in. Yin Wuji is inside. Unable to restrain her emotions any longer, Yi Lingyun rushed inside. You don't need to come in, Chu Feng said to Zhuxian and the other 2. Then he also walked in. The scene shifted before his eyes. This was a very empty room. Apart from a white-haired old man, there was nothing else. Chu Feng looked with his double pupils and discovered that Yin Wuji's meridians were all severed and most of his bones bore traces of recent recovery. A martial immortal level cultivation, yet not a trace remained. Master. At this moment, Yi Lingyun's face was pale, tears falling like pearls as she rushed toward Yin Wuji. Chu Feng also walked over and respectfully called out, Senior. The old man slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Yi Lingyun before him, he shook his head and said, Xiaoyan, don't cry. As he spoke, he raised his hand with difficulty, wanting to wipe away Yi Lingyun's tears. Yi Lingyun calmed herself and said, Master, let's go home. The old man looked at Yi Lingyun, then at Chu Feng, and sighed. All right, let's go home. Yi Lingyun did not tell Yin Wuji that she intended to avenge him. She did not want Yin Wuji to worry. Carrying Yin Wuji on her back, Yi Lingyun left the room. Chu Feng quietly followed behind without saying a word. After leaving the room, Zhuxian and the other 2 saw the old man on Yi Lingyun's back, but did not recognize him as Yin Wuji. Yi Lingyun did not explain either. She simply transmitted a message to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I'll take my master back to the Blue Star first. I'll leave the three of them to you. I'll be back soon. Chu Feng responded, rest assured. Their exchange was known only to themselves. When the communication ended, Yi Lingyun left the hall with Yun Wuji. Meanwhile, Chu Feng led Zhuxian and the other two toward the Sacred Beast Academy on the Sacred Beast Star. For a considerable period afterward, Zhuxian and the other two would need to cultivate at the Sacred Beast Academy. The Sacred Beast Academy was located in a secret realm on the Sacred Beast Star. Led by a martial emperor-level fierce beast, Chu Feng brought Zhuxian and the other two to the Sacred Beast Academy. As soon as they arrived, the fierce beasts gathered around them. They had actually already known that 3 humans would come to the Sacred Beast Academy, so they were quite curious about them. But when they learned of Zhuxian and the other two's cultivation levels, they immediately revealed contemptuous expressions. 1 Martial Sovereign 9th grade, 1 Martial Sovereign 1st grade, and 1 Martial Emperor 1st grade. With such low cultivation, how dare they join our Sacred Beast Academy? Get out. Our academy doesn't welcome you. Get out. Chu Feng sneered at the scene. Letting them join your Sacred Beast Academy was the decision of your Sacred Emperor. Are you disobeying the Sacred Emperor's words? When they heard Chu Feng invoke the Sacred Emperor, the fierce beasts immediately fell silent. After a long while, a Martial Emperor 3rd grade fierce beast said, Humph. Of course we listen to the Sacred Emperor. However, our Sacred Beast Academy has a rule established by the previous Sacred Emperor. The rule is that challenges from other students of the same cultivation level must be accepted. Since they are students of our Sacred Beast Academy, they must abide by this rule. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the academy. Now I will challenge him. With that, the beast's gaze settled on Zhuxian behind Chu Feng. Perhaps the beast's words reminded the other fierce beasts, and they all expressed their intention to challenge Zhuxian and the other two. Hearing this, Chu Feng smiled. Since they want to test your strength, let them know the strength of us Blue Star martial artists. By the way, we are guests after all. Don't be too rough, leave them some dignity. With that, Zhuxian and the other two answered in unison, all right. Then everyone arrived at the arena of the Sacred Beast Academy. Zhuxian was the first to go up, and in less than 3 seconds, he left the arena again. Of course, someone left the arena even faster. That Martial Emperor 3rd grade fierce beast. In battles at the same cultivation level, there was almost no one in the entire Sacred Beast Academy who could defeat Zhuxian. There were a few who could fight Zhuxian to a draw, but those few had been in seclusion preparing for the martial immortal breakthrough. Seeing Zhuxian instantly defeat that Martial Emperor 3rd grade fierce beast left the watching fierce beasts utterly astonished. In the world of fierce beasts, they actually believed only in bloodline and strength. Bloodline mattered solely for the Sacred Emperor of the fierce beasts. For everything else, only strength counted. Even a descendant of Di Xinglan, if lacking in strength, would be ignored by other fierce beasts. When Zhuxian displayed his formidable power, he immediately earned their recognition. The second to step up was Qi Lianqing. He was slightly slower than Zhuxian, but he also finished the battle within 30 seconds. After all, these 3 had been selected from among tens of billions of martial artists. Even by the standards of the Sacred Beast Academy, they were peerless geniuses. Meanwhile, those who challenged them were basically ordinary students of the academy. True geniuses had no time for such things. The third to go up was Zhao Lei, a student under Li Zhenhua. He had also cultivated the secret art created by Li Zhenhua. In battles at the same cultivation level, out of 10 fights, Zhuxian would win 7. The remaining 3 would be losses. From this, one could tell that this fellow was also a martial artist with extraordinary combat talent. He defeated his opponents even a bit faster than Qi Lianqing. Winning all 3 matches made those fierce beasts no longer dare to underestimate Zhuxian and the other two. Human, would you care for a game? At that moment, a colossal silhouette descended. When the other ferocious beasts beheld this figure, they revealed looks of adoration. It's Master Hu Ben. Master Hu Ben once entered the Xingkong Holy Academy. Usually Master Hu Ben is elusive, rarely showing his face. Unexpectedly, he has appeared today. Chu Feng sensed that this ferocious beast seemed to be coming for him. How do you want to play? Hearing the beast say that this Hu Ben had entered the Xingkong Holy Academy, Chu Feng grew intrigued. How about fighting at the same cultivation level, just like they did? Hu Ben laughed. Fighting at the same cultivation level. None of your holy beasts are my match. Do you think I am stronger than your Sacred Emperor? Chu Feng said mockingly. Hu Ben's face immediately darkened, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He had heard that the Sacred Emperor was defeated by Chu Feng, which was why he challenged him, because he believed himself to be stronger than the Sacred Emperor. However, if he admitted it after Chu Feng's words, it would be disrespectful to the Sacred Emperor. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. After a pause, Hu Ben snorted coldly. You claim you defeated Lord Sacred Emperor, just like that? Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Just say whether you dare to fight me at the same cultivation level. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. I am someone who enjoys helping others. Since you're so eager to lose, I'll gladly help you. With that, Chu Feng turned into a streak of light and appeared directly on the arena. Oomph. Bold words, but be careful not to bite your tongue. Hu Ben's figure moved and also appeared on the arena. The arena of the Holy Beast Academy was huge, much larger than that of the Imperial Star Martial School. Perhaps this was related to the beast's size. As he finished speaking, Hu Bin lunged fiercely, but Chu Feng dodged effortlessly. Hu Bin was testing, but Chu Feng decided to end the fight quickly. He took out the Vajra demon-subduing staff and directly executed the 6th layer of the roaming dragon 7 kills universal cold. The sky was filled with staff shadows carrying a bone-chilling cold that turned everything it touched into frozen ground. Hu Bin's expression changed involuntarily. From the human's attack, he sensed a strong threat. Without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest move, the heaven-rending claw. 5 pitch-black claw shadows rapidly expanded the intense pressure, causing ripples in the surrounding air. The two collided instantly, stirring up sand and stones blinding to behold. After a moment, the 5 claw shadows shattered. Chu Feng charged at Hu Bin with the Vajra demon-subduing staff. Hu Bin sensed danger and tried to dodge, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng was right in front of him. Bang! Hu Bin was struck in the chest by the staff and sent flying backwards. All the humans and beasts watched in shock. How is this possible? Lord Hu Bin has been defeated. Who is that human? His strength is so formidable. After easily defeating Hu Bin, a smile curved at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. If even someone like Hu Bin could enter the Shinkong Holy Academy, then his own entry into the academy should be practically assured. After bidding farewell to Zhuxian and the others, Chu Feng left the Holy Beast Academy. At that moment, Yi Lingyun arrived again at Xingqiu Star. The two communicated through the Martial God Pavilion and reunited. Chu Feng, I plan to go to the Shinkong Holy Academy. With your talent, the Shinkong Holy Academy is the best place for your growth. Would you like to come with me? Yi Lingyun looked at Chu Feng and asked. Sure, my purpose in coming here was also to go to the Shinkong Holy Academy. Chu Feng smiled. Then he took out an E-class spaceship. The Shinkong Holy Academy is still some distance from Xingqiu Star. Let's take it to get there. Chu Feng pointed to the E-class spaceship and smiled. Yi Lingyun nodded at the sight of the E-class spaceship. After entering the ship, Chu Feng input the star coordinates that Di Zong had told him into the ship's intelligent program. Then he took out a fire source energy crystal and placed it into the energy slot. Now, without his operation, the spaceship could autopilot to Heilong Star. Heilong Star was the main planet of the 8th level civilization, Qianqing civilization. One of the campuses of the Shinkong Holy Academy was located there. 1 month later, about a dozen light years away from Heilong Star, there was a natural wormhole. Suddenly, an E-class spaceship emerged from the wormhole. It was precisely Chu Feng's spaceship. In about 10 more days, they would reach the 8th level civilization's main planet, Heilong Star of Qianqing civilization. The distance between Xingqiu Star and Heilong Star was 60 million light years. If not for the many natural wormholes in the universe, Chu Feng could not have reached Heilong Star so quickly. Within the star region governed by Qianqing civilization, all wormholes had corresponding coordinates, and spaceships could locate these coordinates. The coordinates Di Zong gave to Chu Feng included the initial coordinates and the destination coordinates. Between these two, there were also coordinates of several wormholes. Missing even one coordinate, Chu Feng would not be able to reach Heilong Star. Is that Heilong Star so huge? Chu Feng looked outside the spaceship and saw a gigantic planet. As the main star of an 8th level civilization, Heilong Star is naturally huge. Our imperial star is not even 1/10,000th of its size. Di Zhang's voice sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Hearing this, Chu Feng was even more astonished. He wasn't sure how big Blue Star was, but he could roughly estimate from the population of Blue Star. And Heilong Star was actually more than 10,000 times larger than Blue Star. That was terrifying. With Heilong Star so huge, how many humans must live on it? Chu Feng asked curiously. Di Zong chuckled. I'm not sure now. But when our imperial star civilization still existed, the population of Heilong Star was as high as 5,000 trillion. Hearing this, Chu Feng's mouth twitched slightly. 5,000 trillion. My previous life's Earth had only over 7 billion humans. Just as Chu Feng was astonished, a loud bang suddenly erupted, and his spaceship began to shake violently. The violent tremor, as if it would overturn the ship. What's happening? Chu Feng quickly opened the display screen and looked. Behind them in the starry sky, a dozen spaceships were fiercely bombarding them. Seeing the critical situation, Chu Feng hurriedly maneuvered the spaceship to dodge. However, unable to withstand the enemy's overwhelming firepower, his ship suffered no fewer than 10 violent impacts within minutes. Yi Lingyun asked urgently, what happened? Chu Feng turned back and said with some helplessness, we might have encountered space pirates. In the inherited memories of the golden horned beast, there was information about space pirates. Space pirates were composed of heavy criminals from the planet or ordinary people who had crossed through wormholes from other planets. In short, none of them were good. They were sentenced to death for various crimes on their planets, but some escaped due to their bizarre abilities. Birds of a feather flocked together. Such space pirates existed on every planet, but they were rarely seen on planets below 5th level civilization. The more advanced the civilization level, the more numerous and powerful the space pirates. On high-level civilization planets like Heilong Star, encountering space pirates was a common occurrence. They often lurked around wormholes waiting for an opportunity. Once they encountered someone arriving through the wormhole, they would dispatch forces for a fierce attack. Many people had perished at the hands of Heilong Star space pirates, whose reputation made many turn pale. Under normal circumstances, without a 9th grade martial lord level powerhouse accompanying, it was essentially a sure death. But even so, many still traveled through wormholes to Heilung Star, because only there could they participate in the Shinkong Holy Academy's assessment. You take control of the spaceship. Leave those guys to me. Those bastards dared to mess with him. They were simply asking for death. Yi Lingyun was about to say something, but Chu Feng had already opened the hatch and left the spaceship. In fact, Yi Lingyun didn't need to control anything. When Chu Feng left, he had already activated the spaceship's star shield. Although the attacks from the space pirates' ships were powerful, they could not breach the defenses of Chu Feng's spaceship for the time being. Big brother, the people from that spaceship are coming out. Inside the main pirate vessel, a fierce-looking brute stood at the forefront of the control room. Behind him stood a martial artist with a shifty-eyed appearance. A cruel smile curled at the corner of the brute's lips, giving him a ferocious look. Just a mere martial emperor of the 9th grade. If he had stayed inside that ship, given its level, we might not have been able to do anything to him. But he chose the path to his own doom. Aim the E-class Star Destroyer cannon at him and kill him. The moment the words fell, the shifty-eyed martial artist behind the brute immediately acknowledged. Boom, boom, boom. 9 beams of light shot out from the 9 pirate ships, all converging toward Chu Feng's location. Unless he can teleport, he's dead for sure. The brute laughed arrogantly as he watched the light beams. Soon his laughter came to an abrupt halt. Smiles never disappear, they just transfer. Hey, what are you looking at? At that moment, a voice sounded behind the brute. He turned around, and a look of terror instantly spread across his face. Before him, Chu Feng's figure had suddenly appeared. You? In theory, this brute had been a space pirate for over 10,000 years. He had seen all kinds of storms. But today he truly witnessed something he had never seen before. Once a spaceship sealed itself, it essentially became a kind of barrier. To enter the ship directly without breaking that barrier, it was utterly terrifying. I'll give you 2 choices. First, join me. Second, I'll kill you all, Chu Feng said calmly. I don't know how you got in here, but with your mere martial emperor 9th grade cultivation, what gives you the right to demand I join you? Komodo Ju, kill him. The brute, having regained his composure, roared in fury. No matter how this cultivator had entered his cultivation was only at the martial emperor 9th grade. At the command, the shifty-eyed man, Komodo Ju as the brute called him, immediately attacked Chu Feng. Komodo Ju's cultivation was not high, merely martial venerable 3rd grade. Facing his fist, Chu Feng simply kicked out. Boom. Komodo Ju slammed heavily into the inner wall of the spaceship. The wall, being quite sturdy, remained undamaged. But Komodo Ju suffered a full-body skeletal fracture. He was critically wounded and near death. Seeing that Chu Feng had incapacitated Komodo Ju in an instant, the brute became serious. He no longer underestimated Chu Feng as before. But whether he underestimated him or not, the outcome remained unchanged. Chu Feng directly took out a martial venerable grade fire source energy crystal. Then he tossed it toward the brute. The next moment he vanished from his spot, and in his place appeared a Kunpeng. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted. Outside the ship, Chu Feng watched his handiwork with a smile curling at his lips. The Kunpeng's innate secret technique, Carefree Wander, allowed Chu Feng to enter the ship's interior directly. When he first appeared behind the brute, he had used the Kunpeng's body to enter the ship, then instantly stored the Kunpeng in his inner world, reverting to his human form. Exiting the ship was done the same way. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing 2 martial artists, earning 110 draw points. At the same time, the system notification echoed in Chu Feng's mind. The brute's cultivation was martial venerable 8th grade and Komodo Ju's was martial venerable 3rd grade. They perished directly in the explosion of the fire source energy crystal, contributing 110 draw points to Chu Feng. Next, Chu Feng proceeded to eliminate them one by one using the same method. In less than 10 minutes, all the space pirates who had besieged him and Yi Lingyun were killed. Every single one of these pirates was at the martial venerable level. Including the first 2, there were a total of 18 pirates. They provided Chu Feng with 84000 draw points. Of the 13 fire source energy crystals, only 3 remained. 9 had been used to eliminate the pirates, and 1 had been used to fly the ship. After wiping out the pirates, Chu Feng called Yi Lingyun out. All dead? Yi Lingyun asked in astonishment. Of course. Let's go. These guys must have accumulated quite a lot of treasure as pirates. Let's check it out together, Chu Feng said with a smile. All right. Yi Lingyun nodded. Then the 2 quickly began searching. In no time, they had gathered 30 spatial rings. Among them were over 100,000 tons of F-grade metal, 7 million tons of E-grade metal, including 800,000 tons of the relatively precious Xianyan copper mother, and tens of millions of tons of D9 grade metal. There were also dozens of martial venerable grade energy crystals. However, unlike Chu Feng, these people were not so extravagant. They would normally use fire source energy crystals only as fuel for spaceships. Aside from these, there was a large collection of techniques and secret arts. Those techniques and secret arts were of little use to Chu Feng. In fact, the most valuable items were the 9 E-class spaceships. Although Chu Feng had severely damaged them, they were still within the range of repairability. He could sell them later for some resources. After thoroughly cleaning up, all these items the two returned to their own spaceship. The E-Class spaceship accelerated and headed toward the distant Black Dragon star. Standing inside the Black Dragon vessel's control room, Chu Feng looked at the external virtual display. He could clearly see the spaceship approaching the Black Dragon star, already about to touch its atmosphere. The atmosphere of the Black Dragon star was incredibly peculiar, visible even to the naked eye. Colorful streams of gas flowed slowly, making the planet look extraordinarily magnificent from the outside. Beep. Receiving a guidance signal. The ship's AI said, the ship will follow the guidance signal and arrive at the planetary docking port. Chu Feng nodded slightly. He had heard from Dizong that upon arriving at a planet one needed to register at the docking port and pay a certain fee for entry. Of course, if one's power rivaled that of the ancestor of the starry sky, they could ignore such formalities, enter and leave as they pleased. However, the master of the Black Dragon star was also an ancestor of the starry sky. Being fellow ancestors, one would generally show some respect to the Black Dragon star's master. The E-Class spaceship pierced through the atmosphere. Through the external virtual display, Chu Feng saw a vast golden city below, a tremendously expansive docking port. Inside the port, there were countless spaceships of various sizes, from small ones only tens of meters long, even a dozen meters, to large transport ships stretching tens of thousands of meters. All these ships were being registered. Receive the signal. We're heading to the E-Class zone. The ship's AI said on the console screen. The A-Class zone registers A-Class ships and warships. The B-Class zone registers B-Class ships and warships. The F-Class zone registers F-Class ships and warships. Once one reaches the martial god level, they mostly traverse the universe with their physical bodies. Those beings rarely use flying vehicles as a means of transport anymore. Dizong's voice sounded at the right moment, providing Chu Feng with an explanation. An enormous transit port. It was divided into several major zones, with every vessel and warship in the E-Class zone being exorbitantly expensive. Huff. Chu Feng's spacecraft descended slowly, finally touching down. It came to a halt in an empty lot. Soon a blue-skinned giant about 2 meters tall with a single horn atop his head, clad in a gray uniform, flew over. He landed beside Chu Feng's spacecraft. Courteous and polite with a smile on his face, he spoke in fluent universal galactic language. Respected sir, welcome to Heilung Star. According to the laws of our Heilung Star, you need to pay an entry fee of 500 Heilung coins. Chu Feng, do you remember what I told you earlier? Along the way, Dizong had meticulously instructed Chu Feng on how to handle various situations that might arise on Heilung Star. Understood. Chu Feng opened the window of the control room, flipped his hand, and 5 coins appeared in his palm. He casually tossed them over. Starry coins. The blue-skinned man's eyes lit up. Heilung coins were only usable within the territories governed by the Qianxing civilization. Starry coins, however, were accepted throughout the entire universe. 1 starry coin could be exchanged for 1 000 Heilung coins. Starry coins were a symbol of status. Typically, only martial immortals would use such currency. A single starry coin could purchase the nutrient fluid needed to advance from the 1st grade of Martial Emperor to the 9th grade. These few starry coins were given to Chu Feng by Dizong. He's riding an E-Class spacecraft, and a top-tier one at that. He's using starry coins. Damn, his background must be enormous. The blue-skinned giant was filled with envy. He, a 9th grade Martial Emperor, was merely an ordinary citizen on Heilung Star. If he could break through to become a martial sovereign, his status would rise. But even a martial sovereign would feel weak in front of someone who rode a top-tier E-Class spacecraft and casually tossed starry coins. The blue-skinned giant took out a card and respectfully handed it to Chu Feng. It was a transit card. This was basically just a formality. On a planet like Heilung Star, an 8th-level civilization's main world, they generally did not check this card. Moreover, no one would dare to bypass the transit port and directly enter other parts of Heilung Star. After taking the card, Chu Feng left with Yi Lingyun. Their destination was Heilung City. Heilung Star truly lived up to its reputation as the main planet of the 8th-level Qianxing civilization. Skyscrapers were everywhere, towering one after another. Hovering pavilions, space tunnels, and other high-tech structures could be seen overhead. The main city, Heilung City, was especially bustling with martial emperor-level experts, so common they were practically a dime a dozen. The city was also teeming with martial sovereigns. As soon as the two arrived in Heilung City, they could feel waves of martial sovereigns scanning them. Heilung Star truly lives up to its fame, so extraordinarily prosperous. Even Blue Star at its pinnacle could hardly compare. Chu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Dizong felt a pang of bitterness knowing that the Imperial Star had been destroyed by the star ancestors of an 8th-level civilization like this one. If the Imperial Star civilization hadn't been destroyed, it would probably have reached the 8th level by now. Hearing Dizong's lament, Chu Feng replied, "Don't worry. With me here, I will make the Imperial Star civilization shine once more." Dizong was deeply gratified. Time flew by like a fleeting white colt. In just half a day, the sky above Heilung Star was filled with a dense swarm of spacecraft flying toward Heilung City. Spacecraft of every shape and color blanketed the sky over the main city. These vessels carried elite forces from other planets, including many of the most outstanding geniuses of their home worlds. Chu Feng's eyes blazed with sharpness. No wonder it's the Starry Sky Sacred Academy. So many geniuses gathered here. Perfect timing to hone my skills and test my strength. I'm curious to see what the talents from other planets are like. After registering, Chu Feng and Yi Lingyun parted ways. Chu Feng remained in Heilong City, waiting for the registration quota to fill up before the assessment began. As for Yi Lingyun, since her cultivation had already broken through to Martial Sovereign, she had to take the special recruitment path to enter the Starry Sky Sacred Academy. The Starry Sky Sacred Academy generally only accepted human martial artists below the Martial Sovereign level. One of the registration requirements was that a martial emperor must be able to defeat a martial sovereign. Therefore, martial artists who came to register would cultivate to the 9th grade of martial emperor before arriving. The registration conditions of the Starry Sky Sacred Academy were extremely harsh. First, their aptitude had to be top-notch. Second, they had to be capable of cross-level combat. Third, their age must not exceed 100 years. These were only the registration requirements. The assessment would eliminate 999 out of every 1,000 martial artists. In the end, only about 1 in 1,000 would become students of the Starry Sky Sacred Academy. If one's cultivation had already surpassed Martial Emperor and reached Martial Sovereign, or even Martial Immortal, then to join the Starry Sky Sacred Academy, they had to undergo a separate assessment. This separate assessment consisted of 2 rounds. The first round was to conquer the Tongtian Tower. Passing the 7th floor meant clearing the first round. The second round was to select a teacher from the Starry Sky Sacred Academy as an opponent and fight at the same cultivation level. If they could defeat the opponent, they could join the academy. Yun Wuji had fallen at the second round. Chu Feng arrived at a fortunate time. After waiting for an hour, the registration quota was filled. All registered martial artists received a message and gathered at Heilong Square, the largest square in Heilong City. After registration, the staff would give each person a communication wristband. When the wristband vibrated, it meant the assessment was about to begin. Registered martial artists had to reach Heilong Square within 10 minutes. When the wristband vibrated, Chu Feng was not far from Heilong Square. He arrived in 5 minutes. After another 5 minutes, the scene at Heilong Square could only be described as a sea of people. Just then a voice suddenly rang out above the square. "Hello, everyone, I am Bike, responsible for explaining the assessment task to you. About 50 billion kilometers away from you, there is a continent. The content of this assessment is to explore the continent. Within 1 week, you need to find the tokens of the Starry Sky Sacred Academy on the continent. The continent holds 13823 tokens hidden within it. 1 token represents 1 entry spot into the Starry Sky Sacred Academy. A person can obtain 1 or multiple tokens. Finally, there will be a ranking based on the number of tokens you obtain. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards after the assessment." Hearing this, the crowd felt a tightness in their hearts. Chu Feng frowned. There must be no fewer than 10 million people here to take the assessment. 10 million people competing for a little over 10,000 tokens. This elimination ratio is already 1 in 1,000. No, some people will get more than 1 token. In the end, only perhaps 1 or 2,000, or even just a few hundred martial artists will be able to join the Starry Sky Sacred Academy. The competition is truly fierce. But I like it. Why should it be this way? We traveled tens of thousands of miles to come here. Why are there only a little over 10,000 tokens? At that moment, someone suddenly questioned Bikas. As soon as the man spoke, the surrounding crowd looked at him as if he were an idiot. A mere martial emperor daring to question the assessment rules of the Starry Sky Sacred Academy. Did he really think the universe revolved around him? The next moment, Bikas, who had been calm just a second ago, suddenly erupted with the oppressive aura of a 9th grade martial immortal. The one who had spoken was crushed by the pressure, his face turning pale as he trembled. The Starry Sky Sacred Academy only recruits elites, not trash. Since you uttered that sentence, it shows you lack confidence in yourself. You will not participate in this assessment, Bikas said disdainfully. The man's expression froze as if struck by lightning. To send him to Heilong Star for the Starry Sky Sacred Academy assessment, his family had expended enormous resources. If he could enter the academy, it would all have been worth it. But now, he didn't even have the chance to take the assessment. Not only this time, but forever. Because he was already nearly 100 years old. The next registration period would open 10 years later. By then he would be over 100 years old and wouldn't even qualify to register. Bikas paused for a moment before continuing. Once the assessment begins, no one is permitted to withdraw midway. Your lives shall be subject to heaven's will. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into heated discussion. Silence. Bikas bellowed, his voice laced with the formidable pressure of a martial immortal at the 9th grade, and all murmuring instantly fell silent. All participants proceed immediately to the assessment continent. Use any means necessary, flyers or otherwise. If you fail to arrive within 1 day, you will be deemed to have voluntarily forfeited. The continent's coordinates have been sent to your communication bracelets. That is all I need to say. Should you wish to abandon this trial before it officially begins, simply depart on your own. The moment you set foot on the assessment continent, the evaluation will commence automatically. You must complete it entirely on your own. Battle armor, flying vessels, and all other external aids are strictly prohibited. However, weapons are permitted. Only weapons activated by true chi are allowed. Those powered by spirit crystals are forbidden. Your communication bracelets will monitor every move you make. Should you violate these rules, you will be executed without mercy. With that bike has vanished into thin air. All present couldn't help but draw cold breaths in alarm. The assessment continent lay over 50 billion kilometers away. Even an E9 class spacecraft traveling at full speed would require 2 days to reach it. Only F-class spacecraft could cover that distance within a single day. Most of the warriors who came to take the Starry Sky Sacred Academy assessment were at the Martial Emperor realm. The vast majority flew E-class ships, with only a rare few opting for F-class. Before the assessment had even begun, many stood to lose this precious opportunity solely due to their reliance on external resources. Many were already approaching the age of 100. Had they missed this chance, their only path forward would be to break through to the Martial Venerable realm and face a separate individual assessment. The individual assessment was far more difficult than this collective trial. In a group competition, rising to first place was harder still than in an individual contest. Yet passing the assessment was comparatively easier in a group setting. Just then a figure descended upon the Black Dragon Square. F-class spacecraft. Anyone want an F-class? He called out. Starry Sky Sacred Academy manufactured these beasts. They're fast enough to guarantee you reach the assessment continent within a day. Rather than seeing this as their salvation, the warriors present cursed inwardly. Cynical. Absolutely shameless. This isn't how you make money. Despite their complaints, many among them purchased F-class spacecraft. After all, they needed the qualification to enter the assessment. Warriors eligible to register for the assessment might not all be wealthy, but purchasing an F-class spacecraft was well within their means. Of the 10 million warriors, the overwhelming majority bought F-class spacecraft. Aside from Chu Feng, nearly everyone already possessed one. In no time at all, a dense swarm of spacecraft shot forth like rockets. Chu Feng followed behind them, gliding through the skies. At first, many warriors regarded him as a fool. But once they witnessed Chu Feng unleash instant transmission, they realized with a start that the fool was themselves. Half a day later, everyone had nearly arrived at the continent. The moment Chu Feng's body touched the ground, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering the Quest Starry Sky Sacred Academy assessment. Quest description: passed the entry assessment of the Starry Sky Sacred Academy. Quest reward: upon completion, you will receive 5 million lottery points. Ranking in the top 10 will earn an additional 5 million lottery points. The top 3 will receive an extra 20 million points. The champion will be awarded a staggering 50 million extra lottery points. Quest penalty: failure to complete the quest will result in a deduction of 10 million lottery points. 55 million lottery points for first place. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. This reward is rather generous. Confident in his own strength, he immediately accepted the quest. After accepting the quest, Chu Feng promptly began searching for the tokens across the assessment continent. The continent resembled a primeval forest with tokens scattered throughout. They might be hidden in trees or beneath rocks. Anywhere was possible. In truth, finding a token was quite easy. The only concern was the other warriors. Since tokens were limited, each one would inevitably spark fierce competition among countless contestants. Initially, these warriors focused their attention solely on one another. But very soon they realized something was amiss. Void-devouring beasts existed on this continent. Void-devouring beasts. Just like Chu Feng's golden horned beast, they were among the supreme bloodlines of the cosmos. Every part of a void-devouring beast was treasured, with the most precious being the Starry Sky core within their bodies. A Starry Sky core could grant a person the ability to perform short-distance instant transmission. Of course, each use of instant transmission would consume the core's energy. Once depleted, the core lost its power. Obtaining even one Starry Sky core would be equivalent to securing several chances to preserve one's life. Once a treasure became associated with survival, its value would never be modest. A Martial Emperor grade Starry Sky core was worth an E-class premium spacecraft. A Martial Venerable grade core equated to an F-class premium spacecraft. As for a Martial Immortal grade core, it could not only enable instant transmission but also aid in comprehending the laws of space. A Martial Immortal grade Starry Sky core was worth 10 immortal breaking pills. In terms of Starry Sky coins, a Martial Emperor grade core was approximately 1,000 coins. A Martial Venerable grade core was worth roughly 10,000 coins. But a Martial Immortal grade core commanded an astonishing 10 million Starry Sky coins. Moreover, void-devouring beasts were already rare in number. Because of the Starry Sky core's immense value, many powerful cultivators sought them out to hunt. This only made their numbers grow even scarcer. Void-devouring beasts were valuable, but their strength was no trifling matter either. Every void-devouring beast on the assessment continent was at least at the Martial Venerable level. Some were even at the high tier of Martial Venerable. The participating warriors were mostly at the 9th grade of Martial Emperor, possessing strength capable of defeating ordinary Martial Venerables. However, among nearly 10 million warriors, only a handful could claim the ability to slay a void-devouring beast. Their presence on the assessment continent was likely part of the trial itself. Due to the void-devouring beasts, these warriors had to contend not only with one another, but also with creatures that seemed to appear from nowhere. The difficulty of the assessment suddenly increased tenfold. Warriors who encountered a void-devouring beast immediately took to flight, cursing all along the way. What cursed assessment is this? Why would void-devouring beasts like these appear? They say the Starry Sky Sacred Academy is difficult to enter. I've experienced it firsthand today. Damn it. There are so many people nearby. Why is it only chasing me? Yet when a void-devouring beast had spotted its prey, how could it possibly let them escape? These beasts selected their targets and immediately gave chase. Within moments, one void-devouring beast caught up to a warrior. Its massive mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, snapped open as it lunged straight at the unfortunate warrior. Though the warrior was powerful, he stood no chance against a void-devouring beast of the 3rd grade of martial venerable. He didn't even have the ability to resist. Chu Feng too encountered a void-devouring beast. From the inherited memories of the golden horned beast, he had learned about these. What was a death warrant for others, this treasure-laden beast was nothing more than a walking fortune for Chu Feng. For him, it was simply a mobile treasure trove. Not to mention anything else, it was the stellar core that made Chu Feng's heart race with excitement. Of course, he didn't desire the stellar core for the purpose of performing teleportation. Rather, it was for devouring. The stellar core involved the laws of space. Others only knew to use it for teleportation, but to comprehend the laws of space, one needed a martial immortal level stellar core. Chu Feng was different from others. He could devour stellar cores with the aid of his innate art. After devouring a stellar core, his inner world would become more stable. At the same time, during the devouring process, he could clearly sense the transformation of his inner world by the laws of space. This greatly facilitated his comprehension of the laws of space. Regardless of the grade of the stellar core, it could actually be used to comprehend the laws of space. However, a stellar core of too low a grade had waves of space laws that were too weak to be easily sensed. A martial immortal level stellar core emitted strong waves of space laws, which even ordinary martial emperor level warriors could feel. Moreover, Chu Feng possessed the Diluo Chongtong, making him even more sensitive to the fluctuations of laws. Secondly, his life gene level was also very high. A high life gene level made one more attuned to the various laws of the universe, and naturally more attuned to the laws of space. Combined with the devouring art, these 3 factors allowed him to disregard the grade of the stellar core, enabling him to comprehend the laws of space regardless. Of course, a higher grade stellar core also had its benefits. The longer it took to devour, the more time it gave Chu Feng to comprehend the laws of space. Driven by his desire for the stellar core, when the sky-devouring beast flew toward Chu Feng, he did not choose to flee like other warriors. Although the sky-devouring beast was chasing Chu Feng to prevent it from killing Chu Feng, and then coming after them, the other warriors this time didn't even have the desire to watch the show. They scattered like birds and beasts into the deep forest. Is this kid tired of living? He's a complete madman. Don't bother with him while he's holding off the sky-devouring beast. Let's flee quickly. At this moment, the sky-devouring beast was only a kilometer away from Chu Feng. In an instant, it could cover that distance. Seeing that the human before it did not flee, the beast flashed and appeared in front of Chu Feng. Opening its huge maw, it was about to swallow Chu Feng. But the next moment, a sharp pain shot up from its lower jaw. The sky-devouring beast howled in agony. Suddenly, Chu Feng's figure appeared beneath the sky-devouring beast's head, delivering a strike. This was not teleportation. With Chu Feng's instantaneous speed, it was entirely achievable. Roar! The sky-devouring beast in pain was furious. And you will pay a bloody price for your actions. With that, it charged at Chu Feng, dragging its massive body. In its eyes, this ant-sized creature could be crushed into a pulp with a single gentle bump. With a flash, the sky-devouring beast appeared before Chu Feng, its massive palm, as large as a spaceship, slamming down. It expected no resistance, but to its surprise, the moment its giant palm reached Chu Feng's position, it could move no further. Beneath the palm, Chu Feng was holding the sky-devouring beast's pinky finger with one hand, preventing it from descending even a fraction. Golden Domain. As soon as the domain was unleashed, the sky-devouring beast was instantly suppressed. Sensing Chu Feng's domain, the beast directly used world projection. Chu Feng had been waiting for this moment. Phenomenon suppression. His innate art phenomenon suppression, once activated, made the sky-devouring beast's world projection vanish into thin air. The sky-devouring beast was greatly shocked. It was the first time it had encountered such a situation. What's going on? Why can't I use my world projection? A smirk curled at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. Die. With that, he began to exert force with the hand that held the beast. Flipped. Suddenly, the sky-devouring beast felt its vision shift faster and faster. Bang. A thunderous crash echoed as Chu Feng slammed the beast's massive body onto the assessment continent. The sky-devouring beast was stunned, and dizzy stars swirling before its eyes. It was only then that it realized it had provoked an existence it should not have. The power of this warrior before it was far too great, even stronger than itself, a martial venerable of the 3rd rank. The sky-devouring beast knew it was no match for this monster. It had to flee. The sky-devouring beast directly used its innate art space leap, which was essentially teleportation. But it found that its innate art had failed. It turned out that Chu Feng had set up a heaven and earth prison around the area since his first strike. Hadn't he drawn a heaven and earth prison upgrade card last time? Now the heaven and earth prison deployed by Chu Feng could trap even an ordinary martial venerable of the 9th rank unless the attack intensity reached the martial immortal level. Trying to run. Where to? Chu Feng sneered. Take this punch. Before the sky-devouring beast could react, Chu Feng's fist slammed into its pale belly. The sky-devouring beast's insides churned like a raging sea. The excruciating pain made its entire body arch. Blood vessels burst around its eyes, and it clutched its belly tightly with both hands. Now I'll send you to hell. Another punch landed on the beast's head. The immense impact opened a bloody hole in its skull. Boom. Beneath the sky-devouring beast, a network of cracks began to spread, and soon it crumbled into countless pieces of rubble. The enormous dust cloud enveloped the space within 100 li radius. When the dust cleared, a giant crater 100 li in diameter appeared on the ground. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a fierce beast, gaining 300 lottery points. At the same time the system prompt sounded. Chu Feng stored the sky-devouring beast into his world ring and prepared to head elsewhere. At that moment many people suddenly arrived from all directions. Chu Feng sighed and said, "Seems I should make a smaller commotion next time." Several thousand people reached the crater and began discussing. "This is astonishing. Who did this? The highest cultivation among us participants is only Martial Emperor 9th rank. To cause such a massive disturbance, his strength is probably no less than an ordinary Martial Venerable 5th rank. Terrifying. Do you think it's possible that 2 sky-devouring beasts fought over prey? You're a real genius. There are nearly 10 million warriors participating in this assessment. Why would they bother? In that time they could have already hunted countless warriors. By the way, that guy seems to have arrived first. When I got here he was already here." As the words fell, the other warriors all looked toward Chu Feng, who stood above the giant crater. At that moment a warrior suddenly approached Chu Feng and said, "Hello brother. My name is Cicade. Do you know what happened to this giant crater? It's truly terrifying. I heard the loud commotion even thousands of kilometers away." Hearing this, Chu Feng replied indifferently, "I don't know. I just arrived as well." Cicade looked disappointed, shook his head, and was about to leave. Suddenly 2 figures with greenish skin and antennae resembling locusts on their foreheads came to Chu Feng's side. "Kid, we heard you were the first to arrive. Tell us what happened here." Their demeanor and tone were like interrogating a criminal. Chu Feng felt quite displeased. If not for the crowd, he would have already killed these 2 warriors. Acting now would likely expose his true strength. As the saying goes, the tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be broken by the wind. If he appeared too strong, he might be targeted by other warriors in alliance. To put it simply, if 10,000 Martial Emperor 9th rank warriors joined forces, Chu Feng would be no match. Moreover, Chu Feng's main goal this time was to secure first place in the assessment. With limited time, he needed to focus on those who were grabbing tokens. "Tell your mother," Chu Feng said disdainfully. Hearing this, the warrior angrily retorted, You dare curse me? Do you know who I am? Just 2 scum from the Yuming planet. What are you so proud of?" Suddenly a voice came from behind Chu Feng. It was Cicade. Coming to Chu Feng's side, Cicade looked at the 2 green-skinned men with disgust. Chu Feng didn't know their origins, but Cicade did. The 2 came from the Yuming planet, also known as the Planet of Sin. As the name suggested, the people of Yuming planet were all heinous criminals. To achieve their goals, they would stop at nothing, making countless enemies. Unfortunately, their planet was a 7th-level civilization. Moreover, they had the self-awareness never to provoke 8th-level civilizations. Otherwise, a planet as universally despised as Yuming would have long vanished into the dust of history. Yuming Lu, stop wasting words with them. Let's go straight in and make him know the consequences of underestimating us. Nearby, the only 8th-level civilization was Qianqing civilization. Other 8th-level human civilizations were very far from Black Dragon Star, and people from there would not come here. The people of Qianqing civilization had a sun-like mystical pattern on their foreheads. Chu Feng before them clearly did not belong to Qianqing civilization. This was why the 2 dared to make a move against Chu Feng. "You're right, Yuming Ka. Once we teach them a lesson, they'll be docile. And we can also search to see if they've obtained any tokens, hee. Cicade upon hearing this looked indignant, and said, "Too trash, let's see who gets to rob whom." Others might be afraid of offending the people of the Yuming planet, but Cicade was not. Not to mention that their Mi-Star civilization also ranked among the 7th-level civilizations. Even with his status, he did not fear retaliation from the Yuming Star people. Yuminka extended his long tongue and licked his lips, saying, "There are always those who don't know when to die, so come on." Yuminka shouted, "Yuminglu, each of us takes 1. As soon as the words were spoken, Yuminka and Cicade began grappling with each other. Both sides possessed strength at the 9th grade Martial Emperor level and were the most outstanding young talents of their respective planets, making it difficult to determine a winner for a time. Meanwhile, Yuminglu gave a contemptuous smile and launched an attack towards Chu Feng. The 2 also engaged in combat, but Chu Feng steadily suppressed Yuminglu, who was at the 9th grade Martial Emperor level, by a margin. This was still the case when Chu Feng did not reveal his true strength. With Chu Feng's current power among the nearly 10 million assessment warriors on the assessment continent, only a few could be his match. Although Yuminglu was a genius of their civilization, there was still a gap between him and Chu Feng. Interesting, those 2 actually angered the people of the Yuming planet. Now they are in for it. Indeed, the Yuming Star people's attack methods are hard to defend against. Their fate is destined to be miserable. Among these onlookers, some favored the side of Yuming, while others favored Chu Feng's side. One of them with dark gray skin and ears resembling deers commented, "It seems they won't be able to determine the winner anytime soon. Both sides are about equally matched." His companion with a serious expression said, "No, look closely. That warrior from some unknown planet has been in the upper hand from the very beginning." He continued, "Although the Yuminglu fighting him is ferocious in his attacks, how long can he last? In contrast, that warrior looks calm and collected without any panic." The deer-eared warrior smiled and said, "Bjerson, you think so highly of that guy." Bjerson gently shook his head and replied, "The facts are clear. There is no suspense in their battle." Saying this, Bjerson stopped paying attention. A battle whose outcome was already known held no interest for him. There was nothing to gain by watching further. "Bjerson, let's go meet those two later," said the deer-eared warrior. "Maybe we can team up with them to find tokens. Other teams already have 4 or 5 people, and we only have 2. Bjerson was quite tempted after hearing this and said, "Let's see how things go." Meanwhile, the battle on Chu Feng's side was exactly as Bjerson had predicted. Yuminglu began to tire. The prolonged high-intensity attack had consumed nearly half of his true chi. Yuminglu also realized something was wrong. Whenever he increased his power, his opponent in front of him would always be just a notch stronger. Moreover, all his various bizarre attacks were completely neutralized by the opponent. This suppression made him feel constrained and increasingly weary as the fight went on. In contrast, Chu Feng's demeanor was as calm as ever, as if he had suffered no consumption at all. Indeed, Chu Feng had no consumption. He had suppressed his strength to be just one notch above Yuminglu, and he did not use any of his strength-boosting techniques. It was also by relying on his Imperial Fallen Heavy pupils that he neutralized Yuminglu's bizarre attacks. Finally, Chu Feng seized upon Yuminglu's momentary lapse in concentration. With a swift motion, Chu Feng shattered Yuminglu's left arm. Yuminglu, terrified out of his wits, immediately distanced himself by 10,000 meters. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, and the tearing pain from the severed arm twisted his face in agony. Chu Feng sneered contemptuously, "After fighting for so long, it's about time to end this battle," he said. "Ugh." At this moment, Yuminglu's face was covered with bulging veins. He gritted his teeth and roared as if enduring immense pain. Suddenly, a new arm grew out from the broken stump. Chu Feng was slightly surprised. It seems that the ability to regenerate a severed arm is not exclusive to the fierce beast Saint Emperor. Yuminglu flexed his new arm and angrily shouted at Chu Feng, "Bastard, you have completely angered me." With that, Yuminglu slightly arched his body, his limb muscles twitching. His entire being exuded an aura not weaker than that of a second-grade martial venerable. Yuming Annihilation Light Wave. Yuminglu bellowed, thrusting both palms forward. A terrifying energy beam shot rapidly towards Chu Feng. Its speed was astonishing, leaving people speechless. "Look, the Yuming Star person has used his ultimate move. That guy is finished now. Good one less competitor." Most of the crowd couldn't help but gloat. However, the next moment they were shocked. They saw Chu Feng take out his Vajra demon-subduing staff and whirl it into a sky full of staff shadows. Gradually, a shield appeared in front of Chu Feng. At that moment, the Yuming Annihilation Light Wave arrived. The light wave containing terrifying power struck the shield, but fizzled out, completely blocked by the shield. Advancing against the light wave, Chu Feng quickly moved towards Yuminglu. Although Yuminglu increased the power output, he could not stop Chu Feng's advance in the slightest. In a moment, Chu Feng was only a hair's breadth away from Yuminglu. Emerging from the void, with a staff strike carrying earth-shattering pressure, it descended. Yuminglu's eyes were bloodshot with no possibility of dodging. Using the Yuming Annihilation Light Wave had exhausted his true chi. He could not dodge. No. Amidst a look of regret and unwillingness, Yuminglu was blasted into countless blood chunks. "You won't be able to regenerate this time." Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a warrior, earning 9,000 lottery points. The system's voice rang out and 9,000 lottery points were obtained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cicade was defeated and severely injured by a heavy punch from Yuminka. Just as Yuminka was about to deliver a killing blow, Chu Feng intervened in time and saved Cicade. The two exchanged their first blows and retreated several hundred meters each. At this moment, Yuminka also noticed that Yuminglu had been killed. There was no trace of sadness on his face, but instead, he looked displeased. "Yuminglu, this waste actually got defeated. Kid, you have some skill. But do you think defeating Yuminglu means you can defeat me, eh? My strength is not something that waste Yuminglu can compare to." Chu Feng pointed his staff at him and said, "If you want to fight, just fight. Why so much nonsense?" Yuminka snorted coldly, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige you." In an instant, the two engaged in combat. Yuminka was indeed much stronger than Yuminglu. Even an ordinary third-grade martial venerable might not be his match. But Chu Feng had recently killed a third-grade martial venerable void-destroying beast. Yuminka's strength still fell short of that of the third-grade martial venerable void-destroying beast. Therefore, in Chu Feng's eyes, Yuminka's strength was still not worth mentioning. In order to make his strength appear less formidable in the eyes of others, Chu Feng still suppressed his own power and fought with Yuminka for a while. After about 10 minutes longer than the time it took to kill Yuminglu, Chu Feng finally found an opportunity and killed Yuminka. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a warrior earning 9,000 lottery points. At the same time the system notification sounded, and the onlookers were now horrified in their hearts. So formidable. In such a short time he killed 2 9th-grade martial emperor warriors from the Yuming planet and still came out unscathed. This person must never be provoked. He continued, this guy's strength is amazing. If we have to fight him, we must never go solo. The strength displayed by Chu Feng aroused awe in some of the warriors. However, it had not reached the point where everyone wanted to eliminate him. In fact, Chu Feng had overestimated these warriors. Even if he showed his full strength, these warriors would not do anything to him. On the contrary, they would be even more afraid of him. After all, if they were to gang up on him, there would always be a few unlucky ones who would die at Chu Feng's hands. No warrior would be willing to be that unlucky one. After the battle, Chu Feng glanced at Cicade and said calmly, "Are you all right?" Cicade had already taken some life spring water and healing potions during the interval of the 2 fights. His injuries had now mostly recovered to about 50%. After a brief rest, the two continued their journey together. When faced with Cicade's renewed proposal to form a team, Chu Feng did not refuse. Through what had just transpired, Chu Feng felt that Cicade was relatively worth teaming up with. On their first meeting, he had been willing to offend 2 martial artists from the Netherworld Star for his sake. It could be seen that this guy was generally a warm-hearted person. For someone like this, giving him a hand was not a problem. As the two were about to look for tokens, 2 gray-skinned martial artists with deer ears suddenly appeared and blocked their path. They were precisely the previous pair of Bilson and the other. Cicade watched the two with vigilance. All martial artists who came to the assessment continent existed in a competitive relationship. In order to win a precious quota, many martial artists would mercilessly strike at each other here, even if they had no prior grievances. Chu Feng was considerably more at ease than Cicade. This confidence stemmed primarily from his trust in his own strength. Even if the 2 martial artists ahead were to suddenly attack them, Chu Feng was confident he could strike first. Friends, please don't misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. The young man beside Bilson spoke up. My name is Bobby Da, and my companion is Bilson. We hail from Bailu Star. Chu Feng took a step forward and said calmly, what do you want? Bobby Da smiled and replied, we've come to invite both of you to form a team. Cicade felt somewhat tempted. There was safety in numbers. A group of several people would find it easier to handle dangers. However, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. In the team he had formed with Chu Feng was the one who made the decisions. Thus upon hearing this, he cast his gaze toward Chu Feng. No need, we don't require it. Before Cicade could finish speaking, Chu Feng declined for them. He had teamed up with Cicade out of gratitude for the latter standing up for him, merely offering him a helping hand. When one attains enlightenment, even one's chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. These two were hardly Chu Feng's chickens and dogs, so he had no desire to extend assistance. Cicade's face was etched with disappointment, while Bobby Da wore an equally crestfallen expression. How unfortunate. We wish you success in finding the tokens then, and may our paths cross again. With those words, Bobby Da turned to leave, but Bilson kept his gaze locked on Chu Feng, unwilling to budge an inch. You are remarkably strong. I eagerly await the day we clash. Upon finishing his sentence, Bilson's entire body radiated a terrifying aura, dozens of times more potent than the Netherworld card. Sweat poured down Cicade's forehead as he dared not move. There will be an opportunity. Chu Feng chuckled softly. Bilson hesitated, then withdrew his pressure. Once you enter the Starry Sky Holy Academy, I will certainly battle you. Though Bilson was battle-hungry, he was not foolish. He could read the situation appropriately. Facing Chu Feng in combat, he held no certainty of victory. If he were to lose, he would be injured at minimum, if not killed outright. That would derail his assessment. His primary objective this time was to pass the evaluation and join the Starry Sky Holy Academy. All other matters could wait. With that said, Bilson turned and departed. Bobby Da looked deeply apologetic. I'm terribly sorry. We truly meant no harm. Bilson is simply like that. He cannot restrain himself when encountering someone stronger. Wishing you good fortune, my friends. He then quickly hurried after Bilson. Cicade's face still bore an expression of astonishment. That guy's aura was far too overpowering. Chu Feng smiled, but said nothing. For every mighty force there exists an even greater one. And he, Chu Feng, was the strongest among those of equal cultivation. The two continued their journey together, passing rivers, waterfalls, and primeval forests, encountering numerous rank ancestor-level ferocious beasts along the way. Among them were also several rank sovereign-level ferocious beasts. Yet all were systematically eliminated by Chu Feng, leaving Cicade without even a chance to draw his weapon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a ferocious beast, earning 80,000 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a ferocious beast, earning 200,000 lottery points. Such abundant moving lottery points. Chu Feng would certainly not let any slip by. After 2 days, combined with the lottery points accumulated beforehand, Chu Feng now possessed a total of 25 million lottery points. He set himself a modest goal. First, earn 100 million. After all, no one on this assessment continent could threaten his life. Accumulate more before drawing. It would be even more satisfying. Over these 2 days, Chu Feng had slain numerous ferocious beasts, yet found no trace of the tokens. Nevertheless, Chu Feng showed no impatience. If the tokens remained unfound, he would hunt other martial artists in the coming days. Skade, so you've ended up here. Just as the two were preparing to move toward another location, a voice suddenly rang out from the forest. Upon hearing it, Skade beside Chu Feng trembled involuntarily, his hands clenching tightly. 17 martial artists emerged from the forest, all possessing cultivation at the 9th stage of rank ancestor. Noticing Skade's unusual reaction, Chu Feng asked, "Skade, do you know this person?" Skade gritted his teeth and replied, "Of course I know him. Even if he turns to ash, I would still recognize him. This man is the young master of our Mi-Star Academy, named Chi Lei." Chu Feng's brows furrowed. "Do you bear him a grudge?" Skade's expression turned frigid. "It was this wretch who drove my sister to her death. The murderer of my sister is my eternal enemy." Upon encountering his nemesis, Skade's eyes blazed with fury, yearning to devour Chi Lei alive. Yet he knew he lacked the strength to do so currently. He had participated in this assessment specifically to grow stronger, to return and avenge his sister. Who would have predicted he would encounter Chi Lei here? With guilt etched across his face, he looked toward Chu Feng. "Brother, they're after me. You must flee. Flee. Too late. Today neither of you shall leave this forest alive." Chi Lei led his 16 companions and positioned themselves opposite the two, speaking mockingly. Skade clenched his teeth and retorted, "Chi Lei, every grievance has its debtor. If you possess any honor, direct your wrath at me and let him go." Chi Lei burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, you wish for me to spare him? Very well. Let him kowtow 1,000 times and crawl beneath my crotch, and I may consider showing mercy, granting him a dog's life." Chu Feng stepped forward and said coldly, "Skade, save your breath. Battle is inevitable now." Skade looked deeply apologetic. "I'm sorry I've brought trouble upon you." "It's all right. I harbor disdain for these scum as well." Upon hearing the word scum, Chi Lei's veins bulged with rage. "Kill them all." Immediately, a dark-complexioned youth from Chi Lei's side stepped forward. "Trash, let me end you." As he spoke, he drew his weapon, a pitch-black iron rod. It suited him perfectly. He bellowed loudly, flying rod soars to heaven, and charged toward Chu Feng with fierce momentum. The dark-skinned youth possessed rank ancestor 9th stage cultivation, and his dense array of rod shadows was truly intimidating. Chu Feng sneered contemptuously, "All flash and no substance." He withdrew his golden demon-subduing rod, its shimmering golden light forming a stark contrast against the dark-skinned youth's iron staff. Chu Feng immediately engaged with the golden demon-subduing rod. The dark-skinned youth's dense array of rod shadows was instantly shattered by Chu Feng's strikes, causing the youth's eyes to bulge in disbelief. Chu Feng swiftly closed the distance and delivered a single strike that exploded his opponent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a martial artist, earning 90,000 lottery points. The system's voice resonated and Chu Feng murmured, "Another one come to deliver lottery points." With rank ancestor 9th stage cultivation, even taking blows recklessly, this opponent could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. Blood rained from the sky, striking terror into everyone's hearts. Too brutal. Swallowing hard, all present could only gulp. Then came the second, the third, and so on. Within half an hour, all of Chi Lei's subordinates had been slain. The system's voice continued to sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a martial artist, earning 90,000 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a martial artist, earning 90,000 lottery points. 1,440,000 lottery points credited, bringing Chu Feng's total to 26,440,000. Closer to his goal with each passing moment. A man cannot grow rich without windfall gains, nor a horse grow fat without grazing at night. In just a brief while, he had amassed so many lottery points. This assessment continent truly was Chu Feng's fortunate land. With 16 subordinates eliminated, only Chi Lei remained. Witnessing Chu Feng's overwhelming power, cold sweat streamed down Chi Lei's forehead. He never imagined that Skade had attached himself to such a formidable figure. What kind of person is this youth? How ferocious! Skade stood dumbfounded. "I was so foolish, truly. I knew Brother Chu was formidable, but I never imagined he would be this formidable. This time, fortunately, I had Brother Chu, otherwise I would not only fail to avenge my sister, but might well lose my own life." Chu Feng pointed his rod at Chi Lei with one hand, and sneered, "Your turn." Seeing that only Chi Lei remained, Skade suddenly stepped forward and stared at him mercilessly. "Beast, today I will take your head to avenge my deceased sister." As the words fell, Skade drew his large blade and marched viciously toward Chi Lei. Chu Feng shook his head. He was not worried about Skade stealing his kill. After all, Skade was no match for Chi Lei, but he also had no intention of stopping him. It was good to let Skade vent his resentment. With him there would be no accidents. Chi Lei was secretly pleased to see it wasn't Chu Feng who stepped up. He had already formulated a plan. If he could seize Skade as leverage, he could force that person to let him go. "Skade, come on, kill me." Sloane's desperate expression as she died. "Just thinking about it sends excitement through me." Upon hearing this, Skade's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging, fingernails digging into his flesh. "You beast, I will tear you apart limb from limb." Chi Lei's plan was precisely to provoke Skade, disrupt his thinking, so he could execute his scheme. Excellent. Today I'll send you to reunite with your sister. Before long the two clashed in fierce combat. As expected, within 10 minutes Skade was already on the verge of defeat. Just as Skade was about to fall into Chi Lei's hands, Chu Feng struck. Bang! Chu Feng's fist collided with Chi Lei's, remaining unmoved, while Chi Lei's entire right arm was shattered into countless chunks of flesh and blood. Piercing agony surged through Chi Lei as he collapsed to the ground, screaming uncontrollably. Skade's face flushed with shame. Brother Chu up. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't be so impulsive next time." Skade nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, Chi Lei's heart burned with murderous intent toward Chu Feng. His plans repeatedly thwarted and now left critically injured by Chu Feng's hands. His hatred for Chu Feng had reached its zenith. Seizing the moment when both were distracted, he produced a blood-red pill from his chest. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the pill. "You bastards forced my hand. If I won't have peace, neither will you. Today you shall both die." Just then the once wretched Chi Lei rose suddenly and roared at the pair. His face had turned crimson like fresh blood, his eyes veined with countless crimson threads. His eyes grew redder and redder. Upon seeing his appearance, Skade's face drained of color, the bloodthirsty frenzy pill. "Chi Lei, you madman. Kakik. Die all of you. Ugh." Chi Lei gripped his throat, producing beastly howls as horrifying transformations consumed his body. His eyes had turned completely blood-red, and the man, who stood barely over 6 feet, suddenly began to grow rapidly. In moments his height surpassed 10 meters. His clothes tore asunder from the rapid expansion. His skin darkened to a crimson hue, while muscles swelled along his arms and thighs like coiling dragons. More unnervingly, rows of bone spurs erupted from his spine. Each spur exceeded 2 meters in length, numbering over 80 in total, instilling dread in all who beheld them. Massive fleshy wings burst from his back, while 2-meter-long black horns protruded from his forehead. Roar! Chi Lei's demonic form resembled an entity torn from the depths of hell, instilling terror in all who beheld him. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with sharp intensity as surging battle fervor erupted within him. This pill is formidable, forcing a human to transform into such a creature. His power has intensified considerably. How intriguing, an opponent worthy of challenge. Skade sighed despairingly. It's over, we'll all perish at his hands. Chi Lei consumed the bloodthirsty frenzy pill and has become a mindless beast of slaughter along the Afu path. His cultivation has reached the 6th rank of martial venerable. We stand no chance against him. It's all my fault. Had I known, I would have had Brother Chu finish him myself. I shouldn't have insisted on handling this alone. Brother Chu, I owe you my life. If there's a next existence, I would serve you without regret. Skade had already accepted their doomed fate. The Afu path monsters were among the most fearsome beasts in their star system. Even creatures of equal rank stood no chance against them, let alone humans. Though he'd witnessed Chu Feng slay over 10 cultivators at the same level alone, he doubted Chu Feng could withstand an Azura. Silence. A real man wouldn't whine like a woman. Chu Feng rebuked him. So what if he's at the 6th rank of martial venerable? He's not a martial immortal. At that moment a system notification echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a mission. Eliminate Chi Lei. Mission details: within 1 day slay the Afu path beast that Chi Lei has mutated into. Mission reward: 1 million lottery points and 1 frenzy pill. Mission penalty: deduction of 100,000 lottery points. 1 million lottery points. Then I won't hold back. Chu Feng's lips curled into a smile. The system was gifting him lottery points. He certainly wouldn't refuse. Roar. Chi Lei had completed his transformation and lunged toward them with feral shouts. Each footfall sent tremors through the surrounding earth. The Afu path beast leapt skyward, its massive fist descending with devastating force. Boom. Dust and debris erupted from the impact point, and cracks radiated outward from the monster's position in all directions. The largest fissure hurtled toward Chu Feng, and the others, brimming with catastrophic force capable of tearing apart even an ordinary martial emperor tier fighter instantaneously. Both men ascended into the air. Suddenly a colossal figure emerged from the dust cloud, targeting Skade, the weakest among them, as it charged directly toward him. Skade's heart leaped into his throat as he desperately evaded. However, the Afu path beast, despite its massive frame, moved with unsettling agility and terrifying speed. Just as Skade was about to be overtaken, Chu Feng acted without hesitation. If Skade died before his eyes, it would be a severe blow to his own reputation. He teleported instantly before Skade and intercepted the beast's killing blow. Bang! The collision sent a shockwave that hurled Skade tens of kilometers away. Chu Feng found himself at a disadvantage in their first exchange, pushed back hundreds of meters. The Afu path beast only retreated a dozen paces. Chu Feng shook his numb right hand and frowned slightly. I underestimated this creature. It seems this monster does possess considerable strength. No wonder the system issued this mission. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Enraged by its setback, the Afu path beast radiated overwhelming power as it charged toward Chu Feng with relentless fury. Soon they clashed in fierce combat, each strike landing with lethal force. To protect Skade, Chu Feng unleashed the heaven and earth prison. Within the barrier of the heaven and earth prison the battle raged. The frequency of their exchanges accelerated until Skade could no longer distinguish their figures. He gasped in astonishment. Both are at the 9th rank of martial emperor, yet why is brother Chu so overwhelmingly powerful? How exactly did he cultivate to such heights? Facing the Azura beast's assault like a violent tempest, Chu Feng's fighting spirit was ignited. He abandoned all thoughts of evasion. He charged head-on against the Azura beast. Third form of the Wandering Dragons, 7 kills. Flying Jade Dragon. Fourth form staff settles the cosmos. Chu Feng was treating the Azura beast before him as his sparring partner. His assaults grew increasingly ferocious, and the Azura beast gradually found itself unable to hold its ground. Finally, with Chu Feng's most powerful strike, the 6th form of the Wandering Dragon's 7 kills biting cold pervades the heavens. Unleashed, the overburdened Azura beast's body instantly shattered to pieces. Under Chu Feng's formidable true chi, it was reduced to a mist of blood. Ding! Congratulations on eliminating a martial artist host. You have earned 90,000 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, host. Your reward is 1 million lottery points and 1 berserk pill. Chu Feng immediately checked the item's details. Berserk pill: upon consumption, it enhances the host's cultivation base. The higher the life gene level, the greater the boost. Warning: after the effect wears off, you will lose combat capability for a certain period. Reading this, Chu Feng grinned. The Kunping clone has an exceptionally high life gene level. It would be most effective to use it on them. If I use it now, my cultivation might possibly reach the peak of martial venerable. At that point, I might be able to test myself against a martial immortal tier powerhouse. Martial immortal's life gene levels had essentially reached the ceiling of what ordinary life could achieve, 100 times the norm. Just as Chu Feng's golden horn beast body and human clone could only reach 100 times the standard life gene through the flame blood marrow. At the 9th rank of martial venerable, breaking through to martial immortal would amplify power roughly 100-fold. Since Chu Feng's Kunping clone currently possessed a life gene level 12,500 times that of ordinary beings at the same cultivation stage. All things considered, the Kunping clone at 9th rank martial venerable would match the strength of even an ordinary first-rate martial immortal. As for the side effects of the berserk pill, Chu Feng cared not at all. Losing combat capability meant self-detonating and reviving, trivially solved. Retrieving the heavenly prison, Chu Feng approached Skade. The heavenly prison only restrained foes rather than killed outright, so it would not violate the assessment rules. Skade stood rooted to the spot, gazing blankly toward where the Azura beast had fallen. At that moment, his heart churned with a tangle of conflicting emotions. There was the joy of avenging his deepest grievance, gratitude toward Chu Feng, and astonishment at his opponent's prowess. And beneath it all, the memory of his deceased sister. It was not until Chu Feng clapped a hand on his shoulder that he snapped back to reality. Thud! He suddenly dropped to his knees before Chu Feng. From this day forward, you are my benefactor. I will do whatever you command. My life belongs to you henceforth. Chu Feng had saved him from peril on multiple occasions. First the netherworld starfolk, now Chile, and he had even helped him settle old scores. For such debts, Skade could think of no repayment other than his own life. Chu Feng chuckled ruefully. What would I want with your life? Enough. You're a grown man. Put a stop to this theatrics. Helping Skade to his feet, he patted his shoulder. Just don't act so rashly in the future. I can rescue you once or twice, but what about later? Until you've grown stronger, keep a low profile. Hearing this, Skade's weathered face flushed, and he nodded with solemn gravity. I understand. Chu Feng made no move to depart immediately. Instead, he retrieved 16 storage rings. No, 17. After slaying the Azura beast that had been Chi Lei, he had also claimed his storage ring. Once he had bound each ring to his soul, Chu Feng began inspecting their contents. Those who could afford to enter the Starry Heaven Academy's trials surely possessed considerable resources. 17 storage rings. Chi Lei's held the greatest value, rare metals, a substantial amount of stardust coins, and even an F-class spacecraft. The other treasures held little interest for Chu Feng. His attention was entirely fixed on 2 golden palm-sized tokens within his storage space. Each bore the character for star, and Chu Feng recognized the sigil emblazoned upon them. It was the emblem of Black Dragon City's capital. These must be the Starry Heaven Academy tokens then. I've searched high and low for these, and here they are. After hunting for so long, without success, Chi Lei actually accumulated 2. Chu Feng stowed the tokens away. Time still permits. I will give one to Skade once I find extras. He only needs one, but to claim first place a single token won't suffice. Skade asked with evident anticipation, what did you find? He harbored no greed for the rings, purely out of curiosity. Though nearing a century in age, most of his time had been spent in cultivation, leaving his disposition more akin to that of a youth. Chu Feng offered a faint smile. Not bad findings. Take a look yourself. Tossing a ring to Skade, he watched as his companion froze, then his expression softened with unmistakable gratitude. The feeling of being trusted was delightful. After a moment, Skade breathed in awe. Brother Chu, you have struck gold. Eyes alight with excitement, he returned the ring to Chu Feng. With these resources, dozens of martial venerables could be cultivated. Chu Feng took the ring and withdrew a vial of pills from Qi Lei's storage. By the way, what is this? Given how it was kept alongside other treasures, it must be valuable. Yet Chu Feng had never seen such a pill before, and curiosity niggled at him. Skade's eyes widened as he gazed at the pills within the jade vial. Bloodthirsty Berserker Pill. Seeing Chu Feng's confusion, he continued, "It is the very pill that transformed Qi Lei into the Azura beast moments ago. This pill is what results when a Berserk pill fails to refine properly. When a Berserk pill takes effect, it amplifies the user's cultivation. The higher the life gene, the greater the boost. The Bloodthirsty Berserker Pill shares the same effect as a Berserk pill, yet it transforms the user into an Azura beast, as Qi Lei became. And the transformation is irreversible. Once turned into a monster, there is no returning to one's former self. Thereafter, only slaughter fills their existence. Though born from failed refinement, this pill has sent countless souls on Star Me into frenzied obsession." Skade's face darkened with fury. The Bloodthirsty Berserker Pill exists only in the hands of the evil Moon Pavilion. That wretch Qi Lei actually dared conspire with them. Chu Feng was unfamiliar with the evil Moon Pavilion, but from Skade's expression, it was clear they were no friend to humanity. Such matters held no relevance to him. The Bloodthirsty Berserker Pill. Perhaps I should test it someday. Though its side effects were severe, Chu Feng cared nothing for them. Were it not for the assessment rules, Chu Feng would have swallowed one immediately and unleashed carnage until another warrior put him down. Skade shook his head and shelved the matter. His strength remained woefully inadequate compared to true powerhouses. Overthinking served no purpose. Composing himself, Skade sighed. A pity. With merely 2 of us, our search for tokens proceeds far too slowly. Qi Lei led a team of 17 warriors, much more efficient. Brother Chu, might we also seek companions? Even if we obtain tokens from other warriors, having more allies makes gathering intelligence far easier. When the time comes, you, Brother Chu, would deal with those bearing tokens. The more tokens you collect, the richer your final reward will be. The greater your token haul, the more generous the Starry Heaven Academy's tribute becomes. Just as Chu Feng prepared to decline, a system notification resonated within his mind. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a new quest. Secure top 5. Quest details: during the assessment period, the host must form a 5-person squad with 4 others, and all 5 members must place within the top 5. Quest reward: a fragment of the Golden Law Comprehension, 20 million lottery points. Form a team, and we need to secure the top 5 in the assessment. That's a tough task. Chu Feng frowned. Skade had mentioned forming a team earlier, but he had dismissed it as too troublesome. But now that the system had issued this task, and the rewards were quite generous, he might as well form one. Chu Feng immediately accepted the system's task. Then let's form a team, Skade, Chu Feng declared. The two then set off searching for tokens while also seeking teammates. Chu Feng had no particular requirements for teammates, only that they weren't too weak. After all, he was looking for allies, not babysitting. Hey brothers, want to form a team? Our squad still needs members. Would you like to join us? They soon encountered 2 other martial artists. Skade stepped forward to invite them. One of the martial artists sneered, still forming teams at this hour. We've already assembled ours. The other martial artist chimed in with a sarcastic tone, or maybe we could put in a word with our captain and get you both in. Skade took it seriously and was about to respond when the first martial artist spoke again. Brother Lin. Our squad isn't just any riffraff can join. His words dripped with contempt for both Skade and Chu Feng. In truth, these 2 martial artists already had their own team. They had merely been sent out by their squad to gather intelligence. Hearing their mockery, Skade's face alternated between pale and red. Just as he was about to retort, Chu Feng spoke. Are you asking for a slap? Do you want one? Chu Feng's figure flickered, instantly appearing before the 2 martial artists. His hands shot out, gripping both their necks. Before they could resist, Chu Feng's true chi erupted. Bang! Bang! With 2 explosive sounds, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing 2 martial artists. You have earned 180,000 lottery points. Chu Feng claimed their storage rings, then turned to face the astonished Skade. No need to waste words on trash like them. Use this instead. As he spoke, Chu Feng raised his fist. Skade was reminded of Chu Feng's words. Without strength, you have no right to speak. Brother Chu is right. Deal with such people with fists. Skade clenched his own fist, his gaze firm. Their team-forming journey continued unchanged. Either the candidates were too weak for Chu Feng to consider, or they were moderately powerful but strutted like proud roosters, not only having poor attitudes, but also hurling insults. Chu Feng never tolerated such people. He would trample their pride underfoot on the spot, and send them out of this universe. Of course, Chu Feng didn't kill indiscriminately. For those with formidable backgrounds, he merely demanded a ransom for their lives. This was a suggestion from Dizong. Selective killing would leave other martial artists with hope. Thus, they wouldn't band together against him. Over the past 2 days, their relentless team-forming frenzy had made Chu Feng known to many martial artists on the assessment continent. Hey guys, heard about that team-forming maniac lately? What team-forming maniac? Never heard of it. You're out of the loop. According to insiders, 2 people have been desperately recruiting teammates. They target strong contestants, beat them up without explanation, and force them to join. If someone stubbornly refuses, they get severely injured, and many have even been killed. Absolutely brutal. Is that true? Are they even human? Utterly lawless. The man sighed, but they have the strength to back it up. Word is even Chu Feng from Huayan Star was severely wounded by them. The young master of Huayan Star who once killed a martial venerable, a freak. Even he was defeated. Who among us ordinary folks would dare provoke them? Do you know what they look like? We should steer clear if we see them. Yes, I have an image recorded from a distance with a memory crystal. Rumors spread like wildfire across the assessment continent from 1 to 10 to 100, until almost everyone knew of the team-forming maniac's infamy. And those spreading the rumors were precisely the ones whose loose tongues had earned them a beating from Chu Feng. Resentful, they concocted this malicious scheme. On one hand, they wanted to hinder Chu Feng's recruitment. On the other, they aimed to draw powerful enemies against them. By the fourth day, tens of thousands of contestants still remained. Among them were many stronger than the young master of Huayan Star. They intended to make Chu Feng and his companion public enemies. They secretly shared the memory crystal images with other martial artists. It must be said the effect was quite significant. Chu Feng and Skade walked for a whole day without encountering many people. Of course, not many was relative to the total number of martial artists on the assessment continent. In reality, they still met 500 or 600. Most of those martial artists, upon sensing their approach, fled, as if escaping a calamity. A few, however, disregarded the rumors. Such martial artists were usually confident in their own strength. They wanted to experience firsthand whether Chu Feng was truly as formidable as the rumors claimed. They say curiosity kills the cat. But in truth, curiosity can also kill people. These challengers were simply tired of living. Chu Feng showed no mercy to such people. Actively killing others was troublesome. But when they came to him, he had no qualms. All of it was lottery points. Why refuse? By the end of the day, Chu Feng's lottery points had accumulated to 75 million. He was getting closer to his goal of 100 million. Maybe he could earn a full 100 million before the assessment ended. Brother Chu, what's going on today? Why is everyone coming after us? Why is forming a team so difficult? Skade wore a crestfallen expression. Chu Feng paused, then said, "It's probably the work of those I taught a lesson earlier. Spreading rumors, making us the target of everyone." Skade's face flushed with anger. Those despicable cowards. How infuriating. If I ever see them, I'll make them pay. All right, let's just go with the flow on team forming. Chu Feng said. He wasn't abandoning the system task. All roads lead to Rome. If one method fails, another would work. If he still hadn't recruited members by the assessment's end, he could simply offer the tokens he had found promising to share them with anyone who joined his team. Then martial artists would fight tooth and nail to get in. Chu Feng would pick a few he liked. As long as he came first, he didn't care who took second to fifth. He could even exchange the tokens for a vast amount of resources. Skade nodded without further comment. Next, the two ceased their search for teammates and began seeking tokens. Approximately 10,000 kilometers southeast of them, a dozen individuals trembled around a figure with fiery red skin and spiky hair. The fiery-skinned one was Chu Feng, the young master of the Flame Star. Previously, due to his loose tongue, he had been severely punished and his storage ring stolen by Chu Feng. Thus, on his subordinate's suggestion, he spread rumors. A bunch of useless fools. With so many of you, you couldn't even kill those two bastards. How did you manage this? Didn't I tell you to lure the strong ones? Tell me, why are they still alive and well? One of them spoke up. Young master, we've notified over 70% of the examinees, but that person's strength is truly. Before he could utter the remaining words, too terrifying, he was kicked hundreds of meters away. A bunch of idiots, what use are you to me? At that moment, a short, stocky dwarf stepped forward and whispered something to the fiery-skinned man. The fiery-skinned man nodded with satisfaction. Do as you said. I'll leave this to you. The dwarf quickly replied, I will see it through. In a jungle within the assessment continent, a dwarf smirked maliciously. He then approached two gray-skinned individuals with deer-like ears. These two were Babida and Bilson, who had previously wanted to form a team with Chu Feng. After a brief conversation, the dwarf left. Team Crazy Maniac. Babida exclaimed in surprise. Bilson, do you think this is true? Bilson paused and said he wouldn't do something so foolish. Babida nodded in agreement, then burst into laughter. Huh, that's hilarious. What nonsense is this all about? No doubt the rumor spreaders are those whom he had taught a lesson. A bunch of brainless fools. Bilson nodded in agreement. Then Babida grew puzzled. Didn't he reject us? Why is he recruiting team members now? Bilson remained silent. He only concerned himself with combat, either fighting or heading toward a fight. He had just slain a beast of the martial respect 3rd rank, and was now adjusting his state ready for battle at any moment. Babida, unable to fathom Chu Feng's strange decision, decided to stop pondering. Whatever, let's focus on finding the token. At that moment, Bilson suddenly asked, any trace of them? Babida paused. Let me check. There is. Those fools secretly had someone record their route. They're trying to use those idiots as pawns. Let's go find them. Bilson suddenly declared. Babida exclaimed in surprise, Bilson, you still want to fight him? Bilson shook his head. Our battle is inevitable, but not now. Let's team up with them. Babida was stunned. Teaming with them now would make us a target for everyone. Bilson, what are you thinking? Bilson replied indifferently. Only constant battle can make me stronger. Babida pressed his hand to his forehead. You battle maniac. In the end, Babida couldn't sway Bilson, and they set off toward Chu Feng and his companion. Chu Feng's ferocity and ruthlessness finally drastically reduced those who sought trouble. Now the two arrived at a swamp where 3 or 5 small teams, a dozen or so people, stood by its edge. A strong stench of decay wrinkled their brows. Seeing so many people enduring the foul odor while standing there, Scad couldn't help but approach out of curiosity. Those people also noticed the duo. Look, it's the Team Crazy Maniac, someone exclaimed. At the words, everyone turned their gazes toward them. Damn, why are they here too? Fear crept into their hearts. The reputation of the Team Crazy Maniac was intimidating. One of them glanced at the token lying in the center of a giant bloodthirsty flower's petals in the swamp and gritted his teeth. Don't panic, there are many of us. Are we afraid of him? Right, even if he's strong, can he face over a dozen of us at the 9th grade of Martial Emperor at once? Brave words, but when Scad approached, the crowd involuntarily parted a path. Scad felt a surge of satisfaction and walked forward smugly. Upon seeing the token on the bloodthirsty flower's petals, he was overjoyed. Brother Chu, there's a token here. Chu Feng hurried forward. Indeed, on the far side of the swamp, a golden token lay in the center of a massive blood-red petal. Chu Feng glanced around and frowned. I'll fetch it. As he spoke, Scad prepared to fly over. The onlookers sneered as if something bad was about to happen. Chu Feng quickly stopped him. How many times have I told you? Don't be impulsive. Don't you see all these people haven't made a move? And look at their gloating expressions. There must be something strange in the swamp. Let's observe first. Scad surveyed the area and nodded. Chu Feng then punched the ground. A thunderous rumble shook the entire swamp, like an earthquake. The ground rapidly cracked, and a beast over 10 meters long resembling a centipede was flung into the air. It roared and charged at Chu Feng. But this beast, only at the 8th grade of Martial Emperor, was no match for Chu Feng. He instantly sent it flying. Under his attack, the beast flew toward the bloodthirsty flower. As the beast passed over the swamp, its body suddenly exploded into countless blood chunks that fell into the swamp and vanished in an instant. Strangely, the onlookers showed only slight surprise, then resumed normal expressions, as if they knew something. Scad approached and said, Brother Chu, amazing. With a casual strike, you shattered a Martial Emperor 8th grade beast. Chu Feng replied, didn't you see those tentacles? Scad looked puzzled. What tentacles? Where? Chu Feng then briefly explained what he had seen. It turned out that the beast hadn't been killed by Chu Feng's strike, but by a dark red tentacle from within the swamp. That tentacle moved so fast that not only Scad, but all the martial artists except Chu Feng missed it. Hearing this, Scad broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Chu, you saved my life again. By the way, how strong is that tentacle monster? Scad looked at Chu Feng expectantly. Chu Feng shook his head. I couldn't tell. It must have a secret technique to conceal its cultivation level. But judging from the intensity of its attack, even if it's not as powerful as the monster Chi lay transformed into, it's not far off. My conservative estimate is martial respect 5th rank. Scad was horrified. Martial respect 5th rank. No wonder these people didn't dare act. All of us here except you, Brother Chu, wouldn't stand a chance against it even together. What do we do now? Wait, Chu Feng said. Wait. Cicade looked puzzled. I'll wait for these people to lure the monster out first, then I'll make my move. The swamp is too vast and the monster is too fast. If I miss my shot, it'll alert the snake. Afterward, it might never dare to show its head again. Cicade was again baffled. Why go after that monster? Can't we just go straight to get the token? With Brother Chu's strength, that monster can't stop you. Chu Feng spoke confidently. Think long term. I want the token. And I also want the beast's life core. He was of course unaware that what Chu Feng truly coveted was not the beast's life core, but the lottery value of at least 500,000. 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? Seeing that Cicade had been stopped by Chu Feng and had sensed something in the swamp, the others grew restless. Suddenly, a green-skinned figure with 2 horns on its head approached. At first glance, Chu Feng thought it was someone from the planet Nether. Only after spotting the 2 horns did he let down his guard. Hello, brother. Do you know what monster is in this swamp? How strong is it? Though the group of over a dozen had learned at the cost of 1 life that something lurked in the swamp, that thing moved too fast for any of them to see clearly, let alone gauge its power. Were it not for Chu Feng activating his Emperor's fallen double pupils, he too would have struggled to see it. Since Chu Feng had struck and lured the monster out again, the others, hoping to obtain the token, could only send someone to probe and test their luck. Chu Feng's reputation preceded him, though not a good one. Speaking so close to Chu Feng, the man couldn't help but tremble. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. I know. But why should I tell you? Strangers and unrelated. Chu Feng had no desire to be a do-gooder. The man was dumbfounded, feeling as if he had been toyed with. But given Chu Feng's strength, he dared not say a word. After a pause, he continued, Brother, what would it take for you to tell us about the monster? Simple. Trade 1 token for the information. Chu Feng replied. Those words made it clear that Chu Feng was mocking him. The two spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear Chu Feng's words. 1 token for information. Why not just rob us? One of them spoke up. Yet only then did he realize that among the dozen or so, he was the only one who had stepped forward. Instantly cold sweat dripped from his forehead like peas. Chu Feng's icy gaze swept over him, and an overwhelming aura pressed down on him. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale, in an instant his expression one of sheer terror. The others were startled, frozen in place, not daring to move. Such terrifying aura. Coward. Chu Feng sneered at the man, then retracted his presence. Feeling the pressure vanish, the man scrambled back, terrified that Chu Feng might strike again. Suddenly, another martial artist arrived. She was a female warrior wearing a blue-green half-length dress with ears that were pointed and resembled deer antlers. Her flawless features, fair skin, and exquisite figure captivated everyone's gaze, holding it for a long time. Cicade was also drawn in. What a beautiful girl. Chu Feng felt a stir in his heart as well. Indeed, she's as stunning as Yi Lingyun. But their auras are different. Yi Lingyun is always cold as ice, while this one gives off a lively, free-spirited vibe. The female warrior arrived at the swamp's edge, her lively eyes sweeping over the crowd. Then she asked with a smile, "So many people here. What are you all doing?" Her adorable, innocent look instantly won the hearts of all the martial artists. One of them, quite handsome and about 1.8 meters tall, stepped forward. "Hello, beautiful miss. My name is Ta Airman. May I ask for your name?" The woman smiled radiantly. "Hello, I'm Ka Bu-Chi." Her smile, like first love, enthralled everyone, giving off an air of naivety that made one want to protect her. Ta Airman was overjoyed. "There's a token in this swamp. See right there on that bloodthirsty flower petal." The woman looked in the direction Ta Airman pointed, saw the token, and a glint of sharpness flashed in her eyes. At her questioning, Ta Airman told her everything in detail. Seeing Cicade's infatuated look, Chu Feng gave him a sharp tap to snap him out of it. "Brother Chu, why did you hit me?" Chu Feng said with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Wipe your drool. That woman is no ordinary one." Just then the woman suddenly walked toward Chu Feng and the others. Ta Airman immediately tried to stop her. "Miss Ka Bu-Chi, don't go over there. This man is ruthless, sinister, and terrifyingly strong. Don't provoke him." He had initially wanted to say Chu Feng was sinister and vicious, but recalling the fate of the previous man, he quickly changed his wording. Yet the next moment Ka Bu-Chi had already reached Chu Feng and the others, her speed astonishing. Chu Feng began to regard this seemingly harmless woman with more seriousness. "So you're the one they call the party-joining maniac?" The woman looked Chu Feng up and down and asked. "You don't seem as terrifying as they say." Hearing himself called a party-joining maniac, Chu Feng's mouth twitched and his face darkened. Cicade stepped forward. "Miss Ka Bu-Chi, don't listen to their nonsense. We're very friendly. Would you like to join us?" My big brother Chu is extremely strong." Ka Bu-Chi shook her head. "No, I have to ask my sister first." Cicade deflated like a punctured balloon, his enthusiasm suddenly waning. "What are your names?" Ka Bu-Chi asked. "Cicade, I'm Cicade. And this is my big brother Chu Feng." Privately, Cicade called Chu Feng Brother Chu. That was Chu Feng's request. But in public, Cicade always called him Big Brother Chu. Ka Bu-Chi looked at Chu Feng with keen interest. Intuition told her that this young man, named Chu Feng, was no ordinary person. "Hello, Big Brother Chu. What do you think of the monster in the swamp? How strong is it?" The woman asked directly, as if she assumed Chu Feng would definitely answer. Cicade was about to step forward, but stopped, remembering Chu Feng's words. This woman was not simple. Chu Feng smiled faintly. "Want to know?" Ka Bu-Chi nodded eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. "Trade a token for the information." Ka Bu-Chi's big doll-like eyes widened in disbelief. Then she said pitifully, "Big Brother Chu, can't you just tell me? I promise I won't tell anyone else." Chu Feng smirked, trying to get something for nothing. "Save that act for yourself. I'm not one of those fools who think with their lower halves. Want the information? Trade a token for it." As he finished, Cicade looked at Chu Feng with an innocent expression, as if to say, "Not me. I didn't." Ka Bu-Chi gritted her teeth. "Humph. Just you wait." Then she went to Ta Airman and began to sob pitifully. "Brother Ta Airman, they bullied me." Seeing this, Ta Airman was furious. "That's too much. Bullying a weak woman. What kind of man does that?" Under Ka Bu-Chi's tearful plea, he seemed to forget her incredible speed from earlier and immediately bristled with indignation. The others were also full of righteous anger. "Bullying a girl? Where's your manhood? Absolutely outrageous." Ka Bu-Chi said weakly, "I'm just a weak girl here for the assessment alone with no one to protect me." "Miss Ka Bu-Chi, don't worry. We're here, we'll protect you. Count me in." "Me too." Tallman felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head and stepped forward. "Chu Feng, is it? You're at least a master. What kind of manliness is it to bully a girl?" Upon witnessing this, the rest of the group rushed forward to confront Chu Feng. Kapiki gave a sly smile and secretly made a face at him, which Cicade caught clearly. "Do these guys have no idea what a woman is?" Chu Feng mused inwardly. "No, that's not it. After all, these martial artists are at the 9th rank of the Wu Emperor realm. Even if this woman were the most stunning beauty in the world, they wouldn't act like this. It seems she's using some secret technique to bewitch them." Chu Feng quickly pieced it together. At the same time, he couldn't help but regard Kapiki with newfound respect. Seeing the situation, Cicade hastily shouted, "Don't be fooled. When did we ever bully her?" The crowd had already fallen into Kapiki's gentle snares and would hardly believe a word Cicade said. You did it, and now you deny it. You don't deserve to call yourselves martial artists. Utter shamelessness. Chu Feng stepped forward and spiritual energy, surging with the intensity of a martial venerable at the 4th rank, erupted from his body. That terrifying pressure forced the surrounding shrubbery flat against the ground. The crowd's expressions shifted, and they scrambled to resist. But this monstrous assault crashed upon them like the relentless waves of a vast ocean, each wave more ferocious than the last. How could they withstand it? With what could they resist? In an instant, the sound of blood being spat echoed one after another. Everyone was pressed flat against the ground, just like the shrubbery had been. Some of the weaker martial artists were simply overwhelmed by the torrential force and knocked unconscious. Over on their side, only Kapiki struggled, her face ashen. Kapiki's eyes widened in terror. She had assumed that no matter how strong Chu Feng was, he would surely be at a loss against so many fighters of his own level. Although her cultivation was merely at the 9th rank of the Wu Emperor realm, her overall combat strength could match a typical martial venerable at the 3rd rank. With over 10 people plus herself, Chu Feng would certainly not be her match. But before she could even finish that thought, her face was slapped repeatedly. Only now did she realize how laughable her assumptions had been. Before absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were nothing but clouds in the wind. Chu Feng was slightly surprised that the woman had somehow barely withstood the impact of his spiritual energy. Though he hadn't exerted himself fully, that previous barrage had already reached the level of a martial venerable at the 3rd rank. Soon after Chu Feng ceased his spiritual energy eruption, the pressure on Kapiki instantly lifted, and she collapsed onto the ground, her face, pale cold sweat, soaking through her hair. Chu Feng slowly approached Kapiki, whose expression shifted dramatically as she faced him like a towering threat. Standing before her, he looked down and said, "Kapiki, is it? Quite resourceful using mere words to get these scum to fight your battles." Kapiki's face twisted in terror. What do you want to do?" Chu Feng grinned. "Surely you know what I want. Hand over your most precious possession, and I might consider sparing your life." Hearing this, Kapiki's face flushed red, and she clutched her body tightly. "Let me tell you, I'd rather die than submit to you." Chu Feng looked completely bewildered. "Wait, something's off here. Did she misunderstand? I'm talking about her storage ring, for heaven's sake. Curses, I should have been more direct. Pervert, don't you dare touch her." Just as Chu Feng was about to clarify, a sharp cry rang out. Swish! A chilling silver light shot toward him at tremendous speed. Chu Feng quickly rolled aside, and the silver light whizzed past his left arm. He could clearly see it was a white flying sword. His gaze turned cold as he looked toward where the sword had come from. A woman in a purple dress with long black hair and a purple veil over her face was charging at him, white sword in hand. "Now this is what I call entertainment." Chu Feng roared and charged forward with bare hands. Immediately the sound of clashing metal echoed through the sky. In of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves, leaving Skade dizzy from watching. After one clash, they separated and studied each other. The woman in purple regarded Chu Feng with a cold expression, her heart shaken. How can this pervert be so powerful? She was also at the 9th rank of the Wu Emperor realm, yet her overall combat strength allowed her to contend with someone at the 4th rank of the martial venerable realm without giving ground in the short term. But the more she fought against the man before her, the more her heart trembled. This martial artist gave her the constant impression of handling everything with ease, never fully committing his strength. During that brief exchange, she had deployed every trick in her arsenal, yet Chu Feng had neutralized them all. "Pervert, you've humiliated my sister, and today I will not let you go." Though shocked by Chu Feng's strength, she showed no intention of retreating. "Sister." At that moment, Kapiki swiftly flew behind the woman in purple. "This pervert wants to do that thing to me. Wah! Don't let him escape. Cut off his hands and feet." Skade was stunned upon hearing this. What a vicious woman. We were all deceived by her all along. Upon hearing these words, the woman in purple's face darkened like frost, her rage boiling over. "Hey, don't make accusations without proof." But before Chu Feng could finish speaking, the woman in purple lunged forward with her white sword, her aura fearsome. Chu Feng's expression turned grim and his displeasure mounted. Those who can cultivate disciples of this caliber must have formidable backgrounds. Killing them would be too troublesome. I need to extract more resources from them. Otherwise, how can I vent my anger? Originally, Chu Feng had only intended to take their storage rings. Now, the price had gone up. In the next instant, the two clashed once more. Deciding to show a fraction of his true capability, Chu Feng placed enormous pressure on the woman in purple. Eventually, she could barely keep up with his speed. Clang! The woman's sword was knocked from her hand by Chu Feng, and immediately after, he struck her left shoulder with a palm. Seeing this, the woman in purple's heart lurched. She wanted to dodge, but was already too late. Agonizing pain erupted from her left shoulder, and the woman in purple spewed a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying backward at great speed. "Sister!" Kapiki cried out and rushed to catch her, but was herself blown backward by the tremendous force. Both women crashed to the ground. Chu Feng walked toward them. Kapiki was only lightly injured and rose to block the woman in purple. "Don't hurt my sister." Chu Feng teased. "She came at me intending to kill from the start. Why should I only allow her to kill me and not myself?" Of course, Chu Feng didn't truly intend to kill them. Sometimes to open a window, one must threaten to tear off the roof. If Chu Feng had simply demanded their storage rings outright, they would almost certainly have refused. But if he first threatened to kill them and then asked for the rings, they would hand them over. Cough cough. Kapiki, move aside. At that moment the woman in purple suddenly spoke. Yet Kapiki stubbornly refused to budge an inch. No. Kapiki, if you still consider me your sister, then obey me. Moved. Hearing this, Kapiki chose to follow her sister's words and stepped aside, though she remained ready to strike at any moment. Pervert, even if I perish alongside you, I won't let you harm her. Chu Feng sneered. Oh, perish alongside me. By all means try your hand. Let's see who drops first. The woman in purple's brows knitted together. She had never imagined this pervert would be so reckless and unyielding. Now it was her turn to hesitate. If she unleashed that item, its power, comparable to a full strike from a martial venerable at the 9th rank, would ensure that not a single one of them could escape. Do you think I wouldn't dare? The woman in the purple dress probed again. Sister Dawn, don't use that thing. You'll die too. When the purple-dressed woman mentioned mutual destruction, Kabuki blurted out in alarm. She knew her sister was about to activate the nuclear source crystal. The nuclear source crystal was forged from the star core of a 9th-grade martial lord-level beast. The power unleashed upon its detonation could instantly annihilate all living creatures within 100 miles. Its shockwave could spread for 1,000 miles, flattening forests into plains within that range. Chu Feng, let my sister go, and I'll submit to whatever you want, Kabuki said with reluctance. Chu Feng's face darkened. Are you two putting on a sisterly love act for me? Get this straight. Both your lives are in my hands. And when did I ever say I wanted to do that to you? Kabuki and the purple-dressed woman stared at him in bewilderment. Kabuki's face flushed crimson as she murmured, back then you said you wanted my most precious. Chu Feng growled. I meant the token. The token. Kabuki was taken aback, then a blush spread from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Only then did the purple-dressed woman realize she had been impulsive. The color rose beneath her veil. Just then Kabuki had a flash of inspiration. Oh, looks like it's all a misunderstanding. Now that we've cleared things up, isn't that better? We've no grudge against each other, so why must we fight? Chu Feng gave a scornful laugh. You misunderstood, chased after me wanting to kill me, and now you think a few words can make it all go away. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Then what exactly do you want? Kabuki asked in a pitiful tone. Hand over your space rings, Chu Feng said, and record a video stating that each of you will pay me 1 million star coins every year. Then this matter is settled. He couldn't kill them easily. After all, their backgrounds might be more than he could handle and might even bring catastrophic disaster to Blue Star. But he held a grudge and was determined to bleed these two women dry. Chu Feng guessed that given their backgrounds, their space rings must contain valuable treasures. The assessment was already half over. At least the tokens he needed should be in their possession. Now on the 5th day of the trial, he had only 5 tokens in total. 3 days had passed since he last looted tokens from Chile. In those 3 days they had found 3 more tokens, enough for an ordinary person. But Chu Feng had a mission to take first place. Moreover, he now had another task, to have his team sweep the top 5. Chu Feng estimated that he would need at least half of the tokens to complete the mission, so the more tokens the better. Kabuki and the purple-dressed woman's faces changed drastically, and they eyed Chu Feng warily. Kabuki's eyes darted as she stepped forward. Chu Feng, we really don't have any tokens. Even if you take our space rings, it won't do you any good. As for the 1 million star coins every year. Wah. My sister and I have depended on each other since childhood, unlike those with big families backing them. How could we possibly come up with that many star coins? How about this? My sister and I will help you get that token instead, eh? We'll lure out the monster in the swamp. Then the 4 of us can attack together and surely obtain the token. She had already planned that as soon as Chu Feng agreed, she would use the chaos of battle to escape with her sister. Perhaps they might even steal the token, 2 birds with 1 stone. But Chu Feng wasn't about to be fooled. He picked his ear dismissively and said, why can't you learn from past mistakes? Still trying to fool me? I think you're planning to take your sister and run during the fight, aren't you? And maybe even snatch the token while I'm dealing with the monster. Kabuki's face flushed with embarrassment, then she yelled, you're lying. I didn't. My patience has limits. 1 word, are you giving me the space rings and the 1 million star coins per year or not? As Chu Feng's words fell, an overwhelming aura surged out. The pressure like a hurricane forced Kabuki and the purple-dressed woman to struggle against it. Whoosh. Suddenly, a silver-white ring flew from behind Kabuki toward Chu Feng. It was her sister's storage ring. Here's the ring for you. I'll give you the 1 million star coins per year after I enter the Starry Sky Sacred Academy. The purple-dressed woman said this to get Chu Feng to release them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to obtain tokens elsewhere. Chu Feng caught the ring and pocketed it, but his fierce aura didn't diminish at all. Bastard, we gave you the ring, why won't you let us go? You're not a man of your word, the purple-dressed woman said angrily. I don't repeat myself. Chu Feng suddenly intensified his aura. Now even a 3rd-grade martial lord would find it hard to withstand, let alone 2 half-crippled women. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Kabuki's forehead. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out her own storage ring and tossed it over. Take it. After receiving the ring, Chu Feng withdrew his aura. Kabuki, drenched as if she had been pulled from water, collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily. Then the two women stated that they would each pay Chu Feng 1 million star coins every year. As they spoke, Chu Feng recorded the scene with a memory crystal. He had to admit this thing was extremely useful, much more advanced than a camera. It would have been better if you'd done this earlier, Chu Feng commented. Kabuki's face contorted with rage, and she said weakly, You bastard, you're inhuman. Keep cursing, and I'll sew your mouth shut. Chu Feng said coldly. Hearing this, Kabuki dared not speak. Although she hadn't known Chu Feng long, his recent actions made her believe he might actually do it. She immediately fell silent. But in her heart, she cursed Chu Feng and his ancestors for 18 generations. Just then Cicade came running over, his eyes gleaming. Brother, look what I've got. He pulled out more than a dozen space rings. The light from the rings made his face shine. It turned out that while Chu Feng was talking with the two women, Cicade had looted the rings from all those martial artists. Chu Feng felt greatly relieved. Cicade, you finally did something smart. Well done. Cicade scratched his head sheepishly at the praise. Put them away for now, or we'll count the spoils later. Cicade nodded and stowed the rings, then pulled Chu Feng aside. Chu, what are you planning to do with them? Chu Feng looked at him with a strange expression. Are you out of your mind? Letting your lower brain rule? I'm telling you, judging by their strength, their backgrounds are definitely no joke. I advise you to drop that idea. If something goes wrong, don't count on me to help. Cicade pouted innocently. Chu, what do you take me for? He had seen Kabuki's domineering and cunning nature. He no longer harbored any illusions about her. I mean, aren't we short on teammates? I think those two women might be good. How about we ask them? Chu Feng looked at him oddly. We just robbed their rings, and now we want them to join us. If you were in their shoes, would you agree, eh? Cicade grinned. If it were someone else, I wouldn't, but if it were you, Chu, I'd be 1,000% willing. Get lost, get lost. Chu Feng laughed and cursed. Then his expression turned serious. Since you said you're willing, go ahead and ask them. Cicade's eyes widened. Me? What? Were you lying just now? Chu Feng pretended to be stern. True. Truer than gold. I'll go right now. With that, Cicade walked over to the two female martial artists. Seeing him approach, they drew their weapons and stared at him warily. What do you want? Kabuki asked fiercely. Cicade steadied himself and stepped forward. Don't be like that. I mean no harm. I just wanted to ask, would you two like to team up with us? Team up, eh? You robbed our space rings, and now you want to team up? No way. Ladies, hear me out. There are only a few days left before the assessment ends. If you team up with us, we can guarantee you pass the assessment. If you go alone and fail to get tokens before the end, you'll have to wait for the next assessment. 10 years. In those 10 years, with my brother Chu's talent and the training of the Starry Sky Sacred Academy, the gap between you and him will only grow. Don't you want revenge? Cicade was using his silver tongue to persuade them to join. Meanwhile, Chu Feng began checking the two women's space rings. He hadn't expected that the moment he entered, he almost sprayed blood from his nose. Holy shit. Within the space ring, a dazzling array of long gowns, outer garments, and intimate apparel met his eyes. These items occupied nearly half of the entire space ring. Chu Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. But determined not to miss any treasures, he suppressed his shame and meticulously examined every corner. Finally, having endured the most agonizing part, he reached the area where other items were stored. F-class starships, various rare F-class metals, E-class metals, star coins, and more. Chu Feng took them all without exception. When Chu Feng spotted a palm-sized blue crystal, his gaze froze. Not because of the crystal's beauty, but because he sensed an overwhelming energy emanating from it. That terrifying energy gave him a fatal sense of threat. Could this be the little lady's trump card for mutual destruction? This wench does have the means to drag me down with her. The power unleashed by this crystal would likely kill everyone. No wonder she dared not use it. But I can resurrect. Even if she had used it, the only deaths would be hers. Emperor's Vault should know about this thing. I'll ask him. When Emperor's Vault saw the crystal, he exclaimed, Nucleus Source Crystal. But this Nucleus Source Crystal's power is only average. It seems to be at the level of a martial venerable 9th rank. Chu Feng asked immediately, Emperor's Vault, what is this Nucleus Source Crystal for? Emperor's Vault spoke slowly. This thing has a long story. It turned out that the Nucleus Source Crystal was called the Nuclear Explosion Source Crystal hundreds of thousands of years ago, unique to the planet Luoxue, a 7th-level civilization. Originally, Luoxue was only a 5th-level civilization planet. Moreover, 90% of Luoxue was covered by vast oceans with scarce land resources, leading to extremely slow development. But Luoxue had one advantage: the warriors living there were handsome men and beautiful women. Its civilization level was not high, which attracted the covetous eyes of 6th-level and even 7th-level civilizations. As long as humans had the need to reproduce, the market for handsome men and beautiful women would never diminish. Those 6th-level and 7th-level civilizations all wanted to control Luoxue and turn Luoxue into a slave breeding ground. At the critical moment of survival, Kurata, a peerless genius from Luoxue, created the Nuclear Explosion Source Crystal. Kurata used only 5 Nuclear Explosion Source Crystals to scare off all invaders. Since then, relying on the crystals, Luoxue conducted trade with various planets, and its civilization entered a period of rapid development. Over millions of years, Luoxue civilization evolved into a 7th-level civilization. With the nuclear explosion source crystal, even among 7th level civilizations, Luo Shui ranked among the top. The nuclear explosion source crystal and the fire source energy crystal were somewhat different, though both had powerful explosions. The fire source energy crystal's upper limit was lower than that of the nuclear explosion source crystal. The nuclear explosion source crystal could even threaten Martial Saint level experts. It can be said that among 7th level civilization planets, you should never provoke Luo Shui. If they throw a few nuclear explosion source crystals at you, even if they can't kill you, they'll obliterate your planet to dust. Keep this nucleus source crystal well, it can serve as your trump card. It was likely made from the life core of a martial venerable 9th rank beast, and its power is no less than a full force strike from a 9th rank martial venerable. Moreover, once activated, the surrounding space becomes extremely unstable. At that time, teleportation becomes impossible. Only a full force strike from a 9th rank martial venerable. My martial venerable level fire source energy crystal is far more powerful than this thing. But their planet must have higher level nucleus source crystals. Sparing their lives was the right choice. Maybe I can get higher level ones through them later. Chu Feng curled his lips, then continued inspecting the purple-dressed woman's space ring. After searching for a long time, he finally found 10 tokens. Tisk tisk, this little lady is quite capable. She found so many. Now they're all mine. Chu Feng grinned, his mood excellent. Then he examined Kabuki's ring and was greatly disappointed. Inside, apart from clothes occupying 90% of the space, there were only a few rare metals and such, leaving Chu Feng utterly uninterested. Looks like the two of them only found 10 tokens, about the same pace as me. When he withdrew from the ring space, Skade stood before him with a dejected expression. They refused, eh? Chu Feng asked. Skade sighed. No matter what I said, they absolutely refused to join. I talked until my mouth went dry. But they said if you return their belongings, they might consider it. Returning them? Not a chance, not ever. Once things were in Chu Feng's hands, there was no going back. He pondered for a moment and said, let me try. But before he even approached the two women, Kabuki spoke up. If you beat up my sister and me and still expect us to join? Chu Feng, you've got some nerve. We might consider it. If you return our space rings first. Chu Feng thought for a moment and replied readily, fine, I can return them. Kabuki and the purple-dressed woman were stunned. They hadn't expected the shrewd Chu Feng to be so agreeable. But they had no idea that everything in their rings, except for daily necessities and clothes, had been thoroughly looted by Chu Feng. Kabuki extended her hand. Hand them over. Chu Feng gave a contemptuous smile. I can return them, but I didn't say when. Kabuki gritted her teeth in fury. Chu Feng, UBA, HMPF. Remembering Chu Feng's warning, she held back the curse. Who knows if you two would run off once you get the rings. Given your cunning, I need to be cautious. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, your space rings are safe with me. We're teammates now, and I'll return them eventually. Kabuki fumed. Dream on. Who knows when you'll give them back. If you don't return the rings first, we'll die before joining you. Chu Feng shrugged. Suit yourself. You? Kabuki wished she could tear Chu Feng apart. But her strength reminded her. No, she didn't want to. Fine, we'll join. At that moment, the purple-dressed woman behind Kabuki spoke up. Her injuries were no longer a problem. Before handing over the storage ring, she had taken healing potions from it. By now she had mostly recovered. She had already considered that relying on the two of them alone, they couldn't achieve a good ranking. They were also aiming for ranking, not just passing the exam. They were the hope of Luo Shui civilization. If they couldn't perform well in the assessment, how could they face their fellow Luo Shui people back home? Though Chu Feng was somewhat mercenary, he was a very powerful warrior. Joining them might not be a bad idea. Kabuki cried out, Sister, how can you agree to this? Him? He's done so many terrible things to us. I won't agree. The purple-dressed woman ignored her and continued, but we have conditions. How will the tokens be divided? Chu Feng paused, then said, simple. The tokens we get will be kept with me first. I'll distribute them evenly at the end of the assessment. Don't worry, follow me, and you'll get a decent ranking. I, Chu Feng, keep my word. Why should they be kept with you? We don't trust you yet. Kabuki pouted. Suddenly, Chu Feng raised his hand and struck out with a palm. The surging palm print shot forward like a cosmic ray, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The ground compressed into a trench. Faced with such overwhelming power, Kabuki was frozen in fear, unable to move as the palm print hurtled toward her. The purple-dressed woman tried to block it, but the attack was too fast, too late. Boom. No. A thunderous roar echoed, debris flying, the earth shaking. Where the palm print struck, the terrifying energy erupted into a small mushroom cloud. A dozen or more people were reduced to fragments. The air was thick with the mingled scent of soil and blood. It turned out Chu Feng had glimpsed those people trying to sneak away. Chu Feng wouldn't let go of over 1 million draw points. He struck immediately to eliminate them. This also served as a warning to intimidate the two women. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing 10 warriors, earning 9,000 draw points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing 3 warriors, earning 27,000 draw points. As the system's voice rang out, Chu Feng's lips curled, almost breaking through 80 million draw points. Then, as if still not at ease, he used his Emperor's Fallen Heavy Pupils to confirm no survivors before withdrawing his hand. Kabuki's face turned deathly pale, her eyes vacant, trembling as she stood behind the purple-dressed woman. Having never witnessed such a bloody scene, she was terrified. She hadn't expected Chu Feng to kill over a dozen warriors without hesitation, showing no mercy. The purple-dressed woman furrowed her delicate brows slightly, but showed no major reaction. After all, she had been the one fighting all along. The killing was nothing new to her. Still, she felt uneasy. The sudden carnage of so many lives struck her as brutal. Skade, however, was already accustomed to it. Whatever Chu Feng did, he believed it was right. Soon the two arrived at the edge of the swamp. Activating the Emperor's fallen heavy pupils, Chu Feng saw no sign of the monster and frowned. After a moment's thought, he had Skade collect some pieces of flesh. Then he threw the flesh into the swamp. He would use the scent of blood to lure the monster out.